With the 100 crystal cores given by Shi Hasong, Long Yu and the two girls went out together. To go to Bingshang City from the unfeeling mountain range, it is of course necessary to fly there, otherwise, the three of Long Yu would definitely not be able to leave the unfeeling mountain range alive. But if it is flying out of the air, it will be much simpler. Although there were some conflicts between Tien Yui and Long Yu, they had to obey Long Yu's orders. The fundamental reason was that it had been transformed by the 9 nether dragon seal. When he was not in a hurry, Long Yu was too lazy to perform the dragon sparrow dance. After all, performing martial arts would consume profound energy, but it was not necessary to activate the Tien wings. This is the benefit of being in harmony with the Tien wings. It's a pity that it seems impossible to match Xuanhuan with him. Long Yu took the two girls and quickly flew away from the range of the ruling mountain range, then landed and walked on the main road leading to Bingshang City. It's not appropriate to fly forward when there are many people outside. Once encountering any danger, this is the capital of Long Yu's life-saving. Xiao Wu, did you rarely leave the Heartless Mountain range before? Lu Yuan is still in the same black outfit, wrapping her exquisite figure, which is extremely imaginative. Seeing the smile on the young girl Xiang Wu's face, she asked casually. Sunset Dance nodded, a little blush dotted her lovely cheeks. This 14-year-old girl rarely leaves her grandfather, and she is full of novelty and curiosity about everything. If something unexpected happens in Beihai City, it will be a tragedy on earth. Xiao Wu, where are your parents? Long Yu asked, thoughtfully while walking. I heard from my grandfather that my parents passed away when I was just born. We live in the unfeeling mountain range, to avoid our enemies. Speaking of this, Xiang Wu seemed a little sad, but since she had never seen her parents since she was a child, she didn't have much emotion. Avoid enemies? Long Yu's heart moved. He had been with the old man Shi Hasong before, but he had never heard of this, and now he was alone with the girl Shi Yengwu, and only then did he find out some news. I don't know, where did Zai Song and Ziyangwu come from? Since she hasn't communicated much with others, in the past 6 months, Xiangwu has become very close to Lu Yuan and Long Yu, and even regards them as her brother and sister. Long Yu walked alone with 2 beautiful girls on the road leading to Bingshang City, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way. Brother Long, why are they all looking at me? Xiangwu was more sensitive to the eyes of others, tugged at Long Yu's sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Because you are beautiful. Long Yu said with a smile, you have to remember, no matter who you meet who strikes up a conversation with you, don't pay attention to them. Walking on this road, anyone who may come forward to strike up a conversation is definitely with malicious intentions, so naturally you don't need to pay attention to it. Regarding Long Yu's words, Xiangwu took them as if they were the truth, and nodded repeatedly. Because they flew for a while beforehand, the 3 of them were not very far from Bingshang City. Not long after, a city with black walls appeared at the end of the road. Bingshang City is one of the large cities in the entire Beihai Kingdom, much larger than Beihai City. In this Bingshang City, the number of martial arts practitioners who have reached the realm of true spirits is probably more than that of the entire Tang dynasty. This was the former capital of the Beihai Kingdom, but it was only because it was captured by other countries that the Beihai Kingdom moved the capital to another city. Later, the Beihai Kingdom took back Bingshang City and built it into a fortress-like city. It became very difficult to capture it. Because of this, Bingshang City can be said to be one of the 2 major central cities in the entire Beihai Kingdom, so it is needless to say how prosperous it is. Long Yu led the 2 girls all the way to the gate of Bingshang City, but did not encounter interrogation, but followed the flow of people and directly entered the city. There are too many martial artists coming in and out of Bingshang City every day, and it is impossible for everyone to conduct an investigation. Anyway, there are strong men from the secret realm of heaven and man sitting in Bingshang City, so it doesn't mean that everyone dares to make troubles. Once a city has a strong man from the secret realm of heaven and man, it can be completely distinguished from other cities. Even if it is a strong man from the secret realm of heaven and man, such a city would not dare to act wild in it. After entering the city, Long Yu began to inquire about the whereabouts of the two materials used to refine the secret pills of heaven and man. One of them is called the fruit of fine gold, which is an alchemy material that contains the ultimate metallic medicinal power, and it is extremely difficult to come across, but recently there has been news about the fruit of fine gold in Bingsheng City. Another kind of medicinal material, called xuanhuan, appeared in an auction house in Bingsheng City. This auction house has carried out a large-scale promotion of xuanhuan, and it is because of this that almost everyone knows about it. Long Yu entered Bingsheng City, and as soon as he inquired about the fruit of fine gold, he soon got results. He brought two young girls to a large free trade square in Bingsheng City according to the information he had inquired about. In this place, countless rivers and lakes martial arts, and even the families and sect martial arts of Beihai Kingdom, all traded here, and the entire trading square gathered at least tens of thousands of people. Such a large scale, but Long Yu has never seen it before. He thought that the Beihai Kingdom is indeed a much stronger country than the Datong Kingdom. In comparison, the Datong Kingdom is just a small country on the northern edge of the mainland. The young man who sells the pure gold fruit is over there. Soon, someone pointed out the direction for Long Yu and the two women, and pointed towards a corner of the trading square. The three of them looked around, but saw a ragged young man sitting in the corner of the exchange square, guarding a booth. There were quite a lot of people in front of the booth, but unfortunately most of them had heard about the fruit of pure gold, so they came to watch the excitement. "Let's go and have a look." Long Yu greeted the two girls, and walked towards the booth. In the process of inquiring, he heard that the young man in ragged clothes was selling the fruit of pure gold, but the conditions were very harsh. He didn't need a crystal nucleus, but asked someone to promise him a condition. And this condition is beyond the reach of most Jianghu Wuxiu. Because of this pure gold fruit will be placed here for several days, and there are many people who ask for it, but no one can really buy it. For such a valuable thing, there are quite a few martial artists with evil intentions. But that young man in ragged clothes is actually a martial arts expert at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Not to mention, in Bingsheng City, a free trade square, no one is allowed to make trouble, otherwise, the heavenly and human secret realm powerhouses guarding Bingsheng City are not vegetarians. Brother, even if you sell 50 crystal nuclei for this fruit of fine gold, someone will definitely want it. Why put forward such a harsh condition? That is, if the 50 crystal nuclei are for sale, I will buy them now, no matter what. You have a good idea. If people want to sell it for money, they will wait for you? They sold it a few days ago. However, the conditions are really harsh. Who can save a person whose heart has been shattered? When Long Yu approached the booth, he heard the surrounding martial artists whispering to each other about the sale of the golden fruit. When Long Yu heard this, he was a little puzzled. To save a person whose heart has been shattered. This is the condition? He squeezed into the crowd, and soon saw a large block of ice placed in front of the ragged young man, and within that block of ice, a figure was completely frozen. Whoever can save my brother will get the fruit of pure gold. There is a line of large characters engraved under the ice cube, indicating the price that needs to be paid to obtain the fruit of pure gold. Rescue a person whose heart has been shattered? This condition is really wonderful. My grandfather said that he might be able to save, we just need to bring this person back. Xiangwu tugged at Long Yu's sleeve and said. Why didn't he tell me? Long Yu pouted. The old man actually only told his granddaughter about it. What if this girl suddenly forgot? Now, Long Yu is facing a problem. How to convince this young man that there is someone behind him who can save the guy in the ice? Looking at this young man, he is only about 25 or 16 years old, but he has reached the 9th level of the martial arts realm of the True Spirit Secret Realm, so he is definitely not easy to fool. Wanting him to believe in Long Yu is definitely more difficult than ascending to the sky. However, Long Yu had to convince the other party, otherwise the golden fruit would not be taken back, and Shi Hasong would not be able to refine it into the secret pill of heaven and man, and step into the secret realm of heaven and man. For Long Yu, being able to watch a strong man step into the secret realm of heaven and man is of great benefit to himself. It is very possible that when he himself is faced with the bottleneck of breaking through to the secret realm of heaven and man, he will finally be enlightened because of this observation. In front of the booth, the crowd came and went, but the ragged young man kept his head down and did not look at the crowd. In his eyes, only the brother who was frozen in the ice cube. "What are we going to do now?" Lu Yuan asked softly. "Wait and see, is there any chance?" Long Yu shook his head. He couldn't just go up and tell the other party, "Can I save your brother?" Why should the other party believe that he is only a kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm? But Long Yu didn't wait long, and the opportunity seemed to come. "Get out of the way, let me get out of the way." "What are you blocking? Get out of here." A large group of rude curses came, and the crowd was quickly dispersed by a group of menacing men and horses. There were more than 10 martial artists in this group, all of whom were powerful souls who had already united their souls. They rushed straight to disperse the crowd, came to the booth of the ragged young man, and surrounded the entire booth. This group of Jianghu Wuxiu was unstoppable, and of course Long Yu couldn't escape being pushed away. All of a sudden, many people were pointing and talking outside, and none of them knew what happened. "Are these guys here to seek revenge? Are you out of your mind? It's impossible to seek revenge in the exchange square, can't you die? Then this group of people are here to buy the fruit of pure gold? Ghost knows, let's just watch the excitement." The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. On the trading square in Bingshang City, when Long Yugong and his 2 daughters arrived, a large group of Jianghu martial arts rushed over and drove everyone away from the stalls. "You brother, our Xuanhuan pavilion can save you, but you have to give us the fruit of pure gold first." As soon as this group of Jianghu Wuxiu came and surrounded the booth, the leader said arrogantly, "This man's 8th level cultivation base of the True Spirit secret realm is not enough for that young man in ragged clothes, but there is someone behind him. Xuanhuan Pavilion is one of the best organizations in Bingshang City that specializes in selling elixir, and these Jianghu martial arts are obviously the thugs sent by Xuanhuan Pavilion." The young man was ragged and looked like he was bitten by some monster. He lowered his head, just staring at the martial artist in the ice. Without raising his head, he said indifferently, "It is because of my brother's sacrifice that I can get the fruit of fine gold. If you want it, let's save him first." "Humph, our alchemists in Xuanhuan Pavilion are short on time, how can we come here to save him?" The leader snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "Believe it or not, anyway, in the entire Bingshang City, except for our Xuanhuan Pavilion, there is absolutely no one else who can save your brother. You prove it first." The young man in ragged clothes did not move at all, but only moved his lips and said, "Now I am also seriously injured, can you see it? Of course, my injury is much lighter than my brother's. If you can save my brother, you can save me. Let me be healed first. Let him go to Xuanhuan Pavilion? That is simply courting death." In this trading square, no one dared to do anything to him, but if he left this place, he might not be sure, if he went to Xuanhuan Pavilion, he would not be able to let him go. What if the other party doesn't save his brother? What if the other party ambushed him directly? Therefore, it is very normal for the other party to prove that he has the ability to save his brother. However, in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers, this move is a bit out of date. This kid actually offended someone from Xuanhuan Pavilion. In my opinion, only Xuanhuan Pavilion can save his brother in Bingshang City. That's right. Although his brother's heart was shattered, he was frozen in time. His vitality should not be cut off for the time being. Xuanhuan Pavilion should have a solution. So what if there is a way? These people are vicious. If it were you, would you dare to go? For a moment, the people around were whispering, but Long Yu's eyes lit up. Save the ragged young man himself? It's not difficult. He also had a bottle of healing pills, given by Shi Hasong. Except for serious injuries such as a shattered heart vein, there were basically no problems with other injuries, and the effect was excellent. Before Long Yu could make any decision, a sudden change occurred in the field. Stinky boy, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. You sell the fruit of pure gold, but you only say that you want to save your brother. Why, now you have to save you. The leader of Xuanhuan Pavilion snorted coldly and waved his hand. If you refuse to leave, our brothers will have to do it ourselves and invite you back. When he said this, the people around him were startled. This is the trading square of Bingsheng City, even the people from Xuanhuan Pavilion, how dare they do it here? Could it be that before the people from Xuanhuan Pavilion came, they had already opened up the relationship with the city lord of Bingsheng City? Otherwise, it wouldn't have come so long after the adamantine fruit appeared. Now, the young man is in danger. Many people thought in their hearts, but they didn't have the idea of intervening at all. The other party was Xuanhuan Pavilion. No matter who intervened, it would be completely difficult for their own lives. You guys, are you here to be strong? The young man in ragged clothes still didn't look up, but just asked a faint question. What's the matter? We just invite you to sit in the Xuanhuan Pavilion and save your brother, by the way. You know, our alchemists in the Xuanhuan Pavilion are all compassionate. The leader snorted coldly, and said contemptuously, it's fine if you don't lead us to the Xuanhuan Pavilion, but you still doubt us, it's a crime beyond redemption. These words are high-sounding. Since it is compassionate, even if you save me, wouldn't it be better than building a 7-level pagoda? The young man sneered. What kind of person from Xuanhuan Pavilion is there? It doesn't seem sincere at first glance. At this moment, another young man's voice came in from the outside, which surprised many people in the field. Who is it that speaks like this at such a time? When they cast their eyes on the speaker, what they saw was a black-clothed youth who was only in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he seemed to be no more than 10 years old. This person is Long Yu. He knew that if the people from Xuanhuan Pavilion took the young man away, the golden fruit would have no chance at all, so even if he would offend Xuanhuan Pavilion, he had no choice but to stand up. What are you? The Jianghu martial artist in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in Xuanhuan Pavilion looked back at Long Yu and sneered. What qualifications do you have to stand here and talk to me? In this world, speaking depends on strength. Well said, in this world, speaking depends on strength. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned slightly, and he said calmly, since you Xuanhuan Pavilion want the fruit of fine gold, and I also want the fruit of fine gold, then let's fight. If you lose, how about quitting? Saying this is like slapping that Jianghu Wuxiu in the face. He is the powerhouse at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. And the black-clothed youth in front of him is the boy in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The difference between the two sides is 2 levels of martial arts level and 4 times the basic strength. If there is a fight, it doesn't matter who wins. It's clear that this kid is looking down on him. The strong man at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm lowered his face and stared at Long Yu. You are very courageous, but unfortunately, you are ignorant of current affairs. Your life has come to an end. It's still uncertain who wins and who loses. Long Yu chuckled, and then said, by the way, brother, I, an elder, can save your brother. As for your injury, you can try this pill. After saying this, he casually threw an elixir to the ragged young man sitting on the ground. The young man seemed a little surprised, and reached out to catch the pill. Immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance spread to the surroundings, causing many people's eyes to shine with shock. Such a pill is definitely a spiritual healing pill, and this kid threw it to the young man without even thinking about it. People. But it's a pity that the boy in black seems to have a problem with his brain. I'm only at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and it's like fighting a strong man at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This is simply courting death. Although fighting is prohibited in the trading square in the City of War, it does not prohibit appointments. Just like in front of you, Long Yu had a conflict with the powerhouse at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. If there was an appointment to fight, Bingshang City would not care about it. You really have self-confidence, but unfortunately, this self-confidence is too blind. The powerhouse at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm grinned grinningly, and stood up. My name is Jin Xiong, so you don't know who you offended when you get to the underworld. Jin Xiong. Long Yu was stunned, so, even if you are killed here, no one will hold you accountable, right? Fuck your shit, if you have the ability to kill me, just come and try, I will let you do 3 tricks. Jin Xiong snorted coldly, came to Long Yu, and looked at him with disdain. Tell me 3 tricks again. Every time someone tells me that, he will die a miserable death. Long Yu was a little puzzled. Why do these people have such a sense of superiority? As soon as he saw someone with a lower level of martial arts, he tried his best to bully him, and even made 3 moves to show his strength. If it were Long Yu, he wouldn't talk nonsense with him at all, he would just kill him. Jin Xiong's appearance is very savage and rough, and he likes to use brute force to solve everything. Facing this kind of opponent, Long Yu is not afraid. There was another good show to watch. The people around gave up a large space for the 2 of them to gamble, but no one thought it would be anything exciting if it was a gamble. The 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm versus the 8th level? This is simply a joke. Everyone turned to the field, pointed and looked at Long Yu as if they were looking at a fool. However, if Long Yu had no confidence in himself, how could he propose such a high-profile gambling fight? Since you asked me to do 3 tricks, then I'm not going to be polite, don't regret it. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. You alone have the right to make me, Jin Xiong, regret it? Jin Xiong snorted coldly, not paying attention to Long Yu at all. Long Yu didn't say anything more. At this time, it is time to speak entirely on strength. He took a step forward, and when he was about to make a move, he was secretly on guard. This Jin Xiong seemed to despise him, but in fact, no one knew what was going on in his heart. If you say 3 tricks, will you really give up 3 tricks? No one who can reach the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is a fool. The seal of the subduing demon Vajra. Long Yu first used this move that he hadn't used for a long time. It was not very powerful, but the advantage was that it was fast and it was convenient for Long Yu to make follow-up reactions. Anyway, if he wanted to kill someone, it was a matter of 1 punch. Since the other party asked him to make 3 moves, there was no need for him to show his killer move at the beginning. With Long Yu's palm, a faint golden glow emerged, and the power contained in it made Jin Xiong sneer. With this little ability, how dare he challenge Jin Xiong? A murderous look appeared on Jin Xiong's ferocious face, and immediately ignored Long Yu's palm, and pulled out a machete from his waist with one hand. A ray of light from the knife instantly condensed, and came towards Long Yu's head. As expected, Jin Xiong didn't follow the 3 moves that he had agreed to make, but chose to kill Long Yu while Long Yu was making moves. Sure enough, I expected it, but it's a pity. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. The other party wanted to kill him with just a gleam of the saber. That was undoubtedly too naive. The crouching Vajra seal was completely just for him to test. Seeing the other party condensing the sword light and coming towards him, Long Yu waved his hand, and instantly condensed the aura of 9 seclusion into a barrier of the underworld, blocking him in front of him. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Jin Xiong's saber light caused everyone around to boo. He also said to make 3 moves, but Long Yu only made the first move, and Jin Xiong couldn't help but fight back, completely treating what he said as fart. Obviously, Jin Xiong also expected that Long Yucai was the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, so he dared to challenge him. He must have something to rely on. He pretended to be confident and said that he would make Long Yu 3 moves, and then kill Long Yu in one fell swoop when Long Yu relaxed his vigilance. This undoubtedly showed Jin Xiong's extreme cunning. To survive in this world where martial arts is the venerable, brute force alone is obviously not enough, brains are also very important, and Jin Xiong's cunning is also what he relies on to survive and step into a higher realm of martial arts. It's a pity that his schemes are too childish for dealing with Long Yu. Long Yu has long been on guard against him. When the other party's sword light came, Long Yu's layer of hell barrier directly condensed, and blocked the sword light with a bang. Both sides were broken, and a wave of profound energy spread out. It was a tie. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Although they despised Jin Xiong's sudden sneak attack, they all felt that this kid Long Yu was doomed, not to mention that his martial arts level was 2 levels lower, yet he actually encountered a sneak attack. But now it seems that this kid is not only powerful, but also extremely cautious. Jin Xiong's plan to sneak attack him is simply dreaming. Didn't you tell me to do 3 tricks? It seems that what you said is farting. Long Yu laughed. So, most of you people from Xuanhuan Pavilion are like this. Letting this brother go to Xuanhuan Pavilion this time is definitely out of intentions. He blocked the opponent's ultimate move, and immediately punished him with merciless words, which made Jin Xiong and the group of martial artists in Xuanhuan Pavilion all angry. Stinky boy, do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me if you block my knife? Jin Xiong yelled ferociously, die. Being blocked by a boy in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Jin Xiong felt completely shameless. If he couldn't kill this boy, what face would he have to work for Xuanhuan Pavilion in the future? I saw him waving the long knife in his hand, condensing several whirlwinds of jet black knife light, like a black cloud overwhelming the city, rushing towards Long Yu. The Yu Shui Tianmu. When Long Yu was just laughing, he had already prepared this defensive martial skill, and suddenly a thin layer of water curtain appeared around him, completely blocking the opponent's whirlwind-like jet-black saber light. Not only that, but this defensive martial skill of the middle rank of the mysterious level can also bounce back the opponent's attack power. A whirlwind of jet-black saber light swept towards Jin Xiong in turn, which surprised him. Although the power of these whirlwinds of jet-black saber light is much weaker than what he used, if he doesn't use means to defend, he will definitely be seriously injured by these rebounding saber lights. Half-moon knife. Jin Xiong waved the machete sideways in his hand, and suddenly a half-moon-shaped glow of the sword formed, which spread out instantly, blocking all the whirlwinds of jet-black sword light that bounced back. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, Long Yu's next martial skill had already struck. Yushui Vortex. A vortex of water arrived in an instant, engulfing Jin Xiong in it, causing him to spin and fly backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. Stop. Just as Long Yu was chasing after the victory and wanted to take Jin Xiong's life, the other martial arts practitioners of Xuanhuan Pavilion, who were in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, rushed up one by one, and shot at Long Yu. Xuanhuan Pavilion, really admirable, admirable. Long Yu laughed loudly, quickly backed away, and at the same time shouted, "We agreed to fight one-on-one, but I didn't expect you people from Xuanhuan Pavilion to be so vulnerable, and even want to fight more with less. Don't forget, this is the trading square in the City of Soldiers." Long Yu's last words made those martial artists at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm hesitate, and everyone paused. In the trading square, gambling is fine, but if it's a gang fight, the city lord of Bingshang City will take care of it. Boss Jean, what should we do now? They turned their eyes to Jin Xiong, who was swept away by the vortex of the water and fell to the ground, showing a questioning look. With the support of one of them, Jin Xiong barely stood up, feeling that his internal organs were constantly rolling, and the power of the vortex of water actually penetrated into his body, making his internal organs almost twisted. He, Jin Xiong, the powerhouse at the 8th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, was seriously injured by a single move by a boy at the 6th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. An incomparably ferocious look appeared on Jin Xiong's face, and he looked at Long Yu as if he wanted to tear him apart, but he knew that now he had no chance. Of course he couldn't just let Long Yu go like this. Let's go, brat, just wait and see. Jin Xiong's face was dull, and he could only leave temporarily. However, he would definitely have many follow-up measures to deal with Long Yu. When he led the group of martial cultivators at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm and turned to leave outside the trading square, Long Yu squinted his eyes. He never said that he would let Jin Xiong go. 9 Nether Blast. Looking at the backs of Jin Xiong and the others leaving, Long Yu hit the ground with a fist, and a burst of strong and fierce 9 nether chi accumulated in the ground. The next moment, it erupted suddenly, like a volcanic eruption. The jet-black column of 9 nether chi completely enveloped Jin Xiong in the crowd. There was a bang, and along with Jin Xiong's miserable scream, everyone in the arena was stunned by this scene for a moment. This kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm really dares. Regardless of his own strength, he was so courageous that he directly killed Jin Xiong, the thug of Shui Qingyun Pavilion, in front of everyone. Feeling the terrifying power of the 9 nether chi pillar, the other people in Shui Qingyun Pavilion scattered towards the surroundings one after another, watching Jin Xiong being eroded away by the 9 nether chi pillar, and turned into a mummy. A chill came out from the bottom of their hearts. They all thought that they would be able to follow Jin Xiong back soon, and then send troops from Shui Qingyun Pavilion to deal with this kid. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't let Jin Xiong go, and even killed Jin Xiong on the spot first. Stinky boy, if you offend Shui Qingyun Pavilion, you may not even know how you died. The rest of the martial artists in Shui Qingyun Pavilion looked at Long Yu threateningly one by one, and said viciously, "Then do you know who you are facing now?" Long Yu chuckled, not caring about the other party's threat at all. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have jumped out to intervene in this matter. Let's go. The martial cultivators of the Shuiqinjian Pavilion, who were at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, didn't dare to talk to Long Yudhua, and hurried away. They really couldn't tell what Long Yu's identity was. It stands to reason that there is nothing to be afraid of this face, but a mere boy in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can easily kill Jin Xiong, which shows that it is definitely not easy. For such an opponent, they dare not make their own claims, so they can only go back and report to the superiors of Shui Qingyun Pavilion first. Mysterious level martial skills are really extraordinary. Long Yu watched the people in Shuiqinjian Pavilion leave, secretly thinking about the battle just now. Jin Xiong, as the 8th level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it is a pity that the martial arts he cultivated are only mid-level and top-level sword skills at the spiritual level. Although the basic strength is tyrannical, he is completely at a disadvantage in the face of Long Yu, who is practicing Xian-level middle-grade martial arts. Of course, Jin Xiong can be said to be the weakest type of martial arts in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. His strength is even worse than Kai Xinji, the disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect that Long Yu killed before, so it is of course easy to deal with. If it was against some powerful real spirit 8th level experts, even if Long Yu wanted to win, it would not be so easy. This elixir works well. At this moment, the voice of the ragged young man in front of the booth once again attracted everyone's attention. The people around couldn't help turning their eyes to the young man, but saw that the man finally raised his head, and stopped staring at the brother in the ice. Although this young man was dressed in rags, his face was quite handsome, and he could even be said to be handsome. Although he was only 25 or 6 years old, his eyes were very mature, and when he raised his head, he looked at Long Yu. "Who made this pill?" asked the young man aloud. "It's the grandfather of a friend of mine. He is an alchemist, and his martial arts realm is the same as yours." Long Yu squinted his eyes and replied. "The realm of martial arts is the same as you." This sentence made the young man's pupils shrink. An alchemist in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm? To be honest, martial arts cultivators at the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm are not uncommon, and there are even a lot of them in many places, but alchemists at the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm are extremely rare. Because this requires Wu Shou not only to have alchemy talent, but also to have excellent martial arts talent. People who originally possessed alchemy talent were rare, but they also possessed outstanding martial arts talent, which was very rare. Any alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm is definitely an existence that is admired by others. "I trust you." The young man nodded solemnly. Long Yu was able to defeat Jin Xiong, a martial artist in Xuanhuan Pavilion, who was at the 8th level of True Spirit, with his 6th level of True Spirit martial arts, and he undoubtedly had many secrets in him. It is not surprising to say that there is an alchemist of the 9th level of the True Spirit behind him, and even this is the only way to make people feel acceptable. Otherwise, it would be too unbelievable for Long Yu to cross 2 realms and defeat his opponent. "My name is Yu Tian, what about you?" The young man introduced himself to Long Yu. "Long Yu." Long Yu answered with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Finally gained the other party's trust. It seems that Zai Song's healing elixir is indeed very useful. Just from this healing elixir, one can see Zai Song's level of alchemy. The next thing is much easier to handle, but unfortunately, Long Yu still has one thing to do in Bingshang City, and that is to go to the auction and get the Wanfa Xuanya. "Brother Long, dare to ask your friend's grandfather, where is he now?" The young man Yu Tian couldn't wait to save his brother who was frozen in the ice, so he asked eagerly. "I can't take you there yet, I still have to go to the auction house to bid for the Wanfa Profound Leaf, and I'll come back to you after I'm done." After Long Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the trading square. Lu Yuan had already taken the girl sunset dance, and went to the auction house that auctioned the mysterious leaves of Wanfa. The reason why she didn't act together with Long Yu was because she wanted to offend Shui Qingyun Pavilion, and Long Yu didn't want to implicate them. Bid for myriad Fa Xian leaf. The people around changed their faces when they heard the words, Wanfa Xuanya. It is a rare medicinal material that can only be bought with at least 50 crystal nuclei. It seems that this young man is really not simple. It can be said that even a strong man at the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm can't earn so many crystal cores in his whole life if he hunts and kills monsters non-stop. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The young man Yu Tian did not keep up with Long Yu, but watched Long Yu's leaving back, and settled down on the trading square, closing his eyes and resting his mind. The auction of Wanfa Xuanya will be held tomorrow. Just for the trust in Long Yu, Yu Tian can afford to wait for this little time. As for where to wait, it is of course the exchange square, and the entire Bingshang City is the safest place. Although Shui Qingyun Pavilion was coming in menacingly, but they didn't dare to do it after Long Yu yelled at them just now. It can be seen that they are still afraid to do it in the trading square. When Long Yu's back disappeared from Yu Tian's sight, he lowered his head and glanced at his brother who was frozen in the ice. This brother was his friend named Lu Xiu, and the two were injured precisely because they snatched the fruit of fine gold from a monster together. Lu Xiu's heart was shattered by the huge force of the monster. Yu Tian immediately used the law of frost to freeze Lu Xiu's whole body. If it were not the case, Lu Xiu would have lost his life a long time ago, and it would be impossible for him to survive such a long period of time. Now, Lu Xiu, who is frozen by ice, will not get worse. For this, Tian Yutian still has enough confidence. Wait a day, no problem. Long Yu left the trading square, and soon felt that he was being watched, but he didn't care. Next, he will go to the auction house of a big family in the city, to auction the profound leaf of 10,000 laws. If possible, it is best to get it before the auction. In that auction house, I believe Shui Qingyun Pavilion did not dare to mess around, otherwise, how would the auction be held normally? Opening an auction house, I believe that you still have the guts to fight against Shui Qingyun Pavilion, otherwise it would be too disappointing. Soon, Long Yu stepped into the auction house, and saw two girls, Lu Yuan and Xiang Wu, waiting for him, and the slim figures of the two girls attracted the attention of most people nearby. Make them a little uncomfortable. Let's go and find the person in charge here. Long Yu greeted, and then led the two girls to the auction venue inside. The auction venue at this time is still in the process of setting up, preparing for tomorrow's auction, and of course the steward of the auction house is also preparing here. My guest, the auction will not start until tomorrow, and it is not open today. Long Yu and the two girls came to the entrance of the auction venue, and two martial arts guards stopped them and explained something. I want to meet you who are in charge, it's about xuanhuan. Long Yu said calmly. Xuanhuan. The wuxios of the two guards were taken aback when they heard the words, and then nodded. Guest, please wait a moment, I will report to Director Zhang right away. After saying this, one of them turned around and ran towards the auction venue to report. It was about xuanhuan. The two guards did not dare to be careless, so they notified the manager first anyway, and another reason was that they did not dare to offend Long Yuxuan after seeing his extraordinary bearing. Not long after, the guard Wu Xiu led a middle-aged man in a brown robe out of the trading venue, and saw Long Yu and the two women at a glance. It's you, do you want to talk to me about xuanhuan? The middle-aged man in the brown robe had a look of impatience in his eyes. These days, there were too many martial artists who came to ask about xuanhuan, and he had seen dozens of waves. He was able to come out to see Long Yu entirely because of his duty. In order to auction off the most precious thing in this auction, the xuanhuan, at a good price, he dared not ignore all the martial arts who came to ask about xuanhuan. This is an order from the auction house to the manager, and of course he dare not disobey. However, there was still obvious impatience in his eyes, especially when he saw Long Yu and the two girls, who were still so young. It doesn't matter if you are young. The most important thing is that he has never seen these three people before, that is to say, these three people are not from Bingshang City. If we were talking about outsiders, there wasn't a single city within 1,000 miles that could match the scale of Bingshang City. Do these three young people really have the capital to ask about xuanhuan? Not bad, Manager Zhang? Long Yu squinted his eyes, and didn't care too much about the other party's attitude, and said bluntly, I came here to ask, is it possible to sell the 10,000 laws profound leaf directly to us without going through an auction? These words made the manager Zhang laugh out loud. Little brother, you came all the way here just to tell such a joke? Whether it's a joke or not, you know it. Long Yu shook his head and said, I just want to ask you, if this xuanhuan is auctioned normally, how much can it be sold for? 50 crystal cores? 60 crystal cores? These two prices are the normal price of xuanhuan. Although this alchemy medicinal material is very rare, there will not be too many people who actually need it. At the auction, someone can buy it at this price, which is quite good for this auction house. So what? Manager Zhang said indifferently, even if it is 50 or 60 crystal nuclei, it is the result of the auction. If you want to buy it directly, can you give me 100 crystal nuclei? 100 crystal nuclei is definitely a sky-high price for xuanhuan. This has reached the double price of the true value of xuanhuan. If someone dares to sell it, Manager Zhang will certainly dare to sell it, but the problem is, he doesn't believe that the young man in front of him can come up with so many crystal cores. You know, with 100 crystal nuclei, even their entire auction house can't make so much profit after a year or two of busy work. Seeing the slight disdain in Manager Zhang's eyes, Long Yu didn't care, but directly took out 100 crystal nuclei from his bosom. It's not that I can't give you 100 crystal nuclei, the key still depends on how much you sell. Not for sale. If the other party is willing to sell, it is of course a good thing for Long Yu, it can save a lot of time and trouble. Of course, in this way, the reputation of the auction house will definitely be greatly affected, but this has nothing to do with Long Yu. The first thing he has to do is to guarantee himself. As for the auction house, what does it have to do with him? Let's see if the manager has the guts to sell it to him. 100 crystal nuclei, and dozens of extra crystal nuclei out of thin air, made Mr. Zhang, who was wearing a brown robe, swallow his saliva. This is really too tempting. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him is so rich and powerful, it is amazing. However, Mr. Zhang himself is incapable of making decisions. Little brother, I'll ask my superiors first, please wait here, I'll come as I go. Manager Zhang smiled respectfully, then turned around, and sternly shouted to the waiters around him, why don't you take these 3 distinguished guests to Yagu for a rest and pour a pot of good tea? Those waiters hurried up, ready to entertain Long Yu and the others, to take their seats in the accord. Those who are eligible to be seated in the accord can be regarded as important figures in the entire Bingsheng city. Now that this young man is so rich and powerful, he is definitely qualified to be seated in the accord if he takes out 100 crystal nuclei directly. Together with the 2 girls, Long Yu went to the Yage pavilion of the auction house to take a seat, and soon there were waiters offering tea and snacks graciously, and the service was extremely thoughtful. This auction house seems to be pretty good, and the manager Zhang is quite a man. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, quite satisfied with the auction house's service. It's hard to say now. Long Yu lowered his voice and said, as the saying goes, money does not show itself. We are outsiders, and the level of martial arts is not high, but we have so many crystal cores on our bodies. This auction house may have some evil intentions. It shouldn't be so? This auction house is one of the best in Bingsheng City, so it shouldn't be so shameless. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. But Long Yu shook his head, his heart is sinister, this Lu Yuan has never experienced it, so I'm afraid she doesn't understand it very well. In fact, the only reason why this auction house dare not do anything is that they are afraid of someone behind them. After all, if a boy in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can take out 100 crystal nuclei, who would believe that there is no one behind them? All in all, one must be careful in doing things, otherwise a big mistake will be caused if one is not careful. Long Yuan was in Yage, but his mind had drifted to the auction venue just now. He looked in from the door just now, and saw many auction items were carefully packaged and placed in the background. If the other party really has some unruly intentions, Long Yu has to think of other ways. Bingsheng City is not any other place, it is impossible for Long Yu to fly around like in Beihai City, after all, there is a strong man from the secret realm of heaven and man sitting here, so it is impossible for him to act recklessly. I have to take one step at a time. Long Yu thought in his heart. Soon, the manager's voice came from outside the accord, and judging from the footsteps, there were many other people walking with him. 3 distinguished guests, I have kept you waiting for a long time. The superiors of our auction house have agreed to sell you the profound leaf of myriad laws at the price of 100 crystal nuclei. Director Zhang's voice came from outside the accord. Come in. Long Yu said out loud. Following his words, the door of accord was pushed open, but immediately there was a murderous aura coming in from outside the door. This murderous aura made Long Yu suddenly aware that something was wrong. Walk. Long Yu didn't even think about it, he lifted the table with one hand, and threw the table towards the door of the accord. Immediately afterwards, he held Lu Yuan in one hand and Sunset Dance in the other, stretched out his dark wings behind him, blasted open the window of the Accord without hesitation, and flew out. "Don't let him get away." A loud shout came from outside the Accord, and then the table was shattered by the huge force that followed, and several martial cultivators from the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, dressed in black and wearing black masks, broke in. When they saw that Long Yu was about to take the two girls away from the window, they each showed grim smiles, and chased after them with agility and martial arts. Originally, they thought that Long Yu wanted to escape by jumping out of the window. In that case, with their martial arts realm, they could easily catch up to Long Yu. But soon they found out that they were wrong. After Long Yu jumped out of the window with the two girls, he flew straight into the sky, and disappeared from their sight after a while. "This kid has flying soldiers." Manager Zhang walked into the window of the Accord with a dark face, and raised his head to look at the sky. "Miscalculated." The duck in his hand flew away like this. Now, how should he explain to his superiors? If this little matter can't be done well, his position as the manager may not be guaranteed. "Check it out for me." Director Zhang immediately ordered, and at the same time knew that he must be fully prepared. He can be sure that Long Yu will definitely come back, not for anything else, just for xuanhuan. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu took the two daughters and flew away from the auction house, and soon returned to the trading square in Bingsheng City, and landed quietly in a small alley. "It's so annoying, I didn't expect this auction house to really see the money." Lu Yuan's face was full of resentment. "It's almost as I expected. Since they are not benevolent, then I don't need to pay attention to the morals of the world with them." Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Even if the other party said that he would not sell Myriad Law Profound Leaf and asked him to participate in the auction tomorrow, he would not have any objection. After all, the auction house did have principles to follow. However, the other party actually sent people to kill people and rob money. Who can bear such behavior? Since the other party is like this, there is no need for Long Yu to say anything more to the other party. xuanhuan, Long Yuji is sure to get it, since the other party refuses to sell it, then he will steal it by chance, and get it in his hands no matter what. Let's go to the trading square first." Lu Yuan, Yu, and Xiao Wu, together with Na Tian Yutian, quietly walk out of the city on a small path, to meet Mr. Shi. Long Yu quickly made a plan in his mind. Before coming, Mr. Shi had let them obtain 2 kinds of medicinal materials, and then sent troops to the city of Shang, meeting at a lake outside the city of soldiers. Now xuanhuan has not succeeded, and it is relatively difficult. Long Yu wants Lu Yuan and Xiangwu to leave together first, and go to the agreed place to meet up with Tian Yutian, who has the fruit of pure gold. As for Long Yu himself, he used some means to get Myriad Fa Xuanya into his hands. Lu Yuan had no objection to this, and of course Sunset Dance had no objection, and soon the 3 of them took action, returned to the trading square in the center of Bingsheng City, and found the handsome young man Tian Yutian again. "Brother Tian, these 2 are my friends. The alchemist I mentioned is Xiao Wu's grandfather." Long Yu pointed to the Sunset Dance, and then said to Tian Yutian, "Now, she will take you to meet her grandfather first, and you have to protect them during this journey." "Brother Long, don't worry." Tian Yutian nodded solemnly. Just because of his brother Lu Xiao, it is impossible for him to have any unruly intentions towards Xiang Wu and Lu Yuan. If he is in danger, Tian Yutian will definitely protect the 2 girls with all his might. The 4 of them quickly left the trading square with the piece of ice that had frozen Lu Xiao, and then quickly wandered around the city of Bingsheng for a few times, quickly throwing off everyone who followed. Tian Yutian, with ice cubes, and the 2 girls Lu Yuan and Xiang Wu, quietly left near a small city gate. In this way, the only ones who know their whereabouts are the city guards of Bingsheng City, and the city guards of Bingsheng City are quite fair, and it is impossible to convey the news to the Chamber of Commerce in the city such as Shui Qingyun Pavilion. As for Long Yu, he was completely hidden in Bingshang City. Neither Shui Qingyun Pavilion nor manager Zhang of the auction house could find any news about him at all. Night fell. Long Yu quietly came to the vicinity of the auction house, and saw that there was indeed a group of tyrannical martial artists guarding him. Among them, there seemed to be several black-clothed killers who wanted to chase him down during the day. These few are all experts in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and with Long Yu's strength alone, they are definitely unable to resist. But the goal of Long Yu's trip is not to deal with these people, but to get the Wanfa Xuanhuan. Knowing that I need Myriad Arts Profound Leaf, and such a high-profile announcement that I am going to auction Myriad Arts Profound Leaf, it is very likely that this thing is not in this auction house. Long Yu hid in the dark, squinting his eyes. If you want to know where the Myriad Arts Profound Leaf is kept, you have to ask the internal members of the auction house, otherwise, the Myriad Faculty's Profound Leaf must be preserved preciously. Even if there is plenty of spiritual energy, it is impossible for people to find it easily. Could it be that someone from the auction house needs to be arrested and asked for information? However, if you are not a high-ranking person, you will definitely not know where the Wanfa Profound Leaf is placed. But a high-ranking person must have a very high level of martial arts, at least the same as that chief manager, reaching the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This put Long Yu in a difficult situation. It seems that only the set of secret techniques derived from the 9 Nether Dragon Seal can be used. Due to the emergence of the ancient consciousness before, Long Yu had a subconscious resistance to the 9 Yulong Seal, so he didn't want to use some derived secret techniques. But now, it seems that it is necessary to use it. It's just a set of spirit-seeking techniques, there shouldn't be too strong sequelae. Long Yu thought in his heart. This set of spirit-seeking techniques is a secret technique used to feel the richness of the surrounding world's aura, and it is very effective for treasure hunting. More than half a year ago, he was misunderstood by the old man, Shi Hasong, seriously injured with one palm, and fell into the waterfall. When he was unconscious at that time, many memories of the Jiuyo tribe appeared in his mind, including the teaching of using the spirit-seeking technique. It is said that this spirit-seeking technique, when performed, has a shocking effect, allowing me to see the distribution of spiritual energy in the world around me at a glance. I don't know if it is true. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu hid in the dark, and directly followed the method he remembered, and began to condense the profound energy in his body, preparing to perform the spirit-seeking technique. Since this is just a set of secret techniques, it only involves the application of profound energy, so there is no need to comprehend anything. As long as there is a method, it can be used. There is no need to comprehend it like martial arts, from beginner to small success and then to great success. It didn't take long for Long Yu to feel that his eyes were covered with a strange layer of 9 nether chi. Through this layer of 9 nether chi, the whole world he looked out really changed a lot. In the usually empty mid-air, there is some gray mist floating. These mists are undoubtedly the relatively low concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ordinary people cannot see the aura of heaven and earth with the naked eye, but after Long Yu used this secret method of seeking spirits, he was able to see the existence of aura of heaven and earth. There seems to be no sequelae. Long Yu was always vigilant in his heart, but after a while, nothing happened, which gradually made him feel relieved. He looked around, but he saw that the entire Bingshang city was almost gray and white. It could be seen that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not abundant in Bingshang city. But in his line of sight, on top of these gray and white colors, there are occasionally many light spots of other colors. These light spots, the eyes from light to dark, represent the higher concentration of heaven and earth aura, and different eye colors represent the nature of their heaven and earth aura. The aura of heaven and earth is actually the same as the properties of herbs, and it is divided into 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, for ordinary martial arts, the aura of heaven and earth, with various attributes, can be absorbed equally, so it is not necessary. Need to be differentiated. In the auction house, there are indeed the most such spots. It seems that there are indeed a lot of good things. Long Yu saw at the auction house that light dots representing the aura of heaven and earth appeared one after another, representing those pills filled with rich aura of heaven and earth. And in a restaurant behind the auction house, there was an extremely conspicuous golden light spot, which immediately attracted Long Yu's attention. Golden light spot. It is the gathering of metallic heaven and earth spiritual energy. Judging by this brightness, it is at least on the same level as the pure gold fruit. Could it be that it is the myriad magic profound leaf? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. Myriad magic profound leaf does indeed contain metallic medicinal properties, and the aura of heaven and earth it possesses is of course also metallic. This made Long Yu aware of it, and immediately stopped using the spirit-seeking technique. He was really afraid of the after-effects of performing this secret technique, but now it seems that everything is fine. Everything in his sight returned to normal, but when he looked towards the restaurant behind the auction house, he saw that the restaurant hadn't closed yet, and many wushou guests were drinking and having fun in it. Very unhappy. Long Yu couldn't tell at a glance who opened this restaurant, but it didn't matter to him, anyway, he only needed to get the xuanhuan he needed. Director Zhang, you expected that I would come back because of xuanhuan, but you never expected that I would find xuanhuan's location at a glance. There was a burst of sarcasm in Long Yu's eyes. Near the auction house, there are countless powerhouses hidden. Once Long Yu appears, it will be difficult to fly, and there is nowhere to escape. However, the restaurant where myriad Fa Xianyi was stored was not well guarded. Because absolutely no one would know that they stored myriad Fa Xianyi in that restaurant. Xuanhuan, they store them in extremely precious special wooden boxes, which can minimize the leakage of the herb's spiritual energy, and it is absolutely impossible for others to feel it. However, Long Yu saw the location of xuanhuan at a glance through the spirit-seeking technique. Who would have thought of this? Now that he knows the location of xuanhuan, Long Yu will use his means to take revenge on the manager Zhang and the auction house. Who told you to face the guests and actually want to kill the guests and rob the money? A dignified auction house actually saw Kai's idea, which would undoubtedly make people laugh out loud, but for Long Yu, fortunately he could fly, otherwise he would have died by now. How can one not avenge one's life? Now Long Yu only wanted to take away the other party's myriad art's mysterious leaf, which was already very magnanimous. Judging from the position of the golden light spot just now, xuanhuan is stored in the basement of this restaurant, and it is very difficult to enter it quietly. Long Yu hid in the dark, squinted his eyes, and quickly thought of a way. He quietly arrived at the back of the restaurant, set fire to the base of the restaurant, and at the same time shouted loudly, "It's on fire, it's on fire. Come and put out the fire." As soon as the sound came out, accompanied by the astonishing flames burning at the back of the restaurant, everyone in the restaurant was immediately surprised. On fire? What a big deal a fire is. Those present, who has practiced water martial arts? Please go and put out the fire. Most of the people remained calm and did not even look at the flames behind them. If a place like this is on fire, any martial artist who has practiced water-type martial arts can easily put it out. But before they could react, there was a shock in the whole restaurant. Earthquake, earthquake, run away! Accompanied by a burst of exclamation, at this moment, the martial artists in the restaurant were slightly moved. Earthquake, although it is not a big disaster for a strong person with a certain level of martial arts, it is still a very troublesome thing after all. The fire has not been extinguished, and the earthquake has continued. At this moment, the people in the restaurant couldn't sit still anymore, they got up one after another, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In fact, the earthquake in this restaurant was entirely caused by Long Yu alone. With a thought in his mind, he mobilized his profound energy, attracting the chi of the 9 secluded underground to gather, and violently impacted under the restaurant, creating the illusion of an earthquake. When everyone in the restaurant was in chaos, Long Yu took the opportunity to punch a passage leading to the basement, sneaked into it, and took away an extremely delicate and precious wooden box. Its myriad law profound leaf. Long Yu directly opened the wooden box, a burst of strong medicinal fragrance came to his face, and a long and narrow tree leaf with bright colors appeared in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he closed the wooden box, threw it into the 9 nether space, and returned to the ground as quickly as possible. He didn't pay attention to the chaotic restaurant, but directly activated the Taiyin wings, performed the dance of the dragon and sparrow, and the wings quickly stretched out, leading him to fly into the sky. Long Yu's pair of black wings were not conspicuous at all in the dark night, almost no one could find his trace. An accident happened in the restaurant here, and the bodyguards in the auction house didn't move at all. Obviously, they didn't know that Xuanhuan was placed in the basement of this restaurant. Long Yu succeeded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Apparently, the other party was also afraid that there would be some important person behind Long Yu, who would forcibly capture their people and interrogate them. Now, they don't even know where the Wanfa Xuanya is, how can they interrogate them? It's a pity that no one would have imagined that there would be someone in this world who would know the secret art of finding spirits. Without anyone knowing it, Long Yu took away the Wanfa Xuanya. When the people from the auction house found out, Long Yu had long disappeared, and these people couldn't even find out who took the myriad art's profound leaf. Since you guys want to take advantage of me, then I won't be polite. Long Yu disappeared into the night sky at an extremely fast speed. It is indeed unjust to snatch other people's things like this, but who will let the other party do unkind things first? Long Yu took Wanfa Xuanya away without any guilt at all. Not long after, Long Yu flew out of Bingsheng City, headed all the way to the direction where he had agreed to meet Zisong, and decided to wait for Zisong's arrival there. In the city of soldiers. Before dawn, the city lord's mansion was guarded by someone, ready to report a major event to the city lord. The Wanfa Xuanya, which was going to be auctioned today, was stolen by a mysterious person in the middle of the night, without anyone noticing it. This is a big deal. You must know that the auction will be held the next day, and those who want to auction Wanfa Xuanya not only have many family forces in Bingsheng City, but also representatives of many sect forces in Beihai Kingdom. If Wanfa Xuanya can't be taken out at that time, wouldn't it be a shame for Bingsheng City? Therefore, Manager Zhang of the auction house came to the gate of the city lord's mansion in person and wanted to report this matter to the city lord. However, everyone knows that night is the time for the city lord to practice, not to mention him as Manager Zhang, even the real backstage of the auction house. He dare not disturb the city lord of Bingsheng City. Manager Zhang, who was wearing a brown robe, was helpless and could only stand at the gate of the city lord's mansion, waiting for the night to pass. Although it was only a short half-night, this short half-night was the most difficult period of life for Mr. Zhang. Wanfa Xuanya is one of the most precious things he has handled in his life. If such a thing is lost, can he not be in a hurry? After waiting thousands and thousands of times, he finally waited until dawn and got the opportunity to enter the city lord's mansion to report the matter. After a long time, when Manager Zhang came out of the city lord's mansion, he had a relieved expression on his face. Finally, the city lord promised to deal with this matter. What excites Manager Zhang the most is that the city lord actually saw what happened last night, and he clearly knows where the other party has gone. If the city lord takes action, there will definitely be no problem. I thought this life was going to be over. Manager Zhang was so frightened that he was in a cold sweat. If this matter can't be found out, with his ability, he will definitely be pushed out by the upper management of the auction house as a scapegoat, and then he will never have a chance to stand up in his life. Now with the help of the city lord, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Long, you didn't know that the manager of the auction house in the city had the cheek to ask the lord of Bingsheng City for help. He flew all the way out of the city, and just as the sun was rising, he saw the lake that he had agreed to meet with Zisong. The clear water was rippled, and the water was sparkling. This is a very big lake, and Long Yufei couldn't see the edge of the lake at a height of hundreds of feet. In Beihai, there are countless lakes like this, and this is just one of them that is a little bit special. Because the edge of this lake is crooked, it looks exactly like the word dancing, so it is called Dancing Lake, and it is not well known in Beihai. Small. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger, from far to near, quickly struck. Could someone sneak attack? Long Yu's face changed drastically. He is flying hundreds of feet in the air now, and the only ones who can attack him are those who can also fly in the heavenly human secret realm. However, when he turned around, he didn't see anyone else in the sky around him. Instead, there seemed to be several people chasing him on the ground. One of them, the true spirit of the long bow, emerged from behind, pulled the carving bow to the full moon, and shot an arrow that made Long Yu's heart palpitate. He is a member of the 10,000 Arrow sect. Long Yu frowned slightly. How did the people of Wanjianzong find his trace? If it is a coincidence, it is really a coincidence. The most important thing is that among the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect below, there is actually a strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, and it is this strong man who shoots the arrow. For a powerhouse of this level, Long Yu is definitely no match. Qi Tianpeng. Looking around, Long Yu saw that among the 7 or 8 members of the 10,000 Arrow sect, except for the strongest one, the rest were all martial artists of the 7th or 8th level of True Spirits. The dead Qi Tianpeng. Long Yu killed Kai Xinji, but Qi Tianpeng had no time to pay attention and let him escape. I didn't expect to meet here again, and the other party called a lot of helpers, including the strong man of the 9th layer of True Spirit. It's just that the target of this arrow doesn't seem right. While flying forward, Long Yu was somewhat puzzled. The disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect with the 9th level of True Spirit clearly aimed at Long Yu, but the arrow he shot flew forward smoothly. This is shooting long, not high at all. This guy, what's going on, huh? Just when Long Yu couldn't figure it out, he suddenly trembled all over. At this moment, he finally saw that the arrow shot by the other party that made his heart palpitate was aimed at the shadow left behind by Chaoyang. No matter how high he flies, he is always illuminated by the sun and always leaves a shadow on the ground. But the opponent's arrow made Long Yu unable to react at all, and hit his shadow on the ground. Shadow-binding arrow. Qi Tianpeng laughed loudly from below. Senior brother Youqiong, this arrow is really wonderful. I want to see how this bird boy can escape this time. The shadow-binding arrow is a super spiritual martial skill of the 10,000 Arrow sect. When an arrow hits the opponent's shadow, it can make the opponent unable to move. It is very useful to deal with guys who are not familiar with the martial arts of Wanjianzong, because no one would have thought that they would target their own shadows. The real spirit 9th level powerhouse known as Senior Brother Yupor is a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he has a smug expression on his face. That's natural. The arrow has already reached the stage of great achievement. Even if this kid is mixed with the shadow of the clouds, he will never escape my arrow. Following his words, Long Yu, who was flying in the sky, froze as expected. His whole body seemed to be restrained. He couldn't even struggle. Look quickly, that kid is about to fall. Haha, Senior Brother Youqiong. This time you have made a great contribution and avenged junior brother Kai Xinji. Qi Tianpeng laughed loudly, pointing at Long Yu, who was falling gradually, not to mention how proud he was. Revenge is certainly a pleasure, but don't forget that our most important thing is to get all the secrets from this kid and report it back to the master. The middle-aged brother Youqiong said indifferently, don't forget, the elder has listened to your report on this person, but he is very interested in him. That is, there is a poor senior brother here, and the senior brother is in charge of everything. Qi Tianping immediately flattered him. The implication is that there are certain things on this kid that a poor senior brother can take away directly, and Qi Tianping will never say a word. Even if the elders of the sect ask, he will help to conceal it. The following group of 10,000 arrow sect disciples were all confidants of this senior brother Youqiong, so naturally they didn't say much. All of their gazes were focused on Long Yu, who was in mid-air, watching him flapping his wings crookedly and gradually falling from the sky towards the ground. There is such a martial skill. Long Yu felt that he was bound by that arrow like the shadow on the ground, so he couldn't help clenching his teeth. However, no matter how he resisted, he couldn't break the arrow's shackles on his shadow. That shadow-binding god arrow was shot by a strong man of the 9th layer of true spirit. With Long Yu's current strength, it is of course still a long way from breaking it. After being restrained by this shadow-binding arrow, Long Yu felt that the profound energy in his body was completely sealed, and he couldn't use a single bit of it, and of course he couldn't use any martial skills. The jet-black dragon finch wings behind him quickly dissipated, leaving only the pair of lunar wings still tossing and turning. If it was in the past, without Long Yu's urging, the Taiyin wings would be able to fly with Long Yu, and it would be impossible to fall from a high altitude like now. But now, he has a conflict with Taiyin Yui. Taiyin Yui was naturally unwilling to save him. After all, he killed Gigi envoy Zigan of the Shangkong tribe and sold his body to a human monk. Because of this, Taiyin wings kept tossing and frothing, wanting to fly with Long Yu at one moment, but at the other moment being extremely resistant to it. Not long after, Long Yu was about to fall to the shore of the Wuhu Lake, and was captured by the disciples of the Wanjian sect. But Long Yu was not worried. Because he had already seen several people running together not far away, 2 of them were so familiar, they were the white-haired Lu Yuan and the little girl Xiangwu. There is another person, the handsome young man Tian Yutian, who has also reached the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu squinted his eyes, secretly guessing, this Tian Yutian dare to fight against Wang Jianzong? If Tian Yutian didn't dare to go against the 10,000 arrow sect, then not only Long Yu, but even Lu Yuan and Xiangwu would not be able to escape the grasp of these 10,000 arrow sect disciples. In this way, Tian Yutian will definitely not be able to save his brother Lu Xiao. But if it is really against the Wang Jianzong, it can be said that Tian Yutian will never be able to continue living and practicing in the Beihai Kingdom in the future, and it is very likely that the people of the Wang Jianzong will target him and shoot him to death with random arrows. Long Yu didn't know what choice Tian Yutian would make. However, he actually already had a general answer in his heart. How could such a young man who would sell the fruit of pure gold for the sake of his brother's life back down at this time? Bang! Long Yu fell from a high place and fell heavily to the ground. The violent impact caused lightning flashes all over his body, helping him resist the impact of falling from a high place. Long Yu, who had achieved the Thunder Overlord body, fell from a height without suffering any damage at all. However, his shadow was still firmly restrained by the shadow-binding arrow, making him unable to move. Go and catch him. Youqiong, senior brother of Wang Jianzong, with a faint smile on his face, ordered Qi Tianping and the others to rush towards Long Yu with an impressive order. But soon, they discovered that they were not the first batch of people to reach Long Yu's side. This brother, who are you? Qi Tianping took the lead and couldn't wait to catch Long Yu, but found that there was already a handsome young man standing in front of Long Yu, so he couldn't help but sullen. Our 10,000 arrow sect is doing business, idlers are waiting, hurry up and get out. Qi Tianping was alone, and he didn't care that Tian Yutian was at the 9th level of the True Spirit, and directly wanted to use the Wang Jianzong to suppress him. It's a pity, but Qi Tianping said, this guy and this Long Yu are in the same group, let senior brother Youqiong deal with it, and besides, there are 2 beauties, just for us to enjoy? While talking, Qi Tianping looked at Lu Yuan and Xiangwu behind Tian Yutian, his eyes glistened with malicious intentions. Humph, looking for death. Tian Yutian came rushing forward, seeing the wretched look in the eyes of these guys, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. He had been with Lu Yuan and Xiang Wu for such a short period of time, so of course he got to know them a little bit, and Xiang Wu's innocence that day made him feel a little affectionate. At this moment, seeing this group of 10,000 Arrow sect members so unscrupulous, how could Tian Yutian suppress the anger in his heart? Purple light field. Tian Yutian let out a cold snort, and immediately raised his hand. A burst of purple light flashed from behind him, and spread around in an instant. The field of purple light, the power of the field cultivated by comprehending the law of purple light, is a kind of law of the sky tablet. It's the law of the sky tablet, it's over. As soon as Qi Tianpeng and the others felt the power in this burst of purple light, their faces changed drastically, and everyone's mood suddenly turned from good to bad. The law of the Tianbei, the law of the seal level, is what almost all martial artists in the Tianyu continent are pursuing. If he can comprehend a law of the sky tablet, he will have the ability to fight against several martial artists of the same level. No wonder, this person is able to win the golden fruit from the tyrannical monster together with his brother Lu Xiu. Even so, the price of Lu Xiu's heart being shattered was paid, so it can be seen how difficult it is to obtain such a rare medicinal material as the golden fruit. As soon as the purple light domain came out, Qi Tianpeng and the others wanted to retreat and run away. They knew that the handsome young man in front of them was by no means something they could deal with, even if they were poor seniors, it would be difficult for them to match this guy. Heart-piercing arrow rain. At this moment, the brother Youqiong, who was always behind, finally released the true spirit of the longbow, and then performed a move of a super-spiritual martial skill. Suddenly, thousands of arrows poured towards Tian Yutian like a downpour. Long Yu has seen this move before, and now it is being used by senior brother Youqiong of the 9th layer of true spirit. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to resist it. However, this is a piece of cake for Tian Yutian. The Tomb of Purple Light. Tian Yutian's eyes shone brightly, and with a wave of his hand, a tombstone made of purple light burst out from the ground, and it became larger in an instant. This tombstone made of purple light completely blocked the rain of heart-piercing arrows at once, and after resisting thousands of arrows, it didn't even have the slightest damage. When Long Yu saw it, he couldn't help applauding him, and he had a deeper understanding of Tian Yutian's strength. If I can unite the true spirit and step into the 7th level of the true spirit, I will definitely have no problem dealing with the ordinary 9th level true spirit powerhouses, such as the poor senior brother Wanjianzong. But if I am against a strong man at the level of Ueda Yutian, those who are still powerless. The same strong man in the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm is also divided into several levels, and there is a huge gap between them. Once you reach heaven, even the weakest martial artist in the secret realm of heaven and human is stronger than the strongest true spirit 9-level expert, this is beyond doubt. In the entire Tianyu continent, there has never been a true spirit 9th-level martial artist who can kill the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. Want to run? A cold light flashed across Tian Yutian's eyes, and then he raised his hand, and the tombstone made of purple light flew up, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, and covered Qi Tianpeng, senior brother Youqiong and others who turned and fled. There was a loud bang, and the purple light tombstone hit everyone in the Wanjian sect and crushed them heavily to the ground. In the purple light, blood splattered, and it could be seen that the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect were all dead. At the same time, Long Yu finally felt that he was no longer restrained. Following the death of the senior brother Youqiong of the 10,000 Arrow sect, the pressure in his whole body was gone, and he jumped up. Brother Long, I didn't expect you to be able to fly out. It's really unexpected. Tian Yutian dealt with the people of Wanjian sect, as if he dealt with a group of flies. He didn't take it seriously at all, and turned to smile at Long Yu, who stood up. Even if Tian Yutian comprehends the law of the purple light steel and possesses the power beyond the ordinary 9th-level true spirit powerhouse, he still cannot fly unless he can break through the bottleneck and achieve the unity of heaven and man. However, this does not know how long it will take. Brother Tian, you have mastered the law of the steel, isn't it just as unexpected? Long Yu smiled slightly, patted the dust on his body, and then turned around. By the way, aren't you afraid that one arrow sect will trouble you? Wanjianzong, I don't like them at all, and now I'm not just doing it for you. Tian Yutian spread his hands and said with a smile, my brother Lu Xiu and I once wanted to join the Wanjian sect, but were despised and rejected by him. Although this Wanjian sect is a major sect in the Beihai Kingdom, it is getting more and more corrupt and decadent. The day is not far away. I see. Long Yu also smiled. It can be heard that when Tian Yutian and Lu Xiu wanted to join the 10,000 Arrow sect, they were bullied by the 10,000 Arrow sect, and they really had some grudges against them. By the way, when will that senior alchemist come over? Tian Yutian changed the subject and asked. Just a few days, it won't be too long. Long Yu said. In fact, it was today that Shi Hisong had agreed with him before, but in order to prevent accidents, he did not directly say that he would arrive today, but said that he would be there in a few days. This is to prevent Tian Yutian from giving Tian Yutian the illusion that he has been deceived once Zisong doesn't come, which is not very good. Well, let's wait here for a few days. Tian Yutian nodded. Immediately, everyone started to work together, dragging all the corpses of the group of 7 disciples of Wanjian sect, and throwing them into the vast Wuhu lake beside them. No matter where in Beihai country, there is a convenient place to dispose of corpses. Therefore, these lakes and rivers in the North Sea country will have corpses popping up from time to time, and the people of the North Sea country are used to this. After disposing of these corpses, Long Yu didn't get any good things from them. The 10,000 Arrow sect disciples seemed to be very poor, and they seldom carried anything like soldiers. As for money, there were only a few thousand crystal coins, so Long Yu naturally looked down upon them. The people from the auction house did this, and saved me 100 crystal nuclei. Long Yu thought in his heart. Long Yu, what's the matter, has the myriad Fa Xianyi succeeded? After dealing with the body of the 10,000 Arrow sect, Lu Yuan asked aloud. Successful. Long Yu smiled slightly. That's good, the behavior of the auction house is too annoying. The little girl Sunset Dance said bitterly. Kindly come to the door to ask if you can buy something, if you don't sell it, you don't sell it, but in the end you send killers to chase them down, what a brazen robbery. Regarding this, Tian Yutian also heard from the 2 women, and nodded at this time and said, the fairy treasure auction house has always been so tough because it is run by a big family in Bingsheng City. Wu Shou suffered greatly from it. Brother Long was able to snatch the myriad Fa Xian leaf from his hand. It's amazing, amazing. Brother Tian has won the prize. While talking, Long Yu frowned slightly. He turned around and glanced in the direction of Bingsheng City, but saw a group of wuxia wearing blue costumes, running towards this side quickly on the grassland. This kind of clothing, Long Yu seems to have known him before. Isn't it the person from Shui Qingyun Pavilion in Bingsheng City? These people are also coming for us. Tian Yutian frowned slightly, turned around, and stood in front of Long Yu and the others. I'll deal with them. This pedestrian, it seems that the first 3 are all people of the 9th level of true spirits. Brother Tian, are you sure? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It shouldn't be a problem, but the rest of the minions have to be handled by you. Tian Yutian said. The rest of the minions are all martial artists of the 8th level of true spirit and the 7th level of true spirit, so it is not a problem for Long Yu. Tian Yutian can be sure of this point, because he has personally witnessed Long Yuba kill the Shui Qingyun Pavilion powerhouse, Jin Xiong, who is the 8th level true spirit. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. There was a group of 12 people rushing from the Xuanhuan pavilion. Among them were 3 experts of the 9th level of true spirits, followed by 4 experts of the 8th level of true spirits, and 5 experts of the 7th level of true spirits. Such a strength, even in Bingshang City, is considered quite strong. Xuanhuan Pavilion sent such a large group of people to deal with Tian Yutian and Long Yu, which shows that Tian Yutian is quite afraid. The power of the law of the purple light steel is not a joke. Ordinary people with 9 levels of true spirits are definitely not Tian Yutian's opponent. Since they are all here, wouldn't it be nice for us to strike first? Tian Yutian laughed, stepped forward, and took the initiative to meet this group of people from Xuanhuan Pavilion. Although Long Yu didn't know how the opponent came here, but at this moment, he could only fight with the opponent, and this was the only way to go. After all, they still have to wait here for Shi Hasong. If they leave, what if they can't find anyone? What's more, even if Long Yu can fly away, it is impossible to bring Tian Yutian and his brother Lu Xiu in the ice. This battle is destined to be fought. Tian Yutian stepped forward, and within a short while he was within tens of meters of the other party. Then he waved his hand, and purple light radiated from his whole body, completely rendering the space around him into a piece of purple. Purple light field. Tian Yutian shouted sharply, and a purple leopard appeared immediately behind him. This is his condensed true spirit entity. Since he was about to fight 3 against 1, he released the true spirit in one encounter, enhancing the power of the law of purple light. My second child, and I hold him back. The rest of you, get rid of other people who are in the way first. Shui Qinjianj was the leader, with a long and narrow scar on his face. He looked ruthless at first glance, and made an instant decision. 2 people of the 9th level of true spirit held Tian Yutian back. Others, deal with Long Yu and the others. The Scar martial artist also knows that it is impossible to defeat Tian Yutian with 2 people of the 9th level of the true spirit joining forces like him. People will be resolved first. Don't think about it. Tian Yutian snarled, trying to bypass him and attack Long Yu. First ask his purple light domain if he agrees. However, the Scar martial artist had already prepared for this. Look at the soldiers, the sky and the earth. As soon as Scar Wushou let go, he immediately took out a net-shaped soldier, exuding a strong aura. This heavenly net is a super spiritual soldier, specially prepared by Xuanhuan Pavilion, this time, to trap Tian Yutian. As soon as the heaven and earth net came out, it instantly expanded to an extremely wide range, trapping Tian Yutian in it all at once, leaving him with no time to care about others. And taking advantage of this opportunity, a tall and thin true spirit, 9th level martial artist rushed towards Long Yu's place to attack and kill him. Boy, you are dead, Jia Jia. The tall and thin Wu Xiu stepped over with a grinning grin, causing Long Yu, Lu Yuan, and Xiyang Wu to change their expressions. Lu Yuan, Xiao Wu, back off. Long Yu said in a deep voice. He knew that if he wanted to block this strong man of the 9th layer of the true spirit, he could only rely on him. No matter whether it was Lu Yuan or Xiyang Wu, they could never be opponents. Long Yu, why don't we go first? Lu Yuan was anxious. Seeing Long Yu alone, ready to face a vicious 9th layer true spirit expert, she was filled with worry. No matter what, she didn't want to see Long Yu have an accident, and she didn't want to see Long Yu face such danger alone. No, step back, trust me. Long Yu gripped the 9 nether dragon spear tightly, his palms were covered with sweat. He was not sure about facing the strong man of the 9 layers of true spirit alone, but now the situation forced him. He could only bite the bullet and go up. He only knew that even if he couldn't beat the opponent, he would not be killed by the opponent face to face. At least, it can be done for a short period of time. What's more, if Long Yu used the ultimate trump card of Yulong 9 explosions, it would not be impossible to deal with this person, but then he would have to face being unable to move for half an hour after using the martial skill. No matter what, if you want to stop this person, even if you can't move for half an hour, so what? Long Yu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Anyway, with Tian Yutian present, as long as he can get rid of this tall and thin guy, with Tian Yutian's strength, it will undoubtedly be very easy to kill the other 2 remaining 9-level true spirits. Brat, did you pee your pants in fright? Jia jia. The tall and thin man came towards him like a gust of wind, and said with a grinning smile, remember my name, Baji. It will be me who will send you to hell. While speaking, this tall and thin martial artist named Baji held a long sword warrior in one hand, swung it into a gust of wind and tornado, and quickly swept towards Long Yu. This gust of wind and tornado instantly swept in all the weeds and air around it, with a huge momentum and extremely terrifying power. Can't stop. Long Yu's face changed, and he waved his hand to form a layer of Yushui sky. Because it was near the lake, Long Yu used this martial skill very quickly, and in an instant, a layer of waterproof sky condensed to resist the gust of wind and tornado. However, as a powerhouse of the 9th level of True Spirit, Baji's basic strength is 8 times stronger than that of the current Long Yu, not to mention, a person in the realm of unity of True Spirit is more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. The power gap between the 2 sides is really too big. Wake up Palm Reincarnation. Seeing that the tornado was about to completely destroy Yushui Tianmu, Long Yu punched out, and the power of reincarnation enveloped the tornado. However, the difference in the level of martial arts is too great, and the effect of awakening his reincarnation has also been reduced a lot, which can only weaken the power of the tornado by less than 30%. Immediately afterwards, the Yushui sky curtain was completely torn apart, turning into water vapor and collapsing. Yellow Spring Barrier. At the last moment, Long Yu waved his hand, forming a barrier of the underworld, trying to resist the gust of wind and tornado. However, even the barrier of the underworld is useless at this moment, and it will be shattered by the wind. Long Yu used 3 moves of martial arts one after another, but he couldn't stop the tornado, and was immediately swept in by the tornado, like a kite with a broken string, and flew into the air. Long Yu. Brother Long. Behind them, Lu Yuan and Xiang Wu were startled. They didn't expect that Long Yu, who had always shown a strong posture, would be so vulnerable now. Jia jia. A mere kid at the 6th level of a true spirit dares to fight against my 8 diseases. It's a dead end. The tall and thin Baji sneered, standing proudly with a long sword in his hand. He just used his most common sword, Gale Wind Slash, to completely defeat Long Yu's defense, and rolled into the sky. If he was serious, he would be able to kill this kid in an instant, right? Of course, Baji also felt that each of Long Yu's 3 defensive moves in succession could weaken his Gale Slash by about 20%, which is already very rare for a kid at the 6th level of True Spirit. No wonder that idiot Jin Xiong will die at your hands. Now, I will avenge him. Baji let out a smirk, and then continued to raise the long sword in his hand, intending to make another blow to kill Long Yu. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. Spiritual Charm of Thunder. Long Yu was swept into the air by the gust of wind, but he did not give up resistance. Although the other party's Blitz Slash was powerful to him, it was only a top-rank martial skill at the spiritual level. After he weakened it 3 times in a row, it couldn't hurt Long Yu's Thunder Overlord body at all. If it were an ordinary martial artist of the 6th level of True Spirits, facing this move of Blast Wind Slash, he would either die or be injured. But Long Yu was completely unscathed, he was just swept into the air, he didn't look good. Face is not worth mentioning to Long Yu. With a soft drink, he released the Charm of Thunder, causing the entire tornado to shine with lightning and thunder, and these dazzling thunders exploded in an instant. Baji's face changed slightly. What's going on? How could lightning flash out of this kid's body after being cut by him in a gust of wind? However, taking advantage of his sight being obscured by these lightning and thunder, Long Yu waved his hand the next moment, and punched drunk xuanhuan and blasted him out. 9 Yulong Fist, drunk in the underworld. The spirit of the underworld and the road to the underworld were brewing at the same time. The former appeared directly behind Baji, trying to restrain him, while the latter continuously extended out a tornado, reaching in front of Baji in an instant. Drunk and crouching in xuanhuan used to be Long Yu's killer move. With a single punch, the opponent would either die or be injured. But now, he knew that this move of his would definitely not kill Baji, or even injure him. Want to trap me? Baji grinned ferociously, and the true spirit entity of a blast blade suddenly appeared behind him. With a random swing of the gale blade true spirit twice, the newly condensed netherworld spirit and netherworld road were completely chopped into pieces, turned into 9 nether chi, and dissipated. However, Baji didn't know that this trick was also just used by Long Yu to deceive people. Yulong has 9 explosions, the first explosion is the first to win. A roar of a secluded dragon that seemed to come from the underworld exploded instantly on the top of Baji's head, followed by a burst of infinitely terrifying Joyo Chi, covering Baji's whole body. Ah! Everyone, let me kill him. Shocked by this move, Baji was dizzy on the spot, endured the noise in his head, and immediately let out a roar, calling to the group of 8th level and 7th level true spirit martial artists behind him to do it. Screen of gale wind. Baji himself, with a wave of the long sword in his hand, immediately condensed a layer of wind screen, which completely resisted the infinitely terrifying aura of 9 seclusion. The first explosion of the 9 explosions of Yulong, even though its power was terrifying, did not allow Long Yu to cross the 3rd realm and kill the 8 diseases in the 9th realm of the true spirit secret realm. However, Long Yu's offensive was not over yet. Seeing a large group of martial cultivators rushing towards him, Long Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and amidst the sky full of thunder, he unleashed the second explosion of Yulong 9 explosions. Phantom Dragons. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. After cultivating the 9 explosions of Yulong to the level of Xiaocheng, you can use the second explosion, the Phantom Dragon chant. As Long Yu condensed the profound energy in his body, another dragon chant rang out in Baji's ears. Because of the explosion of the dragon chant just now, Baji was dizzy. If he hadn't reacted quickly and cast the gale screen, he would have died on it. Therefore, another dragon's chant made Baji's whole body tremble, and quickly turned into a gust of wind, and retreated towards the rear as fast as possible. However, he didn't know that Long Yu, the second explosion of the Yulong 9 explosions, had a total of 7 dragon chants, and only 1 explosion was truly destructive. This first dragon chant aimed at 8 diseases was just a phantom dragon chant, fake. Roar. The second dragon chant resounded through the sky once again, causing those many martial artists rushing towards Long Yu to back away in shock. They all saw with their own eyes that after a dragon chant, even the 8 illnesses of the 9 levels of true spirits were sweating profusely, and retreated hastily. How dare these guys replace Baji to resist Long Yu's explosion of dragon chants? Haha, amazing. This scene fell into the eyes of Tian Yutian in front of him, making him laugh heartily. Originally, he thought that Long Yu would definitely not be able to resist the 8 ailments of the powerhouse at the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm. But now it seems that he still underestimated this boy named Long Yu too much. Although this kid is only at the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, even in the face of the powerhouse of the 9th level of the true spirit, Baji, he can handle it with ease, and even makes Baji retreat in a cold sweat. Tian Yutian no longer had to worry about the future, and the purple light domain spread towards the surroundings in an instant. Purple light leopard, break through the net. Tian Yutian burst out his full potential, and the purple light leopard true spirit behind him roared instantly, and countless purple rays of light condensed into blades, splitting the super spiritual warriors and the heaven and earth nets into countless cracks. In the past, Long Yu faced Kai Shinji, a disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect, and used spiritual-level supergrade soldiers to resist the opponent's rain of heart-piercing arrows and shooting stars, but these spiritual-level supergrade soldiers were destroyed by the opponent in one fell swoop. Now, Tian Yutian's blades condensed with these purple rays of light are much stronger than Kai Xingji's martial arts. Facing the heaven and earth nets that are also super-spiritual fighters, it is of course possible to break them. However, the heaven and earth net is originally used to trap other soldiers, and its flexibility and resilience are very strong. After being torn apart by Tian Yutian's purple blades, the heaven and earth nets recovered quickly and automatically. Baji, what are you still doing? Hurry up and get rid of that kid, come help us. The martial artist with the scar on his face saw that Baji and other subordinates were actually retreating. He couldn't help snorting, and urged very dissatisfied. Tian Yutian's net was torn apart again and again, and it would soon be unable to hold on. If Baji couldn't solve Long Yu quickly, once Tian Yutian escaped, they would all die. This kid is a bit evil. Baji was sweating profusely, until now, his mind was still dizzy, and he was dizzy from the blow of the Yulong 9 explosion move. Although he used the Gale Screen to resist the destructive power of Yulong's 9 explosions, his mental state became extremely bad, like a frightened bird, when he heard the sound of the dragon's chant, his heart beat subconsciously. 9 explosions of Yulong, Phantom Dragon Cry, second. The killing intent in Long Yu's eyes was awe-inspiring. Facing an 8th-level true spirit with 8 diseases, and many martial arts experts with 8th-level true spirits and 7th-level true spirits, he didn't have any intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. As he took a step forward, the third dragon chant exploded in everyone's ears like spring thunder. Baji and everyone continued to take a step back, and everyone became suspicious. This kid in front of him is really evil. Third tone. Long Yu took another step forward, continued to suppress the opponent in terms of momentum, and let out another dragon chant, scaring Baji and the others back several steps. A mere kid at the 6th level of a true spirit, what kind of evil can he do? Wu Xiao, who had a scar on his face, suddenly sank. That's right. That kid just hit it right. He was definitely bluffing now. Baji was startled 3 times, and gradually calmed down. He returned to his usual confident and ferocious look. He raised his head and looked at Long Yu, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. A mere boy in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is trying to fight against my 8 diseases. My 8 diseases will let you know that the gap in the realm of martial arts cannot be made up by bluffing. Baji brandished the long sword in his hand, and immediately turned into a gust of wind, attacking and killing Long Yu. At the same time, those martial cultivators at the 8th level of True Spirit and the 7th level of True Spirit also besieged the city in a circle, almost gathered together, and came to encircle and kill Long Yu. They also thought that if everyone got together, they would be able to take care of them if something happened. But they didn't know that this just gave Long Yu an excellent opportunity to catch them all. 9 explosions of Yulong, Phantom Dragon Chant, 6 false, 1 true, just waiting for you to get together. Long Yu's eyes flashed with murderous aura, seeing that Baji and the group of martial arts gathered together, a total of 10 martial arts experts came towards him. Faced with such a scene, any martial artist with the 6th level of True Spirit would definitely be scared out of his wits. However, Long Yu was calm and composed. Boom. 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 4 Phantom Dragon chants in succession, like spring thunder, exploded in the ears of the 10 martial artists of Baji. Among them, one of them really contained the destructive power of Yulong 9 explosions. Even though Baji still subconsciously condensed the Gale Screen, the real power of the second explosion of the Yulong 9 explosions is much stronger than the first explosion he just endured. The 9 nether chi erupted in an instant, and a dark and strange aura enveloped the audience. The invisible 9 nether tornado completely enveloped the 10 martial artists from Baji, and the endless 9 nether chi completely eroded their meridians. At this moment, they couldn't even scream, and fell to the ground one by one. Only Baji, the strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, persisted for a while, and almost roared, "Boss, this kid is cheating, I can't do it." After shouting this sentence, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground, the skin of his whole body became pitch black, and the aura of the 9 serenities eroded his whole body. Even the Gale screen couldn't resist the second explosion of Yolong's 9 explosions. The martial skills of the Great Wilderness level are really extraordinary. Only at the stage of Xiaocheng, they can even let me cross the realm of the 3rd level of martial arts and defeat the 8 diseases. The true power of the martial skill Yulong 9 explosions even shocked Long Yu himself. However, immediately afterward, Long Yu was unable to continue, and could not continue to use the 3rd explosion of the 9 explosions of Yulong. As a result, the chi of the 9 netherness instantly backfired, and in turn restrained his whole body. The sequelae of casting the 9 explosions of Yulong finally revealed. But fortunately, after Long Yu used this move, he solved the 10 martial artists including Baji in one fell swoop, which can be regarded as temporarily relieving the crisis of Lu Yuan and Shi Yangwu. "Brother Long." Shi Yangwu ran up quickly, wanting to check if Long Yu was injured. However, just as she ran over to support him, she found that Long Yu seemed unable to move, and fell backwards, which shocked her greatly. She hastily stretched out her slender hands to support Long Yu, and soon found that Long Yu was only unable to move his body, but his consciousness was still clear. At this time, Long Yu couldn't speak, which made her extremely worried, for fear that Long Yu had encountered some serious trouble. Fortunately, it was not the first time Lu Yuan saw Long Yu like this. When she was in Butterfly Valley, Long Yu appeared in front of her and Mo Feng Ming like this. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, he should be fine, and he will fully recover in half an hour." Lu Yuan comforted, and only then did Shi Yangwu heave a sigh of relief. And the scene where Long Yu used Yulong 9 explosions to kill Baji and 9 other martial arts experts immediately stunned the remaining 2 martial artists who were dragging Tian Yutian back. The wuxia with the scar on his face finally believed now. What Baji said just now was the meaning of "that kid is a bit evil." How is this a bit evil? It is clearly a particularly evil sect to the extreme. The kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm killed the strong man at the 9th level of the True Spirit? They didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing before. Walk. Scarface immediately made a decision to give up the target and run away. Even if something happened to Long Yu, they are definitely not rivals. Just with Tian Yutian who is about to break through the net, if they stay any longer, they might lose their lives. Scarface was extremely accomplice. He turned around and ran away, ignoring Tian Yutian who was covered by a net. In any case, the mission of Shui Qingyun Pavilion is important, but their lives are even more important. Break! Tian Yutian yelled, and finally broke through the shackles of the heaven and earth net after the 2 escaped and no one maintained the sky and earth net. With a glance, he saw that the 2 men quickly ran away, and even if they chased them now, they would not be able to catch up. "Brother Long, how are you doing?" Tian Yutian stabilized his mind, immediately turned around and walked towards where Long Yu was. Tian Yutian's heart was shocked that Long Yu was able to blast and kill the 8 illnesses of the 9th level of True Spirit just now, but immediately after Long Yu fell straight back, it still made his heart shudder. Long Yu can't die. He can't speak now, but his consciousness is clear, and he can return to normal after waiting for half an hour. Lu Yuan also explained to Tian Yutian. "That's good." Tian Yutian also heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words. But then, an incomparably domineering aura gradually descended from the distant sky, making Tian Yutian's body stiffen all of a sudden. He raised his head to look, but saw that from the direction of Bingsheng City, a mighty group of people came to kill them. But this time, it was even more grand than the last time, the 12 martial artists in Xuanhuan Pavilion. Bingsheng City, City Lord. Tian Yutian stood up, with a self-mockery on his face. He thought that he could really beat those guys back like this, but he didn't expect that there would be another wave after one wave was defeated, and each wave was stronger than the last wave. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The two True Spirit 9th level martial cultivators who had just escaped from Xuanhuan Pavilion also rushed back along with the team this time. In the whole team, except for the two people from the Xuanhuan Pavilion, they are all from the Xianbao auction house. It seems that Long Yu stolen the Wanfa profound leaf, and there is no other way, so he invited the city lord of Shangqing shot. There were a total of more than 10 people in this group, and the leader at the front was a black figure walking in the sky, wearing a black mask, and his eyes were full of majesty, which shocked people's hearts. This person is the Lord of Bingsheng City, a strong man who has stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. No matter how tyrannical Tian Yutian is in the face of a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, he cannot be an opponent. This is not only a gap in basic strength, but also a gap in realm. As for Long Yu, not to mention being unable to move even half a point now, even in his prime, it is even more impossible for him to compete with the powerhouses in the mystic realm of heaven and man at this time. Ruined. Tian Yutian watched the other party approaching quickly, and secretly groaned in his heart. In front of the strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, it is simply impossible to escape. Simply, Tian Yutian stood where he was, collected the super spirit level soldier, and waited quietly for the other party to arrive. The only hope in his heart now is that the city lord of Bingsheng City will be more reasonable. I heard that the Lord of Bingsheng City was ruthless and selfless when he governed Bingsheng City. I don't know if this is true. Tian Yutian thought in his heart. These are all rumors, the Lord of Bingsheng City rarely shows his face outside, few people know if this is true. Not long after, the city lord of Bingsheng City, who was dressed in a black robe, flew hundreds of feet away, and came to Tian Yutian first. Where is the myriad magic leaves? Although the city lord of Bingsheng City was powerful, he did not overwhelm others with his power, but asked in a deep voice. From the sound of this voice, this person should be a middle-aged man, and his words revealed his calm state of mind. Even the strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, the Lord of Bingsheng City, did not fly in the air and speak condescendingly, but landed on the ground. It's here. Before Tian Yutian could speak, Lu Yuan spoke up behind him. At this moment, Lu Yuan calmed down instead. In the face of absolute power, no matter how much she resisted, it would be useless. The only way out now is to reason with the other party. Oh? As soon as the black-robed city lord raised his head, the eyes under the mask glanced at Lu Yuan. You came to my Bingsheng City to play wild, did you not take me seriously as the city lord? City master, it doesn't seem like we are the ones running wild in Bingsheng City, right? Lu Yuan asked back. Nonsense. At this time, manager Zhang of the Xianbao auction house jumped out, hid behind the city lord, pointed at Long Yuhan and said, this kid actually stole the Wanfa Xuanya from our auction house in the middle of the night, didn't he? He ran wild in the city of war. Furthermore, this kid is still in the trading square, killing Jin Xiong of our Xuanhuan Pavilion in front of countless people. He didn't take the city lord's face seriously at all. The scar-faced Wuxiu of the Xuanhuan Pavilion also said the matter, and let out a cold snort. The thing about the trading square was the duel between Brother Long and Jin Xiong. You people from Xuanhuan Pavilion, people from the 8th level of True Spirits wanted to bully a junior of the 6th level of True Spirits, but were killed by him. Is there any reason? Tian Yutian was very clear about this matter and snorted coldly. Duel, yes. The city lord waved his hand, expressing that he didn't want to pursue this matter, and said instead, however, stealing in our Bingsheng city is a violation of the rules. You should still hand over the Wanfa Xuanhua and follow me back to be punished. You might as well just kill us. Lu Yuan snorted softly, and said disdainfully, you want to protect the people in this auction house, you have a reason anyway, why are you pretending to be a good person? Shelter? The city lord of Bingsheng City chuckled lightly, could it be that the people from the Xianbao auction house are still evildoers? City lord, don't listen to their nonsense. Director Zhang of the Xianbao auction house gritted his teeth and said, the auction of our Xianbao auction house has already started. If we can't get the myriad Fa Xian leaf, it will greatly damage the image of the entire Bingsheng city. The city lord nodded, and the whole person's momentum changed suddenly. You guys, why don't you hand over the Wanfa Xuanhua? His eyes swept towards Lu Yuan and the others, and a burst of invisible coercion made their hearts tighten. Hand over myriad Dharma profound leaves, there is nothing I can't do. Although Lu Yuan was under tyrannical coercion, she still gritted her teeth stubbornly. However, I am not convinced that such a villain in this auction house will succeed. What's your objection? The mayor said lightly. We originally planned to buy this myriad magic profound leaf. If they don't sell it, we can just wait for the auction today. Lu Yuan raised her pretty face and said in a cold voice, it's just that the manager told us to wait, but what we waited for was their attack. This person from the fairy treasure auction house is clearly looking for money. Good. Xiang Wu also had the courage to say, if Brother Long hadn't been able to fly, we would have been killed by them long ago. And this? The mayor seemed a little surprised. My lord, don't listen to their nonsense. Manager Zhang hurriedly said, our Xianbao auction house has been standing in Bingsheng City for many years. Don't you know what kind of character it is? How could we do such shameless things? Yes. Immediately, another Wu Xiu from the Xianbao auction house said, at that time, we just brought people in to meet them, so as to tell them that the Wanfa Xuanhua couldn't be sold to them in advance, but they broke out through the window, and people touched them. No brains. Humph, tell us that myriad law profound leaves cannot be sold, so it is necessary to bring so many people to guard the door with a murderous look. Lu Yuan was disdainful. Hearing that the two sides insisted on their opinions, the lord of Bingsheng City didn't think too much, but said, then you hand over the myriad Fa Xian leaf. As for the facts, I will naturally send someone to investigate thoroughly. As a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, the lord of Bingsheng City didn't want to waste any more time here. He just wanted to bring Wanfa Xuanhua back, so as not to affect the reputation of Bingsheng City. As for the subsequent matters, just leave it to the city lord's mansion, why should he worry about it? Lu Yuan was naturally dissatisfied with such a solution. Why are the people from the Xianbao auction house showing off their power here when they see the money and want to kill people and rob the money? Even though the city lord seems to be quite fair, the people under him are hard to say. Most of the people in the city lord's mansion will favor the fairy treasure auction house in the city. If they are entrusted to investigate, what will happen? That's right, don't hurry up and hand over the Wanfa Xuanhua, the city lord is magnanimous, and maybe he will spare your lives. Manager Zhang said triumphantly. With the support of the city lord, he is sure of winning now, and Wanfa Xuanhua will definitely not be able to escape. But when he said this, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Obviously, as soon as the city lord left, he would definitely send someone quietly to kill Long Yu and the others in front of him. Seeing the manager's triumphant expression, Lu Yuan and Xiang Wu felt angry in their hearts. However, with the presence of the lord of Bingsheng City in the secret realm of heaven and man, they must have been unable to resist. Wanfa Xuanhua, is it going to be handed over like this? In fact, it's okay to hand over the things, at most, go to the auction house to auction the things. But the breath in my heart is hard to swallow. It seems that my old man is late, why is it so lively here? At this moment, Lu Yuan's familiar old man's voice came from behind lazily, attracting everyone's attention. Shi Hasong, Shi Lao. Although Long Yu couldn't move his body, he could hear Shi Lao's voice, and his heart couldn't help but move. Shi Lao unexpectedly came at this time. However, even Shi Lao has no chance of winning in the face of a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. Grandfather. Shi Yangwu was overjoyed. She stood up quickly, and saw Shi Hasong Yufengxing, descending from the sky to their side. Shi Hasong, dressed in a grey robe, is calm and composed. Although he has not stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, his aura is not inferior to that of the city lord of Bingshang City. Hey, old man, are you the backer of this group? Director Zhang didn't notice the change in the eyes of the city lord of Bingshang City. When he saw Zai Song, he immediately smiled disdainfully. You old and disrespectful guy, are you educating your juniors to steal chickens and dogs? Joke. Shi Hasong glanced at Manager Zhang, and said indifferently, you can kill people and rob your wealth, but don't you allow others to rob your wealth? Old thing, do you dare to be so arrogant in front of our city lord? Manager Zhang snorted coldly. Shut up. At this moment, the city lord of Bingshang City suddenly yelled sharply, and his aura suddenly dissipated, knocking the manager back by 3 steps. This scene shocked everyone in Xianbao auction house. What's going on, city lord? Why are you so cruel to Mr. Zhang? He was so easy to talk to just now. Old Shi, this junior really didn't expect that it was you who needed the profound leaf of myriad techniques. The lord of Bingshang City, with sincerity in his eyes, bowed to Shi Hasong. And this respectful appearance made everyone's eyes widen. Even Long Yu, Lu Yuan, and Tian Yutian didn't expect that the lord of Bingshang City would recognize old Shi and respect him so much. Tian Yutian was overjoyed. It seemed that this old man who just arrived was really capable. His brother Lu Shou is saved. The current situation is completely turning around. In that case, you can take away Wanfa Xuanhua. The lord of Bingshang City said straightforwardly. Obviously, he trusted Shi Hasong's character very much. Even if it was Mr. Shi, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to steal. There must be something strange about the whole thing. It is very possible that, just as Lu Yuan said, the people from the fairy treasure auction house, seeing the money, wanted to kill people and rob the money. Encountering such behavior, it is impossible for anyone to bear it. No need, I'll go to the fairy treasure auction house myself. Shi Hasong, however, ignored the good intentions of the city lord of Bingshang City, but said lightly, myriad fa xian leaf, give them to auction. However, the person who wants to touch me, the culprit, can't get away. This scene made everyone in the Xianbao auction house break out in a cold sweat. The lord of Bingshang City actually recognized this old man who suddenly appeared. It seems that this old man has a great background. And they actually wanted to murder and rob the old man's granddaughter. The situation seemed to be very bad. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The menacing Bingshang City lord and his party lost their temper immediately after Shi Hasong arrived. Obviously, Shi Hasong, as the alchemist of the 9th level of the true spirit, even the city lord of Bingshang City in the secret realm of heaven and man, has received his favor. Long Yu was supported by Lu Yuan, and he already knew Shi Hasong's plan in his heart. Returning the Wanfa Xuanhua is because Mr. Shi doesn't want to take advantage of the Xianbao auction house, but he will definitely take revenge on everyone who has taken advantage of his granddaughter. In this way, even the city lord of Bingshang City has no reason to stop Shi Hasong from taking revenge. It didn't take long for Long Yu to feel the meridians revived all over his body. This time he comprehended Yulong 9 explosions to the level of Xiaocheng, and the duration of the sequelae was shortened by more than half. After just a stick of incense, he was already able to move. Yulong 9 explosions, the more you cultivate to a higher level, the shorter the after-effect time, and if you reach the transformation state, there will be almost no after effects. Long Yu has a deeper understanding of the power of Yulong 9 explosions, but unfortunately, it is impossible for him to comprehend this martial skill to the level of perfection in a short period of time. After the city lord of Bingshang City took Wanfa Xuanya and left with everyone, Shi Hsong first went to check Lu Xiu in the ice. "Young man, your brother can still be saved, but you need some special medicinal materials." Soon, Shi Hsong came to a conclusion, and this conclusion naturally made Tian Yutian overjoyed. "Senior, please advise, what special medicinal materials are needed?" "As long as there is salvation, Tian Yutian will do his best to do it. According to this recipe, go buy some herbs for me, and then come to Xianbao auction house to find me." Shi Hsong took out a bamboo slip and wrote the herbs needed on it, then turned around and looked towards Long Yu. "How is the situation of Long Boy?" "Almost fine." Long Yu could just speak, but his voice was a little hoarse. "Haha, brother Long, you finally woke up." When Tian Yutian heard this voice, he immediately got excited, and his face was full of excitement. "You startled me. What kind of martial arts were those 7 dragon chants just now? Even I was a little terrified when I heard it." "Yulong has 9 explosions. As for the grade, I don't know much about it." Long Yu mentioned the name of the martial skill, but did not reveal its grade of the Great Wilderness grade. After all, this grade of martial skill has never appeared in the entire Tianyu continent, so they didn't understand it. It allows you to cross the triple realm and defeat your opponent. This martial skill is definitely beyond the Xian level. Shi Hsong squinted his eyes. "Boy Long, your Yulong 9 explosion martial skill is probably an earth-level martial skill. Mortal level, spiritual level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level. These 5 levels are the grades of all martial arts on the Tianyu continent. Each level is divided into upper, middle and lower grades, as well as relatively rare supergrade and extreme grade martial arts. There are very few heaven-level martial arts in the entire Tianyu continent. It is said that only a very small number are preserved in the Tianyu Holy Academy, and no one has been able to comprehend them, because the heaven-level martial arts are too advanced. And those who can comprehend earth-level martial arts are already among the best in the Tianyu continent, and they are people who stand at the top of the pyramid where the Tianyu continent is located. Even earth-level low-grade martial arts are the secrets of those powerful forces. The next Xian-level martial skill is the martial skill practiced by ordinary celestial mystics. As far as Shi Hsong knows, it is definitely not as powerful as Long Yu's Yulong 9 explosions. Earth-level martial arts. Tian Yutian's eyes shined brightly. Even if he comprehended the Dixie-level purple light steel and the power of laws, the strongest martial skill he learned was only a spiritual level supergrade. Learned from famous seniors. Mysterious level martial skills are already extremely precious to him, and he basically dare not even think about them. However, Long Yu displayed an earth-level martial skill with a wave of his hands. It turned out to be such a powerful martial skill, no wonder it was able to cross the 3rd level of martial arts and kill the 8 diseases of the 9th level of true spirit. Tian Yutian nodded again and again, thinking he had suddenly realized. But in fact, neither Shi Hsong nor anyone else would have guessed that Long Yu's move, Yulong 9 explosions, surpassed the level of heaven-level martial arts, and was a wild-level martial skill. No one in the entire Tianyu continent knew what level of martial skill this was, but there was no need for Long Yu to explain this to Shi Hsong and Tian Yutian. "Let's go. It's time to go to the fairy treasure auction house for an explanation." A cold light flashed in Shi Hsong's eyes. When he was in Beihai City, Xing Liang, the young lord of the border town, kidnapped Xiang Wu and wanted to dedicate her to the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect, so he made Zai-Song furious, and the subsequent measures caused heavy losses to the entire Beihai City. But now, the Xianbao auction house behaved like this, wanting to attack Long Yu, Xiang Wu, and Lu Yuan, which made Shi Hsong once again outraged. It's not that he can't come to buy Wanfa Xuanya in person, it's just that the place where he grows another medicinal herb, the environment is dangerous, and the day of maturity was just yesterday. Finally, 3 kinds of herbs for refining the secret pill of heaven and man appeared at the same time, and he didn't want to miss any of them, so he asked Long Yu to bring the sunset dance over. But I didn't expect that even if I came to buy something, I would be met with unexpected events. In this world, it is really difficult to move an inch without martial arts. Fortunately, Boy Long is quite strong. I never imagined that he would be able to defeat a person at the 9th level of true spirit. Shi Hsong admired Long Yu more and more. What's more, you still know alchemy. Given time, you will definitely be able to shock the entire Tianyu continent. Megatron Tianyu continent, Long Yu had no idea. If we say that after gaining enough strength, there are a few things Long Yu wants to do the most, one of which is undoubtedly to go back to the Tang dynasty and pull the left Prince Chu Chaoshun down. In addition, he wanted to go to the north courtyard of Tianyu to snatch the little fox Qihua back from Xuanji Tianchen, a strong man in the secret realm of that day. The Xuanji Tianchen took Qihua away because of its 9-tailed true spirit. I don't know what happened to Qihua now. As soon as Long Yu thought of this incident, he felt sorry for Qihua. This matter is a great shame to him after all. And this shame, only after he becomes stronger, can he visit the door to cleanse himself, and this day does not seem to be particularly far away. A year. There is still 1 year to go, and the holy selection of heavenly mandate will begin. As long as you pass the Tianyu holy selection, you will be able to step into the Tianyu North courtyard, face to face with that mysterious Tianchen, and find Qihua. Long Yu was not proud of defeating the ordinary 9th level true spirit martial artist, Ba Ji. The goal in his heart was so vast that even Shi Hsong couldn't even imagine it. The world of martial arts outside the Tianyu continent, the dragon of the 9 nethers, the 9 nethers tribe, the fairy concubine Yu. Everything is waiting for him to explore. In addition, there is the whereabouts of his parents. Although he has never met his parents in this life, they have suffered too many unjust grievances. Long Yu must wash away these grievances. Bingshang City soon appeared in front of everyone. But this time when everyone stepped into Bingshang City, their mood was completely different from the last time they came. After entering Bingshang City, Shi Hsong went straight to the Xianbao auction. Because of the city lord of Bingshang City, the Xianbao auction house had already prepared a private seat for him. Long Yu, Lu Yuan, and Shi Yangwu followed Shi Hsong into the private seat, preparing to auction Wanfa Xuanya. Tian Yutian, on the other hand, went to the trading square to buy the special herbal medicine that Shi Hsong told him to buy. The trading market in Bingshang City is prosperous, and naturally, there are all these things. With Shi Hsong's level of alchemy, it is enough to refine these materials into alchemy and save Tian Yutian's brother, Lu Xiao. In the Xianbao auction house, the auction is proceeding in an orderly manner. Due to the arrival of Zai-Song, even the city lord of Bingshang City personally participated in this auction and supervised everything. Under such circumstances, Xianbao auction house naturally did not dare to neglect anything. Hey, this dragon tendon iron bone pill is a relatively rare pill, and it is a low-grade mysterious grade. Brother Long, you probably haven't taken it yet? Shi Hsong quickly pointed to a pill that was being auctioned in the field and asked. Pills that have not been taken before are of great value, and for Long Yu, the value is more than 3 times higher than that of ordinary martial arts, because he can completely absorb all the medicinal power of the pills with the help of the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal. I haven't taken it before. This dragon tendon iron bone pill not only contains the aura of heaven and earth that a mysterious pill should have, but also makes the body stronger. The effect seems to be good. The starting price is only 5 crystal cores. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, but he also became interested. Although he himself is already an alchemist, some pills can't be refined just by refining them. This dragon tendon and iron bone pill is even a rare pill that even Shi Hsong doesn't know the recipe of. If you buy it, you will definitely not lose money. 7 crystal nuclei. Long Yu bid directly. Such a elixir, single-digit crystal nucleus, must be very cost-effective. Of course, in fact, the price is not cheap, but the current Long Yu is rich and powerful. Such a small crystal nucleus is really nothing. Even if the 100 crystal cores given by Shi Hsong were removed, Long Yu himself still had 70 or 80 crystal cores, so it would be no problem to buy a few pills. It didn't take long for him to buy this dragon tendon iron bone pill at the price of 9 crystal nuclei. With Shi Hsong's knowledge, there are not many pills that he has never seen before and that cannot be refined. In the entire auction, there is only one kind of pill that Shi Lao can't refine. It was auctioned by Long Yu. Other pills and warriors are almost useless to Long Yu, Shi Hsong and others. Not long after, it was time for xuanhuan. Director Zhang, holding an exquisite wooden box, walked up to the auction stage, and began to explain the efficacy and rarity of the myriad magic profound leaf. Arriving here, the atmosphere of the entire auction has reached its climax. After all, there are many representatives of great powers, all of whom are here for this myriad law profound leaf. Something's wrong. But Long Yu suddenly narrowed his eyes and quietly performed the spirit-seeking technique. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the exquisite wooden box held in the hand of the general manager did not contain the myriad magic leaf. Instead, he raised his head and glanced around, and found that the golden light spot representing the existence of myriad Fa Xianyi was leaving the auction site of Xianbao auction house through the side door. It seems that someone else stole the real myriad magic profound leaf by using a subterfuge. And including the manager, everyone seemed to be kept in the dark. Unexpectedly, the myriad arts profound leaf was stolen as soon as it was brought back by them. It seems that our family is not the only one that is attacking the myriad arts profound leaf. Shi Hsong snorted coldly and stood up immediately. Myriad Fa Xuanya is the key for him to step into the secret realm of heaven and man. How could he let others steal it like this? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. As soon as Long Yu found out that xuanhuan had been dropped, he immediately informed Shi Hsong of his true whereabouts. Without any hesitation, Shi Hsong immediately used his martial skill to control the wind, and with a flicker of his figure, he stepped out of the Xianbao auction house. This scene surprised everyone in the auction venue. Before the auction of Myriad Law's profound leaf, there were already many rumors circulating, saying that this Myriad Law's profound leaf had already been ordered, and it was related to the Lord of Bingshang City. Although many people still want to compete, they don't have much hope in their hearts. Now, they saw an old man with 9 levels of true spirit in the accord, rushing out of the auction venue just as xuanhuan started the auction. That accord, didn't you say that you reserved xuanhuan? Why did this person leave the venue just after the auction started? It's not just him, look, even the Lord of Bingshang City has left Yage. What's going on here? Will the auction of xuanhuan continue? Many people whispered, and the entire auction venue became chaotic. The city lord of Bingshang City, wearing a black robe and a black mask, also left the auction venue in one step, and followed closely behind Shi Hsong. He knew that Shi Hsong chose to leave at this time, and in such a haste, something must have happened. Grandfather. Xianghua stood up and watched Zisong leave, feeling a little anxious. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu, Mr. Shi will be back soon. Long Yu revoked the spirit-seeking technique, his eyes became clear, and he comforted the little girl. I never imagined that there would be so many people making up their minds about a myriad law mysterious leaf. Lu Yuan sighed slightly. Lu Yuan, stay here and take a look at Xiao Wu. I'll go out and check on the situation. I'll be back soon. After Long Yu finished speaking, he stood up, stretched the tying wings behind his back, and flew straight to the outside of the auction venue. I don't know, who switched the xuanhuan? On the street outside the auction house, a group of 3 people was walking out of the city, swaggeringly. One of them, holding a flame banner, is a strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, with an extremely conspicuous bald head, and looks quite ferocious. This person is the bodyguard of Xing Liang, the former young master of Beihai City, Li Jin. The other person was an old man in a golden robe, with protruding eyes and thinning hair. At first glance, he looked like a dying old man. However, this is also a strong man of the 9th level of the True Spirit, and it seems that his status is much higher than that of Li Jin. As for the other person, he followed behind the 2 of them like a follower. He was covered with a black cloak, and other than that, no one else could see the slightest bit of it. Most importantly, no one can see through his martial arts realm. In the hands of the golden-robed old man, he held an incomparably exquisite box, and what was contained in it was the myriad magic profound leaf. These 3 people, who had dropped xuanhuan, didn't even hide it at all. Instead, they walked on the street swaggeringly, wanting to leave Bingsheng City. Stop. Shi Hsong's voice came from behind, and immediately came to the 3 of them, and glanced at them. 2 true spirits of the 9th level, and one whose martial arts realm is unknown. But in Bingsheng City, there should be no one who can be so presumptuous. After all, Bingsheng City's lord is just behind. Old man, what do you want to do? Li Jin, the bald martial artist holding a flame banner, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he didn't pay attention to Shi Hsong at all. Leave myriad magic profound leaf. Shi Hsong spoke directly without a word of nonsense. Haha, it's up to you? Li Jin laughed loudly, as if he heard the biggest joke in the world. If you dare to stop us, then come up and try, otherwise, don't talk nonsense. When Shi Hsong heard this, he was not angry because of the other party's contempt, but frowned slightly. From the words and expressions of the other party, he saw absolute confidence. This kind of confidence was definitely not without reason, and the only strange thing was the mysterious man in the black cloak. Even Shi Hsong couldn't see the opponent's martial arts realm clearly. Either he practiced a secret method to hide his own cultivation, or the opponent's martial arts realm surpassed him too much. Although there are very few superpowers in Beihai, maybe this guy is a strong man who has stepped into the high-level secret realm of heaven and man. Although the probability is very low, it is not impossible. If this is the case, then this matter will be troublesome, let alone Shi Hsong, even the lord of Bingsheng City. It is impossible to handle it. Even the entire Beihai country can't stop the opponent. Playing wild in our city of wars, are you getting impatient? The city lord of Bingsheng City finally arrived at this time. A figure in black robe descended from the sky and stood side by side with Zai Song. There was a hint of anger in his eyes outside the black mask. It had been a long time since someone acted wildly in Bingsheng City in front of him. In the entire Beihai Kingdom, there are people who are capable of running wild in Bingsheng City, and they can be counted on one hand. You are the city lord of Bingsheng City? Li Jin, the bald martial artist holding a flame banner, squinted his eyes, with a look of disdain. If you are sensible, let us get out of the way now, if not, it will be too late to run later. Faced with such an insulting provocation, how could the lord of Bingsheng City bear it? Even if you are a little afraid of the opponent's strength, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Who are you guys? Do you dare to report your name? The city lord snorted coldly. If we sign up, I'm afraid you will be scared to death right now. Li Jin chuckled. However, if that's the case, wouldn't it be too much fun? It's better not to report your name. How about it, city lord? Do you want to take a gamble and see if we are really capable? Or are you bluffing? With these words, it is clear that he is taking the city lord of Bingsheng City as a joke, playing around. At this moment, no matter how cautious the city lord of Bingsheng City is, it is impossible to tolerate the other party's arrogance. You must know that everyone is now on the main street of Bingsheng City, or the busiest street, and there are countless martial artists watching here. If the city lord of Bingsheng City is submissive now, will he continue to be the lord of the city? A city lord without prestige is a failed city lord. If he is subdued now, and there will be people who bluff like this in the future, then what should we do? Humph, hide your head and show your tail, you villain. The city lord snorted coldly, and without hesitation, he raised his hand, releasing the aura of a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man belonging to the city lord. At this moment, the entire street was enveloped in an aura of destruction, as if as long as the city lord waved his hand, the entire space in the city would explode. This is the power of law, comprehended by the city lord of Bingsheng City, air explosion. Using one's own profound energy to trigger the surrounding air to explode, especially after fully grasping the laws of heaven and earth, and upgrading from a domain to a law, this power is more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary martial arts in the secret realm of true spirits. Feeling this terrifying power, even the confident bald martial artist, Li Jin, was a little surprised. It seems that this city lord is still a bit powerful, a little bit stronger than ordinary guys who have just stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. Li Jin narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "No matter how powerful it is, so what?" The old man in the golden robe finally spoke, but his voice was full of old age. It was obvious that he was not young, and the deadline would probably come soon. Following his words, the figure in the black cloak behind him finally moved. One step, just one step. An extremely stern aura erupted from the man in the black cloak, completely suppressing the power of the air explosion law of the city lord of Bingsheng City. The secret realm of heaven and man is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. I didn't want to cause trouble, but I had no choice but to make a move, so I had to offend. The voice of the man in the black cloak was hoarse and deep, which made people feel extremely terrifying when they heard it. And this step, the stern aura he stepped out of, was immediately felt by the city lord of Bingsheng City, and his face changed drastically in an instant. This aura is the breath of a wolf. You are the third scourge, Lei Wensheng, the white-eyed wolf. The city lord of Bingsheng City immediately knew that he had kicked the iron plate. In Tianyu continent, each of the 7 disaster stars is a martial arts expert who is astonishingly talented but also evil. Lei Wensheng, the white-eyed wolf, ranks 3rd among the 7 disaster stars, and his strength is naturally extraordinary. Compared with the Xinghai impeller that Long Yu had seen back then, this white-eyed wolf Lei Wensheng was obviously much stronger. The words of the city lord of Bingsheng City immediately revealed the identity of the other party, causing all the nearby martial artists to turn pale with shock. The 7 disasters turned out to be the people of the 7 disasters. In an instant, many martial artists immediately retreated towards the distance. The 7 disaster stars are notorious villains, and each disaster star has countless people's blood on their hands. They couldn't control the fear in their hearts at all, and they didn't have any qualifications to speak in the face of such a terrifying and brutal martial arts expert. All they can do now is to retreat far away to save their own lives. City Lord, you look down on my master too much. If my master is here, how can there be room for you to say a word? The man in the black cloak let out a series of hoarse laughs from his throat. His master? These words made the surrounding people slightly taken aback. So, the man in the black cloak is not the white-eyed wolf Lei Wensheng, but his subordinate? Just one subordinate of the 7 great disasters can possess such tyrannical strength, and even their aura of the city lord of Bingsheng City can be shattered with just one step. The white-eyed wolf has 7 wolf guards, and you must be one of them. The city lord of Bingsheng City named the other party's identity. His expression became more dignified than ever before, and he lowered his voice and said to his back, "Old Shi, this person, even I am no match for him. Now that myriad Fa Xuanhuan has fallen into their hands, it is absolutely impossible. There is no chance of taking it back. You, leave first. My life was saved by you. Today, I will do my best to resist this scourge wolf guard for you." The first release of this book is from novels.com. so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Those who are also strong in the secret realm of heaven and man will of course have their strengths and weaknesses. However, after stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man, it is not divided into 9 levels like the secret realm of tempered body and the secret realm of true spirit. Long Yu does not know the specific division method. When he rushed to the scene, what he saw was the confrontation between 2 heavenly and human secret realm powerhouses, which made him frown slightly. White-eyed Wolf Lei Wenxing's men. Standing in the distance, he took a closer look at the man in the black cloak, and found that his aura was stronger than the Xinghai Impeller and Xuanji Tianchen he had seen before. And this is just one of the 7 wolf guards of the white-eyed wolf Lei Wenxing. It can be seen from this that the strength of Lei Wenxing, the white-eyed wolf, is terrifying. Wang Changfeng, you asked me to kill 3 of your disciples, to vent your anger on you. But now, the subordinates of the weakest among them can easily tear me into pieces. If you want to achieve your goal, it seems that there is no end in sight for your heavenly weeping blood cultivation method. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he saw Mr. Shi Hasong Shi. Without any hesitation, he ran straight towards this side. If Shi Lao was alone, he might not have left the city lord of Bingshang City to escape like this, but now, Shi Lao's granddaughter is also here. No matter what he does, it is impossible for him to leave his granddaughter behind. I want to go, and I have to take Sunset Dance with me. The white-eyed wolf Lei Wenxing, as one of the 7 disasters, has an extremely brutal and bloodthirsty character. As his subordinate, of course it is the same. Now that Shi Hasong dared to block their way, he must be hated by his wolf guard. If he didn't leave, he would have to lose his life. Let's have a good fight. The lord of Bingshang City watched Shi Hasong leave with relief in his eyes. If Shi Hasong insists on staying, it will be of no use at all, and it will drag him down instead. Now that Shi Hasong is gone, he can go all out to deal with the white-eyed wolf Lei Wenxing and the 7 wolf guards. 1. The Battle of the Strong in the Secret Realm of Heaven and Man. All the martial arts practitioners, family members, etc. in the surrounding area quickly retreated towards the rear. After a while, there was no one within a radius of 100 feet. In a battle of this level, not even the powerhouse of the 9th layer of the true spirit could intervene. The withered old man in the golden robe and the bald Li Jin holding the flame banner also stepped back a little to avoid being affected. A terrifying power fluctuation erupted in the city instantly, as if the whole world was trembling. Facing the battle of the strong, the 2 heavenly beings in the secret realm finally broke out completely. At this time, Long Yu and Shi Hasong had already returned to the Xianbao auction house. At this moment, everyone already knew that the profound leaf of Wanfa had been dropped by someone, and the person who took it away was one of the 7 disaster stars, the subordinate of Lei Wenxing, the white-eyed wolf. In this way, no one dared to make Wanfa Xuanya's idea. The old man seems to have offended Bianlang's men, and he still dares to run away. If we catch him, wouldn't we be able to make friends with Bianlang's people? That's right, this old man used to rely on the city lord to show off his might, but now the city lord may not be his opponent. It is at stake. Let's see what backing this old man has. When Long Yu and Shi Hasong stepped into the Xianbao auction house, they heard a lot of remarks like this, which made their hearts tense. No matter what time, there will always be people who take advantage of the fire to rob people when they fall into trouble. Especially the people of Xianbao auction house, who suffered a loss before. If they don't take the opportunity to save face now, when will they wait? Moreover, after capturing Zai-song, you can claim credit from the subordinates of the white-eyed wolf, so why not do it? Long Yu watched a group of wuxiu heading towards the accord where Xiangwu and Lu Yuan were, obviously wanting to use the 2 women as hostages to threaten Zai-song and capture him more easily. A group of villains. Long Yu sneered, and the dragon sparrow's wings spread out instantly, and his whole body turned into a black streamer, gliding towards the place where Yagu was. royal water vortex. With a wave of his hand, the profound energy in his body was stimulated, and suddenly a vortex of water condensed out of thin air, and swept towards the martial artists who were about to rush into the accord. At the same time, Zai didn't hesitate at all, and rose against the wind in an instant, and the tyrannical strength of the 9 layers of true spirits burst out, blowing away those martial artists who were resisting the vortex of the water. Walk. With a deep drink, Zai took his granddaughter Xiangwu with him, blasting through the roof of the Xianbao auction house, and flew away from the big hole in the roof. Long Yu followed closely behind, hugged Lu Yuan's soft body with one arm, spread his wings, and flew into the sky. The sky is high and birds can fly. It is impossible for those martial artists in the true spirit secret realm to catch up. After flying into the air, Long Yu turned his head and glanced at the streets in the city, only to see terrifying power erupting from that place, and the scattered dust and smoke covered the entire scene, making it difficult for people to see clearly. What exactly is going on? That kind of force collision, if I am in it, I can't resist it, no matter what. Long Yu frowned slightly, and then he saw inside the city, there was a person holding a large ice cube, walking towards the outside of the city. Tian Yutian should have collected the materials needed to save his brother Lu Xiu, and just wanted to go to the auction house to find Long Yu and the others, but encountered this kind of thing. Of course, Tian Yutian couldn't rush straight into the auction house. When he saw Long Yu and Shi Hesong flying away with people, he immediately ran out of the city with the big ice cube in his arms. Although he can't fly, he has comprehended the law of the purple light sky monument and condensed the true spirit of the purple light leopard. His running speed is definitely not slow. On the ground, he can follow Long Yu and Shi Hesong far away. However, behind Tian Yutian, there was a large group of Jianghu Wuxiu who caught up. The people from Shuiqinjian Pavilion and Xianbao Auction House refused to let Tian Yutian go, taking advantage of the fact that the city lord met the white-eyed wolf's subordinates. They wanted to catch Tian Yutian and get the golden fruit in his hand. The fruit of fine gold was still in Tian Yutian's hands. Shi Hesong did not take it away. Now that there is no Wanfa profound leaf, even if Shi Hesong has the pure gold fruit, it will be of little use. Come up. Long Yu thought for a while, then lowered to the ground and stretched out his hand. Looking at this scene, Tian Yutian jumped up towards Long Yu without hesitation, and grabbed Long Yu's hand. Long Yu alone took Lu Yuan, Tian Yutian, and a large ice cube, and flew towards the sky again. Tian's wings, the dance of the dragon and sparrow, he tried his best to move it, and he was able to fly up for a while, and the speed was much faster than Tian Yutian running on the ground. It's just that if the white-eyed wolf subordinates from Tianren's secret realm catch up, Long Yu's speed will not be enough at all. Of course, even though the city lord of Bingsheng City was not the opponent of the white-eyed wolf, he would not be defeated so quickly. As long as there is a delay, Long Yu, Shi Hesong and the others will escape a long distance, and if they want to chase after that time, they will not know where they flew to. After Shi Hesong and Long Yu led the people to fly far enough, in Bingsheng City, the city lord dragged his injured body and flew high, running towards the opposite direction of Shi Hesong. The subordinates of the white-eyed wolf naturally refused to let him go, and also rose against the wind, chasing him closely. In this way, the distance from Shi Hesong and Long Yu was getting farther and farther. Of course, the city lord of Bingsheng City will not sit still and wait for death. He intends to go to other cities in Beihai Kingdom to rescue soldiers during his trip. In the royal capital of Beihai Kingdom, there is naturally one of the 7 wolf guards who can subdue this white-eyed wolf. Heartless Mountains. With some difficulty, Long Yu flew to the depths of the ruling mountain range with some difficulty, returned to Zaisong's residence, landed immediately, and breathed a sigh of relief. This place should be the Heartless Mountain Range, right? Tian Yutian also heaved a sigh of relief, looked around, and said in a little surprise. It's in the depths of the Heartless Mountain Range. Long Yu nodded, and immediately sat upright and adjusted his breath, quickly recovering his consumed profound energy. The wolf guard of the white-eyed wolf probably couldn't find it here, and everyone's safety is no problem, but the preparation for refining the secret pill of heaven and man fell short. Without myriad law profound leaf, the celestial secret pill cannot be refined. Shihasung wants to step into the celestial secret realm, and I don't know how long he will have to wait. Although Mr. Shi has good talent in martial arts, if he could step into the secret realm of heaven and man by himself, he would have already crossed it in one step. How could he be stuck in the 9th level of true spirit for so long? Now, getting older and older, if you want to take this step, you have to rely on pills, otherwise the hope of stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man is extremely slim. The golden-robed alchemist, named Che Jianzi, is also under the white-eyed wolf. Shihasung thought for a while, and said, they want myriad law profound leaf, so they should also refine the celestial secret pill, so that Che Jianzi can step into the celestial secret realm, so as to prolong his life. Prolong life? Lu Yuan was a little puzzled when she heard this. Yes, prolong life. Shihasung nodded. Once Wuxiu enters the secret realm of heaven and man, he will be completely different from other Wuxiu. The most fundamental difference is that his physical body is one with the heaven and earth. Even if he is as shriveled as Che Jianzi, an old body can also be rejuvenated in an instant. Our ordinary martial arts can live up to 100 years old at most, and the end is coming. But if we step into the secret realm of heaven and man, our lifespan can be increased to 200 years in one fell swoop. Stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man, can you also increase your lifespan? When Long Yu heard this, his heart moved. In this way, there is indeed an essential difference between the secret realm of heaven and man and the secret realm of true spirits. If you cross it in one step, you will reach the sky, but if you fail to cross it, you will still be on the ground, like an ant. Even if Long Yu went all out now and was able to kill ordinary 9th-level true spirit powerhouses, he was still completely vulnerable to people in the mystic realm of heaven and man. Even if the realm of Long Yu martial arts goes up to a higher level, reaching the 7th or 8th level of true spirit, it may not be able to fight against the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. Once one enters heaven, one is heaven, above all other martial arts. Boy Tian, have you finished collecting the medicinal materials that you were asked to collect? Shihasung came over and said to Tian Yutian, if it is completed, then I can save your brother. Thank you, Senior Shi. Tian Yutian showed joy on his face. He knew that Shihasung was in a bad mood when he failed in refining the secret pill of heaven and man, but he was still willing to save his brother Lu Xiu, which made him quite excited. The two have known each other since childhood, and they have a wish, that is, to step into the heavenly mandate holy court together and become disciples of the heavenly mandate holy court. Now Lu Xiu had an accident and almost died. If he couldn't be treated, it would be Tian Yutian's lifelong regret. Fortunately, he met Mr. Shi. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Since Shihasung said that he has the ability to treat Lu Xiu, there is naturally no major problem. After 7 days, Lu Xiu then took the healing elixir refined by Zhaisong, which is specially made for repairing the heart veins, and it is a low-grade Xian grade, and the effect is very good. Tian Yutian is a very handsome young man, about 24 or 5 years old. And Lu Xiu, on the other hand, looks a bit more vicissitudes. He should be almost 30 years old, and this age just happens to be able to participate in this time's heavenly mandate holy selection. Great, Brother Lu, you're awake, we can participate in the heavens mandate sacred selection together. Seeing Lu Xiu getting up sleepily, Tian Yutian hurriedly ran forward and hugged him tightly. Heavenly mandate holy selection? Long Yu was on the side at this time, but he was a little surprised. Both of you, are you going to participate in the heavens mandate sacred selection? That's natural, but if you want to participate in the heavens mandate holy selection, you must first obtain the qualifications for the holy selection. This qualification for the holy selection is a bit difficult now. Tian Yutian frowned slightly. There are quite a few quotas in the Beihai Kingdom, but it's a pity that we have offended the 10,000 Arrow sect, and it is impossible to compete for the quota in the Beihai Kingdom. Regarding the qualifications for the holy election, Long Yu also asked Shi Hsong before, and probably knew something about it. The Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection will be held a year later, and if you want to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, you must have the qualifications for the holy election. This holy election qualification is the number of quotas issued by the North Court of Tianyu to various countries and large sect forces in the territory. For example, the Beihai Kingdom has 24 specific quotas to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection, including 4 quotas for the 10,000 Arrow sect, and some quotas for other sects and family forces, adding up to a total of 24 people. In addition, there are 8 public places, that is, in the entire territory of Beihai. Some Jianghu martial arts without backers are called to compete for these 8 public places through martial arts. Now that Tian Yutian is being targeted by the 10,000 Arrow sect, it is very difficult to win the public quota of Beihai Kingdom. The Soul Valley Demon Country also has quite a few places, among which the Sword Wing of the Soaring Sky tribe already has the qualification for the holy election. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. At the beginning, Giguisher, the 9th level strength of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Jianyi, cut off the Taiyin wings behind him with a single sword, and made him fall into the abyss of hidden bones. Long Yu never forgot this hatred. About the quota, I have a suggestion. Lu Yuan smiled from the side and said, Long Yu, although our Tang dynasty is only a small country, there are a total of 7 places that can be qualified for the holy election. 3 of the places belong to the Chu family, the Long family, and the Mo family. The remaining 4 places will be determined through competitions. 7 places. So the 2 are from the Great Tang Kingdom? When Tian Yutian heard the words, his handsome face was full of surprise. Unexpectedly, in a small country like the Tang dynasty, there would be such a young genius as Brother Long. Long Yu and Lu Yuan were not angry when they said that Tang dynasty was a small country, because it was completely true. With the strength of Tian Yutian and Lu Xiao, if they followed Long Yu to the Tang dynasty, it would be extremely easy to win the second of the remaining 4 places. However, it is too embarrassing for the mighty martial cultivators of their majestic North Sea country to go down and compete with the martial cultivators of small countries for the holy election. How about going to the Tang dynasty? Long Yu asked. No, let's find another way. Tian Yutian waved his hands again and again. With our strength, where can we not get the qualification for the holy election? Even if Wang Jianzong bans me and Brother Lu, it may not be able to stop us. Then I don't worry about it. Long Yu smiled. He could tell that Tian Yutian was a very proud person, and he definitely didn't want to go to the Tang dynasty to win the qualification for the holy election. But for Long Yu, he was originally from the Great Tang Kingdom, and he must go back to the Great Tang Kingdom if he wanted to be qualified for the holy election. The competition for the remaining 4 places will start in 9 months, and Long Yu still has a period of time to practice and break through the realm of unity of true spirit. Tian Yutian and Lu Xiao spent a month recovering from their injuries in the Heartless Mountain Range, and then they were taken by Long Yu to leave the Heartless Mountain Range and return to Beihai Middle School. During this period of time, Long Yu and Lu Yuan continued to comprehend the Taiyin Tianbei, and at the same time, they continued to perform the Awakening Palm Reincarnation martial arts, observing the scene of their future self displaying various martial arts against the enemy. In this way, Long Yu quickly comprehended the various martial arts he had cultivated. On the other hand, Shi Hsong, because he failed to obtain the Myriad Law Profound Leaf, the secret pill of heaven and man fell short, which caused him to lose interest, which is also human nature. Long Yu followed Zai-Song to learn the art of alchemy, and he could always see a little regret in Zai-Song's eyes. Shi Hsong had already taken lightly on advancing to the heavenly human secret realm, but it was still unavoidable, and he was somewhat obsessed with it. A person lives a lifetime, and if he cannot cross that step, he will always be an ordinary person. Once that crucial step is taken, the trajectory of life will be completely different. Old Shi, if I have a chance, I'll find out if you have the myriad law profound leaf. Long Yu said. He wasn't trying to comfort Elder Shi, but he was confident enough that he could win the election of the Holy Mandate of Heaven. Once he joined the Holy Mandate of Heaven, he might not be unable to get another profound leaf of myriad laws. Sometimes there must be something in your life, and there is always time in your life. Don't force it. Boy Long, you don't have to deliberately find it for the old man, just let it happen naturally. Shi Hsong smiled lightly, and didn't take Long Yu's words to heart. He searched for most of his life, but he failed to get a myriad technique profound leaf. Even if Long Yu was a little capable, but if he wanted to find the myriad technique profound leaf, the most important thing to look for was luck. Regarding this, Long Yu didn't say much, but secretly decided in his heart that he must help Shi Hsong if he had the opportunity. Awakening the samsara martial skills, practicing to the peak state, you will be able to see the future, allowing yourself to comprehend the higher realm of martial skills faster. For the next time, while learning alchemy techniques, Long Yu put his greatest focus on practicing martial arts, and had the ability to wake up and see the future. Just 1 month before the start of the martial arts competition to determine the eligibility for the holy election in the Tang dynasty, Long Yu finally raised some of the martial arts that he usually used mainly to a higher level. Yushui Vortex, comprehend to the state of great achievement. 1 punch can condense 9 vortexes, an example is incomparable. Yeshua Xianmu, also reached the Deshang state, can condense 9 layers of Yeshua Xianmu with a wave of hand, and its defense ability is more than 10 times stronger than before. Dragon Sparrow Dance, a mysterious level supergrade martial skill, has finally taken a step further, stepping into the realm of Xiaocheng. In addition to being able to condense the dragon sparrow's wings to fly, it is also able to display Dragon Sparrow Flash. When Long K dodge was used, Long Yu's whole body jumped to another plane. Using this move, he was able to dodge most of the attacks of the Tianyu continent's martial arts. Even if it is the secret realm of heaven and man, or even a stronger attack method, as long as it does not involve the laws of heaven and earth such as space, it can be dodged by Long K. Dragon Sparrow Dance, as a martial skill of the mysterious level, is indeed extraordinary. This method gave Long Yu the trump card to save his life when facing the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. Of course, if you want to fight against the strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man based on this, it is still impossible. At most, you can only avoid the opponent's blow. In addition to these, the martial skill of Zuo Huangquan has finally reached the realm of perfection. Martial arts have reached the realm of transformation, that is, they have truly reached the strongest realm. The trick of drunken lying in the yellow springs can condense the 9 nether bursts at its peak, summon the spirit of the yellow springs to bind the opponent when it is perfect, and can condense the barriers of the yellow springs in the transcendent state, which is extremely strong in defense. And after reaching the transformation realm, Long Yu was able to completely transform the surrounding tens of feet into the eerie realm of the underworld with just 1 punch. In the territory of Huangquan, Long Yu's combat power will skyrocket, while all opponents in the territory of Huangquan will have their combat effectiveness greatly reduced due to the erosion of the 9 nether chi. This move has become Long Yu's biggest trump card now. On the contrary, it is the Great Desolation level martial skill Yulong 9 explosions. The after effects after using it are too great, it is impossible to use it not at a certain time. These days, Long Yu's harvest is more than that. After staying in the ruling mountain range for so long, the remaining Taiyin Tianbei was finally comprehended by him and Lu Yuan together, and completely disappeared. And the two people's comprehension of the law of the sun finally reached the level of the domain. Once the realm of the law of the monument is released, it can exert a powerful suppression on the surrounding enemies. Although Lu Yuan is only at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm of martial arts, she can easily win against a person at the 6th level of the True Spirit. Facing the martial arts powerhouse of the 7th level of the True Spirit, he also has the strength to fight. As for Long Yu, it was even more difficult to see through. Long Yu before was able to blast and kill Ba Ji, a powerhouse of the 9th level of True Spirit, but now Long Yu can deal with martial arts like Ba Ji more easily. However, if he meets someone as strong as Tian Yutian, Long Yu will definitely not be his opponent. In the final analysis, his martial arts realm is really too low. If he could step into the realm of unity of True Spirit, then even against a martial artist as strong as Tian Yutian, Long Yu would still have the strength to fight. Fortunately, during this period of time, Long Yu followed Shi Hsong and had already learned the essence of alchemy. As long as Long Yu's martial Dao realm goes a step further, even a mysterious pill can be refined by himself. During this period of time, every time Long Yu refined a new kind of elixir, he would take it for himself, Lu Yuan, and Xiang Wu. As time passed, his martial arts realm was finally not far from the level of the unity of True Spirit. To participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, the minimum requirement is to reach the level of unity of True Spirit. It is impossible for Lu Yuan to achieve it. But Long Yu, now he can sprint to this realm. The unity of the True Spirit, pay attention to using the True Spirit to perceive the heaven and the earth, let the True Spirit blend into the heaven and the earth, so that you can borrow more power from the laws of the heaven and the earth. Long Yu thought in his heart. The True Spirit he possesses now is the heaven-suppressing sun which contains the power of the heaven-suppressing law, and the 9 nether dragon True Spirit which is difficult to use. If the heaven-suppressing Yang Spirit is united with the heaven and the earth, then the power of laws strengthened by Long Yu will only be the sky-suppressing law. No, the strongest law power I have is the law power of the Taiyin Tianbei. It seems that I must first condense the True Spirit that represents the Taiyin law. After stepping into the realm of unity of the True Spirit, the combat power will be the strongest. Long Yu pondered in his heart, and quickly made a decision. With the power of the law of the sun, condense the 3rd True Spirit. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The higher the level of the law of heaven and earth, the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth is needed to improve the condensed True Spirit. If the law of the sun is condensed into a True Spirit, if Long Yu wants to improve the realm of martial arts, he needs at least 30% more heaven and earth spiritual energy than before. However, the 30% more spiritual energy didn't have much impact on Long Yu. The key is that Long Yu needs to condense the true dragon spirit of the 9 serenities, which requires 3 or 4 times more heaven and earth aura than other martial arts to be able to advance. This is why Long Yu has not been able to step into the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm in the past half a year. It stands to reason that after the various elixirs he took are completely absorbed by the 9 nether dragon seal, they are enough for ordinary martial arts practitioners to upgrade from the 6th level of True Spirit to the 8th level of True Spirit. However, due to the existence of the 9 nether dragon True Spirit, the improvement of the Dragon Yu martial arts realm has become extremely slow. The 9 Serenity Dragon Seal brought many conveniences to Long Yu, but on this point, it made Long Yu somewhat puzzled. Puzzled, Long Yu can only step into a higher level of martial arts realm by condensing the true dragon spirit of the 9 nethers. This is something he has no way to change for the time being. However, it is not far from the realm of unity of True Spirit, and there is only one chance. Long Yu thought in his heart. The opportunity to improve the realm of martial arts does not come when you want it, just like Shi Hsong, who has been stuck in the 9th level of the True Spirit all his life, unable to step into the secret realm of heaven and man, so he knows how rare the opportunity to improve the realm is. If Long Yu wanted to step into the realm of unity of True Spirit, it would be impossible to do it only by retreating and hard training. Anyway, the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection is coming soon, and it's time for Long Yu to go back to the Tang Dynasty, take part in the competition first, and get the qualification for the sacred selection. Boy Long, now you are only one step away from the unity of the true spirit. Why don't you go out to practice, pick an opponent with enough weight, and fight a match? Maybe you can gain some understanding. Shi Hsong also felt that it was time for Long Yu to leave, and said to him with a smile. He has already taught Long Yu most of what alchemy can be taught, and he has paid off the favor he owed to Long Yu, and Shi Hsong also appreciates Long Yu's talent. If it wasn't for the imminent selection of the Heaven's Mandate, he really wanted to teach Long Yu what he had learned all his life, but to Long Yu, the Heaven's Mandate's selection was obviously more important than this. Find an opponent with enough weight? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then thought of the Lord of Beihai City that he met when he first came to Beihai Kingdom. In Beihai City, there is no strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, and the city lord of Beihai City is the strong man in the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm. Such an opponent is good for training. If you want to break through the shackles of the realm in battle, it must be a battle of life and death, and there must be no room for it. Otherwise, Shi Hsong could fight Long Yu by himself, and let Long Yu try to break through. Unfortunately, if there is not enough life and death pressure, even if they learn from each other, it will not have much crucial effect. Take the city lord of Beihai City as a practice. Firstly, this person is strong enough. Secondly, he is not beyond the range that Long Yu can deal with. And thirdly, this person and Long Yu have no equal hatred. Once Long Yu appears, the opponent will never be able to let Long Yu go. If there is a fight, Long Yu will definitely be under great pressure. Under such pressure, the possibility of him breaking through the realm of martial arts will be greatly increased. Lu Yuan, let's go. Long Yu nodded to Lu Yuan, and then took Lu Yuan's delicate body and bid farewell to Shi Hsong and Shi Yongwu. Everyone has been together for nearly 2 years, but they have developed a lot of feelings, especially the little girl Xiangwu, who has grown a lot in the past year and learned many things that she didn't understand before. For Long Yu, a certain kind of special emotion was born. Brother Long, will you come back? Seeing Long Yu leaving with Lu Yuan, Shi Yongwu quickly raised her head and asked. It should be. Long Yu nodded slightly. In fact, he was not sure about this. After participating in the Tianyu Holy Selection, would he come back here? Will definitely come back if he gets the chance. But I just don't know if the situation at that time will give him this chance. No matter what, Long Yu and Lu Yuan finally left this unfeeling mountain range where they had lived for more than a year and had consumed all the lunar steel together. During this time, an extremely deep relationship developed between the two of them. At least, Lu Yuan was willing to accompany Long Yu here for more than a year, which in itself proved that Lu Yuan had already developed some feelings for Long Yu, but it was not too obvious. I'll send you out of the Beihai country first. Remember to go back and say hello to my adoptive father and the others. Taking Lu Yuan with him, Long Yu said to Lu Yuan as he flew towards the great Tang kingdom from a high altitude. What about you? Are you really going to Beihai City? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. With Long Yu's current level of martial arts, it is really too much to challenge the city lord of Beihai City. Most importantly, the Lord of Beihai City is not alone. The city lord, after all, is a city lord, and he has many men and horses, so Long Yu can go alone. Can he do it? Then Xing Feichuan, it's always a disaster to keep it. Anyway, now I need an opportunity to step into the realm of true soul unity. Apart from him, there is really no other candidate. Long Yu smiled, and didn't think there was any difficulty in this matter. It is not difficult to let Xing Feichuan come out to fight one-on-one. Long Yu has many ways to prevent Xing Feichuan from moving reinforcements, and the one he is going to use is of course the simplest method. Then I'll wait for you in the great Tang Imperial City. Be careful yourself. Regarding Long Yu's thoughts, Lu Yuan had no choice but to let him go. After Long Yu sent Lu Yuan away from the border of the Beihai Kingdom from a high altitude, he returned to the Beihai kingdom and saw Beihai city in the distance. He still remembered that he had rescued the captive Lu Yuan and Shi Lao's granddaughter Shi Yangwu in this city, and thus had nearly 2 years of experience. It's just unexpected that if the real dragon spirit of the 9 nethernesses wants to improve, it needs so much aura of heaven and earth. Up to now, Longyu is still only in the realm of the 6th level of true spirit. The minimum requirement for the selection of the heavenly mandate is to reach the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm, so Longyu must step into the real spirit unity realm before returning to the great Tang kingdom. Xing Feichuan, the city lord of Beihai city, was regarded by Longyu as the best candidate for the stepping stone. Beihai city is still prosperous, and it is naturally not as good as Bingsheng city, but it is much more prosperous than all cities in the Great Tang Kingdom, including the Great Tang Imperial City. Returning to this place, Longyu remembered the border town martial arts conference that Wang Jianzong held here. More than a year ago, I don't know how many martial artists from Beihai city were recruited by Wang Jianzong. Time flies, Longyu is quite emotional. The sparrow's wings stretched out behind him, and it flew straight across the sky, preparing to go to the city lord's mansion of Beihai city, but suddenly discovered that the style and layout of the entire border city was completely different from that of more than a year ago. It seems that the city is so different from before, as if another person is ruling it. City master, has someone changed? Longyu was taken aback for a moment. Some did not expect such a situation. Xing Feichuan, because he offended Shi Hasong before, all the strong men in the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm died. Could it be that the position of city lord was taken away because there were no such strong men in charge? Or, because of the pain of losing a son, Xing Feichuan no longer has the intention to become the city lord? No matter what the reason was, Longyu's plan to use Xing Feichuan as a stepping stone seemed to have failed. The owner of the city has changed, and the situation in the border city seems to have changed a lot. Longyu was in the sky, and when he looked down, he could see the whole Beihai city, the scenes in the streets. It seemed much more chaotic than when he came here before. Suddenly, Longyu caught sight of an acquaintance. It was a middle-aged man in a black gown, leading a 16 or 17-year-old boy, who was being surrounded by a large group of city guards, as if he had committed some crime. That middle-aged man is surprisingly Wen Luan, who bought Longyu's Xinghai sword earlier. Because of the Xinghai sword, Wen Luan also helped Longyu a few in the border city trading house, so that Longyu could sell other things at the correct price. Longyu had a good impression of Wen Luan. This middle-aged man had a gentle personality and was approachable. Even if he was a member of one of the 3 major families in the city, he did not have any sense of superiority. Such a person, Longyu couldn't figure it out. How could he offend this group of city guards? Longyu thought for a while, then quickly landed from the sky, taking advantage of no one's attention, hid in a small alley near where Wen Luan was, observing all this. Stinky boy, don't you hurry up and hand over the sword in your hand? Don't you dare to defy our city guards to handle the case. We suspect that this sword is related to a murder case not long ago, so hand it over quickly. Wen Luan, although you are a member of the Wen family in the city, the Wen family still wants to enjoy the same privileges as before. It's impossible. We must act impartially. These city guards besieged Wen Luan and the young man in the street, and they all spoke with great pride. That young man was holding the Xinghai sword that Longyu had sold back then. His face was flushed with anger, and his hands that were holding the Xinghai sword tightly were trembling with veins bursting out. This person should be Wen Luan's son. Hearing these people's words, Wen Luan couldn't help snorting. No matter how good-tempered he was, didn't you just fall in love with my son's Xinghai sword? Why are you talking about such a high-sounding reason as a murder case? My son, you have been retreating in the Wen family's mansion these days. Why would you use this sword to kill people? There is no evidence to say. If you want your son to escape suspicion, then show evidence. If you can't show it, we can only confiscate this murder weapon first, and then put you in prison. The city guards in charge looked at Wen Luan and the young man jokingly, as if the two were already trapped and could not escape no matter what. Seeing this, Long Yu probably understood everything. It's nothing more than the fact that the Wen family is getting weaker and weaker now, and has lost its status in Beihai City, causing these city guards to find reasons to bully them. Long Yu passed by Beihai City, and he was here to find trouble, but seeing this situation, his heart suddenly moved, and he walked out of the alley. Senior Wen, what happened to these city guards? He walked to the street step by step, which surprised Wen Luan and his son, the city guards, and many onlookers. This kind of troublesome thing, now there are still people taking the initiative to take care of it. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. When everyone saw that the person who stepped out was just a boy at the 6th level of True Spirit, they burst into laughter. When will the kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm dare to come out to manage the affairs of the city guards? Even Wen Luan couldn't recognize Long Yu for a while, and after being startled for a while, he suddenly remembered, isn't this the Long Yu who sold Xinghai sword to him in the border town more than a year ago? Brother Long, why are you here? Wen Luan was shocked. He was very clear that Long Yu had offended the city lord Xing Feichuan more than a year ago, and there were even rumors that it was this Long Yu who killed the city lord's son Xing Liang. In this way, Xing Feichuan will naturally lead a team to surround and kill this son. Wen Luan would definitely not dare to intervene in this kind of matter. With his strength and the declining Wen family, it would be useless even if he intervened. Since then, the city lord Xing Feichuan has suffered heavy losses and his power has become weaker and weaker. It is said that Long Yu took the opportunity to escape. Under such circumstances, this Long Yu dared to come back to Beihai City? Although Beihai City has changed hands now, the current city lord is more arrogant than the previous Xing Feichuan. It can be said that he is domineering and lawless. I was passing by here and just happened to see Senior Wen, so I came over to have a look. Long Yu replied with a smile. Brat, what are you? You dare to meddle in the affairs of our city guards? Get out of here. In the city guard army, the captain of the 8th level of True Spirit said arrogantly, and stared at Long Yu with extremely disdainful eyes. I just came out to say hello to old friends, you city guards, don't you even allow this? Surprise appeared on Long Yu's face. What do you say hello, can't you find death? The captain of the city guards had a smirk on his face. It seems that you were also an accomplice in the previous murder case. Brothers, take this person down together, take him back to the prison, and wait to be punished. These words really surprised Long Yu. These city guards seem to be really lawless. If they catch anyone on the street, it can be said that they are related to some murder case? In the vast Tianyu continent, people are killed every moment, and killing a mere person is really nothing. This group of city guards made such a fuss out of nothing, they just wanted the Xinghai sword in Wen Luan's hand. As for capturing Long Yu, they probably felt that there might be something good in Long Yu's body. Grabbing one is also catching, why not catch one more together and try our luck? He's just a kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit, since he jumped out, there seems to be no reason for these city guards not to bully him for a while. I didn't expect that the city guards in this city would be so arrogant after not coming here for more than a year. Long Yu was calm and composed, and glanced at his eyes. Besides the captain of the city guard army with the 8th level of True Spirit, there were a total of 7 members of the city guard army with the 6th level of True Spirit. Such a small number of people is definitely not enough for Long Yu. In fact, even Wen Luan, who is also at the 8th level of the True Spirit, would not be afraid of these people, but the other party represented the city guards, so Wen Luan didn't dare to resist, so he could only argue with reason. It's a pity, how could these city guards have any reason with you? Arrogance, that's our right to be arrogant. You're a young brat, why don't you go back to the prison with us to sober up? While talking, the captain of the city guard waved his hand and said with a sneer, catch him. Eligible to be arrogant? Long Yu squinted his eyes, and then saw 3 members of the city guard army at the 6th level of true spirits running towards him. He actually did it in the street like this. Of course, Long Yu would not be caught without a fight. Originally, he came to Beihai City to find a chance to fight desperately, to motivate himself to step into the realm of unity of soul and soul. Now this group of city guards is just the beginning. The lunar realm. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the realm of the law of Taiyin that he had already comprehended immediately spread out, completely covering the 3 city guards rushing over. The power of the endless lunar frost made the 3 of them tremble for a while, and they clearly felt a chill penetrating into their bones, making their movements all slow, and it took all their strength to take a step. It's the celestial monument, the law of the celestial monument. This kid has comprehended the domain of the celestial monument law. Soon, one of the city guards saw the trick and let out a horrified and inexplicable roar. The law of the monument. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, this is an existence that cannot be met. Many dangerous places are actually buried with steals, but it is difficult for even the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man to dig them out. If you want to get the Tianbei, you must have enough luck and opportunities. The boy in front of him has actually comprehended the realm of the law of the sky tablet. From this, it can be seen that the fighting power of this boy is definitely beyond the ordinary 6th level martial arts of the true spirit. 10,000 people killed. Long Yu Joyo dragon spear was in his hand, the killing intent was concentrated on the tip of the spear, and he swept away, and the 3 city guards at the 6th level of true spirits were lifted into the air, and fell heavily to the ground, life or death unknown. Long Yu stood holding the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, with sarcasm in his eyes, and looked at the small city guard captain. You said you have the right to be arrogant, but I don't see where your arrogance's right lies. The law of the sky monument, you are a little bit capable, but you have committed a serious crime by acting wildly in Beihai City and ignoring our city guards, and you are doomed to die. The squad leader of the city guard army grinned grinningly while talking, with increasingly obvious greed in his eyes. This kid has comprehended the law of the sky tablet, so he must have other good things on his body. If he catches it, wouldn't he be able to get rich all of a sudden? Then you will try to kill me? Long Yu chuckled, even facing a strong man with the 8th level of true spirit, he didn't care. This scene surprised Wen Luan and his son. This small captain of the city guard army is a martial arts expert with the 8th level of true spirit. Just relying on the 6th level of Long Yu's true spirit, can he really fight against it? Although Long Yu has comprehended the realm of the heavenly monument law, but the level of martial arts is twofold, and the basic strength is 4 times worse. If he wants to defeat the opponent, he still cannot do it with the heavenly monument law alone. Brother Long is just passing by. Why do you bother to push each other? What's going on with me? Wen Luan, a middle-aged man in a black gown, frowned slightly, took 2 steps to stop Long Yu, and said to the team leader. Just passing by? The squad leader glanced to the side, and the 3 city guards fell to the ground, dead or alive. Is this just passing by? This son deliberately murdered the city guards. His crime is irreparable. He must be arrested and brought to justice. Wen Luan, if you are sensible, get out of here. The team leader had a righteous expression on his face. Now I suspect that the murder was definitely done by this kid. Wen Luan, you and your son are innocent, you can get out. When the captain's words came out, there was booing all around. This guy, who always talked about the murder case, was obviously a non-existent thing, and now he directly put the shit pot on the young man. It is really a strange thing among strange things. Even if there is a murder case, is the conviction determined in this way? With just one word from the captain of the city guards, who is guilty and who is innocent? It's funny what you say. Long Yu smiled faintly. I just came to Beihai City today. I stopped by to see my old friend. What kind of murder case could it be related to? It seems that the brains of your city guards are really not very good. Fuck you, you brat is cruel, and you still dare to refute it now? The squad leader shouted angrily, now you are attacking my city guards again. It seems that if you are not caught, you will not know where you are wrong. I was wrong, I was wasting time talking nonsense with you dogs. Long Yu said leisurely. And this sentence made the little captain completely angry. He couldn't think of anything else, his mind was full of thoughts of killing and mutilating Long Yu. Wenluan, get out of the way, we city guards will kill you. The captain's eyes burst into anger. Senior Wen, get out of the way too. I want to see how sharp the teeth of these dogs are. Why are they biting people in the street? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and said. Wenluan was sandwiched between the two of them, feeling a little puzzled, but after hearing Long Yu's words, he seemed quite confident, so he stepped aside and stood aside. However, Wenluan still focused his attention on Long Yu and the team leader. If Long Yu was in any danger, he would definitely rescue him immediately. Long Yu was just passing by to visit him. If something unexpected happened because of this, Wenluan would definitely feel very sorry. When Wenluan got out of the way, the team leader couldn't help it. I saw him take a long stride, displaying body martial arts skills, and galloped towards Long Yu, blasting a punch, which condensed the terrifying blow of an 8th-level true spirit powerhouse. This blow was not his full strength, because he didn't want to kill Long Yu directly. This kid insulted him so much and mocked him as a dog, how could he prevent Long Yu from being tortured to death? Brat, die. The captain had a smirk on his face, as if he had seen Long Yu being sent flying by his punch. Facing this guy's attack, Long Yu didn't move his body. He was able to defeat the powerhouse at the 8th level of the True Spirit a year ago, and the opponent was also a genius disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect. For the current Long Yu, the captain of the city guard army in front of him is really too weak. Royal Water Vortex. Long Yu raised his hand and quickly condensed 9 water vortices, not intending to entangle with the captain for a long time. 9 water vortexes, like 9 roaring water dragons, suddenly attacked the captain, enveloping him instantly. The turbulent wave swept the captain directly, and then washed him out, falling heavily to the ground. With just a random move, Long Yu beat this 8th-level city guard captain to the ground. Your dog teeth don't seem to be very sharp. Even a kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit can't bite me? Long Yu blasted the team leader away with one move, and did not forget to mock him. The little captain felt his whole body was being swirled by the vortex of water, and when he heard Long Yu's words, he immediately passed out and was unconscious. Go to the city lord's mansion quickly, and tell me that something happened here, and send more reinforcements. Those remaining members of the city guards, seeing this scene, how dare they personally go into battle against Long Yu? One by one, they fled in all directions and filed a complaint against the city lord's mansion. Long Yu watched them leave without stopping them. The rescuers who moved in, it's best not to let me down. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, then walked towards the stunned Wenluan and his son. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. After some exchanges, Long Yu finally learned about the current situation of Beihai City from Wenluan. It turned out that one Arrow sect came to Beihai City to hold a martial arts meeting before, and selected 30 talented young martial artists for special training. Not long ago, news finally came out that Su Chang'e, one of the 3 major families in the city, had a person named Su Chang'e who had stepped into the 9th level of the True Spirit and obtained the qualification to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. Naturally, this quota belongs to the 10,000 Arrow sect, and being able to win the spot in such a powerful sect of the 10,000 Arrow sect shows that Su Chang'e's strength is not uncommon. In fact, those who can step into the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm before the age of 30 are all geniuses in martial arts. So far, most of the 9th layer True Spirit powerhouses that Long Yu has seen are already over 30 years old, of course, except for Tian Yutian who met in Bingsheng City, and his brother Lu Xiao. It was very easy for a 9-level true spirit powerhouse before the age of 30 to win the qualification of the Heavens Mandate Sacred Selection. The news that Su Changyu was about to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection immediately inflated the ambitions of the Su family in Beihai City. Relying on the support of the 10,000 Arrows sect, they finally launched an attack and pulled Xing Feichuan from the position of the city lord. The Su family became the new owner of Beihai City, and Xing Feichuan was publicly beheaded by the head of the Su family for rebellion and conspiracy. From then on, Beihai City was completely under the control of the Su family. The Xing family was expelled, and one of the 3 original families, the Wen family, also encountered suppression from all sides. The Su family supported several new families and jointly controlled Beihai City. Suppressed. In today's Wen family, the head of the family has already left Beihai City with his people, looking for another place to develop. Wen Luan, on the other hand, was ordered by the head of the Wen family to stay, saying that it was for the sake of the entire Wen family to contain the ambitious Su family. In fact, if the Wen family wanted to leave, the Su family would not pay attention at all. The reason why the head of the Wen family kept Wen Luan's family was because Wen Luan's family was squeezed out by others in the Wen family. His character was strong and upright, and he had offended many people before. Because of this, Wen Luan and his son Wen Zian remained in Beihai City. And after they stayed, they would naturally suffer unfair treatment from the Su family. Senior Wen, since they made it clear that they want to keep you and make you suffer, why don't they leave Beihai City together? Long Yu was a little puzzled. The Wen family has been developing in Beihai City from the beginning to the end. Is there any reason to find another place to settle down? Speaking of this, Wen Luan was extremely annoyed. Even if his Su family is powerful, if our Wen family is united, we will not lose to the Su family. The bad thing is that the various factions of the Wen family are not united, stick to their own opinions, and even there are also factions that have taken refuge in the Su family. As he spoke, Wen Luan kept shaking his head. Brother Long, if you beat up the city guards, you've offended the Su family, so it's better to leave quickly, or you'll want to leave when they all come. I can't go anymore. Senior Wen, don't worry. Long Yu smiled slightly. I have my own measure. Seeing that Long Yu seemed very confident, Wen Luan wanted to persuade him, but he saw that the city guards not far away had already brought people over. Senior Wen, please go ahead, I'll take care of the matter here. Long Yu stepped out alone, and met the reinforcements brought by the city guards. He raised his head, glanced at the other party, and saw that the rescuer was really strong, and the leader was the deputy commander of the city guard who had just stepped into the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm. The squad leader of the 8th level of True Spirit was blown away by Long Yu's move, and if he wanted to deal with Long Yu, he had to invite a strong man from the 9th level of True Spirit. In the entire Beihai City, there is no secret realm of heaven and man. The 9th level of the secret realm of True Spirits is already the peak combat power in the city. The entire Su family faction adds up to only 3 or 5 people. The deputy commander of the city guards was one of them. What a bastard, someone is acting wild on the territory under my Shintominghua jurisdiction. I will take your skin off and make you regret what you did today. The deputy commander of the city guards, seeing Long Yu at the first sight, immediately stepped forward with a muffled sound, exuding an infinite bloody aura from his whole body. This killing intent. It seems that this person has blood of many innocent people on his hands. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and at a glance, he could see the domineering bloodthirsty of the commander Shintominghua. It was just right for him to use this person as a stepping stone to improve the realm of martial arts. By now, Wen Luan also knew that it was impossible to resolve the enmity between the two parties. And he, in the face of the real spirit 9-layer powerhouse, will not have any effect. Could it be that he wants to watch Long Yu be beheaded by the Shinto fire? Wen Luan gritted his teeth and stepped aside with his son. If it wasn't for his son, he would definitely stand up and fight the enemy with Long Yu, But it's a pity that with his son Wen Zian around, his most important thing is definitely his son's life. Wen Zian looked about 15 or 16 years old, and he was relatively handsome, with a pair of big, round eyes. This kid's martial arts realm has also reached the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm. Considering his age, he is quite talented, and he also holds the Xinghai sword. Confrontation. It's a pity that martial arts at this level are still completely out of control in the battle at the peak level of the True Spirit secret realm. Just now watching Long Yu's move to blow away the squad leader of the city guard with the 8th level of True Spirit, Wen Zian became very curious about Long Yu. Now when he saw Long Yu, he was actually facing the deputy commander of the city guard with the 9th level of True Spirit, did not flinch. He became even more curious about Long Yu. This Long Yu was the one who sold Xinghai sword to him. How could he be so strong? Wen Zian, this is the first time he has seen a martial artist who can surpass the double realm and defeat his opponent, not to mention, the deputy commander Shen Minghua that Long Yu is facing now is stronger than him by 3 realms. This made Wen Zian stare intently at the field, afraid of missing even a moment of excitement. The same goes for everyone else in the surrounding streets. Seeing that Long Yu didn't run away, but met the deputy commander Shen Minghua, these people pointed at Long Yu and whispered. No one thought that Long Yu could escape from Shen Minghua's hands. However, no one knew that when Long Yu came to Beihai City, he originally wanted to fight, and wanted to use the strong man of the 9th level of True Spirit as a stepping stone for him to step into the realm of unity of True Spirit. Shen Minghua? A weak guy like you is also qualified to be the deputy commander of the city guard? Long Yu smiled directly, and began to taunt, provoking the other party. I want to arrest me and let you lead me here, but you are not qualified. Sure enough, these words made Shen Minghua full of anger, and his killing intent towards Long Yu was raised to a new height. In my eyes, you are already a dead person. Shen Minghua didn't ask the reason of the incident at all. Anyway, he had to clean up anyone who dared to offend their city guards. He took a step forward, holding a Zhongshu long spear in his hand. His killing intent flashed awe-inspiringly. Bloodthirsty gun. Shen Minghua didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he stepped within a distance of 10 feet from Long Yu, he immediately unleashed a top-grade spirit-level martial skill, the Bloodthirsty Spear. A blood-red gun shadow flew straight across the sky, stabbing towards Long Yu. The Yushui Tianmu. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 9 layers of translucent water curtains appeared in front of him. Facing Shen Minghua's shot, Long Yu chose to defend. And his behavior, in the eyes of everyone around him, is extremely stupid. You know, Shen Minghua's martial arts realm is 3 levels higher than him. There is absolutely no way to make up for the gap in the realm of triple martial arts. Such a frontal resistance, how could it stop Shen Minghua's bloodthirsty gun shadow? However, the facts shocked everyone. The Yushui Tianmu, which has been cultivated to the level of Deshang, has 9 layers of water curtain barriers, and the defense capabilities of each layer are extremely terrifying. Shen Minghua's bloodthirsty spear, the condensed blood-red spear shadows, penetrated through 4 or 5 layers of water curtains one after another, but then became powerless and was blocked by the remaining water curtains. A mid-level mysterious defensive martial skill, even if used by the 6th level True Spirit Dragon Guard, is enough to withstand an ordinary attack from the 9th level True Spirit. Huh? This kid seems to be a little bit capable. Shen Minghua watched Long Yu block him with a shot, and couldn't help frowning slightly, knowing that he underestimated this kid. Waving the long spear in his hand, the bloodthirsty aura burst forth instantly, forming a terrifying whirlwind, in which countless bloodthirsty spear shadows condensed. With that blow just now, Shen Minghua just tried it casually, but now this move is a bloodthirsty spear that has reached the perfect state. A bloodthirsty whirlwind and countless bloodthirsty gun shadows completely enveloped Long Yu. This kid is finished. The powerhouse of the 9 layers of True Spirit is really so tyrannical. That's right. Although the kid's defensive martial skills were very strong just now, he was defeated by only one bloodthirsty spear shadow. Now that there are so many bloodthirsty spear shadows, this kid must not be able to stop it. Let me just say, this guy is only at the 6th level of the true spirit. He dares to challenge the strong man at the 9th level of the true spirit. He really wants to die. But I can't blame him. The city guards are really deceiving people too much. This kid was just passing by to visit friends, but he was caught by the city guards. Fart, in this world, martial arts are respected. If you have no strength, you are destined to be bullied by others. You should go to hell with the principles you talk about. Everyone talked a lot, and they did not shy away from being heard by Long Yu and others. In this world, martial arts are respected, that's right. Facing the bloodthirsty gun shadows attacking all over the sky, Long Yu remained motionless, but thought to himself, these city guards can show off their power in the border city by relying on their force. And I rely on my stronger force, so I can dare to directly challenge their authority, even use this commander as a stepping stone. When those bloodthirsty gun shadows were only a few feet away from Long Yu finally moved. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, Flash of the Dragon Sparrow. At this moment, there seemed to be a pair of black wings fluttering behind Long Yu, causing his body to suddenly become translucent. At this moment, his whole body went to another plane. Although he could still be seen, nothing could touch him, including all kinds of attacking profound energy martial arts. The bloodthirsty gun shadows, like arrows raining down from the sky, instantly drowned Long Yu, accompanied by the laughter of everyone around. I thought this kid was capable, but I didn't expect the deputy commander to belch as soon as he stepped out. That's right, that kid blocked the deputy commander just now, and I was taken aback. Now it seems, it's just luck. It's a farce, it's really boring, it's better to go back to retreat and practice. Everyone thought that Long Yu had already died under the shadow of bloodthirsty guns that filled the sky. Even Wen Luan, who was wearing a black gown, was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Long Yu to be able to block Shen Tuminghua's attack just now, and now he was killed all of a sudden. He didn't even have time to think about whether he wanted to help. Long Yu was completely enveloped by the shadow of the endless bloodthirsty spear. It's really vulnerable. I thought this kid could bring us some fun, but now it seems that's all. Shen Tuminghu grinned ferociously. He was sure that the bloodthirsty spear, which had been comprehended to the peak, was definitely not something a kid at the 6th level of the true spirit could resist. Although he hasn't used all his strength yet, it allows him to use the bloodthirsty spear to the extreme. This kid's strength is far beyond the ordinary 6th level true spirit martial arts. However, when he turned around and wanted to leave, he suddenly saw Long Yu's figure reappeared in front of him intact after those bloodthirsty spear shadows dispersed. This scene made Shen Tuminghu frown slightly. The bloodthirsty spear of his move was called this name because it was very bloody and cruel. Most of the opponents killed by it were disemboweled and blood spattered all over the place. But now, that boy named Long Yu seems to be fine. It makes me laugh out loud. I thought you could bring me a little challenge, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. Disappointed. Long Yu imitated the tone of Shen Tuminghua's words just now, and taunted him in turn, making Shen Tuminghua's lungs almost explode. He couldn't understand at all how Long Yu escaped with that move just now. Even with extremely high-level martial arts, it was impossible to escape the siege of the bloodthirsty gun's shadow in such a short time. But he didn't know that the martial skill of body technique practiced by Long Yu, the dance of the dragon sparrow, was a super high-grade mysterious martial skill. Each level of martial arts is divided into upper, middle and lower ranks, and super-grade martial arts are tyrannical martial arts beyond the current level. Generally speaking, there will be some special effects. Mysterious level supergrade martial arts are not much more powerful than the stronger high-grade earth-level low-grade martial arts, and most of them also have strange effects, such as Dragon Sparrow Flash of Dragon Sparrow Dance. This move of Long's dodge can make people jump to another plane, thereby avoiding all attacks. How can this kind of mystery be imagined by Shen Minghua, who has never even seen a mysterious martial skill? Not only Shen Minghua himself couldn't figure it out, but the other people around him couldn't figure it out either. How could this kid at the 6th level of the true spirit possess such tyrannical strength, that even Shen Minghua's powerful martial arts were helpless? Show some real skills, otherwise, you will die in my hands. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he once again launched a provocation. Ignorance, arrogance. Shen Minghua's eyes seemed to burst into flames, and he decided that he must deal with this kid as soon as possible, otherwise, where would his majesty and aura as the deputy commander of the city guard lie? Thinking of this, he took a step forward, swung the spear in his hand instantly, and concentrated his profound energy to outline the shape of a wolf on top of his head. Fire Wolf, True Spirit. Shen Minghua snorted coldly, "You are proud enough to let me release the true spirit to deal with you, but everything is over here, your martial arts path will end in the hands of me, Shen Minghua. There's a lot of nonsense." Seeing this, Long Yu didn't take it seriously, and then waved his hand, also releasing his true spirit. The true spirit of Shen Minghua is a fire wolf, which has a bloody aura mixed in, and when it suddenly appears, it fills the surroundings with a bloody and brutal aura. But Long Yu's true spirit has 2 forms. A sun and a moon rise up from both sides of Long Yu respectively, and at the same time release 2 completely different powers in the field of law. The sun that suppresses the sky. Lunar moon. The 3rd true spirit condensed by the Dragon Palace is the moon of the lunar moon, which corresponds to the sun of suppressing the sky, which coincides with a certain principle of the cycle of heaven and earth, so that the laws of suppressing the sky and the laws of the Taiyin that he comprehended can complement each other and be more aggressive. After condensing the true spirit of the lunar moon, the power in the domain of the lunar law released by Long Yu has been multiplied several times, and with the assistance of Tianziang, it has become several times stronger. How can a brutal fire wolf in Shen Minghua be able to compare the domain of laws that is more powerful than ordinary sky tablet laws? Sun and moon? Seeing this, Shen Minghua smiled grimly. Unexpectedly, you have condensed a double true spirit, but in the face of the absolute gap in martial arts realm, what effect can your double true spirit have? As soon as the words fell, the bloody fire wolf spirit suddenly roared behind him, and its 4 sharp claws drew bloody lines, and rushed towards Long Yu ferociously. At the same time that the true spirit of the bloody fire wolf was showing its power, everyone around seemed to be staring at it, shrouded in a terrifying bloody aura, and most of them trembled uncontrollably. The strength of Shen Minghua is really too strong, and the realm of martial arts at the 9th level of the true spirit is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although this kid has the dual true spirit of the sun and the moon, his martial arts realm is too low, and he has not united his true spirit. It is absolutely impossible to fight Shen Minghua's bloody fire wolf true spirit. Many people's hearts skipped a beat, and they came to this conclusion involuntarily. Because the bloody fire wolf that went mad in an instant had an impact on their hearts that was too strong. That indomitable and bloody aura let them know that if they faced it themselves, they might be torn to pieces in the next moment. However, Long Yu was not at all affected by the bloody aura. Taiyin, Shintian. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he stimulated the profound energy in his body, instantly causing the double true spirits of the sun and moon behind him to erupt, condensing an endless realm of the law of the sun. Although Long Yu has not yet reached the realm of unity of true spirit, but with the assistance of the heaven-suppressing yang true spirit, the power of the Taiyin law field has far surpassed that of an ordinary 7th-level true spirit martial artist. When Long Yu burst out of the Taiyin law domain, at that moment, Shen Minghua's bloody fire wolf aura was suppressed. And lunar moon swished to condense countless lunar moon-killing sword lights, and swept towards the bloody fire wolf, bursting with incomparably bright brilliance in an instant. This is an attack method created by Long Yu after condensing the true spirit of the moon. With the power of the law of the moon, he condenses it into a moon-killing sword light. No matter in speed or power, it far exceeds all the marksmanship he has practiced. Whether it's an Lin touch, 10,000 kills, or sky-suppressing spear art, the lethality is completely inferior to Yu Sha Dao Guang. This series of moon-killing swords swept out, but in terms of momentum, it completely overwhelmed the bloody fire wolf, and in the next moment, one after another frost scars were drawn on the bloody fire wolf. The essence of Yu Sha Dao Guang is the power of the lunar law. The law of Taiyin is the seal-level law from the Taiyin Tianbei, far surpassing the Huangshi-level law comprehended by Shinta Minghua. Almost in an instant, the surface of the bloody fire wolf spirit was covered with countless traces of frost. If Long Yu's killing knife light was stronger, it could almost tear the bloody fire wolf spirit directly into pieces. It's a pity that Long Yu's martial Dao realm was still too weak, which resulted in the bloody fire wolf not being wiped out just like that. However, even so, Shinta Minghua and everyone around him were shocked on the spot. What kind of freak is this kid? In Shinta Minghua's heart, there was finally a fear that he might not be Long Yu's opponent. He is the majestic strong man in the 9th level of the secret realm of true spirits, and he is the strongest king under the secret realm of heaven and man. He never thought that a mere kid at the 6th level of the true spirit could injure his bloody fire wolf true spirit. You must know that this is the true spirit that has become one with the heaven and the earth. Every move of the bloody fire wolf can move the power of law in the world, and its tenacity is far more than that of the true spirit before the unity of the true spirit. It can be said that it is more difficult to injure the bloody fire wolf than to injure Shinta Minghua himself. Now, Long Yu's moon-killing Dao Guang actually wounded the bloody fire wolf true spirit, and even covered its surface with frost. That is to say, if Long Yu attacked Shinta Minghua with this move, he would not be able to resist it. Live. The threat is too great. A solemn look flashed in Shinta Minghua's eyes. He finally realized that the kid in front of him must not be regarded as a guy of the 6th level of the true spirit. If he wants to fight against him, he must be regarded as a strong person on the same level. Shinta Minghua knew that he must not let Long Yu go, or else he would leave a terrible trouble for himself. Now that Long Yu Tsai is at the 6th level of true spirit, he is already so heaven-defying. If he waits for him to unite with the true spirit, even reach the 8th level of true spirit, the 9th level of true spirit, and even step into the realm of the unity of heaven and man, what will it be like? Terrible existence? You are dead. Shinta Minghua's eyes became extremely murderous. As soon as he raised his hand, he wanted to use the strongest martial skill to deal with Long Yu. However, at this time, the corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Since I showed this hand, will I still give you a chance to attack? Long Yu chuckled, and then raised his hand. The lunar moon true spirit above his head instantly spun, and one after another, the moon-killing knife light rushed towards Shinta Minghua one after another. The moon-killing knife light, carrying the infinite frost power of the law of the sun, pierced the sky and attracted the attention of everyone present. No, if I attack, I will lose both sides to this kid. Even if I can injure him, I'm afraid I will lose my life. But if I defend, even with the defensive martial arts I have cultivated, I will definitely not be able to completely block these things. Dao Guang. Shinta Minghua gritted his teeth and fell into a dilemma. Facing Long Yu's killing knife light, coming from all around, Shinta Minghua suddenly came up with an idea. Fire wolf, stop me. Shinta Minghua snarled, with a ferocious look on his face. He even recalled the bloody fire wolf spirit and stopped him, apparently wanting the fire wolf spirit to resist Long Yu's move. At the same time, he waved his hand at the fastest speed, and the profound energy in his body quickly condensed, and in an instant, a bloody whirlwind burst out, bypassing the murderous lights of the moon-killing swords, and attacking Long Yu. This person actually chose to sacrifice his fire wolf true spirit, and he would also perish with Long Yu. Because Shinto knew very well that although using the fire wolf true spirit to resist the light of the moon-killing saber would probably be completely shattered, if not, today's incident would have a great impact on his martial arts journey. If he really lost to Long Yu, then his heart of martial arts would undoubtedly be greatly affected. It is absolutely impossible to attack the secret realm of heaven and man in this life. But he is like this now, although it is possible for the fire wolf true spirit to be completely shattered, but it is possible to use the sacrifice of the true spirit in exchange for Long Yu's life. That way, he still wins in the end. The point is, Shinto is betting. He is betting that Long Yu doesn't have any stronger means to resist the strongest move he has learned in his life, the Bloody Whirlwind. The Bloody Whirlwind, which contains too strong aura of killing, resisting it head-on, I am definitely not an opponent. Long Yu also shuddered, seeing the tyranny of Shinto move. He had used Dragon Sparrow Flash just now, and he definitely wouldn't be able to perform it a second time in a short period of time. To avoid being defeated by this Bloody Whirlwind, Long Yu had to dodge it. "You, Sha Daoguang, don't stop." Long Yu's face darkened, and he urged the moon-killing knife light to continue to attack the opponent's fire wolf true spirit, and he himself stretched out a pair of pitch-black wings behind him, leading his figure to fly towards the sky at a high speed. Shinto never expected that the kid in front of him could fly. As the deputy commander of the city guard army, he was recruited from outside after the Su family came to power. Of course, he had never experienced the scene of Long Yu rioting in the border city more than a year ago. At this moment, seeing Long Yu flying up with a swish, dodging his bloody whirlwind, he was shocked on the spot. Puff. 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 The light of the moon-killing knife kept cutting on the true spirit of the bloody fire wolf, and the traces of frost were cut wider and wider. Gradually, the flames on the whole body of the bloody fire wolf were about to be completely extinguished, looking listless and sluggish extreme. If Long Yu hadn't put part of his mind on avoiding the bloody whirlwind, this fire wolf true spirit would not have been spared, no matter what. "Stinky boy, let me down if you have the guts, let's have a fair fight." Shinto watched Long Yu fly higher and higher, and immediately started to scold his mother. "You use your cultivation at the 9th level of the true spirit to bully me, who is at the 6th level of the true spirit, how dare you say it's fair?" Long Yu snorted softly, completely ignoring Shinto Die. Shinto was about to die of anger, but he also had his own calculations in his heart. The two have been fighting for so long, Shinto has less than 30% of the profound energy left in his body. He guessed that Long Yu Tsai is the 6th level of the true spirit's secret realm, and the total amount of profound energy in his body is far inferior to his. At this moment, this kid is probably going to exhaustion. As soon as he thought of this, he had a thought, urging the bloody fire wolf to roar and attack Long Yu in the sky. Long Yu flew hundreds of feet into the air, leaving only a black spot in the eyes of everyone in the city. Shinto must not be able to jump that high. Seeing Long Yu fly so high, he felt that Long Yu had exhausted his profound energy and was using means to escape. How can such an opportunity be let go? Then he activated the bloody fire wolf true spirit and roared towards the sky, like clouds of fire bursting up. Innocent. At a height of hundreds of feet in the sky, Long Yu couldn't help smiling when he saw the fire wolf true spirit attacking him. Shinto guessed that the profound energy in his body was exhausted, right? It's a pity that Long Yu's tyranny is destined to be unimaginable to Shinto His dantian tempered by Tianlei is constantly beating, and the recovery speed of profound energy is much faster than that of a strong man of the 9th level of true spirit. At this moment, there is more than half of the profound energy left in Long Yu's body. Even if he fights with Shinto for another 300 rounds, he will not have the slightest weakness. However, Shinto didn't have much profound energy left in his body. If he continued to fight, he would really have no ability to fight back. Of course, Long Yu would not miss this opportunity. Seeing the bloody fire wolf true spirit flying towards him, Long Yu didn't even think about it. The lunar moon behind him directly condensed the light of the moon-killing sword, forming a sword-light killing formation, and instantly enveloped the fire wolf true spirit. Kill! Following Long Yu's stern shout, the lethal power of Yuasha Daoguang completely exploded. The bloody fire wolf true spirit was in the air, and originally wanted to kill and bite Long Yu to death, but it was suddenly faced with Long Yu's sword and light-killing array and strangled him. In an instant, the bloody flames exploded in the air, and the entire bloody fire wolf spirit was completely shattered by the light of Yuasha Dao. Puff! On the ground in the city, Shintu's open fire spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly became sluggish. The bloody fire wolf, the true spirit he condensed, was torn to pieces by Long Yu's Yuasha Dao at this moment, which he never thought of. One must know that Long Yu Tsai is just a kid at the 6th level of true spirit. And the shattering of the true spirit, especially the condensed entity, which is also one with the heaven and the earth, has a great impact on Wushou itself. Although after 3 to 5 months of recuperation, he can fully recover, but these 3 to 5 months are extremely fragile. Once any enemy comes to the door, there is absolutely no way to resist it, and they can only be caught without a fight. Therefore, when someone's true spirit is broken, they usually hide and do not appear in front of the crowd. That would make you very dangerous. Now, Shintu Minghua's bloody fire wolf true spirit was crushed by Long Yu. It can basically be said that he has reached the end of his position as the deputy commander of the city guards. Now even a team leader with 8 levels of true spirits can easily defeat Shintu Minghua. He has no use value for the Su family in Beihai City. According to the Su family's behavior style, Shintu Minghua's fate is worrying. But before that, Long Yu will not let this person go first. In Long Yu's eyes, as long as the future troubles can be cut off, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to survive. Die. Long Yu flew down a certain distance towards the streets of Beihai City, and then the moon-killing sword light swept out. Shintu Minghua, in this series of moon-killing saber lights, died without regret. His body was covered in frost, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He never thought until his death that his life would be in the hands of a kid at the 6th level of true spirit. Long Yu stood on the street in the city, and the people nearby retreated one after another, and each of them retreated a certain distance. As for the city guards, it was even worse. They ran away early when the bloody fire wolf's true spirit collapsed, for fear that Long Yu would make trouble for them and take their lives. Long, little brother Long, you are truly unexpected. In the arena, only the middle-aged man Wen Luan did not retreat, but looked at Long Yu with an expression of astonishment on his face. The 6th level of the true spirit defeated the 9th level of the true spirit? This is simply unbelievable. Senior Wen, if you stay here, you will be bullied in vain. You might as well leave earlier. Long Yu looked at Wen Luan and kindly persuaded him. Thank you little brother Long, it's just. Wen Luan was obviously reluctant to part with Beihai City. If Senior Wen has nowhere to go for the time being, why not go with me? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and suggested. Although he can now defeat the opponent of the 9th level of true spirit, it is still relatively difficult, not to mention, in the Feng family and Jin Tianzong of the Tang dynasty, there is no martial artist of this level sitting in charge. If he was suppressed by Chu Chaoxing, he would have little ability to resist. Long Yu's suggestion was only for the sake of Feng Chang'e and Bai Yunzong. I don't know, little brother Long, where are you going now? Wen Luan asked. Great Tang Kingdom, I came from the Great Tang Kingdom, and now I am going back to the Great Tang Kingdom to compete for the qualification to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection. Long Yu told the truth. Great Tang Kingdom? Wen Luan was stunned for a moment. The Great Tang Kingdom is a small country compared to the Beihai Kingdom. It is undoubtedly difficult for Wen Luan to leave the Beihai Kingdom and go to the Great Tang Kingdom. You know, in Tianyu continent, martial arts are respected, and strength represents everything. The reason why small countries are small is because there are not enough strong people among them to expand their territories. Of course, there are also some small countries that have no intention of expanding, but in general, the smaller the country, the weaker its strength. This is not controversial. It can be easily seen that the martial arts environment in Beihai Kingdom is much better than that in Datong Kingdom. In the Beihai Kingdom, it is not uncommon for the 8th and 9th levels of the True Spirit secret realm to be strong, but in the Tang Dynasty, the 8th level of the True Spirit is the master of the sect, and the 9th level of the True Spirit is the left prince. Not only that, but the number of strong people in the secret realm of heaven and man, the Great Tang Kingdom is definitely far inferior to the Beihai Kingdom. Senior Wen, if you want to leave, you have to decide now, or it will be too late. Long Yu asked, how is it, are you going? Anyway, Wen Luan was also abandoned by his family and left behind in Beihai City. Even if he left with Long Yu, it would not have any major impact. Wen Luan turned his head, glanced at his son Wen Zian, who was holding the Xinghai sword, gritted his teeth, and nodded, let's go. Wen Luan has already seen that Long Yu is definitely not something in the pool. Instead of staying in Beihai City and encountering injustice, it is better to follow Long Yu and fight for it. Although Long Yu's trip is to go back to the small country of Great Tang, but Long Yu is extremely tyrannical and has unlimited potential. With his ability to kill Shinta Minghua, there is no problem in joining the Tianyu Holy Academy. Wen Luan can see the future of Long Yu, so he is willing to follow Long Yu and take a gamble. If Long Yu can really achieve great achievements, then he, Wen Luan, will definitely not suffer bad treatment. Without waiting for the Su family in Beihai City to react, Long Yu took Wen Luan and Wen Zian and flew directly into the sky, carrying one in each hand, and quickly moved away from Beihai City. The three left from the air, and no one in Beihai City knew where they were going. However, Long Yu beheaded Shinta Minghua, the deputy commander of the guards of Su family city in Beihai City today, which will definitely make the Su family bear hatred. Su Chang'e, the genius of the Su family. What a pity. Fei was on the way back. Long Yu was a little puzzled. He originally wanted to use Shinta Minghua as a stepping stone for the unity of the True Spirit, but unfortunately the Shinta Minghua is too weak, probably at the bottom of the 9 levels of martial arts of the True Spirit. Such a guy hadn't been able to unleash the potential of Long Yu at all, and he still hadn't been able to step into the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm. However, Long Yu was not in a hurry. There is still 1 month left before the qualifying competition for the Heavenly Mandate Sage, and during this time, Long Yu still has a chance to be promoted. I don't know what the identity of little brother Long is in the Tang Dynasty. Is it a member of the Long family? Being led by Long Yu to fly high in the sky, Wen Luan was quite emotional. It is really rare for a martial artist who can fly before reaching the secret realm of heaven and man. He did have a little understanding of the Great Tang Kingdom, but it was limited to the 3 major families of the Great Tang Kingdom, the Long family of the General family, the Mo family of the Xiong family, and the Chu family of the Imperial family. These 3 major families are all family powers with powerful people in the secret realm of heaven and man sitting in their command. Of course, they all have a lot of fame in the surrounding area. Yes and no. Long Yu answered truthfully. In terms of blood relationship, he is really a child of the Long family of the General clan, but in fact, he has already been expelled from the Long family of the General clan. Strictly speaking, he has nothing to do with the Long family of the General clan. After clarifying this part of the relationship, Long Yu said again, Senior Wen, you can regard me as a disciple of the Tianjin sect. After hearing this, Wen Luan thought of something, and asked tentatively, so, is little brother Long's father General Long Zitian? Hey, Senior Wen has heard of my father? Long Yu was surprised. He didn't expect his father who had never met to be so famous. Of course. It is said that General Long Zitian won the favor of Tianji's girl in the north court of Tianyu, but unfortunately he was opposed by the rest of the north court of Tianyu and was expelled from the Tang dynasty. Wen Luan nodded and sighed regretfully. Then do you know where my father is now? Long Yu asked a sentence, and there was some expectation in his tone. I do not know. Wen Luan shook his head full of apology. It is said that General Long Zitian broke into the Tianyu North courtyard single-handedly, and then his whereabouts are unknown. No one knows where he is now. These words made Long Yu a little disappointed. It seems that it is absolutely impossible to get news about Long Zitian without entering the Heavenly Mandate Holy Court. Before Long Yu was not very clear about the strength of the Tianyu Holy Academy, so he didn't feel very deeply. Now when he heard that Long Zitian broke into the Tianyu Holy Academy by himself, Long Yu couldn't help feeling that his father was really brave enough to do such a thing. You must know that for the vast majority of martial arts practitioners in the Tianyu continent, the Tianyu Holy Academy is a holy place, and it is the gathering place for the strongest martial arts practitioners in the entire continent. Even if it is a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, breaking into it will only lead to death. Regarding this matter, Wen Luan didn't say much. Although Long Yu's current strength is very astonishing, but compared with Tianyu North Courtyard, it is still too weak, and he will not even be noticed by the big guys in Tianyu North Courtyard. If you want to find Long Zitian, you will have to wait for a while. Long Yu took Wen Luan and Wen Zian with him and flew all the way towards the great Tang kingdom. Not long after, he passed the sky above Mixed Sound City, and not far away was the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Coming here, Long Yu was a little bit embarrassed. In the past, he escaped from Mixed City twice because he offended the largest gang in Mixed City, but now, with his strength, if he goes to Mixed City again, no one will be his opponent. Nearly 2 years have passed, and Long Yu's strength has been greatly enhanced. If he can step into the realm of unity of true spirit, then under the secret realm of heaven and man, he will hardly have any opponents. Of course, Long Yu didn't have the heart to go to Mixed City to show off his might. In this city where martial arts from all corners of the world gather, there are no martial arts with the 9th level of true spirits. For Long Yu, he doesn't even have the qualifications to be his stepping stone. Huh? But soon, when Long Yu was about to fly away from the range of Mixed City, he suddenly saw the gate of Mixed City, and there was a group of people running for their lives. A total of 7 or 8 people escaped from Mixed Sound City all the way, and the leader turned out to be Long Yu's acquaintance, Qi Xiaoxue. At this time, Qi Xiaoxue was still wearing a brown fur jacket, and her cultivation had reached the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, and the group of people he was leading were also strong at the 4th and 5th levels of the True Spirit. It stands to reason that such a team, in a place like Mixed City, no one should be willing to offend. However, there was another group of people chasing after Qi Xiaoxue and the others. Long Yu took a glance and saw that the leader of the group was Qin Jianwei, the city defender who had also chased him before, and possessed the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm. It is not a gentleman not to report a grudge. Long Yu hadn't thought of this character at first, but now that he saw it, there was no reason to let him go, let alone Qi Xiaoxue, whom he knew was being chased and killed by him. Senior Wen, wait a moment, I'll go down and save a friend. After Long Yu finished speaking to Wen Luan, he spread his wings and landed on the ground with Wen Luan and Wen Zian. Save a friend? Wen Luan didn't make a sound, but just looked towards the gate of Huaning City, and saw the hunting going on there at a glance. Soon, Long Yu landed on the ground, and put Wen Luan and Wen Zian down. Brother Long? Qi Xiaoxue was escaping from Mixed Sound City. When she saw Long Yu coming, she couldn't help but look happy. What he liked was not Long Yu's appearance, but the middle-aged man in black gown with the 8th level of True Spirit behind Long Yu, Wen Luan. Long Yu, the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, may not be able to help him get rid of the pursuit, but this strong man at the 8th level of the true spirit must be able to, right? Qi Xiaoxue knew that since Long Yu chose to appear in front of him, it must be to help him repel the pursuers, otherwise, what would Long Yu do here? Brother Qi, what's going on? Long Yu asked, casually. A ruthless man has come to Mix City and became the city lord. The city has been turned into a mess, and the previous order has been completely destroyed. Qi Xiaoxue gritted her teeth. I went to Tianhun Ghost Valley a few days ago, hunted down a few monsters of the 6th level of true spirits, and when I sold the inner alchemy, it was taken away by Qin Jianwei. His name is City Lord Shanggong. I pay homage to him. Relying on the support of the new city lord, he unscrupulously snatched everyone's hunting results. This Qin Jianwei is simply a beast. Qin Jianwei was the city guard general that Long Yu had seen before, and he once chased and killed Long Yu with King Axe Linhe. Unexpectedly, now, relying on the new city lord, he is so arrogant in Mixing City. In 2 years, the world has changed. Not only Beihai City, but unexpectedly even Mixed City has changed its owner. The new city lord of Mixing City, is he a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. How can it be that strong? It's just a guy from the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm, but it is said that he has a great background. Not to mention the surrounding area, even the entire Tianyu continent, I am afraid no one would dare to provoke him. Qi Xiaoxue said with a wry smile. In the entire Tianyu continent, the 9th level martial artist in the true spirit secret realm that no one dares to mess with? Long Yu was a bit puzzled, but since the other party hadn't reached the secret realm of heaven and man, he dared to stay and deal with it, or he could take this opportunity to break through the realm of unity of true spirit. Since he failed to break through in Beihai City, Long Yu didn't have much hope of breaking through in a short period of time, but Qi Xiaoxue would definitely be saved, and Qin Jianwei would definitely be killed. Qi Xiaoxue, hurry up and stop for me. It is your honor to let you pay tribute to the city lord. Why are you running? Qin Jianwei's grinning voice came from behind, and he even rushed over with dozens of martial arts defenders, advancing in a fan shape, and gradually surrounded Qi Xiaoxue and others. Boss Qi, why don't we run quickly? Seeing Qi Xiaoxue stop in front of Long Yu, all his followers Wuxiu became anxious. Of course they heard that Qi Xiaoxue wanted to ask the young man in front of him for help, but this young man was clearly at the 6th level of the true spirit. Even the middle-aged man in the black long gown behind him is only 8 levels of true spirit. Once the true spirit eightfold makes a move, it is very likely that the new city owner of Mixing City will be drawn, and by that time, none of them will be able to escape. Don't worry, Brother Long has a solution, we will work together to fight the enemy together. Qi Xiaoxue was quite calm, she stood beside Long Yu, turned around, and faced dozens of garrison troops. Qin Jianwei, who was the leader, stepped over at this time, and finally saw Long Yu and Wen Luan. It's you. Qin Jianwei recognized Long Yu at a glance, his eyes narrowed like a fox. He was very impressed with Long Yuka. Before, he and Axe King Linhe, one of the 4 strong men in the city, chased and killed this kid together, but in the end, Axe King Linhe failed to come back. Later, Mixing City sent people to search for him, and finally found his body. At that time, the people in Mixed Sound City agreed that Axe King Lin he died because he met some strong man who shouldn't be messed with. But there are also many people who think that Axe King Lin he was killed by this Long Yu. No one knows the truth, anyway. Since then, Long Yu has become an important target of the city's wanted arrest. Go back and inform the old city lord that he is needed. Qin Jianwei gave instructions without looking back, raised his hand, and directed everyone to surround Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue, but he was not in a hurry to do it. Because Wen Luan is the 8th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm, Qin Jianwei couldn't take it for a while, and had to wait for the old city lord to come to take it. Qin Jianwei, it's fine that you chased and killed me once, but now you're chasing and killing my friends. You said you were ordered by the city lord, but you don't know if your city lord will show up to save you when you are about to die? Long Yu sneered, stepped forward, and stopped Qin Jianwei on his own initiative. This scene made the 6 or 7 martial artists under Qi Xiaoxue look at each other in amazement. What's going on with this boy at the 6th level of True Spirit? How dare he stand up like this and challenge Qin Jianwei, the city guard general at the 7th level of the True Spirit? Qi Xiaoxue herself did not expect that it would be Long Yu himself who would stand up to face Qin Jianwei and the group of Jianghu Wuxiu who were eager to mix the city. Qi Xiaoxue knew that Long Yu would have no problem dealing with Qin Jianwei, but the old city lord of Mixed Sound City would definitely show up soon. The old city lord of Mixed Sound City is the strongest in the 8th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Get rid of these guys quickly. Qi Xiaoxue's face darkened, and she immediately waved her hand to stop her running away, and turned to deal with Qin Jianwei's group. Obviously, Qi Xiaoxue's subordinates were very convinced of him. Hearing Qi Xiaoxue's order, without hesitation at all, they turned around and started rushing towards the martial artists behind Qin Jianwei. They were both sides of the 4th level of True Spirit and the 5th level of True Spirit, and on Qi Xiaoxue's side, there was also Qi Xiaoxue, a master of 6th level of True Spirit, so the outcome of the fight could be known. As for Long Yu, he shot directly at Qin Jianwei. Royal Water Vortex. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 9 water vortices erupted instantly and swept towards Qin Jianwei. Qin Jianwei swung the long knife in his hand, and suddenly condensed a burst of round knife light, trying to resist Long Yu's move. However, he did not expect that the power of Long Yu's move had already exceeded what he could resist. Kill. Since Long Yu made a move, he would not leave any leeway. After using the Yushui vortex, he immediately punched the ground, urging his profound energy to condense the infinite 9 secluded energy, which gathered in the ground. The next moment, the Jiuyo burst exploded, killing Qin Jianwei, who was swept away by the Yushui vortex. The opponent at the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm can no longer be called Long Yu's opponent at all. Just a face-to-face, Qin Jianwei was punched and killed by Long Yu. Seeing this situation, the martial artists who defended the city brought by Qin Jianwei were inexplicably horrified and turned around to run away. Neither Long Yu nor Qi Xiaoxue could let these people escape. Go to hell. After chasing me for so long, you still want to run away alive? Qi Xiaoxue's subordinates also launched vicious one by one, chasing those Jianghu Wuxiu, hacking and killing them continuously. It didn't take long for those people brought by Qin Jianwei to be beaten to death with random sticks. These guys are really showing off their power. I was born and killed a few monsters in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and even wanted to take the tribute directly. Bah, there is no way. Qi Xiaoxue and his group finally let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time looked at Long Yu with some respect in their eyes. They thought this kid didn't look very good, but they didn't expect that his fighting power would be so tyrannical. He killed Qin Jianwei, who was at the 7th level of the True Spirit, just by meeting him. This is the legendary genius. We have to leave quickly, or it will be too late for others to catch up. Qi Xiaoxue said to Long Yu in a solemn tone. I'm not in a hurry. However, Long Yu was calm and composed, squinting his eyes and asked, Brother Qi, you said that the new city lord of Mixing City, not many people in the entire Tianyu continent dared to offend, but I don't quite believe it. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxue smiled wryly, Brother Long, my aunt, do you want to wait here and fight with the new city lord? You can fly, but you may not be able to escape from him. That's right, little brother, I think you should listen to our boss Qi and leave quickly. One of Qi Xiaoxue's subordinates laughed and said, The new city lord of Mixed Sound City is the leader of the 7 disaster stars in the mainland, and Fei Yuduxin's subordinates are already the strongest in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, and even in the 9th level of the True Spirit martial arts during cultivation, it is also a very strong existence. A subordinate of Feng Yin Zi Chen? Long Yu's pupils shrank. When he was in Beihai Kingdom, he went to help Zixong to buy xuanhuan, and met the men of Lei Wensheng, the White-Eyed Wolf, and Li Jin, a bald martial artist who escaped from Beihai City. Reminiscent of one of the 7 wolf guards who appeared in Bingshang City, a man in a black cloak, but a tyrannical existence in the secret realm of heaven and man, one can know that the new city lord of Mixing City, even if he is Feng Yin Zi Chen, his subordinates are not considered 2 important roles. Feng Yin Zi Chen, as the head of the 7 disasters, his subordinates are naturally a level higher than the white-eyed wolf Lei Wensheng. That's just right. Long Yu chuckled lightly. Brother Qi, Senior Wen, you go ahead, I will stop the pursuers for you. Brother Qi, you can go to Datong Kingdom with Senior Wen, and wait for me at the Ling family villa. Brother Long, it's absolutely impossible. Wouldn't it be great for us to leave together before the pursuers come? Qi Xiaoshua's face changed slightly. This brother's surname is Qi? Wen Luan finally stood up and said, I believe in little brother Long's strength. Even if Feng Yin Zi Chen's subordinates have reached the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, they may not be the opponent of little brother Long. Let's leave first. Wait for the good news from little brother Long. This? Qi Xiaoshua didn't believe it, but with Long Yu's strength, was there a way to deal with the strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm? But when he saw Long Yu's confident smile, he still believed it in his heart. He recalled what had happened since he met Long Yu. There were several times in total, and Long Yu would give him a great surprise every time. However, now that Long Yu is able to fight against the powerhouse of the 9th level of the True Spirit with the strength of the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, Qi Xiaoshua still couldn't help being suspicious. Even Qi Xiaoshua was suspicious, not to mention his subordinates, who all began to persuade him to leave quickly. Since that's the case, Brother Long, you have to take care. I'll take my brothers to the Ling family villa in the Tang Kingdom first. Qi Xiaoshua said solemnly, we'll be waiting for you for a month, and we must come back soon. Well, within a month, I will definitely go to the Ling family villa to find you. Senior Wen, Brother Qi, take your leave. Long Yu clasped his fists to salute the 2 respectively. Wen Luan didn't say much, just nodded to Long Yu, then turned and left. No one would die foolishly. Wen Luan saw that Long Yu defeated the deputy commander Shen Minghua in Beihai City, and knew that Long Yu was probably looking for an opportunity to break through to the realm of unity of True Spirit. Because this is the most basic condition for participating in the heavenly mandate holy selection. If you can't achieve the unity of True Spirit, you won't be eligible to participate in the heavenly election. Now that the leader of the 7 calamities appeared, Feng Yin Zi Chen's subordinates, it might be a good thing for Long Yu. Anyway, one day, sooner or later, I will kill Feng Yin Zi Chen. It would be good to meet Feng Yin Zi Chen's subordinates first. Long Yu watched Qi Xiaoshua and Wen Luan leave, and stayed in the distance alone. He stood up straight and faced the direction of Mixed Sound City directly, watching another group of people approaching quickly. General Qin was killed. As soon as the group of people rushed to the vicinity, they were shocked when they saw the body of Qin Jianwei, the general who defended the city. Immediately afterward, everyone raised their heads and saw a boy at the 6th level of the True Spirit standing in front of them waiting for them. Stinky boy, where did the person who killed Qin Jianwei go? Among the group of people, a strong bearded man at the head walked over aggressively, with a ferocious look on his face, obviously not a good person. This bearded man is the old city lord of Mixed Sound City, the 8th level of the True Spirit secret realm. After the new city lord arrived, the bearded man directly expressed his submission. Facing the strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, the bearded man had no intention of resisting at all. I killed people. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, What? When the bearded man and the people behind him heard this, they were taken aback. Was Qin Jianwei killed by the kid in front of him? How can this be? Obviously this kid is only at the 6th level of true spirit, how could he defeat Qin Jianwei? However, before they could react, these people didn't even have time to laugh, the scene before them shocked them all on the spot. Royal water vortex, drunk lying in xuanhuan. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 9 vortices of water burst out, accompanied by the invisible and invisible spirit of the underworld, directly restraining the bearded old city lord on the spot. The bearded man never expected that Long Yu would attack him directly. In other words, it was because he felt that even if Long Yu attacked him suddenly, it was impossible for him to be injured. So in the face of Long Yu's attack, the bearded man was caught off guard, and was completely bound by the spirit of the underworld. Immediately afterwards, 9 water vortexes swept over, engulfing him in it. You still want to sneak attack? It's too naive. The bearded man let out a muffled snort, and endless flowing water gushed out from his body. The power of law that this guy comprehended was also the power of flowing water. At this moment, the running water actually restrained Long Yu's Yushui vortex and stabilized his precarious figure. However, the next moment, the road to the underworld condensed by the 9 nether chi spread and stretched incomparably strangely, enveloping the bearded man all of a sudden, making him unable to move at all. Die! Long Yu sternly shouted, and the air of the 9 nethernesses gushed out from the ground in an instant. The same method, but it has the same effect. This punch blasted the bearded man to death on the spot, and the opponent in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm was also vulnerable in front of Long Yu. This unimaginable scene made the wushou in the mixing city all around take a big step back, staring at Long Yu inexplicably in horror. Stinky boy, who are you? Report your name. Immediately someone shouted tremblingly. My name is Axe King Linha. Long Yu laughed. Since the other party didn't recognize him, he certainly wouldn't foolishly say his real name. Linhe? Fart, this. Don't talk nonsense with him. This kid killed the old city lord, let's go back and report to Master Faint Crow. A group of people tried to escape. And the Master Faint Crow they are talking about is of course the new city lord of Mixed Sound City, and the leader of the 7 disasters, Fei Yudousun's subordinate. Long Yu was a little strange. Why did Fei Yudousun send someone to be the city lord of Mixing City? One must know that this Mixed Sound City is not considered a powerful force. The only special place is that it is relatively close to the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. By the way, the Abyss of Bones, Wang Chongfeng. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Fei Yudousun wanted to make Wang Chongfeng's idea, so he sent people to Mixing City to make preparations? No matter what, none of this can stop Long Yu from stepping into the unity of true spirit. Kill. Holding the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, Long Yu stretched out the black wings from his back, facing the fleeing wushou of Mixing City. He didn't hold back at all. Long Yu didn't want to meet Fei Yudou so early. Even if he wanted to use Mr. Faint Yudou as a stepping stone, he couldn't leave any clues for Fei Yudou to find out. Therefore, no one who has seen all this today can let it go. When it was time to be ruthless, Long Yu would never be merciless. The 9 nether dragon spear condensed infinite killing intent, and immediately danced like a death scythe. It didn't take long before Long Yu eliminated all the martial arts practitioners who followed the bearded old city lord from Mixing City. Few of these guys are good stubble, and they deserve to die. After solving these martial arts, Long Yu didn't go to Mixed Sound City, because there was no need for it. He raised his head and looked towards Mixing City, and saw an old man with a pockmarked face in a black robe coming from the direction of Mixing City, exuding a breathtaking aura. This person must be the new city lord of Mixing City, the subordinate of Fei Yudousun, the leader of the 7 calamities, Faint Crow. There was no one else who came right after Faint Crow. After all, against a boy of the 6th level of true spirit, Faint Crow was confident enough to kill Long Yu directly on the spot. This person is much stronger than Shen Minghua. As soon as Long Yu saw Faint Crow's figure, he felt such a feeling in his heart, and the profound energy in his whole body boiled up. The strong, only by fighting against the strong can Long Yu break through his limits and step into the realm of unity of true spirit. A bunch of trash. The Faint Crow came pacing, and there was a smell as if the god of death had come, which made Long Yu's pressure surge. A hoarse voice came from Faint Crow's mouth. This pockmarked old man's strength is indeed impressive, especially his every move can stir up the air in the world and let the air move according to his ideas. It can be imagined that the law of heaven and earth comprehended by this pockmarked old man is related to air, or wind. Long Yu has seen such a law before. The law of heaven and earth comprehended by the Lord of Bingsheng City is the law of air explosion, which triggers air explosion and is extremely powerful. The strength of the pockmarked old man in front of him is of course not comparable to the city Lord of Bingsheng City in the secret realm of heaven and man, but facing Long Yu, it is more than enough to kill Long Yu. It depends on how Long Yu defends against the opponent's attack. Long K dodge, although it can dodge any attack, even the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man cannot break through this move to hurt me. But this move can only be used once in a short period of time, otherwise the body will not be able to bear it. It collapsed due to the damage caused by the transfer of planes. Long Yu knew that if he wanted to win in this life and death battle, he had to make good use of the martial skill of Dragon Sparrow Flash. Originally, my old man drank tea and ate meat in the city lord's mansion, leisurely, but it's a pity that a little thief like you came to disturb him. Faint Crow stared at Long Yu, with a burning look in his eyes. Boy, your talent potential is pretty good. You can actually defeat my subordinates at the 8th level of the True Spirit with the cultivation base of the 6th level of the True Spirit. Amazing, amazing. You have said so much. What advice do you have? Long Yu frowned slightly, ready to fight at any time. Without him, I see that you are a talented person. Why don't you follow my old man and do things for me? I'm stupid, and I will never treat you badly. Faint Crow smiled hoarsely, but a sincere smile appeared on Mozi's face. It turned out to be soliciting? Long Yu was a little surprised, but thought it was reasonable. In the Tianyu continent, martial arts are respected, but not martial power is everything. If you want to truly prevent others from messing with you, you need a tyrannical force in addition to your own strength. Forming one's own power team is very important for many martial artists who have reached the limit of their martial arts and are unable to improve, such as the old man with a pockmarked face and a Faint Crow in front of him. Although the old city lord of Mixing City and Qin Jianwei were killed by Long Yu, in fact, they had nothing to do with Faint Crow, and the pockmarked old man would not be angry at all. On the contrary, seeing Long Yu being so tyrannical, he developed a love for talents and wanted to recruit him. It's a pity, how could Long Yu work for this person? First of all, he will definitely not rely on others to act according to the face of others, and secondly, this Faint Crow is the leader of the 7 disaster stars, the subordinate of Fei Yidu Sun. Is it interesting to be someone's subordinate? Long Yu was thinking that one day he would kill Fei Yidu Sun. What's more, if he wanted to be someone else's subordinate, Wang Chongfeng from Hidden Bone Abyss would be more than 100 times stronger than the faint old man in front of him. You think too much. I won't be someone else's subordinate. If you want to kill or cut, do whatever you want. Long Yu chuckled, and rejected Faint Crow straightforwardly. If it was a life and death fight in a tense situation, Long Yu would not say so much at all. Instead he might pretend to agree, and then launch a sneak attack. It's just that now, Long Yu wants to use the help of fighting this Faint Crow, so as to step into the realm of unity of true spirit. If it relies on sneak attack, it's meaningless. Then there is only pain and love. Faint Crow smiled, which was a pity, but to him, he didn't care too much. I saw him pacing close to Long Yu, raised his hand, and immediately condensed the air in his hand into the appearance of a pitch-black crow, and this pitch-black crow immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Long Yu at lightning speed. Come. Crow? Long Yu frowned slightly, wondering what was so strange about this crow. Under all the unknown circumstances, Long Yu certainly wouldn't act hastily. Seeing the crow flying towards him at a high speed, Long Yu stimulated the profound energy in his body, and immediately condensed a 9-layer Yushui sky curtain. This mysterious level middle-grade martial skill was taught by Wang Chongfeng, and it has the ability to bounce back the opponent's attack. Yushui Tianmu? Seeing the 9 layers of Yushui sky curtain emerge, the face of the pockmarked old man changed slightly, obviously recognizing this martial skill. This old man's boss is Fei Yidu's son, Wang Chongfeng's great apprentice. That being the case, Wang Chongfeng will naturally use this mysterious middle-grade martial art move, and the faint crow naturally has a good understanding of this martial art move. Crow, blast me. Faint crow grinned grimly, and waved his hand to move the pitch-black crow, and bumped into the 9-layer Yushui canopy. Seeing this situation, Long Yu's heart shuddered. This old man knew the characteristics of Yushui Xianmu, and even attracted crows to bump into him. Obviously he was very sure of this. Long Yu didn't dare to be careless, and immediately raised his hand to condense the energy of the 9 serenities, and a layer of hellish spring barrier instantly appeared in front of him. Under the control of the old man Faint Crow, the pitch-black crow bumped into the Yushui Tianmu, exploded and shattered into pieces. And the infinite power produced by its explosion crushed 7 or 8 layers of Yushui sky curtain at once. Not only that, what surprised Long Yu the most was that the power of the crow's explosion did not bounce back to the faint crow. The Yushui Tianmu can reflect any attack, but now it is invalid. The only explanation is that the self-destruct of the black crow is not the attack launched by the faint crow, but the active attack of the black crow. The rebound effect is on the get on this black crow. The black crow had already blew itself up, and no matter how powerful it rebounded, it would have no effect. Fortunately, Long Yu condensed the netherworld barrier at a critical moment, and the explosive power of this pitch-black crow broke through the 9-layer Yushui sky curtain at once. If it wasn't for the netherworld barrier, Long Yu might be seriously injured by this blast. The powerhouses of the 9th layer of true spirits can use their martial skills at will, and they all have the power to kill Long Yu. Jia, not bad, it can withstand a blow from my old man. Seeing this, Faint Crow smiled sinisterly, admiring Long Yu quite a bit. It's a pity that praise is praise. If he can't use it, he can only reluctantly kill Long Yu, so as not to become his opponent in the future. Faint Crow knows that as long as the kid in front of him is given some room to grow, he will definitely become a powerful person in the Tianyu continent in the future. Such future troubles must be eliminated. After finishing the words, I saw pitch-black crows congealed one after another from Faint Crow's raised hand. These pitch-black crows were all the same as the one just now, and could explode with a bang. 1. 2. Don't let him go on. Long Yu's heart shuddered, and he immediately knew that he had to fight back. He watched the Faint Crow condense 4 pitch-black crows, and finally released the dual true spirits of the sky-suppressing sun and the lunar moon. Immediately, the power of the sky-suppressing law and the lunar law dispersed loudly. Yu Sha Dao Guang, break it for me. Long Yu let out a stern shout, and immediately used the power of the law of the sun to gather the light of the moon-killing knife, and attack the Faint Crow with awe-inspiring attack. Different from the Shintaminghua that he had dealt with before, this Faint Crow had enough means to deal with Long Yu's moon-killing sabers. Black Crow blasts. Faint Crows laughed, a hoarse voice came out, and then saw those pitch-black crows rushing towards Long Yu's moon-killing sword lights. The next moment, the sound of explosions resounded throughout the audience. Every light of Long Yu's moon-killing saber will be blocked by a pitch-black crow. Once it explodes, it will be able to offset the power of the law of the moon in the moon-killing knife. However, it is limited to offsetting. After exploding all the moon-killing knife light, these pitch-black crows had no energy left to attack Long Yu. It can be seen that the power of Long Yu's moon-killing knife light has reached the level that even the strong of the 9th level of true spirits value it. Hun Kuro's pockmarked face was also full of surprise. My boy, these saber lights are really powerful. It really is the power of the heavenly monument law. Feng Yin chuckled, it's a pity, in the face of the absolute power gap, even if it is the law of the steel, so what? True spirit, show me. He only heard a low shout, and a huge black crow spirit emerged from behind him. This pitch-black crow's true spirit appeared, and the faint crow's whole aura changed drastically, and a jet-black crow that exploded randomly condensed out and attacked Long Yu. The power of this blasting crow has more than doubled than before. It can be seen that the appearance of the true spirit will make Wushou's combat power much stronger. Facing the multiplied black crow explosion, Long Yu can only wave his fist, outline the power of reincarnation, and envelop the pitch-black crow. Under the influence of the move of awakening palm reincarnation, the destructive power of this pitch-black crow was instantly reduced, and its explosive power may not be comparable to that of the original pitch-black crow. What method is this? Feeling the power of reincarnation congealed by Long Yu's waving hand, the pockmarked face felt a little palpitated. Can't wait any longer. Faint Crow didn't wait for the pitch-black crow to explode. It mobilized the profound energy in its whole body, completely attracted the surrounding air, and gradually condensed into a huge pitch-black crow. If calculated in terms of volume, the blasting power of this huge crow is definitely more than 10 times that of those pitch-black crows before. This is Faint Crow's full blow. Facing Long Yu, who has shown various amazing strengths, Hanya must quickly eliminate Long Yu to avoid future troubles. Seeing the formation of that huge crow, Long Yu knew that the opponent had used his trump card. The laws of heaven and earth and the martial arts comprehended by this pockmarked old man are all of this type of large-scale blasting, and their power is super high, but other than that, they have no other advantages. For Long Yu, this was not a bad thing. Because he saw that the other party used his trump card, the huge pitch-black crow flew towards him, and he immediately prepared to use the physical martial skill, the derived martial skill of Dragon Sparrow Dance, Dragon Sparrow Flash. The giant crow of Faint Crow came very fast. Just as this thought flashed through Long Yu's mind, there was a bang and exploded in his ears. Dragon Sparrow Flash. Long Yu activated his profound energy at the first moment. His whole body suddenly became translucent, and a pair of stretched black wings behind him were extremely conspicuous. Where he was, the air flow exploded in an instant, and the aura of the black crow scattered in all directions, filling the entire space with the aura of destruction. With such a terrifying blasting power, even if the powerhouses of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm eat them all, they may not be able to survive. Faint Crow watched his giant crow explode in the middle of Long Yu, with a look of regret in his eyes. It's a pity, it's really rare that such a young and strong man can compete against my 9th level of true spirit. It's a pity, if you don't want to submit to me, you have to die. Faint Crow shook his head and sighed, just about to turn around and leave, but when he rolled his eyes, he suddenly saw an unbelievable sight. At the center of his giant crow explosion, Long Yu's figure gradually appeared in the scattered black airflow, gradually becoming solid from a translucent state. The effect of the Dragon Sparrow Flash finally ended, and Long Yu also successfully dodged the opponent's terrifying martial skill. It's not that easy to kill me. Long Yu laughed, and the true spirit of the lunar moon emerged from behind again, condensing the endless light of the moon-killing knife, and flew towards the place where the Faint Crow was. How come you didn't die? Seeing this, Faint Crow was shocked on the spot, and quickly waved his hands to gather the small pitch-black crows, using the power of air blasts to resist Long Yu's moon-killing sword light. Immediately, the space between the two was once again filled with the power of infinite explosions. Faint Crow couldn't figure it out, no matter what. How did Long Yu escape from his sure-kill blow? No, it's not just about escaping. This kid didn't seem to be affected at all. His killing blow didn't have any effect at all. Faint Crow has lived to such an advanced age. This is the weirdest thing he has ever seen since he was a child. Suppressing the son of the sky, the true spirit appears. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the true spirits of the sun and the moon were released one after another. The law of suppressing the sky and the law of the sun complement each other, and the sun and the moon shine together, and immediately erupted with terrifying lethality that far surpassed his martial arts realm. The light of the moon-killing knife, condensing the law of the sun and the law of suppressing the sky, is like a sickle of death, constantly attacking the old man. The faint crow passed by the giant pitch-black crow that had just condensed, and at this moment, the profound energy was a little bit behind, so it had to condense the small crows to resist Long Yu's attack. This Shuasha Daoguang, which can easily kill Shintu with open fire, can't even touch the hairs of the faint crow. It can be seen that the strength of the faint crow is much stronger than the deputy commander of the city guard in Beihai City. The process of the head-to-head confrontation between the two sides gave Long Yu a lot of enlightenment. Once he relaxes, the dark crow of faint crow will fly over and explode, and no matter how hard he tries to release the light of the moon-killing saber, faint crow can always resist it with the power of the black crow's explosion. It didn't take long for Long Yu to feel that the Taiyin law and Tian Tian law he had comprehended had been sublimated respectively. His heaven-suppressing Yan true spirit seems to be absorbing the essence of the sun in the sky, while the lunar moon true spirit is constantly absorbing the essence of the lunar law in the air. Gradually, the true spirit of the sun and the moon condensed in the Dragon Palace became more and more compatible with this world, and there was a sign of an imminent transformation. Are you about to become one with the true spirit? Long Yu's heart moved, but he felt that there was still the dragon true spirit of nine netherness in his dantian, but at this moment, there was no movement at all. How many true spirits Wuxiu has condensed? How many true spirits need to be dealt with in order to improve the realm of martial arts? In the case of Long Yu, even though the dual or even triple true spirits have made him very powerful in combat, it is much more difficult to improve his realm than ordinary martial arts. The true dragon spirit of the nine nethernesses cannot harmonize with the heaven and the earth, which means that Long Yu cannot step into the realm of unity of the true spirit. However, what Long Yu was worried about did not happen. When he condensed the heaven-suppressing yang and the lunar moon, this pair of true spirits merged with the heaven and the earth. The nine serenity dragon seal on his chest finally started to feel hot again. The heat from the nine nether dragon seal was instantly transmitted to the nine nether dragon true spirit in his dantian, urging it to transform. True spirit unity. At this moment, Long Yu felt that a great change had taken place in his whole being, and the power of the law of heaven and earth he could borrow was more than doubled than before. True spirit secret realm, the 7th level. Whether it is the heaven-suppressing yang true spirit or the lunar moon true spirit, they seem to be integrated with this world, making it easier for Long Yu to communicate with this world. It actually broke through at this time. Faint Crow saw Long Yu's changes in his eyes, and his heart trembled. This kid was able to draw a tie with him before the unity of the true spirit, and now he has achieved the unity of the true spirit in the battle. If he doesn't deal with this kid again, wouldn't it be possible for him to be killed by this kid? As the majestic leader of the 7 disasters, Fei Yudusun's subordinate, of course the pockmarked old man Faint Crow would not allow himself to die here. The crows are dancing, give it to me. Faint Crow grinned grinningly, and spread his hands out, as if he wanted to embrace the entire sky. From his chest, sleeves, and other parts of his body, smaller pitch-black crows flew out continuously. There were tens of thousands of them, and they surrounded Long Yu in an instant. This is Faint Crow's real trump card, and it is also a martial skill that he will never use until the moment of life and death. A group of crows danced wildly. Tens of thousands of small black crows covered the sky and covered the sun, covering Long Yu's entire body in an instant, and endless explosions came from the center of the group of wildly dancing crows, which was more powerful than the explosion of the giant pitch-black crow just now. One after another, the small crows rushed forward, and were urged to detonate by the Faint Crow. Facing such an attack, Long Yu raised his hand a long time ago, and punched out through the air. With this punch, the area around Long Yu's side was completely transformed into a realm of the underworld. The speed of the small pitch-black crows that flew into this range slowed down one by one, and the power of the explosion was cut by more than half. At this moment, in this realm of the underworld, unless a strong man from the secret realm of heaven and man descends, it is absolutely impossible to be Long Yu's opponent. The Yushui Tianmu. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the 9-layer Yushui sky curtain swept out, instantly resisting all the dancing crows that covered the sky and the sun. After stepping into the realm of unity of true spirit, Long Yu's basic strength has doubled. Even if it is a powerful blow from a real spirit 9-layer powerhouse, he can use the Yushui sky curtain or the barrier of the underworld to resist. Now that you have advanced, the role of your stepping stone will come to an end. Long Yu's eyes shone with great confidence, and as he took a step forward, the hell-like realm of the underworld spread forward, completely enveloping Faint Crow. In this realm of the underworld, Faint Crow felt that his entire strength was suppressed above the level of the 8th level of the true spirit, which made him rush to escape from this area. I saw a pair of crow wings spread out behind him, leading him to fly quickly into the sky. It turned out to be a martial skill capable of flying. When Long Yu saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. If you can fly, so can I. The next moment, the tiny wings stretched out from behind Long Yu, and he rushed to the sky to catch up with the Faint Crow. In the realm of the underworld, like a ghost, he pursued the Faint Crow. His strength was always suppressed at the level of the 8th level of the true spirit, and the speed of the movement of the profound energy was weakened by at least half. This is the horror of comprehending the trick of lying drunk in the underworld. Brat, do we have to fight to the death between us? Hun Crow saw that Long Yu could also fly, so he couldn't help but snorted coldly. You must know, my old man is a strong man of the 9th level of true spirit, and the profound energy in his body is much richer than yours. Once you are exhausted, you can only do whatever you want. People slaughtered. You can try to slaughter me. Long Yu was unmoved, raised his hand, and blasted out with a punch, palm and reincarnation. A burst of samsara enveloped Faint Crow. At this moment, Faint Crow felt that his martial Dao realm had been weakened by another level. The power he could unleash was only the 7th realm of true spirit, which was comparable to Long Yu's current level. In the beginning, the 6th level of Long Yu true spirit was able to stand in a tie with Faint Crow. Now, he has stepped into the realm of the unity of true spirit, while the Faint Crow has been affected by the realm of the underworld and the martial arts of awakening palm reincarnation, and has weakened most of his strength. Whether it was strength or speed, Long Yu completely defeated the Faint Crow at this time. Yu Sha Dao Guang, kill. The moon-killing knife light, which was much stronger than the first one, flew out one after another, like a series of sparrow feathers, piercing the sky with icy frost, penetrating through the body of the Faint Crow trying to escape by flying, making his whole body blood be swayed by the law of the sun. The power of frost froze. Another strong man in the 9th level of the true spirit's secret realm was buried in the hands of Long Yu. And so far, Long Yu can really say that his strength is close to invincible under the secret realm of heaven and man. Even if he meets Tian Yutian, who ranks in the forefront of the 9th level of true spirit martial arts, Long Yu may not be incapable of fighting. The threshold of the divine election is the unity of true spirit. Now that Long Yu has achieved it, he must obtain the qualification to participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection. Go back to the Tang dynasty. Long Yu immediately made a decision without any further delay. Faint Crow's body was taken directly by him and thrown into a big river. If Long Yu remembered correctly, this river leads all the way to Beihai Kingdom. In the entire Mixed Sound City, no one knew that their new city lord, the subordinate of Fei Duxin, the leader of the 7 calamities, had already been dealt with in this way. I don't know, what is the purpose of Fei Duxin sending Faint Crow to Mixed City? No matter what, the current Long Yu doesn't have the strength to manage things at the level of the 7 disaster stars. I'm afraid even if Fei Yudusun sends out any high-level subordinate, he can easily crush and kill Long Yu. As the leader of the 7 calamities, Fei Yudusun's subordinates definitely have many secret realms of heaven and man. Long Yu soon returned to the territory of the Tang dynasty. The first destination he returned to the Tang dynasty was the Ling family villa, because Wen Luan, Qi Xiaoxue and others were waiting for him there. In addition, he also wanted to see what the Ling family villa would be like after the past 2 years. What does it look like? At this time it is noon. Long Yufei was in the air, and soon saw the refreshing Ling family villa. When I first came here, the vicinity of the Lingjia villa was still full of yin. Because the lunar steel was hidden nearby, the entire Lingjia villa was shrouded in a layer of yin. But now, 2 years have passed since the lunar sky monument was taken away by Long Yu, and the entire Ling family villa looks quite prosperous under the sunshine. This Ling family villa was previously awarded to Qi Xiaoxue as a fiefdom by the Long family, and it seems to be managed well. Long Yu smiled lightly, and landed in the original mine vein. In this way, he will not attract too much attention. After all, he is flying over. If he is too high profile, he may attract the attention of Xuanhuan, Chu Chaoxing and his group. Although with Long Yu's current strength, he is not afraid of Chu Chaoxing anymore, but the Chu family of the royal family still poses a threat to him. Looking at the martial arts realm of these martial artists in the Ling family villa, it seems that the entire Ling family villa is already much stronger than Yuguan City. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and soon went to the center of the Ling family villa, and saw the Ling family mansion. Wen Luan, Wen Zian, father and son, and Qi Xiaoxue's group arrived not long ago. Obviously they didn't expect Long Yu to come back so soon. Brother Long, I guessed that you would come back soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wen Luan laughed, and met Long Yu at the gate of Ling's mansion. That's natural, everyone is here? Long Yu smiled, and was not humble. After all, Wen Luan had seen him blast and kill Shinta Minghua, and it would definitely not be worth mentioning to deal with the Jianghu martial arts in the mere mixed city. However, Wen Luan would never have imagined that Long Yu would kill the new city lord of Mixing City, the so-called Master Faint Crow, in such a short period of time. As for the matter in Mixed City, it will not be reported in Datong within a short period of time. Regarding this matter, Long Yu didn't want to talk too much with other people. After all, it involved the leader of the 7 calamities. This level was too high. Telling other people might harm them instead. They are all there, but we have just arrived, and we heard that the owner of this villa seems to have encountered something troublesome, so come in and have a look. Qi Xiaoxue frowned slightly. Having trouble? Long Yu was a little surprised. The owner of the villa, could it be Ling Han and the others? Let's go. Long Yu stepped into the Ling family mansion with strides. Not long after, he saw some acquaintances whom he hadn't seen for a long time gathered together in the hall of Ling's mansion. Haha, Brother Long, you are finally here. A hearty laugh came out, and it turned out to be a rude man with a black face, Lu Guanming. Brother Long, long time no see. Ling Han was also in the hall, and when he saw Long Yu, his eyes lit up immediately. Long Yu nodded, then glanced around the hall, and saw many acquaintances, such as Ling Yue, such as Lu Yuan, such as Feng Yusin, one of the 3 heroes of the Feng family. Not seeing each other for 2 years, Ling Han and Lu Guanming have already stepped into the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Although this is nothing to Long Yu, compared to the situation of the Great Tang Kingdom and Zhenshenzong, it is already its pretty good speed. As for Ling Han's younger sister, Ling Yue, she has also reached the 3rd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, and she is only 1 step away from Ling Han. And this step is a crucial step. It is the gap between the True Spirit Phantom and the real body. In terms of combat power, Ling Han can fight 3 or 4 like Ling Yue at one time. What surprised Long Yu the most was Feng Yusin. This girl who used to have no sense of existence in Yuguan Qingfeng's family, after these 2 years, has not only grown into a slim figure, but also looks gentle and pleasant, and has stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit's secret realm. As for Feng Yusin, she is only 18 years old now, and her growth potential is huge, not to mention that she is still an alchemist. Even if it is placed in the Beihai Kingdom, with the conditions of Fenjiaxin, all the sects are scrambling to get it. It's just a pity that the minimum requirement for the Tianyu Xingxian is the 7th level of the True Spirit's secret realm. Among the crowd, it can be said that everyone is eligible to participate. Long Yu, Zhen Tianzong has encountered some trouble. Seeing Long Yu, Lu Yuan quickly came to her senses and directly stated what everyone was discussing. Just today, Emperor Wuzong of the Great Tang once again challenged Zhen Tianzong and launched a provocation. Tianzong continues to develop. Great Tang Wuzong? Long Yu looked at everyone's helpless look, but he was a little unfamiliar with this name. Wuzong of the Great Tang dynasty, that is, the left Prince Chu Chaoxing, after he obtained the cultivation methods of the 7 major sects, established a major sect force. Only the development of the past 2 years has made him the first sect of the Great Tang Kingdom. Door. Ling Han explained from the side. Great Tang Wuzong, founded by Chu Chaoxing. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. In the 7 schools of martial arts 2 years ago, it was clearly me who won against Yu Channing. That old dog Chu Chaoxing was so shameless that he opened his eyes and talked nonsense. Not only that, in the current Great Tang Kingdom, except for the Zhenchenzong, the 6 major sects, disbanded, have long been in decline, and only the Zhenchenzong, relying on Brother Long, Yu broke through the 7 sects on martial arts. The prestige has attracted a large group of young people with aspirations. Ling Han said with a wry smile. In addition to Zhenchenzong, Qingqing Pavilion has long since been disbanded. Zhang Guodian, Duandomen, and Liujianzong have all joined Chu Chaoxing as a whole, and the entire sect has joined Great Tang Wuzong. As for the Qianxi sect with Yu Ruyan as the head, it has long been a member of Chu Chaoxing. Where is the ice gate? How are they doing? Long Yu asked a more concerned question. The head of Tang Qin continues to run the ice sect, and your adoptive father's daughter, Feng Yao, also returned to the ice sect and became the #1 core disciple of the ice sect. Ling Han shook his head while talking, but even so, the situation of the Hambing men is getting worse and worse. There are sect disciples defecting and joining the Great Tang Wuzong. Feng Yao alone is hard to support. That is to say, the Feng family where the foster father is now, and the Zhentian sect and the Hanbing sect can be said to be grasshoppers tied to a rope. Are they in danger? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, probably understanding the current situation. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, Xuanhuan Chu Chaoxing overturned the pattern of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom for many years, allowing Great Tang Wuzong to dominate the entire Great Tang Kingdom. This is clearly a new generation of martial artists who want to control the entire Great Tang Kingdom, and in order to achieve this goal, the remaining Zhenchenzong and Hambing men have obviously become Chu Chaoxing's thorn in the side and thorn in his flesh. The Frost Gate was fine, and Chu Chaoxing didn't bother to pay attention to it under the declining situation. But Zhenchenzong not only did not decline, but developed better and better. This naturally made Chu Chaoxing unhappy, so every once in a while, he would attack Zhenchenzong, either by letting the disciples of Tang Wuzong challenge the disciples of Zhenchenzong, or gathering a group of martial arts practitioners to rush to Zhenchenzong to show off their power fan. And today, it was the date that Chu Chaoxing and Bai Yunzong made an appointment a long time ago. Zhen Tianzong and Tang Wuzong will have an unprecedented martial arts competition, and its scale is no smaller than the previous 7 martial arts debates. The purpose of Chu Chaoxing in launching this contest is naturally to attack Zhenchenzong, and let the young people in the entire Tang Kingdom understand how big the gap is between Zhenchenzong and Great Tang Wuzong. In that case, why are you still here? Long Yu was a little strange. Things have developed to this point. Why are Ling Han and Feng Yusen still in the Ling family villa? My sister was injured by a disciple of Tang Wuzong, so I invited Yusen to heal my sister. No, it took several days for my sister to fully recover. Ling Han sighed. Upon hearing this, Long Yu raised his head and glanced at Ling Yue, and sure enough, he saw that the girl's face was a little pale. She was indeed injured, she had just recovered, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. This is a healing medicine, Ling Yue, you take it. Long Yu didn't ask Ling Yue what kind of injury he suffered. Anyway, the healing elixirs given to him by the old man Zai-song can heal him immediately as long as it is not a serious injury. As for suppressing Tianzong, I'll go back now and see what the great Tang Wuzong is capable of. Long Yu turned around and walked outside the Ling family's mansion, leaving behind a sentence, I'll take a step first, everyone can come later, if you come late, maybe there will be no good show. Good show? When everyone heard the words, their eyes lit up. They all knew that Long Yu was able to fight Yu Qianning when he stepped into the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm when he was discussing martial arts in the 7 schools. And the current Long Yu has stepped into the tyrannical realm of the unity of the True Spirit, the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Although Yu Qianning has reached the 8th level of True Spirit, Long Yu may not be unable to deal with Yu Qianning. Yu Qianning is now the strongest disciple of Great Tang Wuzong, the soul figure. If Long Yu can defeat her, wouldn't it be a direct blow to Great Tang Wuzong in the face? This is really a good show. Let's go, Yue, quickly take the pill that Brother Long gave you. Ling Han also tidied up, and immediately prepared to leave, while saying something to his sister Ling Yue. After seeing Long Yu for the first time in 2 years, Ling Yue felt a ray of warmth in her heart for no reason. Without Ling Han reminding her, she directly took the healing pill that Long Yu gave her. It's too wasteful. After taking my elixir, your injuries are basically healed. It's a pity that you just used the elixir that Brother Long gave you. Feng Yusen smiled slightly and said to Ling Yue. I also want to recover quickly, go back to suppress Tianzong, and deal with those bastards of Tang Wuzong. Ling Yue said bitterly, and after a while, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Hey, it seems that the pill that Brother Long gave me has taken effect. The effect is so good. Good effect? Is it effective with my elixir? When Feng Yusen heard the words, she immediately asked nervously. Much better. Ling Yue answered truthfully, the changes in her own body could not deceive anyone. Long Yu's elixir was taken from a senior alchemist of the 9th level of the True Spirit, and the effect is certainly not bad. Lu Yuan quietly said something from the side, which immediately turned everyone in the field into petrification. 9 layers of True Spirits? Alchemist? Long Yu has been away for the past 2 years, yet he still met such a respectable existence? This is amazing. Ling Han and the others can't fly like Long Yu. If they want to rush from the Ling family villa to Jun Tianzong, it will take at least an hour or 2. This is because their martial arts realm is high enough and they run at the fastest speed. If there is no Wu Xiu who condenses the True Spirit on horseback, it will take at least a day or 2 to cross this distance. And for Long Yu, flying back from the Ling family villa to Jun Tianzong is just a stick of incense time. Long Yu didn't bring anyone else with him, and rushed back towards Xintian mountain range by himself. In this way, he can return to Zhenshenzong as quickly as possible. Not long after, the endless Xintian mountain range appeared in front of Long Yu, and then he flew over the vast and lush abyss of soaring snakes, and the mountain where the Tianzong fighting field was located was within easy reach. So many people. Looking around, Long Yu saw a large group of people, densely packed, standing on the mountain peak where the martial arts arena was located. Among these people, there are thousands of disciples of Zhen Tianzong, and besides them, there are also thousands of young martial arts dressed in white clothes. These are all disciples of Tang Wuzong. Simply put, they are Chu Chaoxing's subordinates. Long Yu glanced casually, and saw that there were many familiar faces among these Wuzong Wuxiu of the Tang dynasty, all of whom were members of the previous 7 sects. For example, in the past, Fan Qiaoyue, the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion, was dressed in red and surrounded by a group of young people in white, with a very respectable status. For another example, Hua Haishan, the master of the Tibetan Fire Hall, and Chu Shanwu, the master of the Duandao sect, were surrounded by a group of white-clothed Tang Wuzong disciples. They were originally the leaders of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom. After joining the Great Tang Wuzong, they all became the elders of the Great Tang Wuzong. In addition to these 3 people, Hua Yanshi, the suzerain of Luoyu Sword sect, and his proud disciple Qi Guang, stood on a high place, leisurely preparing to watch the joke of Xintian sect. Feather like smoke, Yu Channing. Long Yu saw at a glance the 2 most prominent among everyone in Wuzong of the Tang dynasty, Yu Ruyan and Yu Channing. These 2 people, one is the woman of the left prince, Chu Chaoxing, and the other is his daughter. In the Great Tang Wuzong, it can be said that besides Chu Chaoxing, they have the most powerful existence. This time, the provocation against Jin Tianzong was initiated by these 2 people under the order of Chu Chaoxing. Chu Chaoxing didn't come. Long Yu just took a glance, and he had a panoramic view of the more important people in the field. As for Zhenshenzong, the suzerain Bai Yunzong and a group of elders gathered at the entrance of the arena, facing thousands of Tang Wuzong disciples who surrounded the entire arena. Bai Yunzong, as one of the 2 sects that are still struggling to breathe in our Great Tang Kingdom, Zhen Tianzong doesn't even have the courage to accept the challenge from our Great Tang Wuzong? Yu Ruyan, who had stepped into the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, said aggressive words with a pretty smile on her face. These words obviously contained a mockery of the 2 major sects of Zhenshenzong and Hanbingmen, and it also clearly showed that Chu Chaoxing wanted to take these last 2 sects as his own ambition. What Tang Wuzong, isn't it just a bunch of rubbish sects united together? In Tian sect, Yu Xingshi, a middle-aged elder dressed in white, sneered coldly. On weekdays, Yu Xingshi was a very gentle elder, but now, facing the aggressive Tang Wuzong, even Yu Xingshi couldn't help being angry. Elder Yu, what you said is wrong. You said that our Great Tang Wuzong is a mob, so you stand up and compete with our Great Tang Wuzong's disciples? Yu Ruyan giggled coquettishly, not caring about Yu Xingshi's ridicule. The current Emperor Wuzong of the Tang dynasty occupies the absolute initiative. She, Yu Ruyan, as the deputy suzerain of Tang Wuzong, is the peak cultivation of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, stronger than Bai Yunzong of the 8th level of True Spirit. As for the disciples of Wuzong of Tang dynasty, Yu Channing is the number 1, and has stepped into the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, far surpassing all the disciples of Zhenshenzong. To be honest about the elders of Tang Wuzong are all at the level of the original 7 sect masters, that is to say, they are at the same level as Bai Yunzong. Suppressing Tianzong, no matter how you look at it, is at an absolute disadvantage. But today, Emperor Wuzong of the Tang dynasty came to Zhenshenzong to initiate a challenge, and he took this as a provocative point and asked to divide it into 3 levels for discussion on martial arts. First of all, the disciples of the 2 major sects compete with each other and discuss the winners and losers. Immediately afterwards, each sent 3 elders to discuss martial arts and compete to win or lose. In the end, it was the suzerain battle between the 2 sides. No matter which part it is, Yu Ruyan is sure to win, and she has even brought people to bully her, so what reason does Zhenshenzong have to refuse? Elder Yu, let's stay safe and don't be impatient. When Ling Han and Yu Xian come back, we will formally face the battle. Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache and smiled slightly. In this battle, our suppressing Tianzong, we must lose wonderfully. Master is right. Beside Bai Yunzong, a young man in black tights was walking, with a look of anticipation and determination in his eyes. Yu Channing, I also wanted to fight her for a long time, today is my chance. The 2 years of walking have not been wasted. Today, he is already the 7th level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Once he has achieved the unity of the True Spirit, he is eligible to participate in the qualifying competition of the Heavenly Election. Although he knew that Yu Channing was very strong, but this battle was related to all of Zhenchenzong. As the number 1 core disciple of Zhenchenzong, he must not back down. At this moment, everyone in Zhenchenzong couldn't help thinking of a figure in their hearts. That person fought Yu Channing hard and even defeated Yu Channing during the 7 schools of martial arts. If Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 disaster stars, had not appeared, the situation of the entire Tang dynasty would probably not be what it is today. This way. That person's name was Long Yu, but they hadn't seen each other for 2 full years. I don't know, how's Long Yu doing outside? No matter what, many people in suppressing Tianzong did not want Long Yu to come back, because the great Tang kingdom was now ruled by Chu Chaoxing, so even if Long Yu came back, what would be the use? To this day, Long Yu has become the spiritual pillar of many disciples of Zhenchenzong. Many new disciples decided to join Zhentian's sect instead of Great Tang Wuzong because of Long Yu's performance in 7 sects. At this time, everyone in Zhenchenzong was fighting against the same enemy, and no one flinched. Because they all have a firm belief in their hearts. This kind of belief was brought to them by Long Yu 2 years ago. Facing a situation where they must lose, Long Yu was able to break through himself, break through to the realm of the True Spirit entity, and defeat Yu Channing. It's a hot-blooded thing. That's fine, since Peogia is all about fighting, Yu Channing, will grant your wish first. Yu Channing, who was wearing a goose-yellow long dress, stepped out of the crowd, and proudly said, when Yu Linghan and Feng Yusen come back, we Tang Wuzong disciples will learn their strength. Come. He didn't back down on foot, and stepped out of the crowd of Zhenchenzong. Bai Yunzong frowned slightly, looking at the walking figure. Walking at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is Bai Yunzong's most proud disciple in his life. He knows that Walking's achievements in martial arts will definitely surpass him. At such a young age, he has reached the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. If he can participate in the Tianyu Holy Selection and join the Tianyu North Academy, he will be much stronger than Bai Yunzong. You know, back then, Bai Yunzong didn't get the chance to participate in the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Selection. Xiaobu, be careful yourself, safety is the top priority. Bai Yunzong pondered to remind. Don't worry, master. He stepped out on foot and faced Yu Channing in the arena. The two looked at each other in the field, attracting the attention of everyone around them. Great Tang Wuzong and Zhenchenzong, the strongest disciples of the 2 sects, are about to face off. However, everyone in Tang Wuzong was very relaxed. After all, Yu Channing had already reached the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and walking on foot was a state of suppression. In terms of basic strength alone, Yu Channing was twice as strong as walking. The result of this battle was already known before it even started. And everyone in Tian's sect had solemn faces. Walking against Yu Channing, everyone knows that they will suffer a loss, but now, they have no way out to suppress Tianzong. Once retreating, the sect will be destroyed and will be annexed by Chu Chaoxing. Long Yu flew high in the clouds, looking at the scene below. He did not choose to fall down and appear in front of other people. Paid and Yu Channing are already facing each other on the court. Even if Long Yu appears now, it can't stop anything. Why don't we see how the two play? This is a hurdle on the way of walking martial arts. No matter what, you must face it on foot. Even if he lost to Yu Channing, he had to fight this time. Otherwise, once a psychological shadow is left, the martial arts on foot will be affected. Long Yuji watched condescendingly, but no one noticed him. There were nearly 10,000 people in the field, and no one thought that Long Yu was watching them from the sky at this very moment. The battle between Yu Channing and Walking soon began. Walking has made great progress in the past 2 years, and he has stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit, and the power of the heaven-suppressing law spreads all over the audience, trying to suppress Yu Qianning. It's a pity that the gap in the realm of martial arts cannot be bridged just by thinking about it. Compared with Yu Qianning on foot, not only the realm of martial arts is one level lower, but also the level of comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth is also lower. The sky-suppressing law is just the most basic Yellowstone-level law. However, the Emperor's law that Yu Qianning comprehended is the xuanhuan-level law. Even facing an opponent of the same realm, the xuanhuan-level law can suppress the opponent, let alone walking. The two sides only passed 3 moves, and they were defeated on foot. As for the next 4th move, Yu Qianning's eyes flashed fiercely. It was obvious that he was going to kill the retreating walker. Stop. Bai Yunzong's expression changed, and he stood up immediately, trying to stop Yu Qianning. However, on the Wuzong side of the Great Tang Dynasty, Yu Ruyan was already prepared for this, and floated over amidst giggling and coquettish laughter, and stopped in front of Bai Yunzong, who wanted to rescue him. When Yu Ruyan appeared to stop him, not only Bai Yunzong, but also the other elders of Tianjin sect, beside Bai Yunzong, were completely suppressed to death. In the arena, Yu Qianning's face was ruthless, and as soon as he raised his hand, thousands of shadows formed a net, and he wanted to cut the walk into pieces. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Zhenchenzong seemed to stop beating. Even Tang Wuzong, many people covered their mouths and noses lightly, with surprise in their eyes. Obviously they didn't expect Yu Qianning to directly kill him. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Zhen Tianzong is now a thorn in Chu Chaoxing's eyes and a thorn in his heart. As Chu Chaoxing's daughter, Yu Qianning naturally wants to share his father's worries and problems. When she gets the chance, there's no way she'll be left alive for Walker. However, just when she thought she was sure to succeed this time, there was an unexpected figure that fell from the sky. Accompanied by the sound, there was a vortex of water rushing down towards Yu Qianning with infinite power. Yu Qianning's face changed, and then he raised his hand. Thousands of shadow threads rose up at the same time, trying to block the vortex of water. Who was hiding in the dark to attack? Yu Qianning snorted coldly, raised her head, with a sinister look in her eyes. When she saw through the gust of water that the figure descending from the sky turned out to be Long Yu, the expression on her face became even more exciting. Long Yu, you dare to come back. In a hurry, Yu Qianning was blocked by Long Yu, so she could no longer kill the pedestrians, so she could only take a few steps back. Long Yu stepped on the walking side. Brother Bu, are you safe? Long Yu laughed, but his eyes were only staring at Yu Qianning in front of him. No matter what ideas this vicious woman has today, they are destined to be impossible to realize. Long Yu will never let her succeed. Junior brother Long? He never expected that it was Long Yu who appeared at the critical moment and saved his life. This made him a little surprised, especially when he saw that Long Yu had stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit. He felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Of course he remembered that in the 7 schools of martial arts 2 years ago, Long Yu, with the strength of the 4th level of the true spirit, fought against Yu Qianning, the 6th level of the true spirit, not only did not lose the wind, but even almost killed Yu Qianning. At this moment, Long Yu stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit, and his strength would definitely not be inferior to that of an ordinary 8th level true spirit martial artist. Dealing with Yu Qianning might be easier than it was 2 years ago. Is it Long Yu? In front of him, Yu Ruyan, who had stopped Bai Yunzong, He Lao, Bai Lao, and other people who suppressed the Tianzong, turned his head at this time, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. This kid, dare to show up. Why don't you dare? Long Yu glanced at Yu Ruyan and chuckled. If it was before, he would definitely be extremely cautious when facing Yu Ruyan, who had stepped into the 9th layer of true spirit, but now, not only has he stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit, he is also the subordinate of Fei Yidu Sun. Killed. Although Yu Ruyan is strong, she is definitely not as strong as Faint Crow. Why should Long Yu be afraid? Since you have appeared, there is only one dead end. Yu Ruyan's words were ruthless. She could see that Long Yu had stepped into the 7th level of the true spirit, and knew that Long Yu had made great progress in the past 2 years. If he was not eliminated, disaster would definitely happen in the future. It's a pity that Yu Ruyan doesn't know that she no longer has the ability to get rid of Long Yu. In the past 2 years, Long Yu has grown up completely. Wait, Bisect Master Yu, Long Yu is a junior. As an elder, you want to take action against the junior. Isn't it too much? If it spreads out, I'm afraid it will also discredit Prince Sua. Seeing Yu Ruyan about to make a move, Bai Yunzong said immediately. Such a sentence made Yu Ruyan snort coldly. This kid, do you still need me to do it? At the 7th level of true spirit, Yu Ruyan really doesn't think much of her. Now in the entire Tian mountain range, she is the only one with the 9th layer of the true spirit. With her in charge, none of these people can escape. In that case, let my daughter compete with him. Yu Ruyan said lightly. 2 years ago, Yu Channing lost to Long Yu in the 7 schools of martial arts, which became her heart disease. If she can't break through this heart disease, it will be extremely difficult for her to enter the martial arts. Although the result of the 7 schools discussing martial arts was that Chen Xizong won, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that Yu Channing lost to Long Yu. The only way to solve this heart disease is to let Yu Channing defeat Long Yu with her own hands. Good. Bai Yunzong laughed and agreed directly. He knew Long Yu's character very well, just like his father Long Zitian. If he didn't have enough confidence, it would be impossible for him to show up to die. Now that Long Yu has appeared, he is ready to face all challenges. The battle between Long Yu and Yu Channing was inevitable. Boy Long, let me see how you have progressed in the past 2 years. Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache and said with some anticipation, then raised his head, and looked at Yu Ruyan with a smile. Deputy Sect Master Yu, this battle can be said to be a battle between my suppressing Tianzong and the disciples of Great Tang Wuzong. In the contest between them, if we say that the strongest disciple of the Xintian sect, it is undoubtedly Long Yu. Snort. Yu Ruyan snorted coldly, didn't speak, but retreated back to the team of Great Tang Wuzong. So what about the battle of disciples? She thought that Bai Yunzong wanted to use this reason to protect Long Yu, but even if Yu Channing couldn't deal with Long Yu, would she, Yu Ruyan, let Long Yu go? As soon as Long Yu's figure appeared in the field, everyone in the field focused their attention on him. In Xintian sect, countless disciples cheered happily, and many new disciples looked at Long Yu with adoring gazes. You must know that they chose to join Tianjinzong because of their admiration for Long Yu. Now, they finally saw Long Yu with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? Among the thousands of people in Tang Wuzong, nearly half of them didn't know about Long Yu. Who is that guy, who is the same as that walking at the 7th level of the true spirit, and dares to challenge our senior sister? That's right, if you can't walk, can this kid do it? Don't underestimate him. This Long Yu, in the 7 schools of martial arts, 2 years ago, defeated the elder sister. 2 years ago was 2 years ago. Now that the elder sister is at the 8th level of true spirit, will she still lose to this kid? However, 2 years ago, the elder sister was at the 6th level of true spirit, and this Long Yu Tsai was at the 4th level of true spirit. What? Crossed 2 realms and defeated our elder sister? How is this possible? It must be bragging, right? Everyone in Wuzong of the Great Tang dynasty talked about it, and it was passed on from 10 to 10, but soon everyone knew Long Yu's identity. However, those new disciples of Great Tang Wuzong who have not experienced the 7 sects of martial arts 2 years ago still have no impression of Long Yu. This kid is at best a 7th level true spirit. Among the disciples of the 7th level of true spirits, there are also 3 or 5 disciples in Tang Wuzong, so there is no need to brag so much. Yu Channing, come on. Long Yu stood in the field and challenged Yu Channing. Long Yu completely ignored the discussions of everyone else around him. All he had to do now was to beat Yu Channing to the ground, and then chase after the victory to drive all the Tang Wuzong members out of the Xintian mountain range. You come to seek death by yourself, and you can't blame others. Yu Channing's eyes revealed a ray of viciousness. Her hatred for Long Yu was incomprehensible to others. At this moment, seeing Long Yu again, seeing this man who had defeated her, the only thing Yu Channing wanted to do was to kill him. Immediately, Yu Channing didn't hold anything back. As soon as she raised her hand, a burst of golden light swept out and condensed into a small golden ball in her hand. Mysterious level low-grade martial arts, summoning the Emperor Spirit Art. This trick caused Long Yu to suffer a lot at the beginning. After all, it was the bottom-of-the-box skill of the Chu family of the royal family, and even some powerful families in Beihai Kingdom might not be able to learn it. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, but did not move. He had suffered a disadvantage in this martial skill before, but if it was released in front of him again, it was no longer possible to pose any threat to him. Mysterious level martial arts, the current Long Yu has also learned it, and it's more than one move. A golden figure, holding a golden sword, quickly appeared in front of Yu Channing. In order to prevent the scene from 2 years ago from repeating itself, Yu Channing used the strongest means to completely suppress Long Yu. Great Sword Whirlwind, come on! The imperial spirit summoned by Yu Channing, holding a big sword, instantly condensed a whirlwind of golden sword lights, and rushed towards Long Yu's location. Knowing that Long Yu could fly, Yu Channing didn't stop there, only to see a golden ball congealed in her hand again, and she was about to summon the second Emperor Spirit. The Yushui Tianmu. There was a flash of light in Long Yu's eyes, and he raised his hand to form a 9-layer water barrier. Facing the mysterious martial arts performed by the Great Sword Emperor, the Great Sword Whirlwind, Long Yu dared not be careless. He wanted to try to resist it head-on, so he didn't take a step back, but saw the 9-layer water barrier condensed, and immediately blocked the whirlwind of golden sword lights. Although the Great Sword Whirlwind is a Xian-level martial skill, it is only a low-level Xian-level martial skill. Compared with a mid-level Xian-level defensive skill, like Yushui Tianmu, it is still not powerful enough. Immediately afterwards, Yushui Tianmu bounced back 50% of the power of the Great Sword Whirlwind towards the shining golden aura of the Emperor of the Sword, knocking back the Emperor of the Sword by several strides. What kind of martial art is this? Everyone present stared at the 9-layer water barrier that Long Yuning created. All of them were inexplicably surprised. Everyone knows that Yu Channing's strongest martial skill is the Emperor Summoning Spirit Art, which can summon the Emperor spirits of many powerful ancestors of the royal Chu family. The Emperor of the Great Sword is the most powerful among the ancestors of the royal Chu family. However, this whirlwind of the Great Sword was resisted by Long Yu's defensive martial skill condensed by waving his hand, and even rebounded half of the force, knocking back the Emperor Spirit of the Emperor of the Great Sword. Long Yu felt the power of the Emperor Spirit of the Great Sword, and then shook his head. This power even the Yushui Tianmu could not break through, and it was too weak. Immediately afterwards, when he raised his hand, 9 swirls of water condensed out. Royal Water Vortex. 9 vortices of water flowed towards the Emperor of the Great Sword and Yu Channing from different directions in an instant, attacking both of them at the same time. Sword glow, block it. A burst of golden light glowed from the sword in the hands of the King of Great Swords, and instantly condensed into a shield wall of golden light, trying to stop the vortex of the water flow. However, the power of Long Yu's move to control the vortex of the water far exceeded Yu Channing's. Expected. Just 4 or 5 swirls of water flow directly washed away the Emperor of the Great Sword, and the golden light completely disintegrated. This water-controlling martial art is worthy of being taught by Wang Chongfeng. It is really easy to use. Long Yu thought in his heart, just by using Yushui Vortex, he actually broke down the Emperor Spirit of the Great Sword Emperor, which really disappointed him. However, Yu Qianning is only at the 8th level of the True Spirit's secret realm. This kind of strength has actually surpassed the ordinary martial arts at the 8th level of the True Spirit, but compared with Long Yu, the gap is indeed too big. The imperial spirit of the Emperor of Great Sword was instantly dispersed by the Yushui vortex. This scene made everyone feel a little unbelievable. Long Yu, is it really only the 7th level of the True Spirit's secret realm? To be able to defeat Yu Qianning's strongest martial skill so easily. Emperor, charge me and kill him. But at this moment, Yu Qianning's second Emperor spirit had also been summoned. It was a white figure with a pair of wings behind it. It seemed to be a woman, its movements were extremely elegant, and it came to Long Yu in a flash. After summoning these two Emperor spirits, the profound energy in Yu Qianning's body was exhausted, and he no longer had any energy left. However, Yu Qianning is still very confident in the Emerald Emperor, because in her estimation, Long Yu must have consumed a lot of profound energy when he displayed such a tyrannical martial skill, and he would not be much better than her. However, she didn't know that Long Yu's water vortex would not consume much at all, not to mention that he tempered his dantian with thunder, and his profound energy recovery speed was several times faster than that of ordinary martial arts. Wake up, Palm Reincarnation! Facing the extremely fast feathered Emperor spirit, Long Yu swung a punch, and the power of reincarnation immediately enveloped the feathered Emperor spirit, slowing down his speed all of a sudden. Drunk in the underworld. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu punched out another punch, and the road to the underworld stretched out. Even at the speed of the Emerald Emperor, he couldn't escape the shackles of the road to the underworld. With a bang, the 9 nether chi condensed into a stream of air, which instantly penetrated the entire body of the Emerald Emperor's imperial spirit. Although he didn't use a mysterious martial skill like Yushui Vortex, the power of Zuo Huanquan, who is comprehended to the realm of transformation, is definitely stronger than Desheng's Yushui Vortex. With just one punch, the feathered Emperor spirit was shattered again. This scene made Yu Qianning's whole face change drastically. She never imagined that the two Emperor spirits summoned by consuming all the profound energy in her body would be so vulnerable in front of Long Yu. How can this be? Yu Qianning gritted her teeth, watching the Emperor spirit of the Emerald Emperor being crushed by Long Yu's punch. She didn't know what to do. The profound energy in her whole body has been exhausted, not to mention facing Long Yu again. Even if she is facing a random martial artist of the 4th or 5th level of True Spirit, she may not be able to deal with it. You lose. Long Yu took a step forward, stepped on the shattered white light of the Emerald Emperor, and looked at Yu Qianning faintly. This time, do you still want to use shameless means like 2 years ago, or are you going to admit defeat like this? If she cheated, Long Yu would not give her another chance. Even if Yu Ruyan took action personally, Long Yu was not afraid. Yu Qianning stood in the field, gritted her teeth, obviously unwilling to admit defeat, especially after hearing Long Yu mocking her like this. She felt even more upset. I saw that when she raised her hand, she actually swallowed a pill. Long Yu frowned slightly. Taking pills on this occasion? This elixir of good quality should have half of its effect on restoring profound energy, and the other half of its effect on temporarily enhancing one's own strength. After more than a year of study, Long Yu is quite familiar with alchemy. He could see through the effect of the pill that Yu Qianning took at a glance. You actually took the elixir, Vice Sect Master Yu. Doesn't that seem to be against the rules? Seeing this, Bai Yunzong's expression changed slightly. He could tell that Long Yu and Yu Qianning were in a complete advantage in the battle. But when Yu Qianning took the elixir, that might not be the case. Rule? Yu Ruyan smiled disdainfully. Before our appointment, there seems to be no rules, saying that taking pills is not allowed? Hearing this, Bai Yunzong was a little annoyed, and wanted to say something, but saw Long Yu wave his hand at him. Sovereign, it's okay. Long Yu waved his hand and said relaxedly, if she wants to take the pill, let her take it. Even if she takes the pill, she won't be my opponent. Facing Yu Channing, Long Yu still had this confidence. Now that Long Yu has said so, it is of course inconvenient for Bai Yunzong to say more. But when Yu Channing and Yu Rian heard Long Yu's words, they couldn't help showing fierce expressions in their eyes. The mother and daughter hated Long Yu to the bone, and now that Long Yu was in front of them, of course they would not miss the opportunity. Even if they take pills or something, they won't feel that there is anything wrong. As long as you can kill Long Yu, no matter what means you use. Those disciples of Tang Wuzong were also a little ashamed of Yu Channing's actions, but facing Yu Rian and Yu Channing, they didn't dare to say anything at all. You are very confident, but unfortunately, your self-confidence will become your grave. After Yu Channing took the elixir, she felt that the profound energy in her whole body was recovering, and the strength in her whole body increased by at least 30% in the next moment. This made Yu Channing extremely confident all of a sudden. She couldn't believe that she couldn't beat Long Yu. Your self-confidence will become your tomb. This sentence is good, and I will give it back to you. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and the profound energy in his body was stimulated, releasing a burst of strong yin energy in an instant, which condensed into a yin field and spread towards the surroundings. The domain of the law of the monument. Yu Channing's expression changed again. Originally, she knew that Long Yu got the Taiyin Tianbei, but she didn't expect that after 2 years of absence, Long Yu had already comprehended the power of this Tianbei law to the level of the domain. Although the Emperor's law she comprehended has already reached the domain level, it is only a xuanhuan level law, which is a grade behind the Tianbei law. And this gap in level makes the power of the two sides differ several times. Even if Yu Channing has reached the 8th level of true spirit, if she wants to fight Long Yu against the law of heaven and earth, she will definitely not be an opponent. The true spirit of the Shadow Emperor, the realm of the Emperor. As soon as Yu Channing gritted her teeth, she released her true spirit, and the Emperor's realm was laid out at once, instantly confronting Long Yu's Taiyin realm. It seems that there is no need to release the true spirit. Long Yu activated his profound energy, felt the strength of the opponent's Emperor's domain, and suppressed the idea of releasing the true spirit of the lunar moon. Even if the true spirit of the Shadow Emperor was released, Yu Channing's power in the Emperor domain was only comparable to Long Yu's Taiyin domain, and Long Yu didn't need to release the true spirit. There will still be tough battles to be fought later, and Long Yu will certainly not use his full strength to deal with a mere Yu Channing. The first disciple of Emperor Wuzong of the Great Tang Dynasty is nothing more than that. It seems that there is nothing wrong with Elder Yu saying that you are a mob. Long Yu smiled. Even though he was fighting against the power of the domain with Yu Channing, he was still talking and laughing happily, not paying attention to Yu Channing at all. And his words immediately offended the entire Tang Wuzong disciples, and filled a group of people with righteous indignation. However, they had no way to refute it. Great Tang Wuzong's elder sister, Yu Channing, the strongest disciple, was suppressed to death by Long Yu. What reason do they have to refute this sentence? Die. Yu Channing couldn't stand the stimulation, and rushed forward with a ferocious face, hooking thousands of shadow threads with one punch, forming a big net, trying to trap Long Yu in it. However, this kind of martial skill is nothing more than a top-rank spiritual level martial skill inherited from Qianxi sect, at most a super-rank martial skill. How could it have any effect on Long Yu? Sky-suppressing spear technique. Long Yu took out the 9 Serenity Dragon spear with one hand, and swung out numerous spear shadows. Under the influence of the Taiyin domain, these spear shadows immediately tore apart those shadow threads. It's time to end. Long Yu followed with a chuckle, and the Taiyin wing stretched out behind him, leading him to move quickly, and in an instant he came to Yu Channing not far away. Wake up, palm reincarnation. Drunk, lying in hell. This continuous move that Long Yu had performed thousands of times was performed skillfully by him, and the infinite energy of the 9 secluded worlds was aroused to break through the ground and condense on his fist. The distance between the two was close, and a more intense collision occurred between the realm of the Emperor and the realm of the Sun. Long Yu punched Zuo Xuanhuan, breaking the balance in an instant, and the aura of the Nine Netherness erupted, tearing a gap in the Emperor's domain in an instant. Break it! When Long Yu punched out, he completely tore Yu Qianning's Emperor domain into pieces. The powerful Nine Nether airflow caused Yu Qianning's face to change in shock. Even after taking the elixir just now, she felt that Long Yu's fist could definitely kill her in one fell swoop. Yu Qianning didn't care about anything else. At this moment, she ran away backwards, and fled back to the camp of Tang Wuzong. Long Yu let her go on purpose. Otherwise, the spirit of Xuanhuan and the road to Xuanhuan will come out together, and Yu Qianning will never have any chance to escape. Before I kill your father, I will spare your dog's life. Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart. If he killed Yu Qianning now, Chu Chaoxing would undoubtedly be completely angered. After all, Chu Chaoxing was still the left prince of the Great Tang Kingdom, and he held a lot of power. If he went crazy, Zhenshenzong would definitely not be able to resist it. Now, just letting Yu Qianning escape in embarrassment is enough to embarrass Tang Wuzong. Disappointed, the first disciple of Emperor Wuzong of Tang Dynasty is only at this level? Long Yu sighed, shook his head and said. That appearance, in the eyes of everyone in Great Tang Wuzong, deserves as much beating as he deserves. However, who among the disciples of Great Tang Wuzong would dare to go up to deal with Long Yu? Even the elder sister Yu Qianning ran away in embarrassment, and it was even more impossible for them disciples. Among the crowd of Tang Wuzong, the disciples of the original 7 major sects, such as Bai Linsha from Qingqing Pavilion, Qi Guang from Luoyu Jianzong, etc., looked at Long Yueying in the field. All of them were speechless. In the 7 schools of martial arts 2 years ago, Long Yu slapped all of them in the face. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, they wanted to deal with Zhen Tianzong, but they would continue to be slapped in the face by Long Yu. This feeling really made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Suzerain, I heard that Tang Wuzong and our Zhenshenzong have 3 appointments, namely, the Battle of the Disciples, the Battle of the Elders, and the Battle of the Suzerain. After Long Yu made a mockery, he didn't bother to pay attention to Yu Qianning anymore, but turned around and asked, why don't you let me, Long Yu, come and fight with the elders of Wuzong of the Tang Dynasty? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Long Yu is a disciple of Tianzongzong, but this disciple of Tianzongzong is so arrogant that he wants to fight the elders of Wuzong of Tang Dynasty. Although everyone in Great Tang Wuzong knew that Long Yu was qualified to say this after defeating Yu Qianning, but it was too arrogant to challenge the elder as a disciple. Okay. When Bai Yunzong heard the words, he didn't think about it at all, and he laughed and agreed directly. In that case, from now on, Long Yu will be the elder of my town's Tianzong, and enter the elders' pavilion. It is in accordance with the rules to invite elders to fight elders. The faces of all the elders of Wuzong of the Tang Dynasty became gloomy. They are all only at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. In terms of combat power, they may not be as good as Yu Qianning. Even Yu Qianning was beaten by Long Yu and fled in embarrassment. They, the elders, were just humiliating themselves, right? Why, are you in trouble? Long Yu glanced at the crowd of Tang Wuzong. There were 5 elders in total, 4 of them were suzerain-level figures of the previous 7 sects. They are Feng Qiaoyun of Qingqing Pavilion, Hua Haishan of Zonghua Palace, Hua Yanshi of Falling Rain Sword Sect, and Chu Xuanwu of Broken Sword Sect. The other one was originally the steward of the Chu family of the royal family, named Zhao Xiong. He was a very burly middle-aged man, and he was undoubtedly the leader among the 5 Tang Wuzong elders. Therefore, whether it was Feng Qiaoyun or Hua Haishan, Hua Yanshi or Chu Xuanwu, they all looked at Zhao Xiong, wanting him to make up his mind, or let him go out and take the lead. Speaking of hatred, both Chu Xuanwu and Hua Haishan hated Long Yu deeply. 2 years ago, Long Yu killed Chu Xuanwu's disciple and cut off an arm, and Hua Haishan's son, Hua Fu, had long since died. Killed by Long Yu Hong. But now, neither Chu Shanwu nor Hua Haishan dared to make a move easily. Even they, facing Long Yu at this moment, are defeated but never won. With their cunning nature, they would definitely not do meaningless death. What are you looking at me for? The middle-aged man Zhao Xiong snorted coldly. It's just a kid at the 7th level of the true spirit. After a battle with Qian Ning, he must be powerless. Why don't you take action quickly and take him down? The lightness of these words made Feng Qiaoyun and the other 4 secretly curse at the sinister thing. Since you said that Long Yu has no successors, then you can do it yourself? Why let us be the first birds? Feng Qiaoyun and the 4 of them thought so in their hearts. Why, can't make up your mind? Long Yu looked at Zhao Xiong and his 5 so-called great Tang Wuzong elders with a half-smile, and said indifferently, since you dare not face me alone, then go together. Let's go together. The last 4 words were undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Although Long Yu seems to have easily defeated Yu Qianning, it is impossible to face 5 Tang Wuzong elders with Yu Qianning's strength at the same time, right? This is too nonsense. Moreover, the 5 elders of Emperor Wuzong of the Tang dynasty are all seniors. How could they be so shameless as to beat more and less? Everyone in Tian sect was astonished. This Long Yu really dared to say that. Could it be that he really has the terrifying strength of 1 against 5? Curiosity flashed in Bai Yunzong's eyes. He hadn't seen him for more than 2 years, and now he couldn't see through this kid. However, to everyone's surprise, the 5 elders of Tang Wuzong looked at each other, and then nodded at the same time. Zhao Xiong took a step forward. Since you have said so, then we will satisfy you and let you know that our great Tang Wuzong is definitely not in vain. As soon as the words fell, 5 Tang Wuzong elders stepped out at the same time and came to the arena. 5 people surrounded Long Yu alone. This scene made both parties feel a little dreamy. This elder of Wuzong of the great Tang dynasty is really shameless. Let the 5 of you go up together, so you dare to stand up. This great Tang Wuzong really deserves his reputation. Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache and smiled lightly, which made everyone in the Tian sect burst into laughter. With this smile, the pressure of everyone in Tian sect was swept away. They were a little worried about Long Yu at first, but after thinking about it, if Long Yu was not absolutely sure, how could he be so bold as to let the 5 opponents fight together? Yes, it seems that you still have a little courage, come on. Seeing the appearance of the other 5, Long Yu nodded with a smile, seemingly praising each other, but in fact it was the deepest mockery of the other party. 5 people dare to deal with a junior who is 1 stage lower than yourself. Is this a little courage? I am afraid that anyone who changed would dare to do this. Snort. The middle-aged man, Zhao Xiong, was wearing a black shirt. He was extremely thick-skinned, and said directly, since we are all standing on the field, no matter who has troubles on both sides, we can't blame others. In this battle, life and death are up to you. These words obviously indicated that he was going to kill Long Yu in the battle. I have to say, these words brought back some momentum, making the 5 of them less passive. But, how could Long Yu let Zhao Xiong get what he wanted? Life and death are up to you, that's natural, you said it yourself. If any of you are injured in the competition, I will not be responsible. Long Yu said with a chuckle. Stinky boy, court death. After hearing this, Hua Haishan, the original owner of the Tibetan fire hall, couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing Long Yu, who killed his own son, showing off his might, how could he continue to tolerate it? As soon as he stomped on his feet, his whole body sprang up like a flame, holding a fire dragon in one hand, flying across the sky, and rolled towards Long Yushi. Can't wait? Then I'll try your knife. Long Yu laughed. Facing the 5 powerhouses of the 8th level of true spirit at the same time, he was relaxed on the surface, but he didn't dare to take it too seriously. With a thought, he released the true spirit of the lunar moon. Lunar moon, true spirit. This round of crescent moon hung above Long Yu's head, exuding a leisurely cold light, followed by countless moon-killing sword lights, which were condensed by Long Yu, and flew directly towards Hu Haitian that was rushing over. Hu Haitian's whole body was bursting with flames, like a burning man, with a fire dragon in his hand trying to block the light of Yue Sha Dao. However, he soon discovered that the destructive power of these moon-killing sword lights was too strong. Even the fire dragon in his hand was directly destroyed by the moon-killing knife light. The cold air overflowed, and the frosty breath of the sun rushed towards his face. Accompanied by bursts of knife light, the flames all over Hu Haitian's body were instantly extinguished, and countless frost wounds appeared on his body, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Die. Long Yu uttered a word lightly, and then everyone saw Hu Haitian lying on the ground stiffly. His whole body had been frozen into ice. Long Yu's Yue Sha Dao Guang, but it can fight against a strong man at the level of Hunya. How can this mere Hu Haitian resist? With 1 against 5, Long Yu knew that he couldn't fight for a long time, so he killed one of them with lightning speed. When Hu Haitian's stiff body fell to the ground, everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. When Long Yu and Yu Channing were fighting just now, it seemed that they didn't use this method. If he had just released the true spirit of the lunar moon and condensed the light of the moon-killing knife, how could Yu Channing still have a way out? Even Zhao Xiong and the other 4 elders did not expect this scene at all. They still wanted to wait for Hu Haitian to go up first, and test Long Yu's reality, but they didn't expect this guy to be bombarded and killed by Long Yu just like that. Next, Long Yu raised his head and glanced at Zhao Xiong, Chu Shanwu, Feng Chaoyue and Hua Yanshi. Let's go together and kill him. A fierce light flashed in Zhao Xiong's eyes. After seeing Long Yu's strength, he knew that this son must not be left behind, otherwise one day, the entire Great Tang Kingdom would undergo great changes. And this change must be unfavorable to him, Zhao Xiong, so how could he not be cruel to Long Yu? Chu Shanwu and the others also knew this truth, but seeing that Hu Haitian, who had been fighting with them just now and wanted to avenge his son, turned into a corpse in an instant, they shuddered a little. Superior. Chu Shanwu gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't back down now. If he fails to win against one of 5, he will lose all faith in his life, and some people will even say that they have lived their lives on dogs. This is naturally what Chu Shanwu doesn't want to see. There should be no problem for the remaining 4 to join hands to deal with Long Yu. Thinking of this, Chu Shanwu, Hua Yanshi, and Zhao Xiong took steps almost at the same time, and rushed towards Long Yu, urging the profound energy in their bodies, and swaying various martial arts towards Long Yu. Finally enlightened? It's a pity that it's just the 3 of you. Long Yu glanced at Feng Chaoyue, who was hiding behind, but ignored her. This woman knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It must not be so easy for her to risk her life to deal with Long Yu. Facing the slaughter of Zhao Xiong, Hua Yanshi, and Chu Shanwu, Long Yu had no fear, and as soon as he raised his hand, the true spirit of Tianziang was also released. The sun and the moon alternated, and the domains of the sky-suppressing law and the lunar law shrouded at the same time, covering the 3 people in it. The domains of laws comprehended by those 3 people are all only the lowest Yellowstone level laws. At this moment, even if the 3 of them add up together, they are all suppressed to death by Long Yu's sun-moon true spirit. Moon-killing sword light. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the light of countless moon-killing swords swept towards the 3 of them with an infinite frosty aura. The 3 of them knew how powerful they were, so they had to turn their originally prepared attack method into a defensive method. They each retreated while defending against these saber lights. Due to some preparations, the moon-killing knife light failed to kill the 3 of them directly, but it also left them with no time to care about each other. Let alone continue to join forces to kill Long Yu, it is extremely difficult to resist these moon-killing knife lights. Difficulty. The 3 of them retreated step by step, their faces were not very good. Hold on, this kid's offensive is so fierce, he must not last long as he persists, he will win. Zhao Xiong said with a sullen face, a lion spirit has been released from behind, but it is still retreating steadily. The destructive power of the moon-killing knife light is really hard for him to resist. Only by retreating can he guarantee his safety. In addition, Chu Shanwu, the true spirit of the broken knife, emerged from behind, and his whole body was extremely fast, but he was not as fast as the light of the moon-killing knife. He could only wave the broken knife with his hand and keep resisting to win some chances for himself. And Huayanshi was even more unbearable. The methods of Luoyu sword sect are all swordsmanship, which is good at attacking, and its defense is very weak compared to other people. At this moment, he can only continue to use body skills and martial arts to avoid those moon-killing sword lights, and he can't even resist directly. Less than. Seeing that the three Tang Wuzong elders teamed up, and none of them were Long Yu's opponent, everyone was extremely shocked. The 5 elders of Emperor Wuzong of Tang dynasty attacked together, but Long Yu killed one of them in seconds. For the next 4 people, Feng Qiaoyue didn't seem to dare to make a move. The other 3 joined hands, but they were all suppressed by Long Yu. This was undoubtedly a great blow to everyone in Tang Wuzong. Tang Wuzong, is he really so vulnerable? It's time to end. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Even if it was 1 against 3, he was very relaxed at this moment, and there was basically no pressure. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand, activated the profound energy in his body, instantly condensed all the lights of the moon-killing swords in the sky, and rushed towards Chu Shanwu suddenly. These months of killing swords, Zhao Xiong, Chu Shanwu, and Huayanshi joined forces to resist it. With Long Yu's move, all the destructive power was concentrated in an instant, rushing towards Chu Shanwu alone. Chu Shanwu was caught off guard, and his whole body was shrouded in the light of these moon-killing swords. In the icy cold wind, he instantly turned into an ice sculpture and died on the spot. However, Zhao Xiong and Huayanshi were not too weak, they both knew how to seize this opportunity and unleashed a full blow on Long Yu. The Yushui Tianmu. Long Yu condensed the 9 layers of Yushui sky curtain, and immediately resisted the killing of Zhao Xiong's lion spirit and Huayanshi's 7 radiant sword lights. Withdraw. Seeing this, Zhao Xiong's face became extremely gloomy. 5 of them made a move, and 2 of them were killed so easily by this kid. This is simply the biggest shame of Tang Wuzong since its founding. And most importantly, Zhao Xiong knew that it was impossible for him and Huayanshi to deal with Long Yu. It stands to reason that the profound energy in this kid's body must be empty if he is fighting so fiercely. Just looking at his appearance, he seems to be able to do a job with ease. Long Yu's calm appearance made Zhao Xiong afraid to take risks. If the target of Long Yu's bombardment and killing just now was him, he would not be able to resist. No matter what, his own life is still the most important thing after all, and his face should be put in the second place. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiong retreated directly, and Huayanshi also had the same thought as him. Without any hesitation, they retreated into the crowd of Wuzong of the Tang dynasty just like Yu Qianning before. Since they are not opponents, I am even more of an opponent if I am a girl. Seeing the 2 retreating directly, Feng Qiaoyue, who was dressed in red, smiled faintly, and retreated in the same way. Feng Qiaoyue's idea has always been to wait for others to take the lead. If there is a chance, she will go again. If the situation is like this, there is a reason to retreat directly. This abacus is done very well, after all, he will not put himself in danger. But in this way, Feng Qiaoyue's relationship with Zhao Xiong and Huayanshi will definitely become very bad. Of course, having a bad relationship with these 2 is better than losing your life. 3 appointments, our heaven-suppressing sect should have 1 too, right? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, raised his head and looked at Yu Ruyan. Yu Ruyan watched her daughter and subordinates run away in embarrassment one after another, trembling with anger, looking at Long Yu with a vicious glint in his eyes. There is another one, the Battle of the Suzerain, by Yunzong. Do you dare to come out and fight with me? Yu Ruyan knew that all she could do now was to win the game for Great Tang Wuzong, otherwise, Great Tang Wuzong's face would be completely lost today. As for Bai Yunzong, of course she has full confidence in Yu Ruyan. Yu Ruyan gave Long Yu a fierce look. If she could deal with Long Yu, she would be very happy, but she also knew that Long Yu was very shrewd, so he would definitely not be willing to confront her. After all, she is the strongest in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Sect Master Bai, leave this woman to me. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Yu was still standing in the field, looking directly at Yu Ruyan. 2 years ago, in the 7 schools of martial arts, this woman arbitrarily intervened and injured me in order to save her daughter. I will personally avenge this revenge today. Long Yu's words, like thunder, exploded in the ears of everyone around. This kid actually wants to challenge Yu Ruyan? This is too arrogant. You know, Yu Ruyan is a strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he, Long Yu, is only at the 7th level of True Spirit. Even if he could kill the 2 elders of Great Tang Wuzong and scare away the remaining 3, there is still a gap between Long Yu and Yu Ruyan in 2 levels of martial arts realm. Little Dragon, Yu. Bai Yunzong couldn't see through Long Yu at this time, and there was a puzzled look in his eyes. Could it be that this kid really has the confidence to deal with Yu Ruyan? Doesn't that mean that Long Yu's current strength has already surpassed Bai Yunzong? Thinking of this, Bai Yunzong's thoughts suddenly brightened, and he laughed loudly. In this case, Long Yu, from today onwards, the position of the suzerain of the Xintian sect will be entrusted to you, and the battle with the Tang Wuzong suzerain will also be entrusted to you, Yu. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone in the audience held their breath and stared at Long Yu one by one. This kid just got the suzerain position of Zhenchenzong? Sect Master, I dare not do this. Long Yu hurriedly said, today, I, Long Yu, just came to rescue the sect as a disciple of the Xintian sect. It's okay to let me be the elder, but if you let me be the suzerain, it will be impossible. Why not? Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache and said with an encouraging smile, as the son of the former General Long, your talent is indeed beyond the reach of us people. I am relieved that you will be the suzerain of Tian Tian sect. Sect Master Bai, don't worry, that won't work. I'm used to being idle, how can I have the ability to lead the entire sect? Long Yu kept shaking his head. After all, he doesn't like being bound by the sect. It's okay to be an elder, but if he becomes the suzerain, he will be bound to the Tian Tian sect. How can he be willing? Bai Yunzong obviously also saw what he meant, thought for a while and said, in this case, you should be the deputy suzerain of my heaven-suppressing sect. In this way, it is reasonable to fight with deputy suzerain Yu. Good. Only then did Long Yu nod his head in agreement. He knew that Bai Yunzong was giving him a reason to fight Yu Ruyan and rescue Tianchenzong. Perhaps he had thought of entrusting Tianzong to him, but after seeing his attitude, he gave up this idea. The conversation between the two made everyone around them stare involuntarily. This Long Yu is too weird, right? People are trying every means to improve their strength and strive to become the master of a sect. Even if they are the master of Tian Tian sect, that is an extremely honorable thing. But this Long Yu still pushed back and resisted and didn't want to be, and finally only took the position of deputy suzerain. That's very good, then I will compete with you, the deputy suzerain of Tianzong, to see how much you weigh. Yu Ruyan's eyes brightened, and she was overjoyed. Originally, she was still regretting that she had no chance to deal with Long Yu, but now Zhen Tianzong took the initiative to push Long Yu to the fore, which undoubtedly gave her a chance to kill Long Yu. Bai Yunzong, I didn't expect you to use juniors as a shield at your age. I am like a feather, admire, admire. Yu Ruyan walked into the arena and said with a mocking smile. Whether it's a shield or not, you'll know later. Bai Yunzong narrowed his eyes, stroked his mustache, and didn't care about Yu Ruyan's ridicule at all. He believed that Long Yu definitely had enough strength to fight against Yu Ruyan. Yu Qianning, standing among the crowd of Wuzong of the Great Tang Dynasty, looked at Long Yu in the field with a vicious and fierce light in his eyes. This kid actually humiliated her in the field and made her flee in embarrassment. He must die today. With the help of the mother of the 9th layer of the true spirit, how do you want to escape? Yu Qianning's eyes were full of viciousness. Long Yu turned a blind eye to this gaze, and soon only Yu Ruyan was left in his eyes. Yu Ruyan, you used to be my father's subordinate. I was still very surprised why my father didn't choose you. Long Yu watched Yu Ruyan enter the stage, and said calmly, now, I finally understand that my father has not misjudged the person. Noisy. Yu Ruyan's expression sank upon hearing this. Long Yu's words suddenly evoked the saddest thing in her heart. In her life, what she resented the most was that Long Zitian did not choose her at that time, but fell in love with the saintess of Tianyu North Courtyard. This was also the most fundamental reason why she hated Long Yu so much. She couldn't see Long Yu's rise, she couldn't see Long Yu's limelight, but every step since Long Yu stepped into the martial arts, he slapped her in the face fiercely. Originally, she felt that with the support of Chu Chaoxing, her daughter would definitely surpass Long Yu and become her pride. However, he never expected that even though Long Yu didn't have the support of big figures behind him, he could rise so quickly and possess such terrifying combat power, leaving her daughter far behind. What's more, now she has to go out in person to deal with Long Yu. For Yu Ruyan, this was already a failure in her life, but even if she failed, she would not let Long Yu feel better. A son of a slut is also qualified to say such a thing. It really makes people laugh out loud. Yu Ruyan snorted coldly, a ferocious expression emerged, and then raised his hand, and thousands of silk shadows were outlined, condensed into a huge net, and enveloped towards Long Yu. As a powerhouse of the 9th layer of true spirit, her move is indeed much stronger than Yu Qianning's. However, for Long Yu, it was nothing more than that. It's naive to want to deal with me just by Qianzong's methods. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the true spirit of the lunar moon floated up behind him, and the light of the moon-killing saber flew out, splitting the huge net of shadows in an instant. If you have any means, just use it. If you don't have it, you will definitely lose today. Long Yu stood up straight, and every word he said made the Tang Wuzong feel ashamed. This Long Yu is a junior, only in his 20s, and only the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. And Yu Ruyan, the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, has been in the martial arts for at least 30 to 40 years, such a senior. Even Long Yu pointed his nose and said that he would definitely lose. You are courting death. Yu Ruyan snorted coldly, as expected by Long Yu, this woman really has a hidden trump card. As Chu Chaoxing's woman, Chu Chaoxing would naturally give her some special treatment. Whether it was pills, martial arts, or cultivation of mind, what she got was no less than Yu Qianning. The next moment, she felt a sudden change in her whole body, as if a king had descended. Sure enough, it is the realm of the emperor. This Yu Ruyan, like Yu Qianning, has also cultivated the Spring and Autumn Emperor Sutra, and comprehended the realm of the emperor's law. When Yu Ruyan revealed her cards, Long Yucai finally became interested. Having comprehended the emperor's domain of xuanhuan level, this is more powerful than that of Fei Yudusun's subordinate, Faint Crow, and it is somewhat challenging. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. The xuanhuan level law field, coupled with the 9th level of Yu Ruyan's True Spirit Secret Realm, can exert a stronger power than the Faint Crow. This is an excellent trial opportunity for Long Yu. But other than Long Yu, others don't think so. Oops, it really is the Spring and Autumn Emperor's classic, the realm of the Emperor. Bai Yunzong's complexion changed drastically. Of course he knew how powerful the Spring and Autumn Sutra of the royal Chu family was, especially in the hands of Yu Ruyan, the ninth level of the True Spirit's secret realm, which could display terrifying power. Long Yu, can you really resist it? My mother has practiced the Spring and Autumn Emperor's Sutra longer than I have, and the realm of the Emperor she comprehended is only one step away from transforming into a law. This is the pinnacle of the realm. Among the crowd of Emperor Wuzong of Tang Dynasty, Yu Qianning showed a sinister smile on his face, as if he had seen the scene where Long Yu was completely suppressed by his mother and begged for mercy. However, no matter how much you beg for mercy, you will definitely die today. Yu Qianning thought viciously, and her eyes were full of anticipation when she looked towards the field. With the deputy suzerain taking action, this son will definitely be able to win. However, we originally wanted to completely defeat Tian Tian's sect on this trip, but we didn't expect to kill Long Yu in the sky. This trip is not worth the gain. Zhao Xiong and others have already begun to silently think about the gains and losses of today's whole matter in their hearts. Junior brother Long, if you can't hold on, you can come down, losing to Yu Ruyan, no shame. At this moment, even though he was walking with great confidence in Long Yu, he couldn't help saying that he was really afraid that Long Yu would not be able to resist under the feather-like Emperor's domain. Brother Boo, don't worry, I'll try first. Long Yu didn't talk too much, because he wanted Yu Ruyan not to be vigilant, so that he could defeat Yu Ruyan. Otherwise, if Yu Ruyan was vigilant, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with this woman. In fact, Long Yu was very confident in defeating Yu Ruyan. I practice the Spring and Autumn Emperor's Sutra and condense the realm of the Emperor, and I will be the king of this world. Yu Ruyan's whole body glowed with golden light, as if the Emperor had descended into the world, and she walked towards Long Yu step by step, with a playful expression on her face. Long Yu, what courage do you have to compete with me, the Emperor? The Emperor? You really know how to talk big. Long Yu laughed. The world is so big, let alone the Chu family of the royal family of the Tang dynasty, even the master of the northern court of Tianyu may not dare to call himself emperor. Feathers are like smoke, you think highly of yourself. Long Yu clearly knew that outside of the Tianyu continent, there was a wider world of martial arts. Now in the imperial city of the Tang dynasty, there is Lu Yuan's father, who has been infected with a hell demon seed from an evil sect in the Shenwu world, which will erupt at any time. Once that thing erupts, the entire Tianyu continent will fall. Under such circumstances, this Yu Ruyan claimed to be the emperor in front of him, which really made people laugh out loud. Asshole, what right do you have to say about me? Yu Ruyan snorted coldly, and came arrogantly, I'll let you see my absolute strength as an emperor, the robe of the emperor. As her voice fell, she saw a golden battle-cloaked true spirit emerging from behind her, and this true spirit covered her body and became her means of defense. Using the true spirit as a means of defense? This is the first time I've seen it. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. In this way, Yu Ruyan's defense is indeed very strong, but once she encounters someone who is stronger, the injuries she will suffer will definitely be serious injuries. The true spirit is destroyed, and it will not take a while to recover. When Long Yu was in Beihai City, when dealing with Shinta Minghua, he used the bloody fire wolf true spirit to resist Long Yu's Yuasha Daoguang, but it was a pity that he was directly blasted into pieces by Yuasha Daoguang. Now, Yu Ruyan, the true spirit of the emperor's robe, is definitely stronger than Shinta Minghua's fire wolf true spirit because of the condensed power of the emperor's law. With the light of Long Yu's moon-killing saber alone, I'm afraid he can't penetrate it. In this way, it will be more troublesome to deal with Yu Ruyan. Now, I want to see why you compete with me. With the feathers like smoke in the imperial robe, the whole person exudes a golden light, which makes it hard to look directly at, and it turns into a golden streak and rolls towards Long Yushi. Wake up, palm reincarnation! Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly punched out, condensing a burst of samsara force, and blasted towards Yu Ruyan, enveloping Yu Ruyan in an instant. However, these powers of reincarnation did not act on Yu Ruyan, but on the golden imperial robe. Originally, Long Yu wanted to lower Yu Ruian's martial Dao realm to a lower level, even if it was only for a short period of time, he could win a chance. But now, Long Yu's idea did not succeed, it just made the brilliance of the golden imperial robe slightly dimmed, and it could be seen that his defensive ability seemed to have declined. Moon-killing sword light. In this situation, Long Yu directly condensed a series of moon-killing sword lights, flying towards Yu Ruian, who was wearing a golden imperial robe. It's so naive. Yu Ruian sneered, her body stood still, and she continued to walk towards Long Yu. I saw those moon-killing sword lights, with the power of the sun's frost, dotted the space around her into a land of ice and snow, but only Yu Ruian's body was not affected in any way. The light of the moon-slaying saber rolled onto the golden imperial robe and could not cause the slightest damage at all. This is not because the law of the sun is not strong enough, but because Long Yu's martial arts realm is not enough. The difference in martial arts realm between the two almost made up for all the gaps in other aspects. Your offensive is like scratching an itch to me. I want to tell you today, as a young man, don't aim too high and be arrogant in front of your elders. Yu Ruian snorted coldly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Take a trick from me. As the sound of her words fell, as soon as she raised her hand, 5 golden air currents, containing the aura of the Emperor condensed in an instant. Royal air flow. This is a super spiritual martial skill that Long Yu has seen before. When Yu Ruian uses it now, it is hundreds of times more powerful than what Yu Qianning used 2 years ago. The Yushui Tianmu. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, he condensed out the Yushui sky curtain, and the 9-layer water flow barrier appeared instantly, resisting the 5 golden streams of imperial energy. Puff. 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 Under the bombardment of the extremely penetrating imperial air flow, the 9-layer water flow barrier could barely resist for a moment before being completely shattered by it. Yellow spring barrier. Long Yu raised his hand again, condensing out the barrier of the underworld, and finally resisted the 5 streams of imperial energy. Your martial skill seems a little familiar. Yu Ruian watched Long Yu resisting her royal aura, her eyebrows slightly frowned, as if she thought of something, but she was not sure. Yushui Tianmu is a martial skill practiced by Wang Chongfeng. The 3 former 7 disaster stars are all Wang Chongfeng's disciples, so they must know it. It seems that Yu Ruian has seen it before. Could it be that she has something to do with the first 3 of the 7 disaster stars? Looking at Yu Ruian's eyes, Long Yu was a little puzzled, but now is not the time to think about it. Before leaving the unfeeling mountain range, he had improved almost all of his martial arts skills, and the move of Drunken lying in the Yellow Spring has stepped into the transformation realm, which can summon the realm of the Yellow Spring, which is extremely tyrannical. But only the move of Awakening Palm Reincarnation is still at the peak state. If he hadn't left the Heartless Mountain range, Long Yu's comprehension of this move would probably have improved to a higher level now, and because he had to rush back to compete for the qualifications of the Heavens Mandate Sacred Selection, Long Yu hadn't been able to comprehend this move for the time being. Higher level. However, the fight with Yu Ruian now gave him a better chance. Wake up Palm Reincarnation, see the future. Long Yu punched out his fist, the power of reincarnation circulated, and a scene that only he himself could see suddenly emerged. In this picture, he used the perfect state of Awakening Palm Reincarnation martial arts, and with one punch, he hooked the power of reincarnation, making the opponent suddenly look extremely old. The reincarnation martial arts, and the power contained in them, are definitely not accessible to the martial artists of Tianyu continent. Under this punch, the power of reincarnation can make the opponent instantly old, both strength and speed are greatly affected. This impact is more important than letting them fall to the first stage. Then let's try to see if we can use the Awakening Palm Reincarnation in this perfect state. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and when Yu Ruian's 5 royal auras were resisted, he swung his fist again, gathering the power of reincarnation, and punched out. This punch contained all his understanding of the power of reincarnation, and suddenly enveloped Yu Ruiyan's entire body. Just like before, the power of this punch was completely applied to her golden imperial robe. However, it was no longer so weak, but produced an unbelievable effect. Under this punch, Yu Ruiyan's golden imperial robes rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, decomposing into the purest power of the Emperor's law, floating around her body. In this way, the golden imperial robe has no defense ability at all. Drunk in the underworld. Immediately after Long Yu punched out, the realm of the underworld suddenly emerged, and the whole scene instantly changed into a scene in the underworld, full of ghostly aura, which made people shudder. In the realm of the underworld, Yu Ruiyan felt the most obvious. Her whole body strength was suppressed by more than half, and the golden imperial robe on her body was actually disintegrated, which finally caused some changes in her face. Originally, she was extremely confident in her own strength. But now, there was a flash of panic in her eyes. She had never seen such a weird martial skill like Long Yu before. These martial arts, as if they don't exist in this world, make people feel a deep shudder just by looking at them. Emperor Summoning Spirit Art. At this critical juncture, Yu Ruiyan naturally didn't dare to hide it anymore, and finally, like her daughter Yu Channing, she displayed the strongest martial skill of the royal Chu family, summoning the Emperor Spiritual Art. If there is another trick, Yu Ruiyan will have a very bad premonition, feeling that Long Yu will always be an invincible opponent for her. Summoning the Emperor Spiritual Technique is a powerful martial skill of the Chu family of the Great Tang Kingdom's royal family, and it is also one of the mysterious martial arts that is extremely rare in the entire Great Tang Kingdom. When this move is performed, the Emperor spirits summoned are all powerful figures from the Chu family of the royal family, such as the Emperor of Great Sword, the Emperor of Feathering, and so on. And what Yu Ruiyan summoned was also the Golden Emperor spirit figure of the Emperor of Great Swords. The Emperor of the Great Sword is very famous in the entire Tianyu continent. More than 100 years ago, the Emperor of the Great Sword stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man at the age of 22 and became a great legend in the Tang dynasty. The spirit of summoning the Emperor is a secret that is not passed on by the Chu family of the royal family, and only those who are dedicated to serving the Chu family of the royal family are eligible to be taught. It can be seen that Yu Ruiyan and Yu Channing had defected to Chu Chaoxing's command a long time ago. The Emperor of the Great Sword with the 9 levels of true spirits has such a terrifying aura. Everyone in the field was shocked. The Golden Emperor spirit figure of the Emperor of Great Sword appeared, and a burst of infinite imperial domineering power swept over the audience. At this moment, he was able to evenly share the glory with Long Yu's xuanhuan realm. Great Sword Whirlwind. Yu Ruiyan snorted coldly, and saw the King of Great Swords holding a golden sword, and a whirlwind of golden sword light came towards Long Yu. Where the golden sword light strikes along the way, a large piece of 9 nether chi is split and scattered, and the drunken xuanhuan that has entered the state of transformation exhibited by Long Yu is actually broken by it at once. The Sword Emperor has come to the world, kill me. Yu Ruiyan has used all her trump cards, so of course there will be no reason to keep her hand. Under her control, the Great Sword Whirlwind of the Great Sword Emperor rushed towards Long Yu. At the same time a terrifying sword energy rose out of thin air, bursting out a burst of golden light, like a god descending, towards Long Yu straight down. The power of this sword chi far surpassed that of the old man's giant crow that exploded, making Long Yu's heart shudder. A whirlwind of great swords swept from all directions, and this burst of golden sword energy descended from the sky, completely blocking Long Yu's escape route. Yu Ruiyan burst out without any warning at all. She seemed to be at a disadvantage just now, but in the blink of an eye, the disadvantage dissipated like a cloud of smoke, replaced by an extremely domineering imperial aura, vowing to kill Long Yu on the spot. Long Yu. In Zhenshenzong, everyone raised their hearts to their throats, and when they saw Long Yu's situation, they immediately became extremely nervous. The Emperor spirit of the great sword summoned by Yu Ruyan has such terrifying power in just 2 moves. This is almost the strongest martial skill they have ever seen in their life. Facing such a terrifying martial skill, can Long Yu create another miracle and resist it? And the Golden Emperor spirit of the Emperor of the Sword descended, and the domineering force overwhelmed Long Yu, so that everyone in the Wuzong side of the Tang dynasty finally regained some face, and even gave birth to a kind of admiration for Yu Ruyan. Vice Sect Master Yu's strength is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people. Although Long Yu is tyrannical, facing Vice Sect Master Yu, he can only be defeated. It seems that after today, Zhenchenzong will become history. Many people thought this way. The face that was beaten by Long Yu Hang just now finally looks better now. No matter how against the heavens Long Yu is, under such a terrifying and overbearing attack, there must be no chance of turning over, right? It was too late to say, but it was soon. The great sword whirlwind and sword energy of the great sword emperor came to the world, and it took almost an instant to descend on Long Yu's head. So fast that even Bai Yunzong couldn't make any response. Long Yu was completely submerged by the endless golden sword light, leaving only a piece of golden light in the field. The domineering emperor's aura spread towards the surroundings, and the golden emperor spirit of the emperor of the great sword was suspended in midair, holding the great sword, mighty and extraordinary. Under it, a piece of golden sword glow exploded, and Long Yu's figure was not able to escape from it, but was submerged in it. It's over. Bai Yunzong's face froze. He never expected that Yu Ruyan could burst out such terrifying power in an instant, so that no one had time to react. Walking, Yu Shuiyun, Yan Huanma and others, none of them reacted. Seeing Long Yu's figure completely submerged by the golden sword light, their expressions became extremely ugly. This time it's too bad. It's not that they feel that Zhenchenzong's situation has become bad, but they are all feeling sorry for Long Yu. Such a young and strong man, in time, will definitely be like the Emperor of the Great Sword back then, with amazing talents and stunning beauty, traveling all over the world to the mainland. But this world didn't give him such an opportunity, and let him die here, in Tianzong, suppressing heaven. Obviously, no one thought that it was possible for Long Yu to survive being hit head-on by such a powerful sword skill. Compared to the former king of Great Sword, Long Yu, you only lose in your birth. The Emperor of Great Sword is the body of the Tang dynasty royal family. You have a smooth journey in cultivation, but you were abandoned by your family from birth, even your parents. You disappeared. As Bai Yunzong thought about it, a gleam of crystal light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Thinking of Long Yu's father, Long Zitian, who was forced to leave the Tang dynasty by Chu Chaoxing in the past, and thinking of Long Zitian's single-handed confrontation with those strong men from the north court of Tianyu, it undoubtedly makes people's blood boil. However, such boiling blood will eventually cool down one day. Long Zitian has never been seen again, and Long Yu is also today. Compared with the sorrowful faces of everyone in Zhenchenzong, there were cheers in Wuzong of Tang dynasty. Mother, it's amazing. Yu Channing stood up, watching the golden sword light explode in the field. A sense of pleasure of revenge welled up spontaneously. That Long Yu was finally killed. The remaining 3 elders, Zhao Xiong, Hua Yanshi, and Feng Chaoyue, also heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yu was finally dead. In this way, the greatest enemy of Emperor Wuzong of the Tang dynasty was basically eliminated. Easy to handle. However, just when everyone thought the battle was over, those golden sword glows in the field finally began to disperse. What appeared in front of them was Long Yu standing in the field intact, with a calm smile on his face, and the true spirit of the lunar moon floating behind him, without any damage at all. How can this be? Yu Ruyan's face changed drastically at first, and then most of the Tang Wuzong's faces froze. Obviously they never thought that Long Yu could survive such a terrifying martial skill without any damage. Long Yu! Many people in Bai Yunzong and Zhenchenzong shouted in surprise. This was really a surprise. They thought that Long Yu's death was certain, but they didn't expect that when the golden sword light dissipated on the spot, this scene would appear in front of them. Long Ke Shan, this move is really useful. It is indeed a mysterious super-grade martial skill. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and just now, the Emperor of the Great Sword attacked with 2 moves, and he activated Dragon Sparrow Flash without hesitation. With this move, his figure became completely illusory and transparent, and he stepped into another plane. No matter what kind of attack, he could not hurt him at all. It's time to end. Long Yu's face showed a little dignified expression. Now, even the drunken xuanhuan that he has comprehended to the realm of transformation has been displayed, and even the realm of xuanhuan has been condensed, and he can't suppress the Emperor spirit of the Great Sword of the Ninefold True Spirit. That being the case, he had no choice but to use his ultimate trump card, Yulong 9 Explosions. Yulong 9 Explosions is a martial art of the Great Desolation level, far surpassing all martial arts in the Tianyu continent, and its power is extremely terrifying, but the only shortcoming is the aftereffect of being unable to act for a certain period of time after it is used. Now his opponent was only Yu Ruyan. If he used this move to seriously injure or kill her, it would be quite cost-effective. Once Yu Ruyan loses her fighting power, the remaining members of Great Tang Wuzong will definitely not be able to destroy Zhenchenzong. The only thing that Long Yu was worried about was that after he defeated Yu Ruyan, there would be other experts from the 9th level of True Spirit jumping out, and that would be troublesome. This battle, I think it can be over. At this moment, Bai Yunzong's voice came out again, and he laughed and said, Deputy Sect Master Yu, you used your strongest martial skills to deal with Long Yu, the Deputy Sect Master of Tian Sect, but you didn't hurt him at all. As a result, how about this battle, as a tie? Tie. Long Yu and Yu Ruyan looked at each other, each seeing a trace of unwillingness in each other's eyes. Yu Ruyan has the heart to kill Long Yu, but now the strongest martial arts can't do anything to win Long Yu, which makes her feel a bit of retreat, but the corresponding killing intent is also stronger. If this child is not removed, she will feel uneasy in her heart. But Long Yu didn't use his trump card, so of course he felt unwilling. Not bad, let's talk about a tie. Just when the two were unwilling to speak out, another voice that Long Yu was somewhat familiar with suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this voice, Long Yu's expression froze. Chu Chaoxing? He immediately raised his head, and sure enough, he saw the left prince, Chu Chaoxing, in a golden royal robe standing on a mountain not far away. Chu Chaoxing is also a powerhouse of the 9th layer of True Spirit, and his strength is definitely stronger than Yu Ruyan. If the two join forces, Long Yu is really not sure. After all, he has only comprehended to the minimum level of Yulong 9 Explosions. Even if he wants to kill, he can only kill one of them. Chu Chaoxing stood alone on that mountain peak, looking at the scene here. A faint voice came, Ruyan, take everyone back. I have my own sense of proportion for today's affairs. It's not over yet, let them linger for a while. When Yu Ruyan heard this, she glared at Long Yu, then gritted her teeth, turned and retreated. Everyone in Wuzong of the Great Tang Dynasty, obey the order, leave the Xintian mountain range, and return to the imperial city to meditate. Yu Ruyan gave an order and led everyone away. Chu Chaoxing has been watching from the side. Long Yu watched Yu Ruyan lead people away, and felt vigilant in his heart. It is impossible to chase after him, and he knows that Chu Chaoxing is insidious and cunning, and he only appeared after watching for so long, probably because he has basically figured out his methods. Next time, if Chu Chaoxing launches an action against Long Yu, there will definitely be a lot of targeted actions, and Long Yu won't be able to escape so easily. Of course, no matter how you say it, Tang Wuzong's intention to suppress Zhenchenzong was completely ruined today. Not only that, but also lost the lives of 2 elders. It can be said that he lost his wife and lost his army. Long Yu, how are you? After Yu Ruyan took everyone away, everyone in Tian Sect immediately greeted Long Yu, their worries were evident in their eyes. Anyway, Long Yucai finally convinced others that he was fine. And this also made Long Yu cast an extremely mysterious color in the eyes of everyone. He was only at the 7th level of the true spirit, but he was able to survive in the hands of Yu Ruyan, who was at the 9th level of the true spirit, and he was not injured at all. It's a miracle. As for how Long Yu resisted the 2 moves of the Great Sword Emperor, no one knew, and Long Yu didn't say anything either. It's better not to let others know about the sky-defying martial arts of Long K Flash. Long Yu, don't be too stressed. Tian sect has never had a deputy suzerain before. Although you are the deputy suzerain now, it's just a name. Bai Yunzong could see that Long Yu was quite concerned about this, so he reminded him. Long Yu nodded, and now he was completely relieved. He was really afraid that Bai Yunzong would let him stay and govern Tian sect and so on, it would be troublesome. By the way, when you come back this time, you should be participating in the qualifying competition for the Holy Mandate of Heaven? Bai Yunzong asked a question instead. Good. Long Yu nodded again. Bai Yunzong really guessed everything. The qualifying competition for the holy election will be held in the Imperial City a week later. It will be supervised by envoys from the North Court of Tianyu. No one is allowed to cheat. In our Great Tang Kingdom, in addition to the 3 places from the 3 major families, there are a total of 4 places in Jianghu, can be contested. Bai Yunzong murmured and said, with your current strength, it is very easy to compete for the place in the world, but Xiaobu is still far behind. Although walking is also the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, its combat power is far behind that of Long Yu. It is not so easy to win the place in the Jianghu. No matter what, just try it. If it really doesn't work, then it's also a talent. No wonder others. Walking aside, he smiled and said, but he didn't bother with it much. That's right, the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, but the competition is extremely fierce. There will be many people participating from the 4 nearby 4 kingdoms, the 16 small kingdoms, and the 2 big demon kingdoms. By Yunzong's side, the 4 major countries each have 30 to 40 places, and the 16 small countries each have 7 or 8 places. Including the demon country, there are nearly 400 people participating. The Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. The Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection is held every 7 years, but only 12 people are selected from it, so it can be seen that the vast majority of people participating in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection will be eliminated. I think Brother Long is doing well this time. He glanced at Long Yu on foot, and said with a smile, Junior Brother Long is definitely second to none among the 400 people with his age and talent. Even Yu Ruyan, who is at the 9th level of the True Spirit, can't help Junior Brother Long, which shows his strength. Powerful. That's not sure. Bai Yunzong shook his head. There are quite a few beings who have reached the 9th level of True Spirits before the age of 30, within the jurisdiction of Tianyu North Courtyard. What's more, every 7 years, there will be so many evil geniuses. 30 reached the secret realm of heaven and man before the age of 1. Wu Xiao, who has reached the secret realm of heaven and man, was almost firmly selected into the North Court of Tianyu, which already occupied several places. The remaining people wanted to compete for other places. Not necessarily sure, let alone Long Yu. This made many people think of the Shanghai Impeller, one of the 7 disaster stars, that appeared on the 7 schools of martial arts 2 years ago. That Shanghai Impeller looks less than 30 years old, but he has stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, he can be called a genius on earth. And in Long Yu's heart, he thought of Tian Yutian and Lu Xiao, whom he met in Beihai Kingdom. These 2 people are undoubtedly geniuses. Among them, Tian Yutian, who comprehended the law of the purple light steel, is extremely powerful. Under the secret realm of heaven and man, there are almost no opponents. There will definitely be many such existences in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. It's a challenge. However, Long Yu's blood was a little excited by what Bai Yunzong and Zhongxing said, and he looked forward to Tianyu Xingxian even more. The powerhouses he knows include Ghost Valley Yishur from the Soaring Sky tribe in the Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, and Jianyi, a young powerhouse from the 9th layer of True Spirit. This sword wing once chopped off Long Yu Taiyin's wings, causing him to fall into the abyss of hidden bones. Long Yu will avenge the sword's revenge sooner or later, and the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection is a great opportunity. By the way, there are still 2 people from our Tianzong sect who want to participate in the qualification competition of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. Soon, Bai Yunzong said with joy on his face. There are 2 more? Long Yu was a little surprised. To participate in the qualifying competition of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, at least one must reach the state of unity of true spirit and spirit before the age of 30. In Tian sect, besides walking, who else can achieve this condition? He glanced around, and finally found that another disciple of Bai Yunzong, that is, the brother on foot, Li Bufan, had also reached the realm of the 7th level of true spirit. Li Bufan is a walking senior brother, but he became the elder of Zhenshenzong early on. Of course Long Yu knew him, but he was not very familiar with him. It was another person, which surprised Long Yu a little. Yan Huanma, who was wearing a black dress, had stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit after 2 years, and now she is only 26 or 17, so she also has the qualifications to participate in the heavenly election. In this way, there are 4 people in our Tianzong sect who can participate in the qualifying round of the Tianyu Xingxian. Come on everyone. Bai Yunzong laughed, quite relieved. Our town Tianzong is developing well. The middle-aged man Yu Xingshi said with a smile, I still remember that 7 years ago and 14 years ago, none of our sect could participate in the qualifying competition of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. But I heard that in the time 21 years ago, the Black I have participated in it before, but I didn't expect that there would be 4 of them this year. These words made Long Yu a little surprised, and he glanced at the silent He Lao. He Lao was around 50 years old, and he never thought that he would have participated in the qualifying round of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection 21 years ago. He Lao didn't just participate in the qualifying competition, he got the qualification and stepped onto the stage. It's a pity. As Bai Yunzong spoke, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Tianyu Xingxian, the strong are like a forest. He Lao finally opened his mouth to speak, but he still couldn't change his style of cherishing words like gold. If you participate, you must be cautious. 21 years ago, he stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit, and He Lao's talent is definitely not bad. However, now he is still only at the 8th level of true spirit cultivation. It can be said that he has hardly made any progress in the past 20 years, which is absolutely unscientific. Long Yu thought to himself, could it be that in the selection of the Heavenly Mandate Sage, what happened to He Lao, and what kind of internal injury did he suffer? This is something unknown, and He Lao didn't seem to intend to tell others about it, so Long Yu could only give up. Not long after, the people who had gathered at the Ling family villa rushed back to Tianzong. However, to their surprise, the expected scene of Tang Wuzong's siege did not appear. Instead, Long Yu was surrounded by Tianzong people, asking questions one by one. Whether it was Ling Han, Lu Guanming, Lu Yuan or Ling Yue, none of them thought that Long Yu would be able to fight against the entire Tang Wuzong with his own power, and drive them all away. Brother Qi didn't come? Long Yu glanced at the crowd, but did not see Qi Xiaoxue and his subordinates. No, he said that he believed in you, Brother Long, and stayed in the Ling family villa to sit in charge. Wen Luan, who came with everyone, said with a gentle smile. By the way, Senior Wen, this long journey has really worked hard for you. After a while, let's go to the imperial city of the Tang dynasty to find my adoptive father. Long Yu said to Wen Luan. It's not hard work, people of martial arts, what's the point of walking so little? Wen Luan waved his hand, signaling Long Yu not to be polite, and then said, "In Beihai Kingdom, there is no room for my father and son. Since little brother Long is willing to take him in, then I, Wen Luan, will do my best to assist your adoptive father." Wen Luan knew very well what Long Yu's purpose was for bringing him back. Hearing this sentence, Long Yuka was relieved. "Then let's go." Long Yu nodded, and then said to the others. There were quite a few people who wanted to go to the Tang Imperial City together. Besides Long Yu himself, there were more than 10 people. Wen Luan and Wen Zian, father and son, are definitely going to be together. In addition, Yan Huanma, Walker, and Li Bufan are going to participate in the qualifying round of the Tianyu Xingxian, and then there is Lu Yuan, who is going to Huangqing Fengjia to visit him father, Feng Yusen, also want to go back to Feng's house to have a look together. There are also Ling Han, Ling Yue, and Lu Guanming, who also decided to follow Long Yu. They all felt that there would definitely be a good show for Long Yu to go to the Tang Imperial City, and they couldn't miss it. Although their cultivation base is not very good, if they encounter any difficulties, they can do their best. Of course, Long Yu would not refuse. A group of 11 people finally embarked on the journey to the great Tang Imperial City. Everyone rushed all night, and finally arrived at the great Tang Imperial City when the sun just rose the next day. I don't know how the foster father has been in the past 2 years. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, looking at the great Tang Imperial City in front of him. 2 years ago, he was tricked by Chu Chaoxing, forced away by the Xinghai Impeller in the secret realm of heaven and man, wandering outside, and experienced too many things. Now that he has achieved success in martial arts, he returned to this Tang Imperial City again, and his mood was completely different from before. With his current strength, Chu Chaoxing didn't dare to attack him lightly, and the only ones who could beat him steadily were those from the 3 top families in the heavenly human secret realm. And when the heavenly mandate holy selection is about to start, even the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man would not dare to deal with a talented young man without authorization. You know, during this period of time, the entire Great Tang Imperial City was supervised by envoys from the Tianyu North Courtyard. I'm afraid that the envoy of the Northern Courtyard will target me in the process. Long Yu had a faint worry in his heart. He still remembered that Xuanji Tianchen, who also came from the North Court of Tianyu, was very hostile to him. Everyone entered the Imperial City all the way and walked towards Xinfeng's house. As soon as they got close to the place where Xinfeng's house was, everyone saw a group of martial artists gathered at the gate of Xinfeng's house, making a lot of noise, as if they were making a fuss. It's from the Lu family. Immediately, someone recognized the identities of the group of martial artists. The Lu family? Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking of Lu Fuji who traded in the world, that Lu Fuji accepted the meteorite law at a low price, but flinched at the critical moment, breaking his promise and not showing up to help. Even when he was escaping from Mixed Sound City, he was blocked by Lu Fuji, who would avenge his kindness. This Lu family is a completely treacherous family. Unexpectedly, now, this member of the Lu family has practiced the law of meteorites, and suddenly became arrogant, even making a scene at the gate of Feng's house. Long Yu led everyone to the gate of Feng's house. When they got close, they heard many Wu Xios of the Lu family shouting, asking the Feng family to hand over the thieves. It seemed that someone from the Feng family had stolen their Lu family's things. The leader of the Lu family turned out to be a martial artist with an 8th level of true spirit, and Long Yu recognized that it was the head of the Lu family, Lu Buiyuan. Even the head of the family has personally stepped in. It seems that this time, the Lu family seems to want to make a big fuss. You Lu family, when did you dare to be so arrogant in the Imperial City? Long Yu led the crowd closer, and then said something lightly. These words were not loud, but they were clearly heard by everyone in the Lu family. The members of the Lu family who were clamoring at the gate of the Feng family turned their heads around one after another, and cast their gazes in the direction where Long Yu and the others were. It's you? Patriarch Lu Buiyuan's expression changed. This middle-aged man in a blue robe was extremely impressed by Long Yu, who shined in the 7 schools of martial arts 2 years ago. The most important thing is that this time the great Tang Wu zone suffered a loss in Zenshan zone, and the news has already come back. After all, thousands of people from the great Tang Wu zone have gone, and Yu Ruyan can't keep his mouth shut. In this way, Yu Ruyan and Tang Wu zone lost all face, and Long Yu's momentum rose again. Lu Buiyuan, of course, has also heard these rumors, but Lu Buiyuan definitely doesn't believe that Long Yu defeated Yu Ruyan by himself. How could a kid at the 7th level of a true spirit defeat Yu Ruyan? It is also described as being like a god descending from the earth, which is too unbelievable. Boy, is there a lunatic living in your Feng family? Lu Buiyuan asked directly and arrogantly. This lunatic came to us to buy and sell the world and stole a lot of things. This doesn't take our Lu family seriously. Madman? Long Yu and Lu Yuan immediately looked at each other, knowing that the person Lu Buiyuan mentioned must be Lu Qing, Lu Yuan's father. Lu Qing has the demon seed of hell in his body, so his mind is not so clear, but he won't go to the business world to steal things, right? Impossible, my father would never do such a thing. Lu Yuan said with great certainty. That's why the Lu family is looking for trouble on purpose. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and stepped forward. When everyone in the Lu family saw Long Yu approaching, they all backed away, even Lu Buiyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, couldn't help but back away. What you up to? Lu Buiyuan's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Don't think that our Lu family will be afraid of you if you bring back an outsider with an 8th level of true spirit. The outsider he was talking about was naturally Wen Luan. From Lu Buiyuan's point of view, among Long Yu's group, there are quite a lot of people at the 7th level of true spirits, but there is only one Wen Luan who is like him at the 8th level of true spirits. Naturally, Lu Buiyuan thought that Wen Luan was the strongest among this group of people. As for Long Yu, Lu Buiyuan did not believe that Long Yu really had the strength to defeat Yu Ruyan. Step aside. Long Yu didn't say a word of nonsense, just said 2 words, and then looked at Lu Buiyuan. I'll let you in first. Remember to call out your adoptive father, Feng Changge. The Feng family must give our Lu family an explanation for that lunatic's theft. Lu Buiyuan snorted coldly, and led others to make way for him. Although he said that he was not afraid, a good man would not take advantage of immediate losses. In front of Long Yu, there are several martial artists at the 7th level of true spirits. If they really fight, their Lu family is no match. Although Lu Buiyuan has a backstage behind him, but now, that backstage will definitely not show up to help him. Will not disappoint you. Long Yu said something lightly, and then led people into the Feng family's mansion. He didn't directly attack Lu Buiyuan, but wanted to meet Feng Changge first to find out what happened. In addition, Long Yu must also ensure the safety of Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, otherwise the hell demons would erupt and the entire Tianyu continent would be destroyed. Soon, Long Yu saw Feng Changge. 2 years later, Feng Changge has of course stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit. After all, his talent is already very good, but he was hurt by someone before, and the realm of martial arts has stagnated for nearly 20 years. Xiao Yu, I heard that you came back yesterday, but I didn't expect to see you today. Feng Changge was in the lobby of Feng's mansion, and he was naturally very happy to see Long Yu, but he couldn't hide a trace of worry between his brows. Father, this is Wen Luan, Senior Wen, this is Senior Wen's son, Wen Zian. Long Yu introduced it first, and then said, Senior Wen will stay at Feng's house in the near future to assist the foster father. What does the foster father think? These words immediately surprised Feng Changge. He glanced at Wen Luan, and stood up hastily. Brother Wen, isn't he from the Tang dynasty? Although the Xinfeng family has a foothold in the imperial city, it is still a little worse than the 4 great families. The key is that there are no masters of the 8th level of true spirits. Unexpectedly, Long Yu would bring one back to Feng's family now. I'm from the North Sea country, but I have no place to live in the North Sea country, so I have to come here with little brother Long for a while, and hope that brother Feng will not dislike you. Wen Luan said politely, modestly, and respectfully. He is gentle and polite, and he respects Long Yu very much, so he will not be reckless when facing Long Yu's adoptive father. Seeing Wen Luan's attitude, Feng Changge felt a little strange in his heart. Why did Wen Luan respect Long Yu so much? Could it be that the rumors he heard before are true? Does Long Yu really have the strength to defeat Yu Ruyan? You must know that the Tianyu continent respects martial arts. If it weren't for Long Yu's forceful force, this Wen Luan would definitely not follow Long Yu to the Tang dynasty. Regarding Long Yu's strength, Feng Changge had a higher opinion of him, but he still didn't quite believe that Long Yu was capable of defeating Yu Ruyan. After all, he was a strong man at the 9th level of martial arts. Meet the enemy. Xiaoyu, it's good that you're back. The qualifying competition for the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection will start soon. I think that's why you came here. Feng Changge asked with a smile. Good. Long Yu nodded, then frowned slightly. Father, what the hell are those Lu family members doing outside? Speaking of this, Feng Changge seemed to get angry. The Lu family is simply shameless. Feng Changge's eyes showed hatred. Our Feng family needs to buy a group of soldiers, so I asked Feng Haofeng and Lu Qing to go to buy and sell the world yesterday. In the end, Haofeng was injured by the Lu family, and brother Lu fought to death. They rescued each other, and finally dragged Haofeng back, but Haofeng is still unconscious. What? When Long Yu heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that the Lu family was here to do something and wanted to take advantage of the Feng family, but he didn't expect that it would be so excessive that he injured Feng Haofeng of the Feng family and fell into a coma. Not only that, but Lu Buyuan even said that Lu Qing stole the things they bought and sold in the world and asked them to hand them over. Is my dad okay? This is what Lu Yuan is most concerned about. Brother Lu is fine. In the past 2 years, his mind is still not so clear as before, but it is much better than before. At least, he can recognize people. Feng Changge sighed to Lu Yuan. Lu Buyuan said that it was Lu Qing who stole the things from the world of business. A gleam flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Steal? Feng Changge snorted coldly. Feng Haofeng went over, obviously brought enough crystal coins. How could he steal it? This Lu Buyuan, obviously looking for trouble for nothing, also beat Haofeng unconscious, so he couldn't open his mouth to argue. Like this, it's obviously bullying brother Lu's insanity. This group of people from the Lu family are so shameless? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Does foster father know if there is any important person standing behind Lu Buyuan? Anyone else, but Chu Chaosheng. Feng Changge shook his head and said, recently, people from the Lu family have all comprehended and practiced a kind of mysterious jade-level meteorite law, and their combat power has greatly increased. It seems that they have the momentum to become the head of the 4 great families, and it seems that even the people of the Mo family dare to move. People from the Mo family of the moving face family. Could it be that the Lu family wanted to replace the Mo family's position in the Tang dynasty? They thought that with the law of meteorites, the whole family would be able to rise? This is too naive. Long Yu thought to himself, and then stood up. Let me see how Haofeng is doing first. I let Yusin and Lele look at it, and they couldn't see what was wrong. There should be nothing wrong with the body, but they are still unconscious. For this matter, Feng Changge was helpless. I got acquainted with an alchemy master in the past 2 years and learned a lot. Maybe I can see what's going on. After Long Yu finished speaking, he asked Feng Changge to take him to visit Feng Haofeng. As for Feng Haofeng, Long Yu still remembered that he was an extremely stable young man, and it was absolutely impossible for him to steal in the business world. The only possibility was that he was deliberately injured by members of the Lu family and fell into a coma, so as to pour dirty water on the Feng family. Take the opportunity to attack. It has to be said that the Liu family's action is really shameless. If Long Yu doesn't come back, the entire Feng family will definitely suffer a big loss. Long Yu asked the others to disperse first, arranged a residence in Feng's mansion, and then followed Feng Changge alone to visit Feng Haofeng. Soon, the two arrived at the door of Feng Haofeng's room. Long Yu pushed open the door and saw Liao Lele in blue clothes taking care of the comatose boy Feng Haofeng in the room. 2 years have passed. Liao Lele, who was lively at the beginning, seems to be a little more calm, and the young Feng Haofeng on the bed has also become a lot older, and he has experienced a lot of hardships at first glance. Long Yu? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Liao Lele raised her head to take a look. She couldn't believe it the moment she saw Long Yu, and rubbed her eyes. It's me, I'll see how Haofeng's injury is. Long Yu stepped into the room and handed over the explanation to Liao Lele to Feng Changge, while he himself went straight to the bedside and began to check Feng Haofeng's situation. Looking at it, he immediately saw the name. I have a way to revive him, but I need a few herbs to refine the elixir. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes. The shamelessness of the Liu family seemed to have exceeded his expectations. However, when he wakes up Feng Haofeng, the Liu family will definitely have nothing to say. The truth will soon be revealed. Refining pills? Liao Lele's eyes lit up. I'll do it. No, I will make it myself. This elixir is still difficult for beginners. Long Yu said. Do you know how to make alchemy? Liao Lele and Feng Changge's eyes widened, not believing it. Neither Liao Lele nor Feng Changge had thought of Long Yu's alchemy. Because of Feng Yusen's identity, the Feng family has a special alchemy room that can be used by Long Yu, and the medicinal materials proposed by Long Yu are all available to the Feng family now. Feng Haofeng wasn't actually injured, he was just hit by a kind of poison, which can only be undone by a specific antidote and is relatively rare. While collecting medicinal materials, Long Yu said, the old alchemist I followed only mentioned it to me occasionally, but fortunately he told me how to refine the antidote. After that, Haofeng will sleep forever. It's a blessing. This Liu family is really vicious. A cold light flashed in Feng Changge's eyes. The fact that the Liu family treated him like this, to the Feng family must have been instructed by someone behind his back. Maybe it was because Long Yu was in the Tianzong suppression yesterday, which made Tang Wuzong lose face, and Chu Chaoxing became angry from embarrassment in the end. It's a pity that Chu Chaoxing never expected that Long Yu had learned a lot of alchemy techniques in the past 2 years, and Long Yu could identify all the pills that could be seen in the market. I want to see how you make alchemy. Liao Lele followed Long Yu, stepped into the alchemy room, and smiled. Long Yu has no objection to this. Anyway, Liao Lele is one of his own, so it would be good to let her learn more. Long Yu has followed Shi Hsong for more than a year, and he is confident that his experience and knowledge in alchemy have far surpassed Liao Lele's. Only half an hour. Long Yu and Liao Lele walked out of the alchemy room, and of course the antidote that Feng Haofeng had been impregnated was refined, but Liao Lele was almost amazed at Long Yu's alchemy. Long Yu, I didn't expect your alchemy skills to be better than Bai Lao's. Liao Lele's eyes flashed with admiration. I really don't know what kind of alchemist is able to teach you such a pervert. If there is a chance, I will introduce Mr. Sheik to you. Long Yu smiled slightly. Really? That would be great. Liao Lele's eyes lit up. However, in her heart, she only thought that Long Yu's words were just for fun. After all, there is no alchemist in the whole Tang dynasty. Even in a big country like Beihai Kingdom, there are definitely no more than 5 fingers number. Even if Long Yu's talent is very high, it is impossible to let the other party come over, so the other party will come to see her as a little alchemist, right? Long Yu didn't say much about it. After he fed the refined antidote to Feng Haofeng woke up quickly. I am. Brother Long? As soon as Feng Haofeng opened his eyes, he saw Long Yu's face, which made him both surprised and happy, and even the depression that he just woke up from the coma was swept away. It's me, Haofeng. You've made a lot of progress in the past 2 years, and you've reached the 5th level of the true spirit. It seems that with you in the Xingfeng family, there is hope for your rise. Long Yu laughed, and helped Feng Haofeng up from the bed. As long as the antidote is taken for this it will be completely harmless to the body. Even if you just wake up, you will soon return to normal. Feng Haofeng jumped up from the bed, stretched his muscles and bones, and felt quite good. Brother Long, did you wake me up? Feng Haofeng glanced at Long Yu, with admiration in his eyes. Unexpectedly, after 2 years of absence, Brother Long has stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit and spirit. When you come back this time, you want to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection? Good. Long Yu nodded. Oh, stop talking about the old days. Senior Wen and everyone are blocking the group of people from the Lu family at the door. If you don't hurry up, those people from the Lu family are about to break in. Liao Lele said quickly. The 2 big men are still mother-in-law. Haofeng, tell me, what did the Lu family do to you in the world of business? What did you do? Why does this question make people feel a little weird? But Feng Haofeng didn't think too much. As soon as he mentioned this matter, his face was filled with righteous indignation. It's really annoying to say, I went to buy and sell the world with Uncle Lu, and wanted to buy some soldiers for the children of the Feng family to use. But after we bought the soldiers, I felt a little dizzy as soon as I went out, and immediately realized that the Lu family had manipulated me, but before I had any reaction, I passed out. They used on you. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It seems that Feng Haofeng and Lu Qing were raped together, but Feng Haofeng passed out, but Lu Qing had no effect, and even brought Feng Haofeng back to Feng's house directly. This point, I am afraid the Lu family did not think of it. If you get hit by the devil seed of hell, although you will be a little confused, there is also a great benefit, that is, any poison, drug, etc. known on the Tianyu continent will be absorbed by the devil seed of hell, and Lu Qing himself will not be affected in any way. This is the so-called blessing in disguise. However, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. After surviving this time, it is very likely that many people will notice Lu Qing. Originally, no one would care about Lu Qing, who was almost insane. But this time, he was not influenced by the police. Maybe he would be noticed by others, and then he would attack him. This is a bit bad. If Lu Qing is captured by someone, he will be fine. If he is killed, the entire Tianyu continent will become a gathering place for demons from hell. Long Yu thought awe-inspiringly. However, if this kind of thing is said, no one will believe it. On the contrary, it will make Lu Qing more attractive, making people feel that there may be some secrets that are beneficial to them hidden in him. In that case, Lu Qing's situation will become even more dangerous. Of course, in a short period of time, Lu Qing should not encounter anything. Right now, we should settle the matter of the Lu family first. Haofeng, you go out with me and confront the patriarch of the Lu family face to face. Long Yu said, this Lu family behaves like this. If they don't repair them well, won't they go too far in the future and treat our Feng family as a soft persimmon? Feng Haofeng nodded, followed closely behind Long Yu, and walked towards the gate of Feng's mansion. At this moment, the conflict at the gate of Feng's mansion intensified. Due to Long Yu's return, Lu Buyuan was a little impatient, and kept trying to rush into Feng's house, but it was a pity that Wen Luan led his men to stop several attacks. In terms of the strongest combat power, Wen Luan and Lu Bo are far from equal, and neither of them made a move. Under the two, the Lu family only has 2 strong men of the 7th level of true spirits, and the rest are martial arts who have not yet reached the realm of unity of true spirits. But on the Feng family's side, there are people who suppressed Tianzong to participate in the qualifying competition of the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection, and there are a total of Yan Huanma, Walker, and Li Bufan, 3 7-layer true spirit powerhouses. This caused the Lu family to rush several times, but failed to enter the Feng family's mansion. Where did you come from, to act wildly in our Tang dynasty? Why don't you get out of the way quickly? This Feng family is actually stealing things in the imperial city. It is really disgusting. If you don't hand over the stolen goods today, our land the family will never give up. Lu Buiyuan roared angrily. Patriarch Lu, you're really pretending. Long Yu laughed loudly, and with this loud laugh, he strode towards the entrance of the Feng family's mansion. We Feng family went to buy and sell the world to buy soldiers, but we were fascinated by your Lu family with your body. Up to now, I have completely seen the face of people from my Feng family and Lu family who still slander me for stealing. Hearing Long Yu's voice, Lu Buiyuan's expression changed, because he looked into the mansion and saw Feng Haofeng coming out with Long Yu. This Feng Haofeng actually woke up? How can this be? This kid's body was obviously made by the alchemist of the royal Chu family himself, so it's just that it has no effect on Lu Qing. How could Feng Haofeng even wake up? Lu Buiyuan couldn't figure it out. Originally, Chu Chaoxing was united with the Lu family and Wuzong of the Great Tang dynasty, and they were completely in an advantage over the Feng family and Zhenshenzong. If there were no people from the Mo family to block them at the critical moment, they would have already put the Feng family and Zhenshenzong together. It's all over. But now that Long Yu came back, first the Great Tang Wuzong, led by Yu Rian, was repulsed, and now Feng Haofeng was even woken up. Why is everything going wrong? Haofeng, yesterday you were in the business of buying and selling the world, you got hit, right? Long Yu stepped forward and asked Feng Haofeng at the same time. That's right. At that time, we had already paid enough crystal coins to buy a batch of soldiers, but not long after I left, I became dizzy and passed out. This must have something to do with the Lu family. Feng Haofeng said firmly. Since that's the case, it's not true that the people of the Lu family kept saying that you stole things? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Lu Buiyuan, you said that our Feng family stole, but you have to show evidence, otherwise, don't fart at the door of Feng's house. You brat, you Feng family members, of course speak for your Feng family, how can you prove that you didn't steal? Lu Buiyuan said angrily. We didn't steal, and we still need proof. Long Yu was surprised. Then you can prove that you didn't rape Haofeng? As soon as these words came out, Lu Buiyuan's tone froze. Prove they didn't fuck? How to prove this? Suddenly Lu Buiyuan knew that Long Yu was using his methods to retaliate against him. Since you can't prove that you didn't rape Haofeng, then this is the truth? Long Yu took a step forward, aggressively. The dignified Lu family actually laid hands on members of our Feng family. This is a declaration that we will go to war with our Feng family. Under the circumstances that Long Yu was holding on to the next thing, the theft that Lu Buiyuan talked about was a bit out of the question right now. So what if someone from the Feng family stole it? The Lu family even raped the members of the Feng family. This nature is completely serious. Not to mention that this is a rape that can kill people. Lu Buiyuan didn't care about Long Yu's total war at first, but he dared to fight against the Lu family with just a Feng family? But now that Long Yu is back, he also brings back Wen Luan, as well as many geniuses from the heaven-suppressing sect. To start a complete war now is simply to push the Lu family to their death. Although the Lu family wanted to rely on Chu Chaoxing to rise to power, it was of course impossible to be Chu Chaoxing's pawn and sacrifice ahead of time, so Lu Buiyuan immediately knew that it was time for him to retreat. Brother Long, what you said is wrong. Our Lu family definitely has no intention of going to war. Lu Buiyuan immediately said, it seems that what happened today was a misunderstanding. I will definitely find out when I go back, who is tampering with our Lu family's territory and causing conflicts between our two families. These words are obviously intended to wipe out today's affairs directly. However, how could Long Yu let the other party leave so smoothly? Lu Buiyuan, no matter who he is helping with the work, now he actually raped Feng Haofeng, almost killing him. This is absolutely intolerable to Long Yu. Right now, Lu Buiyuan wants to expose this matter with a single sentence. How is this possible? Patriarch Lu, if you want to leave now, it seems that you don't pay attention to me, Long Yu. Long Yu took a step forward, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this time, he will not speak in the name of the Feng family, but in his own name. Why, what else do you have to say? Lu Buiyuan's face changed slightly when he heard the words. Could it be possible that you really want to completely turn against our Lu family? You have to think clearly, whether you can afford the consequences. Lu family, I really didn't notice it. Long Yu smiled contemptuously. If you were able to have what you are today, why don't you think about who gave you the meteorite law? It was agreed at the beginning, but you still owe me a favor, so it's fine if you turn your back on me, but now you're turning against me. The Huffing family really think that I, Long Yu, are easy to bully. Hee, we bought that meteorite in a fair manner. Even if we bought it from you, it's still worth the money and the goods. What kind of favor is there? Lu Buiyuan smiled on the skin. Really? Anyway, Lu Fuji is dead now, and if there is no proof of his death, he can be completely blamed, right? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Lu Buiyuan, if you have the guts, stand up and fight me. If you can survive 3 moves under my hands, I will let you go. What a breath. Lu Buiyuan laughed loudly when he heard the words. Do you really think that I, Lu Buiyuan, can't be made of mud? Block you with 3 moves? If you are confident that you can defeat me within 3 moves, then go ahead. What are you talking about? After Lu Buiyuan finished speaking, Long Yu didn't say anything more. Next, it's time to speak with strength. You are watching. Long Yu let out a stern shout, his whole body burst out suddenly, and when he raised his hand, 9 water vortices formed, like 9 water dragons, rushing out of the sky. Royal Water Vortex. Long Yu's first move was to cover Lu Buiyuan with tyrannical coercion. The 9 water dragons condensed at the same time, attracting other passers-by near the gate of Feng's mansion, all pointing and discussing curiously. What kind of martial art is this? Lu Buiyuan's face changed drastically after he only felt the coercion of the 9 water dragons, not to mention the terrifying power contained in the Yushui vortex. The law of meteorites, now. In a hurry, Lu Buiyuan immediately released the meteorite field he had comprehended, and a burst of extremely hot air burst out, filling the surroundings with a fiery atmosphere. In such a fiery atmosphere, the 9 water dragons were evaporated a lot, and the impact power was weakened by more than half. Immediately afterwards, Lu Buiyuan took out a long sword, drew a sword flower, drew a round sword light, and blocked the 9 water vortices. This is the first move. Long Yu said lightly, and immediately behind him, the heaven-suppressing sun and the lunar moon true spirits were released at the same time, and the sun and the moon rose together, reflecting each other's brilliance. Moon-killing sword light. This move was able to compete with the faint crow, a powerhouse of the 9th layer of true spirit, and it could be said to be an overkill to deal with Lu Buiyuan at this time. Looking at the condensed series of moon-killing saber lights on Long Yu's lunar moon true spirit behind him, Lu Buiyuan's expression changed drastically again, even to the point where it had become invariable. He never thought that the power contained in Long Yu's second move could kill him. Flash. Lu Buiyuan didn't care about his face anymore. He rolled like a lazy donkey on the ground next to him, and even hid behind a row of buildings on the opposite side of the street. The light of Yuasha Dao, like a soul-chasing sickle, crossed the street and hit the row of buildings, smashing the row of buildings to pieces. It seems that you, the patriarch of the Lu family, don't have any real strength. In front of me, a mere junior of the 7th level of true spirit, you are so scared that the shit will FCK. Long Yu laughed, and then shouted loudly, the third trick, here we come. His blunt shout made Lu Buiyuan, who hid behind the row of buildings, turn pale with fright. Lu Buiyuan could fully feel the power of the series of moon-killing sword lights just now. Now that Long Yu used the third move in succession, wouldn't it really kill him? Stop, little brother Long, we have something to discuss, don't fight. Lu Buiyuan's life was in danger. He immediately lost face as the head of the Lu family, and immediately begged for mercy. However, how could Long Yu care about the other party begging for mercy? Late. A pair of pitch-black sparrow wings stretched out from Long Yu's back, with a cold light in his eyes. Whoever touches my brother will die. After saying this sentence, his whole figure rose into the air, flew into the sky, and looked down at Lu Buiyuan from a high position. Drunk in the underworld. Long Yu punched out, and immediately stirred up endless nine nether chi, gathered into a road to the underworld, plummeting down hundreds of feet, enveloping Lu Buiyuan's whole body in it. Nine nether chi quickly condensed into a terrifying wave of light in midair, and smashed straight towards Lu Buiyuan. There was a loud bang, and a layer of black air flow erupted from the whole ground, submerging the place where Lu Buiyuan was, making it impossible for people to see what happened there. However, from the fact that there was no sign of any movement, it could be seen that under Long Yu's fist, Lu Buiyuan was probably dead. Whoever touches my brother will die. People around could hardly imagine that Long Yu, who was only at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, would have the right to say such words. Even Lu Buiyuan, who is at the 8th level of the True Spirit, has practiced these words. Everyone in the Feng Fu looked at Long Yu's figure in the air, as if they were looking at the gods, feeling extremely emotional. Once upon a time, Long Yu was just a disciple of the Zhentian sect. Even though he had made his mark in the 7 sects of martial arts, he was forced to leave the Tang dynasty. However, after 2 years, Long Yu not only did not remain silent, but brought them even greater shock. This son will definitely become a dragon. General Long, have you seen it? This is your son. I believe that in time, Long Yu will be able to fly higher than you. Those enemies who targeted you in the past, this kid will find them one by one to take revenge. Feng Changge was in the Feng Fu, also looking at Long Yu floating in the sky, constantly feeling emotional. He recalled the past. Why wasn't Long Zitian so heroic? However, just because she fell in love with Bei Yuyao, she offended everyone in the Tianyu North courtyard, which led to the separation of his wife and children. This is the injustice of heaven. I hope Long Yu will not encounter such a thing again. Feng Changge thought to himself. Except for Feng Changge, everyone in Feng's mansion was also shocked by this scene. Although many people have seen the battle between Long Yu and Yu Ruyan, but at that time, after all, Long Yu did not defeat Yu Ruyan head-on, but just resisted Yu Ruyan's powerful attack. But now, Long Yu used 3 moves to kill Lu Buiyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, on the spot. Don't talk about strength, just this courage is unmatched by other people present. Lu Buiyuan, but the patriarch of the Lu family, probably has someone like Chu Chaoxing behind him to support him. Now, Long Yu actually said he would kill him? You killed our patriarch. Those people brought by Lu Buiyuan pointed to Long Yu in the air one by one, as if they saw a ghost. They were terrified. So what if I kill it? The black wings on Long Yu's back were put away, and he glanced at the remaining members of the Lu family. The villain who betrays his trust and repays his kindness, he will be killed if he is killed. What else do you have to say? If you kill someone in the imperial city, it won't end well. Immediately, a Lu family child said. Kill. Without hesitation, Long Yu condensed a beam of moon-killing saber light, swept out, and instantly chopped off the man's head. I kill those who deserve to be killed. If anyone has any opinions on me, just come to me and argue. Long Yu said coldly. The audience was silent. Under such circumstances, who else would dare to come to him for a theory? Walk. All the rest of the Lu family no longer dared to face Long Yu, but that doesn't mean that today's matter can be left alone. Without Lu Buiyuan, their Lu family is doomed, but even if it is doomed, they will not make Long Yu feel better. They have a background. Chu Chaoxing will definitely not let things happen. They thought in their hearts, and went to report in various directions, hoping that someone could make decisions for them. Brother Long, are you not afraid that people from the Imperial Guards and Chu Chaoxing will come to trouble you? Feng Haofeng ran forward and said worriedly. He is a calm person, although Long Yuhong's killing of Lu Buiyuan just now made him feel very happy, but he quickly thought of the possible consequences of this incident. I would like to drink tea with Chu Chaoxing. Long Yu squinted his eyes, as if he didn't care about it. But in fact, he would kill Lu Buiyuan in the street completely on purpose. For such a big matter, no matter what forces in the Imperial City, they will definitely focus on him. In this way, there is no need to worry about who will play Lu Qing's mind again. Long Yu is not a hero who will sacrifice himself for others, but if something happens to Lu Qing, it will not do him any good. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, he can only stand up and let himself attract the attention of all forces up. Haofeng, I'll give you this crystal nucleus, and let you deal with the destroyed houses. Long Yu threw a crystal nucleus to Feng Haofeng. To him, a crystal nucleus is really nothing. But to Feng Haofeng, a crystal nucleus is a huge sum of money. Feng Haofeng knew that Long Yu took out the money to prevent the Feng family from getting a bad name, otherwise, the Feng family might encounter some obstacles in the development of the Imperial City in the future. Brother Long, leave it to me. Feng Haofeng took the crystal nucleus, turned around and left to deal with matters. Then, as expected by Long Yu, a large group of Imperial Guards appeared around the Feng family's mansion soon, and wanted to arrest Long Yu by name. Long Yu didn't resist, but followed the Imperial Guards away generously. He probably guessed that there must be troubles when he left, but it shouldn't be a big trouble. If Chu Chaoxing wanted to put him to death, he would have shown up and killed him long ago. Now I just invite him to come, there must be room for negotiation on that matter. Long Yu just didn't know who he would meet during this trip. Of course, Ling Yue, Liao Lei, and other members of the Feng family strongly opposed Long Yu's being taken away, but they did not pursue it when Long Yu waved at them. Although Big Brother Long is proud, he is too reckless in his actions. Now that he is being taken away by the Imperial Guards, it may be more or less auspicious. Many people in the Feng family thought so. You said that wrongly. I guess, Big Brother Long must have his own purpose in doing this. At least after this incident, there will be no other people who don't have good eyesight to bully our Feng family. That's right, Big Brother Long will definitely be fine. Don't forget, our Feng family has the support of the Mo family. Now that something has happened, the Mo family can't just sit back and watch. I hope so. Long Yu followed the group of Imperial Guards, and soon came to the palace. Although he had been to the Imperial City once, Long Yu had never been to the Imperial Palace. At this moment, he found that the Imperial Palace was magnificent, and there was an imperial aura everywhere. It seems that this palace is built on a good terrain, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of members of the royal Chu family. Long Yu squinted his eyes and thought. Brother Long, come here. The leader of the Imperial Guard led Long Yu all the way into the depths of the palace, showing his badge along the way, and no one dared to stop him. Soon, a magnificent hall appeared in front of Long Yu. Spring and Autumn Palace. As soon as Long Yu looked up, he saw the plaque at the entrance of the main hall, and knew that this was the most solemn place of the Chu family of the entire royal family, and that any major events were usually discussed here. Unexpectedly, he would be taken to the Palace of Spring and Autumn. Brother Long, please. When they came to the entrance of the Spring and Autumn Hall, the group of Imperial Guards stopped moving forward, and the leader respectfully let Long Yu in. This made Long Yu feel a little doubtful. There seems to be something wrong with the attitude of the Imperial Guards. But it's a good thing that people have a good attitude. Long Yu settled down and walked into the Spring and Autumn Hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure standing in the spring and autumn hall, with an extremely cautious attitude. Chu Chaosheng? Long Yu squinted his eyes. At this moment, Chu Chaosheng did not have the demeanor of a king in front of outsiders at all. Instead, he looked like a servant who obeyed others' orders. Long Yu raised his head, glanced at the entire spring and autumn palace, and felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that there were actually 3 people in the spring and autumn palace at this time, and they were all powerful existences in the secret realm of heaven and man. Long Yu, you're here. One of the middle-aged men, with long hair and long braids, was wearing a white robe with a landscape painting painted on it. He looked at Long Yu with a look of appreciation in his eyes. I am Mo Shanjian. Mo Shanjian. Long Yu knew that the 3 top families in the Tang dynasty were all ruled by experts from the secret realm of heaven and man. As for the Mo family of the Xian family, this Mo Shanjian is in charge, and it is also the foothold of Zhen Tianzong when he came to participate in the 7 schools discussion of martial arts, the owner of the elegant residence in the mountains. Meet Senior Mo. Long Yu greeted him respectfully. For this senior who helped him, Long Yu would naturally respect him, not to mention today's matter. I am afraid that he still needs Mo Shanjian's help. As for the other 2, besides Mo Shanjian, there is no need to say more about their identities. An old man with gray hair and sword eyebrows vaguely has the shadow of the Long family in his face. He must be the strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man from the Long family of the Jiang family. Long Yu knew before that the heavenly human secret realm expert of the Long family of the general clan was Long Yuanjian's elder brother, Long Tianming, who had been ignorant of worldly affairs for a long time, but he unexpectedly appeared today. The other person, like Chu Chaosheng, was a woman in a golden imperial robe, about 30 years old, and looked a bit like the royal princess that Long Yu had seen before. The strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man of the Chu family of the royal family is a woman. I'm Royal Chu Xian, it's also my idea to invite you here today. The woman nodded to Long Yu, with a little indifference between her brows. Chu Chaosheng told us everything about killing Lu Buiyuan, we unanimously decided not to pursue it. These words went straight to the point, so fast that Long Yu couldn't believe it. Don't pursue it anymore? Long Yu couldn't help but glanced at Chu Chaosheng, but saw that Chu Chaosheng was facing Chu Xian in the secret realm of heaven and man, with a respectful expression on his face, and he didn't raise any objections. This Chu Chaosheng wished he could peel off Long Yu's skin, he was so obedient at this time, but he was pretending. Thank you, Senior Chu. Long Yu slightly bowed and thanked. You don't have to thank you, you won this by yourself. If you hadn't been talented enough to commit such a major event, we would definitely not forgive you easily. Chu Xian said lightly, the qualifying competition for the holy selection of heavenly mandate is coming soon, and my brother has already gone to meet the envoys of the North Court. 5 days later, the qualifying competition for the holy selection of the heavenly mandate will be held in the fighting arena. Performance. That's natural, Long Yu will definitely do his best. Long Yu said. Boy. At this time, Long Tianming, a strong man in the secret realm of the Long family, suddenly said, your father is a dragon among men, you are his heir, and your mother is a saint of the north courtyard of Tianyu. Needless to say, you are talented. The time to enter martial arts is too short, otherwise, entering the Tianyu North Courtyard is a sure thing. Passing the Tianyu Holy Selection and entering the Tianyu Holy Academy is obviously the lifelong pursuit of most martial arts practitioners in the Tianyu continent. Long Yu glanced at Chu Xian, a girl from the royal family. This woman, who was only in her 30s, stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. She must have participated in the last heavenly election, but even she failed to pass the holy election. Enter the Tianyu North Courtyard. It is conceivable that the fierce competition in the selection of the heavenly mandate must be far beyond Long Yu's imagination. Long Yu is also a little strange about Long Tianming's attitude. Except for Long Yu's grandfather Long Yuanjian, don't all the members of the Long family want Long Yu to die? Why did Long Tianming expect him to perform the same in the selection of Tian Yuxing? I asked you to come here today to give you a spring water as a capital for you to participate in the heavenly election. Chu Xian continued, throwing a small bottle at Long Yu. This is the water from the sacred spring of my great Tang kingdom. After taking it, it can basically improve the martial arts realm by 1 level, but it is only useful for martial arts below the secret realm of heaven and man. Water from the holy spring of the Tang dynasty. Raise the level of martial arts. Long Yu's face changed when he heard this. This Chu Xian called him to give him such a valuable thing? This is completely different from what he had expected at the beginning. Here, how can this junior get the water from this holy spring? Long Yu didn't move his face, and answered impeccably. Your talent is enough to get the water from this holy spring. Mo Shanjian smiled slightly. As the Lord of the Mountains, my daily duty is to protect the holy spring of the Tang dynasty. I will give the holy spring to the outstanding young generation of the Tang dynasty. Outstanding young people? Including Longji, Longzi them? Long Yu raised his brows. If that's the case, then he deserves the water from the holy spring. If things like Longji and Long Su are called excellent, Long Yu doesn't think he is worse than these 2 guys. No, we will only give water from the holy spring to those who really want to participate in the heavenly election. Mo Shanjian shook his head and said, so far, only the 3 places of the 3 major families have been confirmed. The other 4 places will only be known after a comparison, but you will definitely stand out, so let's cash in the water from the holy spring first. It turned out that it was only the younger generation who participated in the heavenly mandate holy selection. In this way, Long Su and Long Ji are not considered the strongest young men of the Long family of the general clan. They are not among the default quotas of the Long family. After taking the water from the holy spring, it will not have an immediate effect, but will allow you to directly enter an ethereal state, allowing you to actively absorb the aura of heaven and earth faster. Chu Xian said, this ethereal state, we call it the spirit gathering state. In the spirit gathering state, martial arts can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a speed dozens or even hundreds of times faster than usual, thereby rapidly improving the realm of martial arts. At this time, the small bottle had already arrived in Long Yu's hands. He shook it slightly, and found that there was indeed some spring water in it, but he didn't open the bottle, so he didn't know what the spring water looked like. Thank you 3 seniors. Long Yu said that he knew very well that the gift of water from the holy spring would not be decided by one of them, it must be decided by the 3 of them together. As for why this happened, Long Yu was extremely puzzled in his heart, but it's a pity that no one has come to tell him now. Okay, let's go. Chu Xian waved her hand and let Long Yu leave. Long Yu didn't dare to stay for long, took the water from the holy spring, and left directly. When he walked out of the Hall of Spring and Autumn, Long Yu still couldn't believe it, that he came out so easily during this trip. Not only that, but what kind of water from the holy spring was obtained? If it wasn't for Mo Shanjian's presence, Long Yu would almost suspect that the whole thing was a trap. But with Mo Shanjian around, there shouldn't be any problems. I'm not in a hurry to take the water from the holy spring. It turns out that the state I entered before is called the spirit gathering state. Long Yu finally knew what happened to the ethereal state he stepped into when he was fighting against one Arrow sect disciple Kai Xingji. With the help of the water from the holy spring, one can step into that state again and quickly improve the realm of martial arts. However, Long Yu was not in a hurry. His current cultivation level of the 7th level of True Spirit was enough for him to cope with the qualifying round of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, so there was no need to take it now. What's more, he was afraid that something would be done to the holy spring water. When he left the Spring and Autumn Palace, Missouri Shanjian also followed, walking with his hands in the air. Long Yu, follow me. Long Yu looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. Since Mo Shanjian is looking for him alone, he must have something to say, right? Regarding the affairs in the Spring and Autumn Palace, Missouri Shanjian should also explain. Long Yu nodded, and the tying wings emerged from behind and stretched out, and immediately caught up with Mo Shanjian. Mo Shanjian hangs his hands behind his back and walks against the wind. His style is much stronger than that of Long Yu, relying on his wings. The strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man has his own unique style and bearing. Soon, Long Yu followed Mo Shanjian to the elegant residence in the mountains, and fell down. Long Yu followed Mo Shanjian, and after arriving at the elegant residence in the mountains, he settled down and walked into this beautiful residence with green mountains and rivers together. Long Yu, are you very confused? Why even Long Tianming from the Long family and Chu Xian from the Chu family all speak for you? Mo Shanjian walked ahead, and asked a faint question. Please tell me, Senior. Long Yu said respectfully. He really didn't understand this. It seemed that Mo Shanjian came to him alone to tell him about it. This is because it comes from the north courtyard of Tianyu. Mo Shanjian said, the envoy of the Tianyu North Court sent a message that you must be allowed to participate in the Tianyu Holy Selection. In this case, we have nothing to say. We can only give you the water of the Holy Spring first according to the rules. The envoy of the Tianyu North Court must let me participate in the Tianyu Holy Selection? Long Yu's face changed slightly. He hadn't had much contact with the Tianyu North Courtyard. The only thing he had come into contact with was Xuanji Tianchen when he fled to Mixed Sound City. That young man in the secret realm of heaven and man was full of disdain, contempt and hostility towards Long Yu, and he snatched away the little fox demon Chi Hua, leaving a deep impression on Long Yu. It stands to reason that the people in the North Court of Tianyu must not have a good impression of me. Now they must let me participate in the holy selection of Tianyu. Could it be that they want to find a better opportunity to humiliate me? Long Yu guessed in his heart, thinking to himself that this possibility is not impossible. Tianyu North Courtyard, as the strongest force in the northern part of the entire Tianyu continent, the distribution of forces is naturally intricate. Although Long Yu now knows that his mother is a former saint of Tianyu North Courtyard, this does not mean anything. His status as Long Yu's son of a saint is not honorable to many people in Tianyu North Campus, but it will bring him many dangers. I, Mo Shanjian, don't know much about the Tianyu North Campus. Mo Shanjian shook his head and said, what I can remind you is that after the heavenly mandate sacred selection, you must act carefully and put your own life first. If something happens to you, whether it is the Tianzong sect or the Feng family, I'm afraid it's going to be a real disaster. Speaking of this, thank you, Senior Mo, for taking care of the Feng family and Zhenshenzong in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, Long Yu said thank you. Don't thank me first, I did this only for the sake of the morality in my heart. Mo Shanjian waved his hand and smiled sassily. The great Tang kingdom has been standing for so long, and it is normal for the 7 major sects to stand together, but now, Chu Chaoxing is going against the grain and wants to unify the entire sect power of the great Tang kingdom. I think it is so ambitious. I'm not used to it. Hearing this, Long Yu was in awe of Mo Shanjian. He originally thought that Mo Shanjian chose to help the Feng family and Zhenshenzong for some other reason, but he didn't expect that it was out of morality in his heart. So, if you have achieved something in the martial arts and want to disrupt the martial arts circle of the Tang dynasty like Chu Chaoxing, I will still stand on the opposite side with you. Mo Shanjian said lightly. Senior Mo, don't worry, even if I have achieved something in the martial arts in this life, everything I do is to ensure the safety of my relatives and friends. Long Yu said firmly, if someone wants to touch my relatives and friends, I definitely can't sit idly by. But if they don't come to provoke me, I naturally don't bother to pay attention to them. That's good. Mo Shanjian nodded, and then said, in this case, you don't want to participate in the qualifying competition of the Tianyu Xingxian, This time, there are as many as 15 martial arts participating in the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. There are 3 of you in Tianzong. These 15 people will compete for the remaining 3 places. Senior MO, can you tell me which 15 people will participate in the qualifying competition? Long Yu was a little curious and asked a question. You know Long Su from the Long family of the Zhenmo family, Mo Fengming from my Mo family, and Yu Channing, the daughter of Chu Chaosheng. Mo Shangjian said, there is no need for me to tell you about the 3 members of Zhenshenzong. In addition, there are several other members of Great Tang Wuzong, who are all top disciples among the original 7 sects, such as Yu Yumei, Qi Guang. In addition, there is Feng Yao from the Frost sect. With so many people, they will compete for the remaining 3 spots for the Holy Mandate. As for Long Yu, it was because of the hand-picked appointment of the people from Tianyu North Academy that he got the quota in advance. Long Su, Mo Fengming, and Yu Channing represent young strongmen from the Long family, Mo family, and Chu family, respectively. Yu Yumei is a talented young disciple of Qianxi sect, and Qi Guang is a swordsmanship genius of Luoyu sword sect. Yu Yumei and Qi Guang are young martial arts trained by Emperor Wuzong of the Tang dynasty, so the 2 were able to step into the realm of unity of true spirit within 2 years. It is undeniable that the talents of Yu Yumei and Qi Guang are absolutely not bad. Feng Yao, what is your cultivation level now? Long Yu hadn't heard from Feng Yao for a long time. Although this girl once wanted to kill him, and even asked Xinghai Impeller to kill him, Feng Yao seemed to have completely repented after that incident. 8 layers of true spirit. Mo Shan interjected, on the one hand, she is a disciple of the Ice sect, and on the other hand, she also has a secret relationship with Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 disaster stars, and the cultivation resources she has obtained are no less than those of Yu Yumei and Qi Guang of Emperor Wuzong of the Great Tang dynasty. Martial arts cultivation is naturally improving very quickly. It turned out to be the 8-fold true spirit. Long Yu was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for 2 years, Feng Yao actually stepped into the 8th level of the true spirit secret realm. In this way, Feng Yao will most likely be one of the candidates from the Great Tang Kingdom to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection this time. After all, most of the other competitors are just martial arts at the 7th level of true spirits. Of course, we will have to wait and see who will be chosen in the end. No matter who it is now, it is definitely impossible to guess. By the way, Senior MO, can you tell me about the other 3 candidates who have already won the holy election? Long Yu thought for a while and asked again. Certainly. Mo Shangjian didn't hide it, but said with a faint smile, the Chu family of the royal family, the quota is handed over to Chu Huang. The Long family of the clan is handed over to your youngest cousin, Long Hen, who is just 30 years old this year, whose cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true spirit. Our Mo family chose my adopted daughter, Ling Long Yu, who also has the cultivation base of the 9th layer of the true spirit. Chu Huang? Long Yu didn't have much impression of the name, but Mo Shangjian didn't explain it, so he didn't know who the other party was. You and her have met more than once. Mo Shangjian laughed. She is the princess of the royal family who was originally protected by Long Su, and she is also Chu Xian's daughter. It's just that she has been hiding her martial arts cultivation in the past, and no one can see that she has already reached the 9th level of true spirit. Royal princess? Long Yu's face changed slightly, and a pretty figure in a snow-white silk robe appeared in his mind. The royal princess Chu Huang. The first time Long Yu saw her was in the city of ancient ginseng, when he entered the ancient ginseng forest of the royal family. At that time, Long Yu didn't have much impression of her. The next time they met, they were already in the imperial city, right at the gate of Lu's mansion. Chu Huang appeared and rescued Long Yu. Long Yu, do you know that the Princess Chu Xian used to be your father's loyal supporter? Mo Shangjian smiled faintly. Because of this, as her daughter, Chu Huang showed up at Lu's house to rescue you. loyal supporter of Long Zitian? Long Yu smiled wryly. He really didn't expect it to be like this. It seems that Long Zitian really fascinated thousands of girls in the Tang dynasty back then. However, Chu Xian was just a little girl 20 years ago, so of course she couldn't see Bei Yuyao as her rival in love like Yu Ruyan. For Long Zitian's disappearance and fall, Chu Xian only had regrets in her heart. Now that Long Yu appeared, she tried her best to help him. Among the royal Chu family, Chu Xian and Chu Chaoxing belonged to two different factions. Behind Chu Chaoxing, the real backer is Chu Xian's elder brother, who is now the well-deserved leader of the Tang dynasty. As for the name of this person, Long Yu didn't know yet. He only knew that the current Chu Chaoxing was nothing in his eyes. Chu Huang, Linglongyu, Dragon Mark. Long Yu gently read the names of these three people. These three people, all of whom have reached the 9th level of the true spirit before the age of 30, represent the Tang kingdom to participate in the heavenly mandate sacred selection. The ultimate goal, of course, is to obtain the final victory of the divine selection. In the selection of Tianyasheng, although Long Yu came from the Tang kingdom like these three, he will still be a competitor. Coming out of the elegant residence in the mountains, Long Yu finally had a vague outline of the lineup that the Tang dynasty will participate in the heavenly mandate sacred selection. 5 days later, those 15 people will start a battle to compete for the last 3 places in the holy election. Long Yu pondered secretly, and a plan came up in his heart. He now has a piece of water from the holy spring in his hand. This water from the holy spring can allow people to step into an ethereal state of gathering spirits and quickly improve the realm of martial arts. No matter if it is given to Walker, Li Bufan, or Yan Huanma, it can bring their martial arts realm to a higher level. In this way, after reaching the 8th level of the true spirit, they will have a much greater chance of competing for the qualification of the heavenly mandate. When they get the qualifications, Mo Shanjian will present a small bottle of water from the holy spring, and it will not be too late to return it to me. Long Yu's wonderful plan was initially formed. But to implement it, it seems that there will be many difficulties. The most important thing is, walking, Li Bufan and Yan Huanma, who is more suitable to get this bottle of water from the holy spring. Forget it, let the 3 of them decide for themselves. Long Yu shook his head, didn't want to think too much, and soon returned to the Feng family's mansion in the imperial city. At this moment in the Feng family mansion, many people are worried about Long Yu's safety, and many people, like Long Yu, are calculating who will win the qualifying competition and be qualified for the Heaven's Mandate sacred selection. Feng Yao and Yu Channing, as the powerhouses of the 8th layer of True Spirit, will almost certainly be selected. In this way, the remaining 13 martial artists of the 7th level of True Spirits will compete for the last spot. It can be seen that if you want to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, it is not so easy to get just this quota. Of course, everyone in the Fengfu still doesn't know that there are only 3 places left to compete for. One of the original 4 quotas has been directly taken away by Long Yu. When Long Yu returned to Feng Mansion, everyone immediately surrounded him and asked him if he had been treated unfairly or something. Long Yu could only smile and shake his head, expressing that he was fine, and pushed everyone away one by one. Then he said to Walker, Yan Huanma and Li Bufan, Elder Li, Elder Yan, Brother Bu, let's go for a walk. I have something to say about this qualifying competition. The 3 of them looked at each other, a little strangely. Long Yu was taken away by the Imperial Guards this time. Could it be that he got some inside information? The 3 nodded and followed Long Yu around the courtyard of the Feng family mansion. Elder, brother, to be honest, I asked you to come out this time because I want you to make a choice. Long Yu said in a deep voice, let's talk about it first. We must not impress each other's feelings because of this. Choose? Walking with a smile, could it be a decision to let one of us participate in the Heaven's Mandate sacred selection? Brother Bu, you are really right. Long Yu smiled, and explained, I went to the spring and autumn hall of the imperial palace, and met the three powerful families of the heavenly human mystery realm. I have confirmed that I can participate in this heavenly election, and I have obtained the water from the holy spring. Water from the holy spring, I heard that after taking this thing, it can make a martial artist raise one level of martial arts realm, and it is more effective than ordinary black-level pills. Is it true? Li Bufan, a handsome young man in Tsingyi, said with some surprise. It's really true. Long Yu said, I have an idea now. Soon, he put forward his idea. Who will take this bottle of water from the holy spring, ascend to the 8th level of true spirit, and then participate in the heavenly election? Logically speaking, Long Yu shouldn't have given this choice to the three of them. After all, everyone wanted the opportunity to advance in martial arts. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for them to choose? But if Long Yu had to choose one, he didn't know who to choose. If the three of them can't decide on their own, then Long Yu can only consider other methods. Maybe it would be good to give Mo Fengming the water from the holy spring to let him advance. Except for Long Yu, it is undoubtedly very difficult for ordinary people to defeat their opponents beyond the realm of martial arts. Therefore, in the upcoming qualifying tournament of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, the martial arts practitioners at the 7th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm will most likely not be opponents at the 8th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. Whoever can reach the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm will undoubtedly get the final spot. After hearing Long Yu's explanation, Yan Huanma, Walker, and Li Bufan looked at each other and fell into deep thought. I have just stepped into the 7th level of the True Spirit, and my realm is not stable. I'm afraid there is something wrong with such a hasty promotion. I'd better leave it to my senior brother and elder Yan. Walking first smiled and said, turned and left. Elder Yan, you need this opportunity more than I do. Li Bufan also smiled lightly, turned around and walked away. Long Yu was stunned by the performance of the two of them. How is this going? Pedestrians and Li Bufan, facing the water from the holy spring, would they be unmoved? I, Yan Huanma, will keep this friendship in my heart, and I will definitely repay it in the future. Yan Huanma looked at the backs of the two leaving, sighed softly, and said to Long Yu, it's not that they don't need the water from the holy spring, they just want me. Elder Yan, why did you say that? Long Yu shook his head and asked, is the holy selection of heavenly mandate very important to you? Long Yu, you are the deputy suzerain of our Xintian sect now. Why do you still call me an elder? Just call me by my name. A complex look flashed in Yan Huanma's eyes. To be honest, both Li Bufan and Walker know that I have a younger brother who joined the Tianyu North Academy long ago. I haven't been able to see him again for many years, so, I really want to enter the Tianyu North courtyard and find him. Younger brother? Long Yu was a little surprised. Only now did Long Yu discover that he knew nothing about Yan Huanma's origin. Yan Huanma is clearly just an elder of the Xintian sect, but he has comprehended the realm of the Xuanyu level law and the law of ink and wash. Originally, Long Yu thought it was because of an adventure, but now it seems that he and Yan Huanma's identity may be related. Related? I'm not a member of Zhenshenzong. A trace of loneliness flashed in Yan Huanma's eyes. I came from Beihai Kingdom and was born in the Yan family in Bingsheng City. It was only 14 years ago that my younger brother turned against the entire Yan family and left home to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. Following Yan Huanma's narration, Long Yu finally knew about a large part of the past. Yan Huanma turned out to be from the Yan family in Bingsheng City. She has a younger brother who is talented and evil, and the Yan family originally wanted her to be the heir of the Yan family, but her younger brother, with the goal of pursuing the ultimate in martial arts, is determined to enter the Tianyu North courtyard. Yan Huanma's father naturally did not allow him to do this, and made every effort to stop him. 14 years ago, when the first two sessions of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Election began, her younger brother insisted on participating in the heavenly mandate holy election despite the opposition of everyone in the family, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. What? Your brother killed your father? Hearing this, Long Yu was shocked. Yan Huanma's younger brother did such a thing? Good. Yan Huanma didn't shed tears. She has been strong for so many years, and she said in a flat tone, after my father died, the Yan family lost the powerhouse of the 9th level of true spirit, and the power and property were quickly taken away by the major forces in Bingsheng City. After all the division, the entire Yan family has perished more than 10 years ago. 14 years ago. At that time, Yan Huanma was only a little girl in her early 10 years old, and her younger brother must have been younger, but he killed his real father. Such a terrifying talent, in the entire Tianyu continent, is definitely the most top monster-level character. However, with such a monster, he killed his father with his own hands. How is this different from a beast? Do you hate him? Long Yu asked. Hate, don't hate. Yan Huanma said lightly, I hate him because he killed my father. I don't hate him because I know that everyone has their own pursuits, especially him, with such outstanding talent. He will definitely not stay in Beihai Kingdom and live an ordinary life even if the entire Yan family is carried forward, he will not be satisfied. For him, the only way to step into the holy place of martial arts, the Tianyu Holy Academy, is the big stage for him to show his monstrous talent. Looking at Yan Huanma's indifferent appearance, Long Yu felt a little admired in his heart, that he could control his emotions so well. Long Yu asked himself, if this kind of thing happened to him, for example, Feng Yao killed Feng Chang'e and then ran away, then he would definitely regard Feng Yao as a must-kill target in this life. Moreover, Yan Huanma was only in his early 10 years old at the time. After the family collapsed, her mother sacrificed herself to protect her, and she traveled to the Tang dynasty, needless to say the hardships. During this process, Yan Huanma had already had a very deep impression of the jungle in the world of martial arts. However, after joining Tian sect, she felt the same warmth as under the hands of Yan's father, which warmed her cold heart again. Unexpectedly, Elder Yan is still from Beihai Kingdom, Bingsheng City. Long Yu really didn't expect Yan Huanma's origin to be like this. He had been to Bingsheng City, but it's a pity that after 10 years, of course there is no news of Yan's family. By the way, do you know about the fairy treasure auction house in Bingsheng City? Long Yu thought of something and asked. The immortal treasure auction house? As soon as Yan Huanma heard the name, a look of evil appeared between his brows. After my father died, the Yan family was oppressed and divided by many forces, and this fairy treasure auction house is one of them. Sure enough. Long Yu nodded. From the behavior of the Xianbao auction house, he knew that this force would do anything to get benefits. If the Xianbao auction house existed back then, it is not surprising that the Xianbao auction house participated in this matter. Long Yu told Yan Huanma about his affairs about the Xianbao auction house in Bingsheng City, and immediately made Yan Huanma sneer. The Xianbao auction house is so shameless, it's ridiculous that Bingsheng City Lord, you have tolerated them for so many years. Now that the Lord of Bingsheng City is being chased and killed by the subordinates of Fei Yudu Sun, the leader of the 7 calamities, I'm afraid he has no time to take care of Bingsheng City. There may be even more chaos in the city. Long Yu sighed. It's a pity that now he can't take care of things so far away. Even if he has any ideas, he can only talk about it after participating in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. In that case, Elder Yan, I will give you the water from the holy spring first. Long Yu took out the water from the holy spring. You take it first, and after stepping into the 8th level of the true spirit, you must be qualified to participate in the qualifying competition of the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection. Only in this way will you have the chance to meet your brother. Long Yu knew very well that for a person like Yan Huanma's younger brother to pursue the ultimate in martial arts, after stepping into the Tianyu Holy Academy, he would definitely not look back. If you want to see each other, you have to step into the same height as the other party. However, 14 years have passed now, and the monstrous genius who was able to kill a true spirit 9-layer powerhouse 14 years ago, what level will his current martial arts realm be? But Long Yu knew that the Tianyu Holy Academy was far from the ultimate in martial arts. Even if Yan Huanma can pass the heavenly mandate sacred selection and step into it, she may not be able to meet her younger brother, but no matter what, she has to give it a try. After knowing all this, Long Yu wanted to understand why Li Bufan and Walker gave up decisively. Yan Huanma, there are too many burdens on her body. Thank you, Deputy Suzerain. When I get the qualifications for the holy election and get the water from the holy spring, I will return it to you. Yan Huanma took the small bottle of water from the holy spring with one hand, and a solemn look appeared on his beautiful and noble face. She clearly knew what it meant to her that Long Yu gave her the water from the holy spring. This represented an opportunity for her to at least touch the culprit who ruined her family. That man is her younger brother, but he is her enemy even more. If he can't see him in this life, it will be infinite regret and hatred. Long Yu watched Yan Huanma receive the water from the holy spring, and knew that the final candidate for the heavenly mandate holy selection had basically been determined. 7 days later, Long Yu walked towards the agreed place outside the imperial city. The 7 places for the Great Tang Kingdom to participate in the heavenly mandate sacred selection were finally determined, and the candidates were exactly as Long Yu had predicted at the beginning. Apart from him and the 3 predetermined powerhouses at the 9th level of true spirits, only Feng Yao, Yu Qianing, and Yan Huanma, the 3 powerhouses who have reached the 8th level of the true spirit secret realm, have been selected as the holy candidates. Walking, Li Bufan, Mo Fengming, Yu Jiamei, Long Su, Qi Guang and others were all defeated by the 3 of them. With a gap of 1 level of martial arts realm, very few people can defeat their opponents. This result is also expected by most people. Only Yan Huanma was able to break through to the 8th level of true spirit in such a short period of time, which no one else thought of. The water from the holy spring was finally released. Yan Huanma returned it to Long Yu, while Feng Yao and Yu Qianing each took the water from the holy spring. At this moment, they should both have advanced to the 9th level of the true spirit. As for the 3 predetermined powerhouses who have reached the 9th level of the true spirit, even if they get the water from the holy spring, it is impossible to step into the secret realm of heaven and man. If one wants to become a strong man in harmony with nature, one can only rely on one's own comprehension. Without that level of comprehension, one cannot break through no matter how much spiritual energy one absorbs. The candidates are determined, and the divine selection is about to begin. Outside the imperial city of the Tang dynasty, on a vast prairie, the envoy from Tianyu North Courtyard is waiting here. This is a middle-aged man in a white robe. The realm of martial arts has naturally reached the secret realm of heaven and man, and there is a trace of indifference in his eyes at this time. In a small country like the Tang dynasty, as the envoy of the Heavenly Mandate North Campus in the secret realm of heaven and man, his status is aloof, and there is nothing that can arouse his interest. The only thing that makes him feel a little bit interesting is probably the son of the former saint, right? During the qualifying match 2 days ago, the envoy did not see Long Yu, but now, he is looking forward to Long Yu's appearance. In addition, a large group of dignitaries from the Tang dynasty came here to see off and encourage the 7 people who participated in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. In the city, people from the Chu family of the royal family, the Long family of the general family, the Mo family of the Xiong family, and the 4 great families gathered here. After all, the 7 people who will participate in the selection of the Heavenly Mandate are of great significance to the Tang dynasty. If someone among them really entered the Tianyu North Courtyard, wouldn't that be a legend of the Tang dynasty? Not far from the white-robed envoy in the North Court of Tianyu, the Princess Chu Xian, who was wearing a golden imperial robe, and her daughter Chu Huang, were looking at the direction of the imperial city with some expectation. Daughter, Long Yu is the son of Long Zitian in the past. Although he is only at the 7th level of true spirit, at most the 8th level, his strength will definitely not be weaker than yours. During the election of the heavenly mandate, you can exchange more martial arts with him. Chu Xian said with a smile to her daughter. I see, mother, isn't he the son of your former idol? Chu Huang curled her lips, a little unconcerned. When Tianyu Xingxian is selected, if he is in danger, I will definitely help him. The royal princess Chu Huang, wearing a snow-white silk robe, appears gentle and considerate in front of others, extremely mature and self-restraint, but in front of her mother Chu Xian, she is still like a child. After hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help patting the little girl's head dotingly. You are so arrogant. I hope this election will let you know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Of course there are people beyond people, and of course there is heaven beyond heaven. Chu Huang said in a soft voice, it's a pity that this person outside the world, the sky outside the sky, definitely can't be this Long Yu. In the selection of Tianyu Xing, she felt that her opponent was not Long Yu, who also came from the Tang Kingdom, but many strong men from other countries. Concerning her daughter Chu Huang's thoughts, Princess Chu Xian had no choice but to shake her head helplessly. Back then, she also participated in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection like Chu Xian, and she also had the 9th level of True Spirit Cultivation. However, she encountered too many strong people in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, and finally failed to enter the Heavenly Mandate North Courtyard. There were at least 400 people who participated in the Holy Selection of Tianyu North Academy. One can imagine how difficult it is to stand out among so many people and become the top 12. This is a huge stage. A martial artist who just came out of the Great Tang Kingdom, it is absolutely impossible to imagine how many strong people will appear in it. Beside Chu Xian and Chu Huang, stood Chu Chaoxing, and another middle-aged man with a majestic brow. This man was Chu Xian's elder brother, and another member of the secret realm of heaven and man in the royal Chu family. Strong. This person's name is Chu Yulong, and he is the veritable king and emperor of the Tang Kingdom. At this very moment, Chu Yulong was talking to the white-robed envoy of Tianyu North Courtyard. Messenger, according to your instructions, this time the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection has qualified Long Yu. Chu Yulong said with a smile. The envoy nodded lightly. This Long Yu is a big shot in our North Courtyard, and he has been ordered to take care of him. I am only following orders and cannot be the master of this matter. But what is certain is that this time, the Heavenly Order Holy Election is the time of this kid's burial. Since this is the case, our Great Tang Kingdom actually only has 6 places. Chu Yulong pretended to smile wryly. His purpose was self-evident. Of course he wanted the envoy to give others a little trouble, but he, Chu Yulong, didn't have such a big face to persuade an envoy from the North Court. No matter how many benefits he gave the envoy, it was impossible for the envoy to help them cheat in the process of the divine selection. I will try my best to arrange some convenience, but in the process of the selection process, I have no right to tamper with it. The messenger shook his head and could only give such an answer. Chu Yulong was not very satisfied with this, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was not that he was ignorant of the strictness of the selection of the Heavenly Mandate. Just relying on a mere envoy who came to pick him up, naturally he couldn't say much. Not far away, there are members of the Long family of the general clan, surrounded by a man in red, talking about something. Long Hen, this time you represent our Long family and the Great Tang Kingdom, and participate in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection. You must perform well and strive to enter the Tianyu North Courtyard. That is to honor our Long family's ancestors. Among the members of the Long family, an old man with sword eyebrows sighed and said, This sword-browed old man is surprisingly the Long Tianming that Long Yu saw in the spring and autumn hall of the Imperial Palace. and now the only one in the Long family who is strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. What Long Tianming is sighing now is, of course, that the talents of the Long family are withering. Think back when the dragon was in the sky, how majestic the Long family was. It's a pity that he offended Tianyu North Courtyard and ended up in complete ruin. At that time, Long Tianming, let alone wanting to keep Long Zitian, just wanted to keep the entire Long family from being implicated, and it took a lot of hard work. Once Long Zitian left, the situation of the Long family went from bad to worse. Although in the past, among the 9 young masters of the Great Tang Kingdom, except for the vacant first place, Long Su of their Long family was the second. But in fact, Long Su is just the second on the table. There are many people who can sit in the vacant first place, including royal family Chu Huang, Long family Long Hen, Mo family Ling Long Yu, and so on. And Long Hen is the youngest brother of Long Zitian. Although he is less than 30 years old, he is already a member of the previous generation to be precise, and cannot be compared with Chu Huang and Ling Long Yu. Don't worry, Patriarch, I will definitely win glory for the Long family and the Great Tang Kingdom. The red-cloaked man, Long Hen, said calmly. Suddenly, as if something had happened, he frowned and asked, by the way, Patriarch, since that Long Yu is also going to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection, during the Sacred Selection. Suppress him. Long Tianming shook his head, but he said very firmly, this time, Tianyu North Court will target him, and he will definitely not end well. Moreover, he is no longer a member of our Long family, and has nothing to do with us. It's better to suppress him and let the high-level officials of Tianyu North Academy have a good impression of you. As ordered. Long Hen nodded and said. Destiny, do you really want to do this? On the side, Long Tianming's younger brother, Long Yu's grandfather, Long Yuanjian, sighed, you are Long Yu's great-grandfather after all, do you really want to kill them all? The situation is forcing me, and there is nothing I can do about it. Farsightedness, for the sake of the Long family, we can only let nature take its course. Long Tianming said as a matter of course, even if you want to protect Long Yu, what are you going to do to protect Long Yu? We can't stop the big shots from Tianyu North Court from dealing with him. This is the truth, so Long Yuanjian stopped talking. Cousin Long Hen, you must avenge us, that Long Yu really doesn't care about our Long family. Among the members of the Long family, a major general in golden armor, Long Ji, said bitterly. Earlier at the gate of Lu's mansion, Long Ji was blown away by Long Yu's punch, even hurting his internal organs, which he regarded as a great shame and humiliation. Now that Long Yu is so tyrannical, not to mention he is only the 6th level of the True Spirit, Long Su, even the 7th level of the True Spirit, Yu Channing, lost to Long Yu. Under such circumstances, Long Ji can only pin his hope of teaching Long Yu a lesson on Long Hen. Long Hen glanced at Long Ji, but did not speak. Long Hen is Long Zitian's younger brother, and Long Yu is his elder brother's son, after all. It is impossible to say that he has no feelings for Long Yu, but for the sake of the Long family and to conform to the general trend, he can only follow Long Tianming's words do it. However, at this moment, Long Ji, this trash, still wants to teach Long Yu a lesson? Naturally, Long Hen would not appreciate this. In his eyes, Long Ji is such a waste who only relies on his family, he is not qualified to carry shoes for Long Yu at all. If it wasn't for Long Ji's grandfather, being Long Tianming, how could this Long Ji be a major general of the Tang dynasty? How could it be possible to reach the realm of martial arts at the 6th level of True Spirit? Long Hen's heart is undoubtedly complicated. On the one hand, he wanted to help Long Yu and his elder brother's son, but on the other hand, for the sake of the overall situation of the Long family, he could only stand on the opposite side of Long Yu. Between the two, Long Hen chose the whole Long family. In the Mo family of the Xiong family, the situation is similar. Ling Long, be careful with everything in the holy election, and put safety first. Mo Shangjian was facing his adopted daughter, Ling Longyu ordered. Ling Longyu is a slim girl wearing a veil, her eyes are as agile as water waves. She nodded slowly when she heard the words, "Father, I will pay attention to safety." Cousin, in the holy election, you can communicate with Long Yudhua. Mo Fengming thought about it for a while, and then said, I always think that Long Yu is extraordinary. If you get closer to him, it may bring you some surprises. Long Yu. Wearing a veil, Ling Longyu, a girl whose face could not be seen clearly, said the name softly, raised her head and looked in the direction of the imperial city, but did not make any statement. No one knew what Ling Longyu was thinking. Even Mo Shangjian, the adoptive father, has never been able to see through Ling Longyu. The greatest hope of the Tang dynasty lies in the three predetermined powerhouses, Chu Huang, Long Hen and Ling Longyu. In addition, even Yu Qianning, no one has too much hope for her. After all, although Yu Qianning is a first-class genius within the scope of the Tang dynasty, but in many surrounding countries, she is just a genius. Just ordinary genius. Above Yu Qianning, there are more and stronger geniuses, such as Chu Huang, Ling Longyu, and even stronger than this level. In contrast, Feng Yao and Yan Huanma are even less favored by others, but Long Yu, many people have high expectations for him. After all, he has created many miracles in the Tang dynasty, and perhaps he will also be in the selection of Tian Yusheng. Maybe create a miracle? Xiao Yao, you must be careful on this trip. Long Yu is quite strong, you can go with him. Among the Feng family crowd, Feng Chang'e was talking to Feng Yao. Father, don't worry, now I have stepped into the 9th layer of the true spirit. Although I have just stepped in, my true strength will definitely not be inferior to that of Long Yu. Feng Yao undoubtedly wanted to prove herself in front of her father. Just be careful. Feng Chang'e nodded and smiled. Regarding Feng Yao's self-confidence, Feng Chang'e didn't say much. In fact, Feng Chang'e was still more optimistic about Long Yu in his heart. Elder Yan, be careful all the way. Everyone in Zhenshanzong gathered, even Bai Yunzong arrived, He Lao, Bai Lao, Li Bufan, Yu Xingshi, Pao Xing and others each came to Yan Huanma to see him off. Among the 7 people participating in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection this time, except for Long Yu and Yan Huanma, all of them have reached the 9th level of the True Spirit, and Long Yu's real strength can be compared with Yu Ruyan, a strong man of the 9th level of the True Spirit. It can be seen that Yan Huanma is undoubtedly the weakest of the 7. After all, her foundation is indeed the weakest. If it weren't for the water from the holy spring that Long Yu gave her, she would not have been eligible for the selection of the Heavenly Mandate. Qian Ning, to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection this time, you must put your mind right. On the other side, Yu Ruyan was also talking to her daughter Yu Qianning. I know, Mother, participating in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, the possibility of me being selected by the Heavenly Mandate Holy Court is very slim, but during the process of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, I can meet many top talents, make friends. These geniuses will be of great benefit to my future martial arts career. Yu Qianning nodded and said. It's good if you can understand. Remember, there are some things that you can't fight for, so don't fight for them, and you must stand in line. A cold light flashed in Yu Ruyan's eyes. As for that Long Yu, I think he won't be able to escape this time. Someone in the North Court wants to play tricks on him and deal with him. If you have the chance, you can step on him too. Don't worry, Mother. Yu Qianning's eyes also flashed fiercely. To deal with Long Yu, of course, Yu Qianning would not show mercy in the slightest. At this moment, Long Yu's figure finally appeared in the sky not far away, and flew over, but it was long overdue. Anyway, now that everyone knows that he can fly, there is no need for him to hide it. Sorry everyone, I took the water from the holy spring, so I was a little late. As soon as Long Yu came, he smiled slightly at Jin Tianzong and everyone in the Feng family, and explained something. This shelf is really big, but I didn't pay attention to the envoy of the Holy Court at all. The others hadn't spoken yet, but someone from the other crowd sneered aloud, and the words contained deep hostility towards Long Yu. As soon as these words came out, the Tian sect and the Feng family immediately glared in that direction. As for Long Yu, he also squinted his eyes and glanced over there, only to find that the person who spoke was actually the head of the aristocratic Wang family, Wang Ju. The enmity between the Wang family and Long Yu is well known. Wang Yuanchen, Wang Ju's son, was said to have been killed by Long Yu. This made Wang Ju not have any good feelings for Long Yu, and now that the heavenly mandate sacred selection was approaching, Wang Ju could only play tricks and prestige. Patriarch Wang's heirs are really big. Long Yu laughed. I'm late. If you want to teach me, it's my elders who want to teach me. What are you? What's more, it's not yet the appointed time, it's just that everyone came earlier, isn't it? Indeed, there was still nearly half an hour left before the appointed time. Although Long Yu came later than the others, it was not considered late. You are Long Yu. Seeing Long Yu, the white-robed envoy carefully sized him up a few times, feeling a little strange in his heart. How could this kid be at the 7th level of true spirit? The effect of taking the water from the holy spring will not appear immediately, but the speed at which Long Yu absorbs the spiritual energy of the surrounding world is dozens or hundreds of times faster than usual. Boundary. Master Messenger, I am Long Yu. Long Yu took a direct look, saw the man in white robe, and admitted it. He didn't have a good opinion of the people in the Tianyu North courtyard. Even if everyone present respected the envoy, but he, Long Yu, was not like that. He always remembered that Xuanji Tianchen from Tianyu North Court snatched the little fox Chihua and insulted him in every possible way. Haha, the son of the former saint is indeed extraordinary. The white-robed envoy narrowed his eyes. I only hope that after participating in the heavenly mandate holy selection, you can still speak so calmly. In these words, there was obviously something hidden, which made Long Yu's heart twitch, thinking to himself, in this day's holy selection, could someone still trip him up? It stands to reason that in the holy selection of the heavenly mandate, no hands or feet can be moved. After all, it was jointly organized by the Holy Court of the Heavenly Mandate. Not only people from the North Court, but also people from the South Court, East Court, West Court and Central Holy Court. Seniors came to watch the ceremony. Under such circumstances, if the people in the North Court want to trip Long Yu, that is absolutely impossible. Anyway, just be careful. Long Yu thought in his heart that he had to participate in the Tianyu Xingxian no matter what, because if he wanted to go to the Tianyu Beiyuan, the only way was to participate in the Tianyu Xingxian. Whether he wants to snatch back the little fox demon Chihua, meet his mother Bei Yuyao, or find out the whereabouts of his father Long Zitian, he always enters the Tianyu North courtyard. Okay, now that everyone is here, you have finished what you have to say, and it's time for us to set off. The white-robed envoy glanced at everyone, and then said, I am here to take care of the young talents from the Tang, Guming, and Dongri countries to participate in the heavenly election, so the 7 of you come with me to the ancient Mongolian kingdom and the eastern Japan kingdom first. The ancient Mongolian country and the eastern Japanese country, the candidates for the 2 countries were selected before. The Great Tang kingdom is the last kingdom, and after the selection here, the white-robed emissary can take people away directly. After saying this, the white-robed envoy waved his hand and immediately threw out a blanket soldier. This blanket soldier was suspended in midair by itself, making everyone around feel terrified. It turned out to be a flying soldier, and a flying soldier that can carry people. Come up. Following the words of the white-robed messenger, the blanket spread instantly, as if it could grow infinitely larger, and became a giant blanket. The 7 people who participated in the Heaven's Mandate Holy Selection immediately left their teams and stepped onto this giant blanket. At the very least, the entire blanket can stand hundreds of people at the same time without looking crowded. Of course, there will be no place for the 7 of them to stand. Immediately afterwards, the white-robed emissary flew ahead alone, and with a wave of his hand, the blanket also flew up. Long Yu, don't you know how to fly? Why don't you fly by yourself? Yu Channing sneered and mocked. If I can save some effort, of course I won't waste my effort. Long Yu said indifferently, the sarcasm was also implied in his voice. The election of the heavenly mandate is about to start, of course Yu Channing can't do anything to Long Yu, so it's a waste of effort to talk nonsense now? Okay, we're going to see young geniuses from the ancient Mongolian kingdom and the eastern Japan kingdom soon, so everyone should pay attention. Xuanhuan, the royal princess wearing a snow-white silk robe, stopped the two from continuing to quarrel, and said, look at the strength of the young people of these two countries. No matter what, don't be compared by these two small countries. The ancient Mongolian kingdom and the eastern Japan kingdom once jointly invaded the Datong kingdom, so for these two countries, the seven people naturally have the same hatred. Even Yu Channing knew that now was not the time to bicker with one of my own, so as not to be laughed at by people from the other two kingdoms. The blanket flew extremely fast, and the white-robed messenger, who had reached the secret realm of heaven and man, flew even faster. At least the speed of everyone moving forward is several times faster than Long Yu's flying by himself. If he is allowed to use his own means to fly, he still can't keep up with the blanket and white-robe envoy. After all, he is a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. For Long Yu, his strength is still too strong. At this moment, Long Yu closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Not long ago, he took the water from the holy spring, and at this time he absorbed the aura of heaven and earth very quickly, and he believed that he would soon be able to step into the 8th level of the true spirit's secret realm. Except for him, each of the other 6 people was walking forward in the air for the first time, and each of them was a little fascinated, thinking that it would be great if they could step into the secret realm of heaven and man as soon as possible. Once a martial artist steps into the secret realm of heaven and man, he will reach the sky in one step. It's a pity that the secret realm of heaven and man is really too difficult. In the entire Tang dynasty, one may not appear every 10 years, which shows how difficult it is. Not long after, the territory of the ancient Mongolian country arrived. The blanket fell, and at the appointed place, 7 talented youths from the ancient Mongolian country were directly brought up. At this time, Long Yutsai finally opened his eyes, and when he glanced over, he saw 2 acquaintances who had met once before. Young prince of the ancient Mongolian kingdom, you are quite trustworthy. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Among the 7 people from the ancient Mongolian kingdom, the one who is the leader is the little prince of the ancient Mongolian kingdom that he saw from a distance outside the Tianlai pond. And behind the little prince, one of them was Major General Man Xian, whom Long Yu had met. In the past, Manqin was the same as Longji of the Tang dynasty, and he had the cultivation base of the 4th level of true spirit, but now he has reached the 8th level of true spirit. It can be seen that Manqin is really talented in cultivation, while Longji relies entirely on family accumulation up. Sure enough, you are here. The little prince of ancient Mongolia and Man Xian, when they saw Long Yu, their eyes lit up. You owe me a piece of the Thunder Sky Monument. The little prince looked at Long Yu and said calmly. Long Yu glanced at him like he was insane. Oh him? Are you mentally ill? You can blame others for things you can't get yourself. Before Long Yu could speak, Long Hen had already taunted him, making no effort to hide his hostility towards the little prince of ancient Mongolia. At this time, most people in Datong Kingdom must be fighting against each other. However, there are exceptions. Yu Channing smiled, and said darkly, Long Yu, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. When others scold you, you don't even dare to say a word, and you have to be spoken for you. Long Yu ignored Yu Channing. Long Hen spoke for him and offended the little prince of the ancient Mongolian kingdom, which surprised Long Yu. He turned his head and nodded slightly to Long Hen. Thank you very much. Thank you, what I'm saying is the truth. Besides, it's really appropriate for you not to say a word when people ridicule you so much. Long Hen glanced at Long Yu and said calmly, I don't talk to idiots. Long Yu shook his head and said. As soon as these words came out, the little prince and Yu Qianning immediately gritted their teeth in anger. Did Long Yu beat around the bush and call them stupid? Some people think they have the right to despise someone who is stronger than him, but only when they die, do they realize that they are wrong. The little prince of Gumming said coldly, remember my name, Ming Dokai, if you meet me in the holy selection, you will definitely die a miserable death. It's a pity that this threat is of no use to Long Yu. Long Yu laughed and still ignored Ming Dokai. This made Ming Dokai even more angry. This Long Yu didn't take him seriously at all. How could Ming Dokai, who has been living in the halo of everyone all his life, bear such contempt? Yu Qianning, I want to kill you. At this moment, another person in the ancient Mongolian kingdom also issued an open and honest challenge to Yu Qianning. This person is quite trustworthy. When the Tianbei Jishan Lichi was about to appear, Man Yi, the father of Man Xian, was killed by Yu Qianning, and he would not forget this revenge. Seeing Yu Qianning now, Man Xian couldn't help but see the fire of hatred in his eyes, and said viciously. Only you, an 8th-level martial artist, dare to say such big words? Yu Qianning sneered disdainfully. Just wait for me. Man Xian is not ashamed of his martial arts realm at all, but full of confidence, and he doesn't know if there is any trump card. The ancient Mongolian kingdom and the Great Tang kingdom had a lot of hatred for each other, but relatively speaking, the hatred between the Eastern Sun Kingdom and the Great Tang Kingdom was even more profound. Once, the East Japan Kingdom invaded the territory of the Great Tang Kingdom and massacred millions of people. This behavior made the hatred between the Great Tang Kingdom and the East Japan Kingdom completely irreconcilable. And soon, the flying blanket crossed the ancient Mongolian country, came to the territory of the East Japan Kingdom, and landed near the capital of the East Japan Kingdom. 7 uniformed warriors from the East Japan Kingdom stepped onto the flying blanket. Samurai of the East Japan Kingdom. In the East Japan Kingdom, martial arts are not called martial arts, but samurai. They have their own unique culture along the way of martial arts. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. This East Japan country was somewhat similar to a certain country in the world where he lived in his previous life. When 7 warriors from the East Japan Kingdom stepped onto the flying blanket, the atmosphere on the blanket became even more tense. Even the people of the ancient Mongolian country don't like the martial arts of the East Japan country very much. The alliance with the East Japan country before was entirely driven by interests. Long Yu glanced at those 7 people. I saw that the 7 people were wearing bronze armor and bronze masks, 5 men and 2 women, all of whom were relatively short in stature, and there was no obvious distinguishing feature between them. Long Yu could only tell that among the 7 people, 4 men and 1 woman were strong at the 9th level of true spirits, and the other man and woman were at the 8th level of true spirits. With such strength, it is not much different from the ancient Mongolian kingdom and the Great Tang kingdom. After the 7 people came up, none of them spoke, but each exuded infinite murderous aura, making the atmosphere of the audience quite dignified. We are about to go to the end of Tianyu continent. 21 people arrived, and the white-robed envoy of Tianyu Beiyuan finally revealed the destination of the trip, which was not where Tianyu Beiyuan was located. Before participating in the Tianyu Holy Selection, it is necessary for you to understand what kind of world the Tianyu continent we are in is like. While speaking, the white-robed envoy looked a little bit sad. This made the 21 people on the flying blanket a little surprised, and their hearts were hooked. The end of Tianyu continent? What kind of world is this? Undoubtedly, this was a question that everyone present wanted to know the answer to, even for Long Yu. For a long time, the Tianyu continent has been respected by the Tianyu Holy Court, and the truth of the world has always been covered up by the Tianyu Holy Court and is not known to the public. But now, when they participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, they will be taken to the end of the Heavenly Mandate continent to learn the truth of this world. The flying blanket followed the white-robed emissary and flew further north. Northern, the area of our great Tang kingdom is further north, and it is an extremely cold place. It is impossible for us people with the 9th level of true spirits to resist entering. Only those who are strong in the secret realm of heaven and man can set foot. It is indeed an extremely cold place, but since the messenger took us there must be a way to guarantee our safety, right? Everyone kept talking. Flying blankets are extremely fast. Long Yu looked to the east, and soon saw the surrounding mountains of Tianhun Ghost Valley, and then followed the mountains of Tianhun Ghost Valley, heading north all the way. Soul Valley Demon Country, to the south is a continuous and insurmountable mountain range, which is isolated from the human country, while to the north, it is close to an extremely cold place. The white-robed messenger said, Soul Valley Demon Country, this time there will also be young demon cultivator geniuses who will participate in the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Selection. This is something that everyone knew in advance. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the territory of Soul Valley Yaogua, thinking of the young sword wing of the Shangkong tribe, and the rainbow wing envoy, Hong Yu. Jianni seems to be participating in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, and Hong Yu's talent is not bad, so she should also participate, right? Long Yu was looking forward to the duel with these two demon cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection. The revenge of that sword finally has the opportunity to avenge it. After a while, everyone saw that not far away, there was a flying gourd soldier, also carrying a large group of people, rushing towards the extremely cold place in the north. And in front of the sky, there is a huge green leaf, carrying dozens of people moving towards the north at extreme speed. These are young geniuses from the 4 surrounding countries, the 16 small countries, and the 2 demon countries. They are all strong men who will participate in the heavenly election. There is no doubt that before participating in the Tianyu Holy Selection, everyone will be taken to an extremely cold place to visit the end of the Tianyu continent. There are as many as 6 or 7 flying soldiers within Long Yu's line of sight alone, which means that there are more than 100 talented youths who are about to participate in the heavenly election. And there must be more flying soldiers in places that Long Yu can't see. Northern court of Tianyu is indeed much stronger than ordinary countries. Flying soldiers, even the Beihai Kingdom, may not be able to produce more than 3 pieces, but North Court of Tianyu, it seems that any strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man can get it, come out. Long Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, everyone's location was getting further and further north, and bursts of cold air swept in from the front. Even a martial arts expert like Yu Chenning couldn't help shivering. It was cold, it was too cold. This has not really reached the extremely cold place, otherwise, everyone on the flying blanket will be frozen into ice cubes. Even if Long Yu has comprehended the law of the sun, he has a stronger resistance to low temperature than ordinary martial arts. At this moment, he gradually feels a cold, from the outside to the inside, penetrating into the bone marrow. This is an irresistible cold. Rise. In front, the white-robed envoy of the North Academy of Heaven's Mandate raised his hand and formed a translucent defensive barrier, covering the flying blanket. As soon as this barrier appeared, it instantly blocked all the oncoming cold air. At the same time, everyone saw that a layer of defensive barriers appeared around each of the nearby flying soldiers, which was obviously gathered by the envoys of the North Court of Tianyu. With this barrier, the strong who have not stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man can resist the endless cold of the extremely cold place. Look, such a young and powerful man in the secret realm of heaven and man. Suddenly, someone pointed to a figure in white clothes flying northward at a high speed in the distance, and exclaimed. Everyone quickly looked over there, and they saw a lonely figure in white clothes, definitely a tyrannical existence who had stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, but judging by his age, he was only in his early 20s. At this age, he is not much older than Long Yu, but he has already stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. I've heard that this person seems to be the strongest young man in the Tianyun Sword Kingdom, named Ji Tianqi. He is 21 years old this year and has stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. So scary? Is this person also participating in the Heaven's Mandate Holy Selection? That's natural. Ji Tianqi has already occupied one of the last 12 spots in the Heaven's Mandate Sage Selection. Seeing the lonely figure in white walking with the sword, the young martial artists from various countries on the 7 or 8 flying soldiers nearby all cast envious eyes. Tianyun Sword Kingdom is one of the 4 major kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Tianyun North Court. It is at the same level as Beihai Kingdom, and its overall strength is stronger than Beihai Kingdom. It was only natural that he could cultivate a terrifying powerhouse like Ji Tianqi. Soon, a layer of frost barrier invisible to the naked eye appeared in front of everyone. Passing through this layer of frost barrier, it was an extremely cold place. Numerous flying warriors were moving forward in the clouds without any hesitation, leading hundreds of young strong men into the extremely cold place at once. The next moment, even if there was a defensive barrier condensed by the envoy of the secret realm of heaven and man, everyone on the flying soldier trembled. The coldness of this extremely cold place is really beyond people's imagination. Long Yu noticed that even for the white-robed messenger flying in front of the flying blanket, a layer of frost had already condensed between the eyebrows and beard and hair, but for the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man, this layer of frost had no effect on them. Stepping into the extremely cold place, a burst of colorful and beautiful rays of light in the distant sky caught everyone's eyes. That glow seemed to be very close, but in fact it was the end of Tianyu continent, the other end of the extremely cold land, thousands of miles away. The extremely cold place welcomed a group of hundreds of tourists. Long Yu and the others, riding on the flying blanket, flew towards the edge of the extreme north, where the colorful glow was located, and the cold air kept coming in from outside the defensive barrier, making everyone shiver. Gradually, everyone felt as if they were in the midst of the glow, a faint light shining from the multicolored glow. Stop. Not long after, the white-robed emissary in front of him raised his hand, and the flying blanket stopped in mid-air. At the same time, the other flying soldiers around were also separated by a similar distance, suspended in mid-air, and stopped moving forward. Almost, here is the end of Tianyu continent. The white-robed envoy squinted his eyes and said while looking at the dazzling rays of light in front of him. Here it is? Long Yu looked down, and saw hundreds of meters below the ground, there was an endless glacier, extending all the way into the distant sunlight, with no end in sight. No matter how much he mobilized his profound energy, he couldn't see through the glow in front of him. Messenger, you said that this is the end of Tianyu continent, that is to say, no one can go any further? On the flying blanket, someone raised a question. Yes, for you, it is true. The white-robed envoy nodded, and then explained, this burst of glow, we call it Tian Gang, is the wind from the sky. No matter which direction you go in the Tianyu continent, you will eventually encounter such a sky. The strong wind prevents you from moving forward. The astral wind of the sky. Everyone looked at the Shuguang ahead, and felt a lot about what the white-robed messenger said. As the white-robed envoy said, isn't the entire Tianyu continent like a cage, locked inside by the so-called wind from the sky? Long Yu suddenly thought of what Wang Chongfeng said in the Abyss of Hidden Bones. If you want to leave the Heavenly Mandate continent, you must practice the Heavenly Crystal Level Mind method and comprehend the Heavenly Crystal Level Law. Long Yu thought to himself, could it be said that the key to breaking through these winds of the sky lies in the laws of heaven and earth at the crystal level? What Wang Chongfeng said, if you want to break through the 1,000 layers of Heavenly Gang and leave the Tianyu continent, you must practice the laws of the sky crystal level. At that time, Long Yu didn't really believe it, but now it seems that it is probably true. The wind of the sky has a total of thousands of layers. Like me, a martial artist who has just stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man can only break through one layer of the sky. Sure enough, the white-robed envoy said immediately, if you want to leave the Tianyu continent and go to the outside world, you can only do it by breaking through the thousand-layer sky. What kind of martial arts realm do you need to break through the thousand layers of heaven? Someone couldn't help but asked aloud. Of course it is the realm above the secret realm of heaven and man. At that level, no one, even our heavenly mandate Holy Academy, can touch it. The white-robed envoy sighed and said, so, we hold the heavenly mandate Holy Selection every 7 years. One of the purposes is to find out the most talented people, train them, and let them try to reach the martial arts above the secret realm of heaven and man realm. The level above the secret realm of heaven and man. Now everyone on the Flying Warrior has not even reached the secret realm of heaven and man, let alone a higher level than the secret realm of heaven and man. When you step into the secret realm of heaven and man, you will realize that the road to martial arts has only just begun. The voice of the white-robed envoy became solemn. The space contained in the thousand-layer sky is larger than the entire Tianyu continent. In this thousand-layer sky, there are many cities and sects built by martial arts. Some cities and sects, the overall strength of the sect is even stronger than that of the heavenly mandate Holy Academy. The wind of the sky, the martial arts under the secret realm of heaven and man, even entering is a problem. However, there are extremely strong people who build cities and establish sects in the thousand layers of heaven. Not to mention, if you leave the thousand layers of heavenly gang, you will leave the Tianyu continent. Long Yu knows that you should be in the world of Shenwu, a real world of martial arts. All of a sudden, almost all the people on the flying blanket had a longing mentality. Even the little prince of the ancient Mongolia, Mordecai, put away his arrogance at this moment, and once again became fanatical in his pursuit of the path of martial arts. Even Long Yu is the same. Long Yu had known for a long time that there was a wider world beyond the Tianyu continent, but at this moment, seeing the wind and rays of the thousand layers of heaven with his own eyes still made his blood surge. All of a sudden, everyone's mentality changed. In contrast, the selection of the heavenly mandate is not that important. Among the thousand layers of heaven, there are even sects and cities that are stronger than the Tianyu Holy Court. If you can join those sect forces, wouldn't it be more promising? I have to remind everyone. As if seeing what everyone was thinking, the white-robed emissary smiled softly, even I can't walk freely in the thousand layers of heaven. The courtyard is your only choice. However, the cultivation resources of Tianyu Holy Academy are also limited, and they are only provided to the best geniuses. The white-robed envoy continued, so, in the selection of the holy mandate of heaven, all of you will show off your strongest natural strength. The 12 people with the most potential for development will be eligible to join our holy mandate of heaven, and even eventually step out of the level of Tianyu continent and pursue the true supreme martial arts. There is no doubt that these remarks are extremely inflammatory. After saying this, the eyes of everyone on the flying blanket were full of anticipation. Now that you have obtained the qualification to participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection, of course you must go all out to compete. Even in the face of a terrifying genius like Ji Tianqi, they have to fight it out. What's more, it is impossible for the more than 400 people who participated in the heavenly mandate holy selection to be as powerful as Ji Tianqi. However, most people didn't seem to notice the hidden content in the white-robed messenger's words. What this guy said was to choose the 12 people with the most development potential, not the 12 people who are the strongest. Could it be that the selection of the holy mandate of heaven is not as simple as a martial arts competition? Long Yu frowned slightly, thinking about it. With his current strength, if he were to compete in combat power, he really wouldn't be a match for a powerhouse like Ji Tianqi, but in terms of development potential, Long Yu believed that he would not lose to someone like Ji Tianqi. I just don't know. What method will Tianyu North Academy use to determine the development potential of everyone? Just as Long Yu was thinking about it, suddenly there was exclamation from the surrounding powerhouses. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu saw the lonely white-cloaked figure who had appeared just now, leaving the team and charging violently in the direction of the wind of the sky. Go in. It was Ji Tianqi who rushed towards the sky. Break it. A roar that seemed to shock the world spread from the direction of the white-cloaked figure to the surroundings, and reached everyone's ears. It was deafening. Dressed in white, with a flash of sword light, a lonely figure galloped towards the place where the wind of the sky was located. The next moment, the radiant sword light bloomed with a brilliance that was even more dazzling than that of the Tiangang Xuanhuan, and the terrifying power was concentrated at one point, stabbing at that burst of Xuanhuan. Click! There was a sound, as if something had been pierced by the sword light, and immediately after, Ji Tianqi dodged, merged into the glow, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Break through the first layer of Tiangang. In front of the flying blanket, the envoy in white robe squinted his eyes, as if he had a lot of expectation for Ji Tianqi's move. Everyone concentrated on looking towards the place where Ji Tianqi disappeared, but they saw that there was nothing to be seen there except the sky filled with sunlight. I'm afraid that only those who are strong in the secret realm of heaven and man can know what is going on with Ji Tianqi now. Breakthrough, the second floor. The white-robed envoy's face changed slightly soon, showing a look of surprise. Even he has been able to break through only the first layer of Celestial Gang until now, but Ji Tianqi, a young junior, has already broken through the second tier of Sky Gang, which undoubtedly shows that Ji Tianqi's talent is terrifying. The third floor. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. Finally stopped. A group of envoys in white robes from the north courtyard of Tianyu all around exclaimed, and when they saw Ji Tianqi stop, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man, he was able to break through 5 layers of celestial gangs. This Ji Tianqi seems to have a good talent and is worth cultivating. Many white-robed emissaries looked at each other, and they saw the meaning in their eyes. Soon, Ji Tianqi's lonely figure in white appeared from the rays of the sun. It could be seen that his whole body was a bit exhausted. Breaking through 5 layers of heavenly gangs, one after another, was more tiring than having him deal with an enemy at the same martial arts level. Ji Tianqi appeared from the radiance of Tiangang and glanced around. There was no trace of complacency in his eyes, but rather a look of despondency. So young and so talented, this Ji Tianqi was not satisfied with himself, and everyone around him cursed secretly in their hearts. This guy is too pretentious, right? Tiangang, what kind of existence is it that even a martial artist who is so strong in the secret realm of heaven and man can hardly break through it? In Long Yu's mind, he was thinking, how did this Tianyu continent come about? How did this 1,000 layers of heaven come from? Could it be that the heavenly mandate continent has always had this 1,000-layer heavenly gang since its appearance? Or, is this 1,000-layer sky gang placed here artificially? Even some experts in the Tianyu Holy Academy have never thought about this question. However, for Long Yu, this is very important. The dragon of the 9 nethers fell countless years ago, and the 9 nethers tribe came into being in the world of Shenwu. What kind of tyrannical existence is that fell from the sky and killed the dragon of the 9 nethers? For this world, the more you know, the more you are in awe. Long Yu knows more than others, so his pursuit is higher. For him, the secret realm of heaven and man must be achieved, and he must also break through the 1,000 layers of heaven. Okay, everyone, come with me to the north courtyard of Tianyu. The white-robed envoy raised his hand, took the flying blanket, and started to fly backwards. The location of the Tianyu North Courtyard is suspended in the sky after the 10th layer of heaven. These words made everyone's heart tremble. No wonder, many people wanted to find the North Courtyard of Tianyu on their own, but they couldn't find it all the time. It turns out that the north courtyard of Tianyu is also in the 1,000 layers of heaven. Many flying soldiers quickly left the range of the extremely cold land, and then continued to rise towards the sky. Tianyu continent is surrounded by celestial gangs on all sides, and there are also thousands of layers of celestial gangs above the altitude of thousands of feet, which isolates all living beings in Tianyu continent and prevents them from leaving this continent. Even if I perform the dance of dragon and sparrow and activate the wings of the sun, I can fly up to a height of hundreds of feet. It is impossible to touch the first layer of heaven. Long Yu thought in his heart. After the people on the flying blanket came out of the extremely cold place, no one spoke anymore, and almost everyone was immersed in a unique atmosphere. In such an atmosphere, the bottlenecks faced by many people's martial arts realm have been loosened. Even after feeling a little bit of the power of Tiangang, a few people seem to have touched the threshold of the secret realm of heaven and man. If they work harder, they may be able to cross this bottleneck in one step. As for Long Yu, the water from the holy spring that he took not long ago finally produced the greatest effect at this time. Eightfold True Spirit, coming soon. Long Yu immediately sat down on the flying blanket, closed his eyes, and prepared to make a breakthrough. Long Yu is about to break through. Yan Huanma saw it, and immediately moved towards the direction of Long Yu. Everyone knows that when Wu Shou breaks through, he is the most taboo to be disturbed by others. Now that Long Yu's breakthrough is imminent, Yan Huanma naturally wants to escort him. Such a good opportunity, stop him. In the crowd, Yu Channing's eyes flashed fiercely, as if she wanted to seize this opportunity to hinder Long Yu's promotion in martial arts. A mere Yan Huanma can't stop Yu Channing. However, Chu Huang, the princess of the royal family who was wearing a snow-white silk robe, made a move at this moment and stopped Long Yu inadvertently. Some people, it's better to think carefully about what they are doing, so as not to lose the face of the Tang dynasty. The corner of Chu Huang's mouth moved slightly, and a sentence was heard softly in Yu Channing's ears. This made Yu Channing's expression stagnate, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Although she has stepped into the realm of the 9th realm of true spirit recently, she must be much weaker than Chu Huang. If Chu Huang stops her, it is absolutely impossible for her to attack Long Yu. However, at this time, Yu Channing was not the only one who wanted to attack Long Yu. The 7 bronze-armored warriors of the East Japan Kingdom cast their eyes on Long Yu, each with a fierce light in their eyes, and the murderous intent spread instantly, pointing directly at Long Yu. They didn't know Long Yu, and they didn't have any enmity with Long Yu. However, they knew that Long Yu came from the Great Tang Kingdom, and the martial arts cultivators of the Great Tang Kingdom were their enemies. At this moment, this Great Tang country martial artist dared to try to advance in front of them. How could they let Long Yu successfully step into the next level? Don't blame me for not reminding you, whoever dares to make a move here, I will throw him from above. The voice of the white-robed envoy suddenly came, with a hint of a sneer in his words. Throwing people from the flying blanket, given their current state, it is not easy to fall to death, but the point is, if they are thrown, the heavenly mandate holy selection will definitely not be able to participate. Who would be so trifling to get the qualifications of the heavenly mandate holy selection through untold hardships? Immediately, the group of people from the East Japan Kingdom did not dare to move. Really? The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. In fact, when he just squatted down, he expected that the envoy of the Tianyu North Courtyard in white would definitely guarantee his safety. Otherwise, wouldn't some people in the Tianyu North Courtyard be disappointed? After hearing the white-robed envoy's words, Long Yu was relieved and prepared to break through the realm. Seeing Long Yu's leisurely and carefree appearance, Yu Channing and a group of people from Dongri Kingdom felt itchy, wishing to kill Long Yu immediately. It's a pity that they don't want to lose their qualifications for the holy selection. Yu Channing, keep in mind what Yu Rian told her. What she has to do in the selection of the heavenly mandate saint is to make friends with other talented youths. For example, the lonely figure in white just now, Ji Tianqi, is what she needs to make friends with people. As for a mere Long Yu, it's not worth her paying more attention. But those people in the East Japan Kingdom still think that Long Yu is only at the 7th level of the true spirit. Even if he succeeds in breaking through, it is only at the 8th level of the true spirit, and there is not much threat to them, so they don't need to be too concerned. Eastern Japan, I remember you guys. Long Yu thought to himself in his heart. He didn't mess with these so-called warriors from the East Japan Kingdom at all, but these guys wanted to stop him when he was about to break through. Long Yu, it's only natural that he should bear a grudge against these guys, otherwise, it would really make people think that he is a soft persimmon. Suppressing the yang of the sky, the moon of the lunar eclipse, the dragon of the 9 secluded, and the triple true spirit all have to go to the next level. It is really too difficult, but fortunately, the water of this holy spring is really effective. It has been accumulated in the past 2 days, to absorb the aura of heaven and earth is enough for me to condense the 3 true spirits. While thinking, Long Yu felt the various forces of heaven and earth contained in the surrounding air. It didn't take long for the aura of his whole body to rise and increase continuously, even stronger than the momentum of ordinary martial arts cultivators stepping into the 9th layer of true spirit. But at this moment, no one cared about Long Yu anymore. Even Yan Huanma, who was standing by Long Yu's side, didn't pay much attention to him, because at this moment, the flying blanket was rising in a straight line, approaching the colorful rays of light in the sky at a very high speed. Tianyu North Courtyard is almost here. Everyone looked up at the sky, and found that there was an incomparably rich multicolored glow above their heads, which was exactly the same as the glow in the distance in the extremely cold place. They all know now that this layer of glow is called Tiangang, the wind of the sky. Sunlight can penetrate the sky, but if the creatures of the Tianyu continent want to leave the Tianyu continent, they must break through to the level above the secret realm of heaven and man, and break through the 1,000 layers of the sky. A Xuanhuan bridge, extending continuously from that burst of Xuanhuan, appeared in the sight of everyone. The white-robed emissary who led the crowd could only break through a layer of Tiangang, and obviously couldn't lead them to the north courtyard of Tianyu. And to go to the Tianyu North Courtyard, everyone must pass through the Xuanhuan bridge. This is a method deliberately used by the strong men of the Tianyu North School to welcome the more than 400 young geniuses who participated in the Tianyu Holy Selection. Blankets, gourds, leaves, and other flying soldiers flew towards the Xuanhuan bridge. Through this Xuanhuan bridge, everyone can directly cross the Tiangang and go to the Tianyu North Courtyard located on the 10th floor of the Tiangang. In the area with a lower number of layers in the Tiangang, the strong can use their means to build such a bridge, allowing people with insufficient cultivation to pass through the Tiangang. The white-robed messenger explained respectfully, however, after the number of layers of Tiangang exceeds 400, it is absolutely impossible to build such a bridge, unless you have the ability to break through 1,000 layers of Tiangang and leave the Tianyu continent. That is to say, from the Tianyu continent to the outside world, there are a total of 1,000 layers of heavenly gangs. From the inside to the outside, between the 1st floor and the 400th floor, some strong people build bridges, allowing people who are not in the realm of martial arts to pass through the Tiangang. But beyond the 400-layer Tiangang, it is impossible for those with insufficient cultivation to pass, and there is no help from the strong. Unless, that strong man is an existence beyond the level of the secret realm of heaven and man. And such an existence does not even exist in the entire Tianyu North campus. Walking up the bridge, everyone only felt a strong sense of oppression around them, enveloping and oppressing from above their heads. If this feeling of oppression has not reached the realm of unity of true spirit, even with the protection of the white-robed emissary and others, it is absolutely unbearable. Only then did everyone know why the minimum requirement for participating in the heavenly mandate holy selection is the realm of unity of true spirit. The rays of the sun are changing and the colors are intertwined. Not long after, the wind from the 10 layers of heaven pierced through, and what appeared in front of everyone was a magnificent palace floating in the clouds and mist, surrounded by a sea of clouds, and the whole scene was magnificent. Below this palace is the 10th celestial gang, and that burst of sunlight showed a pale yellow color. And above the palace, there is the 11th layer of Tian gang, a light green glow, covering the entire space like the sky. The entire Tianyu North courtyard is located between the 10th and 11th floors of Tian gang. There is a circular space between every 2 layers of celestial gangs. The further you go, the farther the distance between the 2 layers of celestial gangs is. It is even said that after the 400th sky gangster, you can't even see the next sky gang at a glance. The white-robed envoy sighed. Although the Tianyu North campus is the strongest force on the Tianyu continent, it is still unable to leave the Tianyu continent and go to the outside world. It's sad, it's a pity. This feeling of being trapped in a cage, no matter who it is, will not feel comfortable. Especially the older wuxio, the more emotional about this, because they are getting older, their talents become very clear, and they know that they have no hope of breaking through in this life. On the other hand, the young wuxio, when he sees and hears about these things, he will have endless fighting spirit. This is also the biggest reason why participants in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection must not be older than 30 years old. All kinds of flying soldiers continued to move forward in the clouds, and soon arrived at the Grand Palace, which is the main entrance of Tianyu North Courtyard. Since the entire palace is suspended in mid-air, the main entrance is surrounded by endless clouds, embellishing the entire palace like a fairyland. Seniors from the North Campus are waiting for everyone in front of you. Don't lose your etiquette later. The white-robed envoy gave his last order, then urged the flying blanket, and flew towards the gate of the palace. What should I do? Long Yu hasn't successfully broken through yet. Seeing that he was about to arrive at Tianyu North Courtyard, and there were various seniors from the North Courtyard waiting ahead, but Long Yu hadn't woken up yet, Yan Huanma was a little anxious. Wouldn't it be rude to be watched by those seniors? Don't worry. The royal princess Chu Huang frowned slightly. Seniors of Tianyu North Courtyard shouldn't care about this matter. After all, Long Yu is making a breakthrough. Everyone knows that for wuxio, breakthrough is the top priority. I hope so. Yan Huanma had no choice but to think so. She raised her head and saw at the gate of Tianyu North Courtyard, there was indeed a large group of people floating in the air to welcome them. Each of them was a strong person in the secret realm of heaven and man. One by one, the flying soldiers came between the 10th and 11th floors of Tiangang, heading towards the magnificent palace where the Tianyu North Courtyard was located. Amidst the clouds and mist, dozens of experts from the secret realm of heaven and man hovered in midair to greet them at the gate of the palace. The leader was a white-haired old man with a fairy style, dressed in a white robe, with a green lotus tattooed on his chest, and his white hair was flowing. Judging from his location, the identity of this white-haired old man is obviously the head of the entire Tianyu North Courtyard. Meet the Lord Tianyi. The envoys in white robes who had gone out to bring the young geniuses who participated in the selection of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Spirit came to the door, and they all paid homage to the old man of Xianfeng. Bei Tianyi is the head of the Tianyu North Courtyard, who commands the entire Tianyu North Courtyard. Now that many young people have been chosen by the Holy Mandate of Heaven, Bei Tianyi will naturally come forward and say some words of encouragement. Get up, is there any accident? Bei Tianyi smiled slightly, and asked many white-robed emissaries. No, it's just that this time there is a person named Ji Tianqi, who has just stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, and is able to break through the 5th layer of heaven. He has a good talent and is worth noting. Many white-robed emissaries said one after another. Oh? Bei Tianyi became a little interested, nodded his head and said, I hope that this time the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection will select some real geniuses to become disciples of our North Academy. In addition, Master, this time, your grandson is also here. There was one person who hesitated a little, but said it out of his mind. As soon as these words came out, Bei Tianyi's face suddenly darkened. The selection of the heavenly mandate only depends on talent, not on status. Even if he is the grandson of the old man, so what? It can be seen that Bei Tian's attitude towards his grandson is quite bad. And his grandson, of course, refers to Long Yu. The white-robed envoys retreated one after another, and the flying soldiers descended at the gate of the Tianyu North Courtyard. The more than 400 people who participated in the Tianyu Holy Selection all stepped down from the flying soldiers. Seeing the fairyland-like scene in Tianyu North Courtyard, everyone's eyes widened. Among them, a lonely figure in white, Ji Tianqi, with anticipation in his eyes, strode forward, walking in front of everyone. At the same time, there were several other young geniuses who had also stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. They were not to be outdone, and stepped forward one by one, keeping pace with Ji Tianqi. What is more eye-catching is that besides these powerhouses in the secret realm of heaven and man, there are also monster cultivators who are rarely seen by human martial arts cultivators. A Giguisher with wings like a long sword, and a Giguisher with rainbow wings, flew side by side among the crowd. They were two young geniuses from Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, Jianyi and Hongyu. In Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, Giguisher is a large race. There are 32 places in the entire Soul Valley Demon Kingdom to participate in the heavenly election. The Giguisher clan can naturally occupy a large part of the positions. Although the Xiangkong tribe and the Guizhong tribe broke out in conflict, but in terms of the Tianyu Xingxian, the Guizhong tribe could not deprive Jianyi and Hongyu of their qualifications to participate. The reason why Soul Valley Demon Nation, such a country of demon cultivators, can also be qualified to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection is because there were already tyrannical demon cultivators in the North Court of Heavenly Mandate. A middle-aged man with silver hair stood up and specially greeted the demon cultivators from the two major demon cultivator countries. Welcome everyone. The middle-aged man, with fox-like eyes and a smile, turned out to be a demon cultivator who had stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. Meet the seniors. Many demon cultivators who participated in the Heaven's Mandate Holy Selection all ran towards this silver-haired man. They all saw that this middle-aged man was a powerful demon cultivator. A demon cultivator who has reached the realm of harmony between man and nature can transform into a human form, which is something that any demon cultivator desires. Welcome everyone to Tianyu North Campus. A golden-clothed man from the secret realm of heaven and man greeted more than 400 people with a smile. I am Xuanji Shanhai, and I am mainly in charge of the selection of the Heaven's Mandate. See Senior Xuanji. Ji Tianqi and a large group of martial artists participating in the Heaven's Mandate Holy Selection bowed to the golden-clothed Xuanji Shanhai, including those demon cultivators. Among them, there were even 2 tiger demons with 9 levels of true spirits, who expressed a kind of respect for Xuanji Shanhai. These 2 tiger demons are also members of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. The young man in golden clothes in front of him is the general manager of Tianyu Xingxian. How could they not behave well and let him look at them more? The competition had already quietly started when everyone saw the Tianyu North Courtyard. At this moment, no one wants to be half a beat behind, even if they can't make a good impression on Xuanji Shanhai, they must not offend him. It's a pity that at this moment, someone is going to make trouble. On such an occasion, why are there still people ignoring the seniors and standing still? The little prince of ancient Mongolia, Meng Duokai, chuckled, obviously referring to Long Yu. At this time, Long Yu was still on the flying blanket, without any sign of moving, sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation, with his eyes closed. As soon as Meng Duokai said this, many people immediately turned their heads and saw Long Yu at a glance. Haha, this kid is really funny. Could it be that he came to Tianyu North Courtyard and was too scared to move? Only at the 7th level of the True Spirit. Such a guy can even be qualified for the holy selection of Heaven's Mandate. Where did he come from? It seems to be a small country in the north. It's called Datong or something. It's not a big place anyway. Birds don't shit. According to me, to give such a small country a quota and let such a waste to participate in the heavenly election, it is better to give those quotas to our Longdu country. In other words, in our Longdu country, all the 32 places are people from the 9th level of true spirits. If you pull anyone out, you can kill this kind of 7th level true spirit kid hundreds of times. A group of people laughed one after another. In their eyes, Long Yutsai's cultivation at the 7th level of the true spirit can be used to laugh at will. In this world, martial arts are respected, and martial arts with low cultivation level do not have any dignity at all, especially in this Tianyu North Academy, where hundreds of young geniuses gather. There is probably only one Long Yu who is at the 7th level of true spirits. Hearing everyone's discussion, Bei Tianyi, the master of Tianyu North Courtyard in a white robe, squinted his eyes and glanced at Long Yu in the distance. Based on his martial arts realm, he can tell at a glance that Long Yu is in the process of breaking through, and even in this process, it has triggered more fluctuations in the laws of heaven and earth than ordinary martial arts breakthroughs. This kid is a bit weird. As Bei Tianyi thought about it, he nodded to Xuanji Shanhai, who was beside him. Xuanji Shanhai understood the meaning of the master, so he sneered, and said bluntly, "This son, named Long Yu, is now at the critical moment of breakthrough. The breakthrough of the realm of martial arts is the most sacred thing in the world. You disturb other people's cultivation, is a sin." As soon as these words came out, those who laughed at Long Yu immediately shut up. After coming to Tianyu North Courtyard, Yu Qianning didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Even if the little prince of ancient Mongolia first opened his mouth to ridicule, she didn't say anything. Now upon hearing Xuanji Shanhai's words, Yu Qianning's heart skipped a beat, and she secretly said thankfully. It's a good thing she didn't speak, otherwise it might leave a bad impression on Xuanji Shanhai. Soon, everyone knew that this matter was not as simple as leaving a bad impression on Xuanji Shanhai. The holy selection of heaven's mandate has already started just now. The corners of Xuanji Shanhai's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "Let me announce the specific rules for this holy election. As before, we will evaluate your development potential in martial arts, and after a number of tests, we will come up with a final comprehensive score. In the end, the 12 people with the highest comprehensive scores will become the disciples of Tianyu North Campus. Anyone who speaks out to disturb other people's cultivation just now will be given a comprehensive score, and 1 point will be deducted. Meng Duo Kai, the ancient Mongolian country, will be the first to speak out, and 2 points will be deducted." After saying this, the person who just taunted Long Yu was dumbfounded. They still don't know that the heavens mandate holy selection has already started, and just because they taunted others with their words, it actually affected their final comprehensive score of the heavens mandate holy selection. This is nothing short of a disaster. However, who made them so cheap to speak out and mock others? They also didn't think about it. If it wasn't for Long Yu's firm will and he didn't care about their ridicule at all, wouldn't his martial arts breakthrough be forcibly destroyed by these people? I don't agree. The little prince of the ancient Mongolia, Meng Duo Kai, snorted suddenly. The selection of the heavenly mandate is a sacred and solemn thing, and the test is the talent of the martial arts monk. I just said a fact, and I will deduct my scoring. This is too unfair. What's more, I heard that this Long Yu seems to be related to a senior from the North Court. Could it be that the North Court has favored him? Tianyu Xingxian, the rules are established. No one can be an exception, not even me, cannot interfere, you can rest assured. Bei Tianyi said lightly. When Xuanji Shanhai heard this, he immediately snarled, "That's right, Manda Kai, the rules of the heavenly mandate holy selection were already set before coming here. If you violate the spirit of the holy selection, you will naturally be deducted points. As for the Dragon Yu, no matter what his status is, he is now a member of the heavenly mandate holy selection, just like you. After saying this, a playful look emerged from the depths of Xuanji Shanhai's eyes. What he said in succession appeared to be favoring Long Yu on the surface, but why wasn't it harming him? Openly saying Long Yu's name like this, and implying in words that this Long Yu has a backer in the Tianyu North courtyard, isn't it pushing Long Yu to the enemy of everyone? Especially those young geniuses who have been deducted from the comprehensive score, they can be said to hate Long Yu to the bone. With this trick of framing her secretly, she played without leaving any traces. Even if Baidian noticed it, he couldn't do anything to Xuanji Shanhai. After all, what Xuanji Shanhai said was correct. What's more, Bai Tianyi didn't care about the small episode of Tianyusheng's selection at all. What he wants is the result of the heavenly mandate holy selection. He only needs to have 12 young geniuses who will eventually become the disciples of the Tianyu North School and enhance the overall strength of the Tianyu North School. Mondakai, you not only took the lead in disturbing other people's martial arts breakthrough, but also questioned the fairness of the holy election, and then deducted 2 points from your comprehensive score. Xuanji Shanhai then said, making the little prince of ancient Mongolia a little confused. Before the Tianyu Xingxian officially started, he was deducted 4 points for saying a few words to Long Yu because of his words. He was really wronged. Of course it is impossible for him to spread this resentment on Xuanji Shanhai. Long Yu, you wait for this prince. Meng Duokai stared at Long Yu, who was still meditating, with hatred in his eyes. Not only Meng Duokai, the little prince of the ancient Mongolian kingdom, but also other martial arts whose scores were deducted were also full of resentment towards Long Yu. Among them, the most dreadful ones are the group of martial arts from Longdu Kingdom. Longdu Kingdom is one of the 4 major kingdoms like Beihai Kingdom and Tianyun Sword Kingdom. The martial arts in this dragon capital kingdom are all above the top, and they think they are better than other martial arts. Just now, it was a group of martial arts practitioners from Longdu Kingdom who laughed at Long Yu the most happily. At this time, more than a dozen martial arts practitioners from Longdu Kingdom who spoke up had their scores deducted, making them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. For Long Yu, the culprit, let alone how much they hated him. However, in fact, Long Yu was the most wronged. He was clearly just cultivating comprehension, trying to break through, without saying a word, but somehow offended so many people. Breakthrough, True Spirit Secret Realm, 8th level. At this moment, Long Yu's whole body's aura changed, and he finally broke through that boundary completely, and stepped into the 8th level of the martial arts realm of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Not only that, but at this moment, the 9 nether dragon seal on his chest finally started another transformation. 9 nether dragon seals, every time my martial arts realm improves to a certain level, it will change. Long Yu thought in his heart, awakening the azure dragon seal, I stepped into the 1st level of martial arts. When I stepped into the 4th level of martial arts, the 7th level of martial arts, and condensed the true spirit, the 9 nether dragon seals underwent 3 transformations. When the true spirit was condensed into a solid body, the 9 nether dragon seal transformed again, and that was the 4th transformation. This transformation transmitted the cultivation method of the 9 explosions of Yulong to his mind. But now, when he stepped into the 8th level of true spirit density, the 9 nether dragon seal on his chest transformed again. The most intuitive change in the transformation of the 9 nether dragon seal this time is that once the 9 nether dragon seal is activated, his whole body strength will increase by as much as 100 June. One must know that the basic strength of an ordinary 8th level martial artist in the mysterious realm of true spirit is only 128 June. When Long Yu activates the 9 nether dragon seal, he can instantly possess twice the power of an ordinary 8th level true spirit martial artist. The effect of the holy spring water is really good. Long Yu sighed with emotion, and finally opened his eyes. After scanning the front, he saw the entire majestic and magnificent Tianyu North courtyard, as well as the many martial artists who were all focused on him. Long Yu, you finally broke through. Yan Huanma and Long Yu had the best relationship, so naturally he was the first to come forward to congratulate him. At the same time, he briefly explained what just happened as quickly as possible. Headmaster of Tianyu North Campus, Xuanji Shanhai, the little prince of ancient Mongolia, Meng Duokai, Wuxiu of Longdu Kingdom. Long Yu glanced ahead, a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. Just listening to Yan Huanma's words, he has mastered the psychology of most people present, which is not a difficult task for Long Yu. The head of Tianyu North Courtyard, Bei Tianyi, is Bei Yuya's father and also Long Yu's grandfather. However, at this time, this grandfather seemed to be pretending not to know Long Yu, which was not surprising to Long Yu. He knew very well that no one in the entire Tianyu North Court would welcome him. As for the mysterious Shanhai, Long Yu knew what he was thinking. The surname is Xuanji. What is the relationship between Xuanji Shanhai and Xuanji Tianchen, who snatched the little fox away? Long Yu naturally began to guess in his heart, but it's a pity that he now knows nothing about the situation in Tianyu North Courtyard. No matter how he guesses, he can't guess it. He can only be sure that this sea of mystery is 100% malicious towards him. If you want to deal with me, then come. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he didn't care much about Xuanji Shanhai's deliberate frame-up. As for the martial arts cultivators of Longdu Kingdom and Meng Duokai, the little prince of ancient Mongolia, they were even less regarded by Long Yu. He glanced around, and noticed that near the group of heavenly and human secret realm powerhouses in the north court of Tianyu, there were several martial arts with extremely strong auras, watching this side. Although they didn't participate in the Heaven's Mandate Holy Selection, there is no doubt that these tyrannical martial arts cultivators are paying attention to everything that happens in the field. For these few people, even Bei Tianyi, the head of the Tianyu North Courtyard, and Xuanji Shanhai, who presided over the entire Tianyu Holy Selection, looked a little jealous. It's people from Tianyu South Court, East Court, West Court, and Central Holy Court. If they are present, Xuanji Shanhai really has to weigh what tricks he wants to play against me. Long Yu sneered in his heart. Under such circumstances, he really didn't need to be afraid. The ultimate goal of Tianyu Xingxian is to select talented martial artists with sufficient talent and development potential. If there is a fair competition, Long Yu doesn't think he will lose to anyone. Okay, I've already written down the people whose scores were deducted just now. Seeing Long Yu waking up, Xuanji Shanhai smiled playfully, and then waved his hands. The next step is the first and most basic link of the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Selection. Having said that, Xuanji Shanhai turned around and bowed slightly to Bai Tian. Master, I leave it to you. Bai Tian nodded. He didn't even look at Long Yu. He just took a step forward, raised his hand, and his whole body rose with aura, which shocked all the holy youths, including Long Yu. What will be the first part of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection? This is divine text. Bai Tianyi spoke lightly, and then a shining golden font appeared in his hand. From this golden font, there is an extremely tyrannical and terrifying power, and when this power spreads, it immediately changes the faces of many martial artists present. Divine text. What on earth is this? Even Long Yu felt a kind of infinite destructive power from the golden font, as if as long as the divine script bombarded him, he would have absolutely no way to resist it. That is a kind of transcendent power that surpasses the level of the law of heaven and earth. The strength of the divine script surpasses the laws of heaven and earth, and is the infinite power of the gods outside the sky. Bai Tianyi said lightly, for martial arts, this kind of power is the ultimate power. If you can master a divine script and fully exert its power, you can easily destroy the entire Tianyu continent. This sentence sounds indifferent, but the meaning expressed in it made all the martial arts shudder, and their eyes shone with different brilliance. There are expectations, longings, surprises, and shocks. Can the power of a divine script easily destroy the entire Tianyu continent? Is this too exaggerated? This old man is not alarmist. Bei Tianyi smiled softly. Now this mantra only comprehends 30% of its power. However, with the power of this mantra alone, this old man can already become the head of the Tianyu North School. That's right, even some experts with a higher level of martial arts than the master may not necessarily be the master's opponent. Xuanji Shanhai added with a smile, now, the first part of the Tianyu Xingxian is to allow you to comprehend the power of the 7 days of divine writing. Comprehend the power of divinity. Many martial arts practitioners, including Long Yu, all changed their faces, and they all looked a little excited. Such a tyrannical power of the divine script is placed in front of them, allowing them to directly comprehend it? There is something I can remind you in advance. Xuanji Shanhai looked at the excited expressions of the crowd, and immediately smiled contemptuously. This divine text is extremely difficult to comprehend. The only one who can comprehend more than 10% of the entire Tianyu North campus is our courtyard master. During these 7 days within this period, even if you can comprehend 1,000th of it, 10 points will be added to the final score of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. If you can comprehend 1%, you will be able to add 100 points to the final score. After these words came out, many people, including those martial artists from Mondakai and Longdu Kingdom, all had bright eyes. Add points, and add 10, more than 1% at once. Of course, they also know that it must be difficult to comprehend the power of divine scriptures, but this is a hope. If they can seize this opportunity, they can not only recover their scores, but also gain a new kind of power. The power of divine writing is enough to subvert the world. How can one not yearn for this? Honestly speaking, the comprehension of this divine text is the first link that will be carried out in every Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. Xuanji Shanhai looked at the excitement of the crowd, and struck up indifferently. However, in each election of the Holy Mandate of Heaven, the number of people who can comprehend 1,000th of the power of the divine script can be counted on one hand. And comprehension people with 1% strength have not appeared for several consecutive sessions. These words undoubtedly poured cold water on the excited crowd. These people are all gifted youths from various countries. In their respective living environments, they have always been top-notch talents, so they are inevitably a little proud. They originally thought that no matter how difficult it is to comprehend the divine power, with their talents, it should be no problem to comprehend 1,000th of it. But now it seems that they still imagined the divine text too simply. That's right, if it wasn't so difficult, the head of the entire Tianyu North Court would not be the only one who has comprehended 30% of the power of the divine script. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and was mentally prepared for the difficulty of the upcoming challenge. On the contrary, some other martial arts practitioners are still a little eager to try, and they look a little unbelievable. From now on, you are here to comprehend the power of the divine text. Xuanji Shanhai waved his hand. For those who have not yet reached the secret realm of heaven and man, meals will be delivered to you every day. After 7 days, I hope you can achieve something. This is what everyone in the North Campus hopes for. The golden font that Bei Tianyi condensed was suspended above everyone's heads. The host himself turned around and left. The rest of the heavenly and human secret realm powerhouses in the north courtyard of Tianyu also turned and left one by one. Only Xuanji Shanhai and several other white-robed emissaries stayed behind. Also remaining, there are 4 powerhouses from the South Court, East Court, West Court and Central Holy Court. Due to the competition among the 5 major courtyards of the Tianyu Holy Academy, it is natural for these 4 powerhouses to stay and see if the Tianyu North Academy will recruit any talented young geniuses this time. At first glance, the divine inscription left by Bei Tianyi looks like a Do character, with simple strokes, but it seems to contain the magnificent power of the infinite cycle of heaven. The divine script of the word Do radiated golden light throughout, as if it was invincible, floating quietly above everyone's heads, but no one dared to ignore its power. Even the few experts from other courtyards who came to visit were in awe of the divine script of the word Do. Wang Changfeng didn't tell me about the power of divine writing. Could it be that it's a power that even Wang Changfeng hasn't come into contact with? Long Yu's heart moved, and he compared Wang Changfeng's and Bai Tianyi's aura in retrospect, and found that Wang Changfeng's aura was not as strong as Bai Tianyi's. Even though it might be because of the seal of the Forbidden God, Long Yu intuitively felt that Bai Tianyi was 3 points stronger than Wang Changfeng in his heyday. Shaking his head, Long Yu didn't think much about it. The most urgent task now is to try to comprehend the power of the divine script of the word Do, and make good use of the next 7 days. Long Yu opened his heart and began to feel the power of the divine script floating above his head. Illuminated by the golden light of the divine script, Long Yu felt as if he was being watched by the gods. This feeling gave him a completely different understanding of this world from before. It seems that even the 9 Serenity Dragon seal does not help me comprehend this divine script. Long Yu frowned slightly. Not only did Jiuyo Longyi not help him comprehend the divine script, but even when the divine script of the word Do first appeared, it fell silent, and I don't know why. However, if the 9 Nether Dragon seal doesn't help me, can I not comprehend it myself? Long Yu didn't think too much, and directly began to comprehend the divine script of the word Do with his heart. However, as time went by, Long Yu's brows became more and more wrinkled. He could clearly feel the power of the divine script of the word fighting, but he just couldn't use it for his own use. This feeling was also the feeling of all the martial artists in the field. Even though they are geniuses in the martial arts, they are still helpless when faced with a power that has never been touched by xuanhuan. To comprehend the power of the divine scriptures, the most important thing is to get started. Many people, throughout their lives, are unable to comprehend a trace of divine scripture power, and this is because they have no chance to get started. Xuanji Shanhai, while pacing, said, "I have to say, to comprehend the power of divine text, the talent requirement for martial arts is higher than the talent required for comprehending any other power. Even if it is the law of heaven and earth at the level of Tianjing, are easier to comprehend than divine texts." These words made Long Yu think a little bit. Undoubtedly, even from the strength of the divine character Do above his head, he can feel that it is a tyrannical force that surpasses all the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, the 9 Serenity Law is an exception. This is the strongest law of heaven and earth in this world, and Long Yu can't tell whether it is stronger or weaker than the divine script of the word Do in front of him. The law of heaven and earth is the most original power in this world. If the power of this divine text surpasses the law of heaven and earth, could it be that this divine text comes from another world? Long Yu frowned slightly. The other world he was thinking of did not refer to the Tianyu continent. After all, outside the Tianyu continent, it was the world of Shenwu, from the Huangshi level to the Tianjing level. The power of law that belongs to the world of Shenwu. So, is Xuanhuan a power that surpasses the world of Shenwu? This possibility made Long Yu's heart tremble. In this way, doesn't this Bai Tianyi have a stronger power than some strong men in the Shenwu world? Correct. Long Yu suddenly thought that there seemed to be some vague impressions in his memory of the Jiuyo tribe, the tribe descended from the dragon. In the 9 Nether tribe, some high-level experts in the secret realm of heaven and man can unleash some special terrifying powers with just a wave of their hands. This kind of power, Long Yu thought it was the power of the 9 Nether Law at first, but now that he thinks about it, when those strong men exerted this power, there seemed to be strokes flashing around their bodies. Those strokes, are they divine writing? The 9 Nether tribe possesses the power of divine scriptures that they have inherited. A power stronger than the laws of heaven and earth, divine power. Long Yu didn't know what its essence was. Why did the golden font, composed of so few strokes, have such a tyrannical and terrifying power? However, Long Yu didn't know, let alone everyone else present. In contrast, Long Yu knew that beyond the Tianyu continent was the world of Shenwu, and in the world of Shenwu, there existed the Jiuyo tribe, the fallen Jiuyo dragon emperor, and so on. For the origin of the entire universe, Long Yu understands far more deeply than others, and I am afraid that even Bai Tianyi cannot compare with Long Yu in this aspect. It's a pity that this didn't help Long Yu comprehend the divine script of the word Dao. One day passed, quickly. During this period of time, all the more than 400 martial artists didn't have much time to pay attention to others, and were completely immersed in the process of comprehending the divine script of the word Dao. It's a pity that, after one day passed, no one had the slightest understanding of the divine script of the word Dao. Not to mention 1% of what they expected, that is, not even 1,000th of it. The next day's meal was brought up quickly. Martial cultivators who have not yet reached the secret realm of heaven and man still need to eat food to maintain their body's needs. But those who have reached the secret realm of heaven and man do not need it. Among the more than 400 people in the arena, including Ji Tianqi from Yunjian Kingdom that day, there were a total of 6 experts from the heavenly human secret realm. Of course, these 6 people don't need to eat. However, one of them looked around and suddenly jumped up and asked, "Why didn't you prepare food for me?" This one is the genius of the Beihai Kingdom, the gentleman eater, right? Xuanji Shanhai glanced at the man and smiled faintly. Prepare him 10 times the food of ordinary people. The gentleman who eats is the name of the strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. This gentleman eats, as his name suggests, he is born with a strong interest in eating. Even if he has stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, and is one with heaven and man, he often takes eating delicious food as a great enjoyment in life. This is a fat man in a gray robe, his whole body is like a ball, and he looks like a scumbag at first glance. It is really unexpected that such a guy can step into the realm of harmony between man and nature at the age of his early 20s. After preparing 10 meals for Shijunzi, the fat man in gray robe began to eat with satisfaction, and he was not in a hurry to comprehend the divine script of the word Dao. Just when many people around looked at them and wanted to laugh, suddenly a burst of golden light radiated from the hand of this gentleman holding the drumstick, and then, a golden light shone from a dot of strokes, flashing from the back of his hand. The divine script of the word Dao. Those who wanted to laugh at the fat man in the gray robe were immediately choked up and couldn't laugh anymore. Haha, I didn't expect Fatty to enjoy life, eat something, and even comprehend 1,000th of the power of the word Dao in the divine script. Eat Junzi laughed, but even so, he did not give up the delicious food in front of him. The food for 10 people seemed to be just enough for the fat man in gray robe, but he swallowed it completely in 2 or 3 bites, and then burped. And the strokes of the character Dao that he comprehended became more and more complete. This scene attracted the attention of almost everyone around. It is said that if you want to comprehend the divine text, you need to be in a state that matches the divine text. For example, the divine text of the word fighting emphasizes the artistic conception of struggle. For this son, food is his greatest enjoyment. Maybe when he eats, he puts himself in an environment where he is fighting against something. Supervisors from other houses pointed and whispered to each other. Watching people comprehend the divine inscription of the word Dao, even for these strong people, may have some unique inspirations. Comprehending 1,000th of the divine power of the word Dao will add 10 points to the overall score. This gray-robed fat man eats a gentleman, and already has 10 points, which can be regarded as a big step ahead of others in the process of the heavenly election. It is extremely difficult to comprehend 1,000th of the divine script of the word Dao. Few of the more than 400 people present could do it. And 7 days is almost a limit. The seniors of the Tianyu Holy Academy have naturally studied some of the laws of comprehension of the divine language. If the comprehension of the power of a certain divine script cannot reach 1,000th within 7 days, it will be useless to give him any more time. 7 days is a reference time for comprehending the power of divine scriptures. Within 7 days, the more you comprehend the divine power, the more likely you will be able to comprehend more divine power in the future. On the seventh day, Ji Tianqi from Tianyun Sword Kingdom, and the young genius from Longdu Kingdom, who had also stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, worshipped the eagle and comprehended 1,000 of the fighting almost at the same time the word divine power. Sure enough, it was exactly as Xuanji Shanhai expected at the beginning. During these 7 days, the number of geniuses who can comprehend 1,000th of the power of the divine script must never exceed one hand. As for 1%, let alone Eat Junzi, who comprehended 1,000th of the divine power the next day, remained unknown in the next few days and failed to make any progress. 7 days arrive. When the 7 days were up, Xuanji Shanhai gave a timely reminder and smiled lightly. Everyone can stop. As originally expected, those who can comprehend the power of divine scriptures are always only a minority. However, when he said these words, a sudden change occurred in the field. Right next to Long Yu, Yan Huanma, who was dressed in a black dress, suddenly shone with golden light. In this golden light, there were some strokes of the word Dou. 1,000th of the divine power. Yan Huanma, who is so talented, has actually comprehended 1,000th of the divine power of the word Dou. Sharp. Even Xuanji Shanhai, as well as those supervisors from various courtyards, had their eyes brightened. This noble woman is obviously not simple. Before everyone came back to their senses, Long Yu, who was beside Yan Huanma, also suddenly erupted with a power that seemed to be divine. However, this burst of power was quickly covered up by Long Yu, and then he opened his eyes. What's going on, boy? Xuanji Shanhai and the supervisors frowned slightly. This Long Yu seemed to have comprehended the power of divine script, but they were not sure, because there seemed to be nothing unusual about this kid. And that burst of divine power only appeared for a moment, making it impossible to determine whether it came from Long Yu. Long Yu and Yan Huanma opened their eyes almost at the same time. Long Yu, have you also comprehended the divine text? Yan Huanma was a little surprised when he felt the divine power suddenly appearing on Long Yu's body. No, unfortunately, almost. Long Yu shook his head and said. Hearing what he said, Yan Huanma couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She always felt that Long Yu's talent was higher than that of everyone present, but Long Yu was almost able to comprehend the power of divine script. On the contrary, she actually realized 1,000th of the divine power of the word Dou at the last moment, which made her quite excited. At the last moment, she thought of her brother who had been separated from her for a long time. I don't know, where is that person now? She thought of the situation when she met her brother again in the future. What kind of situation would it be? After thinking about it, Yan Huanma had an understanding of the word Dou. Of course, this was not only because of his state of mind, but also inseparable from Yan Huanma's talent. Her younger brother stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man in his early 10 years old. It is impossible to say that she has not inherited such a terrifying talent. But this talent, I am afraid that Yan Huanma has never discovered it since he was a child. Until this time, he finally stood out among the more than 400 people, comprehended the power of 1,000th of the divine script of the word Dou, and became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Xuanji Shanhai looked at Yan Huanma with admiration. It's a pity that this woman seems to have something to do with Long Yu. Xuanji Shanhai frowned slightly, then smiled lightly. As long as he knew that Long Yu couldn't even comprehend 1,000th of the divine script of the word Dou, he felt at ease. Although this Long Yu was the grandson of the master, he didn't seem to have inherited the master's talent. A total of 4 people have comprehended 1,000th of the divine script of the word Dou. For the 4 of you, 10 points will be added to the overall score. Xuanji Shanhai said, everyone who has not comprehended the power of the divine script, don't be discouraged. This is just a small part of the selection of the divine scriptures. In fact, it is very difficult to comprehend the power of the divine script out of thin air, unless chance coincidentally, it is much easier to get the engraving of the divine script. Our master is the only person who has obtained the engraving of the divine script in Tianyu North School, so he can comprehend 30% of the power of the divine script of the word Do. If you don't get the engraving, no matter how talented you are, you can only comprehend one, it's just the power of the divine text. Xuanji Shanhai's words comforted those martial artists who hadn't comprehended the power of divine scriptures. It turns out that to comprehend the power of the divine script, it is easiest to obtain the divine script engraving first. However, in this way, everyone knows how precious the divine script is. In the entire Tianyu North courtyard, only the head of the Baitian No. 1 courtyard has obtained the engraving of the divine script. It is conceivable that this thing is rare. Everyone, follow me into the North Campus. The next part of the Tianyusheng selection will start soon. While talking, Xuanji Shanhai turned around and led everyone into the Tianyu North courtyard. Naturally, Long Yu, Yan Huanma and others followed suit, walking at the end of the team. The first part of the Tianyu Xingxian had ended. Although Long Yu didn't get extra evaluation points, he was not discouraged. In fact, at the last moment just now, he did comprehend the power of divinity. It's just that what Bai Tianyi comprehended was not the power of the divine script of the word Do shown by Bai Tianyi, but the power of another divine script of the character Yu. The power of the word Yu is completely different from the power of the word Do. The divine script of the word Do exudes a golden light, but the divine script of the character Yu only has a ray of faint light, and only 1/1000th of the power of the divine script of the word Yu is realized, which is very inconspicuous. It was not discovered by others. Although he didn't know how comprehending the power of other divine scriptures would count in the selection of the holy mandate of heaven, Long Yu didn't want to make it public. Because, this is really too risky. The 9 Nether Dragon seal is his biggest secret, and no one has ever told him about it. The divine script of the word is related to the 9 Nether Dragon seal, so he can't display it until the critical moment. The absolute power of 1/1000th of a thousandth of a divine text has reached as much as hundreds of tons, which is equivalent to the basic power of a 9-layer true spirit powerhouse. Even a powerhouse in the secret realm of heaven and man has a great increase when it is used. It gets stronger. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he probably had a little idea of the power of divine script. The power of the divine script is similar to the power of the laws of heaven and earth, but it is much stronger. Even the power of the heavenly crystal level law that has never been seen may not be comparable to the divine script. Wang Chongfeng said that if you want to lead the Tianyu continent, you must comprehend the laws of the Tianjing level. But Bai Tianyi has already comprehended the power of the divine script, and still cannot lead the Tianyu continent. What's going on? Long Yu was thinking while walking forward, a little puzzled. But these things, with the improvement of his martial arts realm, one day he will figure it out. Since he doesn't understand it now, let's not think about it for now. The second part of the Heavens Mandate selection is the Beast Challenge. While leading the way, Xuanji Shanhai said, in our Tianyu North campus, there is an 88-star beast garden, where many strange beasts from different dimensions are imprisoned. These strange beasts are different from the demon cultivators in our Tianyu continent. Alien beasts from different spaces? When Long Yu heard this, he felt a little strange about this statement. This 88-star beast garden seems to have many famous places. Of course, you haven't joined the Tianyu North campus, you can't step into the 88-star beast garden, and you certainly can't defeat the strange beasts in the beast garden. Xuanji Shanhai then said, the second part of the selection of the holy mandate of heaven is to select some weaker alien beasts from the periphery of the zoo to challenge you. The strength of these alien beasts is divided into 3 levels. You can defeat them. The higher the level of the beast, the higher the overall score. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those who reached the secret realm of heaven and man all brightened. So, this link is tailor-made for them? The level of alien beasts that can be defeated by the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man is naturally higher. However, the corners of Xuanji Shanhai's mouth turned up slightly. Don't be too happy too soon. The 5 levels of strange beasts are relative to their fellow practitioners. That is to say, what kind of martial arts realm do you have? You need to challenge some kind of strange beast in the realm of martial arts. For example, Ji Tianqi, the genius of Tianyun Sword Kingdom, is in the secret realm of heaven and man at this time. With the cultivation base of the initial human realm, he must challenge the strange beasts with the cultivation base of the initial human realm. You only need to challenge the beasts with the 8th level of true spirits. This example has invisibly brought a lot of hatred to Long Yula, who made him have the lowest cultivation level, and only needs to challenge the almost weakest beast. There is a problem. Among the more than 400 people, someone asked a question almost immediately. Senior Xuanji, what kind of space are you talking about in the different space? Why are there strange beasts in those different spaces that we caught? For these questions, Xuanji Shanhai will of course answer them. An alien space is a space that does not belong to our world. Not only does it not belong to our Tianyu continent, but it does not even belong to the space where our Tianyu continent is located. Even if you leave the Tianyu continent, you will never encounter such a strange beast. Such strange beasts have a completely different body structure from ours, but the division of cultivation and strength is not much different from ours. When you see them later, you will know what these strange beasts are. As for why you were caught by us, you don't need to know this yet. Maybe someone will tell you after you join the Tianyu North Academy. After Xuanji Shanhai answered these questions, he stopped in his tracks. Appearing in front of everyone was another cloud-shrouded manner. At first glance, it looked ethereal, but everyone could feel the bloody and strange aura conveyed from this manner. This kind of aura is indeed completely different from that of monsters or demon cultivators. Just feeling these strange auras has already made many people shudder and shiver. Even among the more than 400 people, there are 50 or 60 demon cultivators. All of them have strange expressions at this moment, and each of them is very curious, what kind of creature is being imprisoned among them. This challenge to the alien beasts, there is no order. Which one of you will come first? Xuanji Shanhai turned around and glanced at everyone. I come. A lot of people volunteered. Xuanji Shanhai randomly ordered a martial artist with the 9th level of true spirit to come out. This young man is from a small country similar to the Tang dynasty, the Xuanhuan kingdom. He is wearing a gray cloth shirt and looks strong and capable. Everyone knows that the one who behaves first is the most likely to catch the eyes of the mysterious sea, or attract his attention the most, but of course the premise is to perform well. If you don't perform well, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Long Yu squinted his eyes, ready to observe. In the first session just now, it took 7 days to comprehend the power of divine scriptures, which can be said to be a small test, but now this alien beast challenge, as the second session of the Temple of Heaven, will allow everyone to show their combat effectiveness. The better you perform, the higher your rating. However, if he used his full strength in this link, then if there was a battle link, wouldn't the opponent figure out the routine? Whether you want a higher score, or you want to retain your combat power, and surprise you, it all depends on your personal choice. Not to mention others, Long Yu would definitely not display all his combat power. What he wants to challenge is only the beast of the 8th level of true spirit. Even if it is the strongest level among the 3 levels, it probably doesn't require him to display all his strength. In the sight of more than 400 people, Xuanji Shanhai asked the gray-clothed youth from Xuanhuan Kingdom, your martial arts realm is the 9th level of true spirit, then you can choose to challenge the lower 9th level, the middle 9th level, or a strange beast of the upper 9 layers. I must remind you that the strength of the beasts of the upper 9th level can even compete with the strong ones who have just stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, so don't aim too high. After Xuanji Shanhai finished speaking, the young man in the gray cloth shirt of Xuanhuan Kingdom fell into deep thought. Xuanji Shanhai's words surprised all the 400 people present. The alien beasts with the 9th level of true spirit strength are actually divided into 3 different levels: low, middle, and upper. Among them, the strength of the alien beasts with the upper 9 levels can match the strength of the strong who have just stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. In this way, it should be the choice of most people to challenge the alien beast of the 9th level. I choose to challenge the 9th layer alien beast. Sure enough, the cloth-shirted youth from Xuanhuan Kingdom quickly finished thinking and said to Xuanji Shanhai. Good. Xuanji Shanhai nodded lightly, not seeing anything on the surface. You enter the manor. As for other people, they can only watch from a distance, and cannot step into the manor. After finishing the words, Xuanji Shanhai raised his hand and took the initiative to lead the young man in the grey cloth shirt towards the inside of the manor. The young man in the grey cloth shirt was obviously a little nervous. After all, he had never heard of or seen a strange beast from a different dimension. No one knew what kind of existence it was. Moreover, what he chose to challenge was a beast of the middle 9th level. Alien beasts are divided into 3 levels: low, middle, and high. It must not be for no reason. There must be a big difference between each level. The alien beast of the upper 9th level can fight against the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. Although it may not be able to beat it, it is enough to prove its ferocious strength. So, what about the alien beast at the 9th level? The young man in the grey cloth shirt knew that he was facing a huge challenge. In the eyes of more than 400 people, Xuanji Shanhai stepped into the manor with a young man in a grey cloth shirt, and was soon surrounded by white clouds and mist, and the figures of the two of them became indistinct. Soon, after entering the manor for about 100 feet, the two stopped. Seeing Xuanji Shanhai wave his hand, 2 managers who seemed to be the manor where the 88-star animal garden was located appeared in front of everyone dragging a large crystal animal cage. This is a strange beast from a different space. The more than 400 people were all shocked when they saw it. Even Ji Tianqi, Shi Junzi, and God-worshipping Eagle were no exceptions. Including Long Yu, they all opened their eyes wide. They didn't expect that such a strange beast in a different space turned out to be like this. In the crystal animal cage, several things like dry gray branches were twisted together, without head, tail, mouth, nose, or eyes. It's just a few dry branches, piled up together, giving people an extremely weird feeling. Reminiscent of what Xuanji Shanhai said at the beginning, the alien beasts in different spaces have a completely different structure from the creatures in the Tianyu continent and even the world of Shenwu, and everyone understood what he meant. As if feeling something, the strange beast condensed from the few dry branches suddenly twisted, stretched out countless branches, and crawled out of the opened crystal cage. The battle begins almost immediately. The young man in grey cloth shirt from Xuanhuan Kingdom was also taken aback when he saw such a monster at first, but he quickly restrained his mind. His eyes were extremely serious. He was very close, and he could clearly feel that the power of the branch-shaped beast was definitely not weaker than him, and even a little bit stronger. Wave after wave of tyrannical force fluctuations suddenly erupted in the field. Outside the number 1 scholar, more than 400 people observed the situation inside, and their hearts sank. The fighting method of the dead branch-shaped beast was different from anything they had seen before. Thousands of dead branches were constantly dancing, and their hands and feet were extremely flexible. No matter how powerful the attack was, the young man from the Xuanhuan Kingdom was completely absorbed by these dead branches, unable to destroy even a single dead branch. However, the attack of this withered branch-like beast was extremely tricky and ruthless. From the beginning to the end, the strange beast only launched 2 attacks, but these 2 attacks caught the weakness of the young man from the Xuanhuan Kingdom, and went straight to the vital points, piercing his lower abdomen and chest respectively. The whole battle was almost one-sided. The strength of the dead branch-shaped monster at the 9th level, in the middle, is so terrifying that most of the more than 400 people outside are afraid. You lose. As soon as Xuanji Shanhai raised his hand, there was a tyrannical force that subdued the dead branch-shaped beast, and threw her back into the crystal cage. For Xuanji Shanhai in the secret realm of heaven and man, the dead branch-like beast that has not yet reached the unity of heaven and man is completely vulnerable, and he can subdue it with a wave of his hand. But to the youth of Xuanhuan Kingdom, this dead branch-like beast seems to be his nightmare. If you can't defeat the beast, you can't get a score. The young man from Xuanhuan Kingdom gritted his teeth, dragged his injured body, and left the manor. Soon, an alchemist from the Tianyu Holy Academy sent a special elixir. Injured by a dead branch-shaped alien animal, it seems that ordinary pills cannot be cured, and only healing pills that are also refined from the body parts of the alien beast can be used. Long Yu, what level of beast do you want to challenge? Yan Huanma's face turned pale when he looked at the dead branch-shaped beast. Of course, she could see that the strength of the middle-ranked beast was much stronger than ordinary martial artists of the same level. I don't know, let's watch a few more games. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He has never been in contact with a strange beast from a different space, so it is not good for him to play rashly now. In the first session of comprehending the divine script just now, Long Yu failed to get a score, and now in the second session, he must surpass the others and get the highest score. Tianyu Xingxian, after all, is an important site for the advancement of martial arts. Since Long Yu participated, of course he must try his best to do his best. In this way, he had to observe several times to see whether those strange beasts were all the same, or divided into many different types. If he observed more, he would be able to understand them better. Brother Long, I finally found a chance to talk to you, haha. Suddenly a laugh came from the side, causing Long Yu to look away, but saw the handsome young man Tian Yutian, with Tian Yutian, and his brother Lu Xiu. Brother Tian, you still got the places. I saw you just now, but I didn't say hello. Long Yu smiled. Tian Yutian's strength is definitely one of the best among the powerhouses of the ninth layer of true spirit. If Tian Yutian can't get a place to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, this Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection is too disappointing. In Beihai Kingdom, there are a total of 32 places to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, and 24 of them have been occupied by various sects, such as the 10,000 Arrows sect. Tian Yutian and Lu Xiu must have won the remaining 8 public places. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Tian Yutian waved his hand, and then his face became a little dignified. Brother Long, do you have any opinions on this strange beast in a different space? I can't see it for the time being, but we don't need to be in a hurry, just wait and see. Long Yu said. I think so too. Both Tian Yutian and Lu Xiu deeply agreed. Not only them, there were a total of more than 400 people present, and almost everyone thought so. Originally, there were some people who volunteered to win the favor of the seniors of the Tianyu North Academy, but after seeing the fate of the young man from the Xuanhuan Kingdom, they already no one wants to be the first bird. Originally, they thought that those strange beasts in different spaces were the ones they ravaged. But I didn't expect that its strength is so terrifying. Xuanji Shanhai came out of the manor, and asked with a smile, I don't know who will be the second one? Let me say first, the scoring of this link is not an absolute score, but it is made by myself and 4 people from other saints. The seniors of the academy, points. The meaning of this sentence is that it is not a rigid rule of how many points you can get by defeating the beast you choose, but that it depends on performance and is scored by judges. As for the judges, there are 5 people in total. Besides Xuanji Shanhai himself, there are 4 more people, namely, the supervisors from Tianyu South Court, East Court, West Court and Central Holy Court. Now I announce that the young man who just came from Xuanhuan country has scored 1 point. Xuanji Shanhai averaged the ratings and announced. Even got a score. Actually, there is nothing outstanding about this person's performance, but because he was the first to appear on the stage, his courage is commendable. Therefore, we all decided to reward him with this point as a sign of encouragement. Xuanji Shanhai said with a smile. When these words came out, the minds of the remaining 400 people became active. However, before they could make a decision in their minds, Xuanji Shanhai continued, all of us martial artists are short on time, so don't waste time. Since you don't take the initiative to stand up, then proceed according to the realm of martial arts, from now on. From low to high, come one by one. Long Yu, who has just stepped into the 8th level of true spirit, you come up. After saying this, the more than 400 people immediately gloated. It turned out to be Long Yu. This actually made many people believe that Long Yu really didn't seem to have received any special treatment, and he was called out to be a guinea pig, which is really satisfying. Especially for some martial artists, Long Yu was not pleasing to the eye, but at this moment, they are even more gloating. This kid, let him be arrogant, now let's see what level of beast you can challenge, don't be gnawed to the bone, haha. Mondakai, the little prince of ancient Mongolia, had the happiest smile. Now that he said this, his score was not deducted by Xuanji Tianchen. After all, freedom of speech is now, and Long Yu is not breaking through the realm, so he didn't bother his cultivation. This kid has harmed more than a dozen people in our Longdu kingdom, and all of them have been deducted 1 point. Now that he is pulled out to take the lead, it is really retribution, and it came very quickly. We have to take a closer look. This alien beast in a different space is not easy. This Long Yu is the second to appear on the stage. With the lesson from that person just now, he must not dare to choose to challenge the alien beast in the middle. Alright, we've already seen the strength of the middle-ranked beast, and now it's not bad to look at the strength of the lower-ranked beast. Everyone from Longdu Kingdom whispered, all of them regarded Long Yu as a guinea pig who was about to be experimented with. Long Yu himself squinted his eyes, thinking, Xuanji Shanhai, this is forcing me to make a choice, since this is the case, I, Long Yu, will not let you down. Seeing Long Yu walking out of the crowd step by step, the people around him all looked at him like a guinea pig, and whispered to each other. Long Yu, be careful. A soft whisper from a woman came from where Long Yu passed by. Long Yu glanced sideways, and saw that it was Chu Huang, princess of the royal family, smiling and talking to him. Yes, thank you. Long Yu nodded, raised his head and looked at Xuanji Shanhai. More than 400 people, including Xuanji Shanhai and the 4 supervisors, all focused their attention on Long Yu, with some curiosity and anticipation, wanting to see which level of beast he would choose. Long Yu, you have to think carefully, once you choose, you cannot change it. Xuanji Shanhai said lightly with playfulness in his eyes. A superior beast. Long Yu said. What? Xuanji Shanhai was taken aback for a moment, as if he didn't hear clearly. I mean, I chose to challenge the alien beast of the upper Ye, what, is there a problem? Long Yu said lightly. Of course he knew that this Xuanji Shanhai must be related to Xuanji Tianchen who snatched the little fox before, maybe it was Xuanji Tianchen's elder. In this way, of course he doesn't need to be polite with Xuanji Shanhai, even if the other party is the host of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. Of course it's okay. Since you chose the alien beast of the upper Ye, don't regret it. Come with me. Xuanji Shanhai, with a hint of sarcasm hidden on his face, but calm on the surface, he led Long Yu indifferently and walked into the manor. Not only is Xuanji Shanhai, but among the more than 400 people outside, there is no one who is not surprised. High-ranking beast? This Long Yu really dared to choose. Didn't you see the young man of the 9th level of the true spirit of the Shuelan kingdom just now, who was seriously injured and dying by the middle alien beast? This Long Yu, who has just stepped into the 8th level of the true spirit, may not even have mastered his own basic strength, so he chooses to challenge the high-ranking alien beast, which is really whimsical. Yeah, these alien beasts in different spaces are not so simple to exist. Even the middle-rank alien beasts are much stronger than martial arts of the same level, let alone the upper-rank alien beasts. I think Long Yu is probably just trying to show off. After all, whether he gets a score or not depends on whether he can defeat the strange beast. For example, didn't the guy from Xuanhuan Kingdom get a point? That's right, this Long Yu directly challenged the high-ranking alien beast. Maybe the jury will look at him differently and give him points for his courage, haha. Regarding Long Yu's choice, most people started to laugh at it. Only those who knew Long Yu well didn't say much. As for the people who had good friends with Long Yu, they all frowned slightly. Long Yu is too impulsive. Wearing a snow-white silk robe, Chu Huang shook her head and said to Yan Huanma. Not necessarily. Tian Yutian smiled. Based on my understanding of Long Yu, I am not absolutely sure that he will not make such a choice. We just need to watch how he teaches that strange beast. You flatter your friend so much, but don't know what's the use? Yu Channing was not far away, and snorted disdainfully after hearing the words. I want to see what kind of expression you will have on your face when he is defeated by the strange beast. I'm also looking forward to what kind of expression you will have on your face when he defeats the beast. Tian Yutian didn't show any weakness, and directly replied. Haha, it really makes people laugh. If this kid can defeat the high-ranking beast, it must be because the strength of the high-ranking beast is not very good. Yu Channing smiled contemptuously. My friend, there's no need to argue with this kind of person. It's not necessary. We might as well take a closer look at how Long Yu dealt with that strange beast. Yan Huanma said to Tian Yutian, without even looking at Yu Channing. Tian Yutian nodded, that's right. Originally, Long Yu was not weak when he had not stepped into the unity of true spirits. Now that he has reached the 8th level of true spirits, he must be stronger than I imagined. After finishing speaking, everyone turned their attention to Long Yu, who stepped into the manor. Looking at Long Yu's back, many people were cursing him. Humph, this human being is so arrogant, it's better to be killed by that superior beast. Among a group of demon cultivators in the Soul Valley Demon Country, a pair of sword-like wings stretched out like Ghost Valley wings made sword wings, and said softly to Hong Yu beside him. Better not. Rainbow Feather's eyes flashed coldly, this human killed Zigan in our clan. It would be a pity if he died in the hands of a higher-ranking beast. It would be best if we could avenge ourselves. That's right, my sword, I don't mind beating him again. A fierce light flickered in Jian Yi's eyes. Last time, he was lucky enough to survive. This time I will not give him any more chances. The other side. A total of 4 or 5 disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect from Beihai Kingdom gathered together, and among them was a tall and burly figure. Junior brother Su Changyi, I heard that Long Yu slaughtered the commander of the city guards at the 9th level of your true spirit in the border town of your hometown. Is it true? It's all spread, of course it's true. Speaking of which, it's really funny that a deputy commander of the city guard army with a 9-level true spirit lost to such a brat. Haha, most of the people in the border towns are just idiots. Of course, our junior brother Su Changyi is extremely talented. In this holy election, he will definitely be able to avenge his deputy city guard commander. All the cynicism made Su Changyi very upset. Don't just talk about our border town, even our 10,000 Arrow sect, didn't we suffer a lot from that kid? Su Changyi snorted coldly, even senior brother Yu Por fell into the hands of this kid. In comparison, a city guard commander in our border city area is nothing. Su Changyi obviously didn't have a good relationship with these 10,000 Arrow sect disciples. The two sides kept arguing, and while the conflict was escalating, their respective anger towards Long Yu became more and more profound. If they were given a chance, they would definitely not hesitate to attack Long Yu and get rid of him. Long Yu didn't pay much attention to the situation outside the manor. He followed Xuanji Shanhai into the manor, and felt a more intense and strange aura rushing towards him. This kind of breath really doesn't seem to exist in this world. It seems that those beasts from different dimensions are indeed completely different from our body structure. Long Yu frowned slightly. It was not without thought that he chose to challenge the high-level alien beast. Originally, when he was at the 7th level of the True Spirit, he could fight against Urian of the 9th level of the True Spirit, and even a 9th level powerhouse like Tian Yutian. Now that he has stepped into the 8th level of the True Spirit, even against Ueda Yutian, it is relatively easy. With such strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a strange beast of the 8th level of True Spirit, right? Since Long Yu stepped into martial arts, he has never suffered a disadvantage against an opponent of the same level. This strange beast from a different space probably cannot cause Long Yu to suffer a disadvantage. That being the case, of course Long Yu didn't need to be cowardly, so he directly chose to challenge the high-ranking beast. After a while, 2 managers guarding the 88-star animal garden came out carrying another crystal animal cage. Long Yu raised his head to take a look, but saw that the strange beast in the crystal cage was still the kind of strange beast that appeared just now with entwined dead branches. Get ready. As Xuanji Shanhai spoke, he raised his hand, and a tyrannical force surged out, opening the crystal animal cage all at once. He said preparations, but he didn't give Long Yu any chance to prepare, and released the strange beast directly. Just as Long Yu felt the palpitating aura emanating from this strange beast, he was about to face the slaughter of this fierce beast. If it was a different person, he might not be able to react and was directly attacked by this strange beast hurt. But who is Long Yu? How could he get flustered because of Xuanji Shanhai's little move? Royal Water Vortex. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 9 water vortexes condensed. Due to the surrounding clouds and mists, he performed the water-controlling martial arts very fast, and condensed in just a moment. 9 water vortexes rushed towards the dead branch beast that wriggled out of the crystal cage in an instant. During this process, Long Yu had time to carefully observe this dead branch beast, and found that this thing really has no eyes, ears, mouth and nose, but there are small holes in those dead branch-like limbs. This kind of strange beast should rely on the small holes on these dry limbs to breathe and maintain life, or to perceive the surrounding situation. It looks like an octopus. Long Yu thought in his heart. Compared with the octopus, the dead branch beast in front of him only lacked a head, and its limbs were all dead branch-like. At first glance, it was thought to be a pile of dry wood. The 9 water vortexes soon ran into the dead branch beast. Such a tyrannical power, if it is an ordinary 8th level True Spirit martial artist, even if it is a 9th level True Spirit, it may not be able to resist it. Long Yu stepped into the 8th level of the True Spirit, and his basic strength doubled. In addition, the 9 nether dragon seal transformed again, and his casual strike became several times stronger than before. However, in the face of such 9 water vortexes, the dead branch beast seemed to have not seen it, and instead ran towards the water vortex. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly became alert. As soon as he raised his hand, he quickly condensed a layer of xuanhuan barrier, resisting his whole body. If the Yushui vortex is useless against this dead branch and strange beast, it would be futile for Long Yu to defend with the Yushui canopy, so he chose to use the yellow spring barrier. The barrier of the underworld is condensed from the aura of the 9 nethernesses. If it is said to be weird and gloomy, it is definitely better than this dead branch beast in front of you. The situation that followed was as expected by Long Yu. I saw that withered branch beast passed through the 9 water vortexes without suffering any damage at all. Those dead branch-like limbs kept wriggling, and even removed all the tyrannical power of the water vortex. The water vortex is completely useless against this dead branch beast. This is Yushui martial skill. This sun, what does it have to do with the 7 calamities? Xuanji Shanhai watched from the side, and immediately narrowed his eyes. It's a pity that no matter what, this water-controlling martial skill is useless to the strange beasts of the Dry Branch clan. As soon as he thought about it, a scene that shocked him appeared. The dead branch beast easily broke through the Yushui vortex, and originally wanted to launch a surprise attack on Long Yu, but at this moment, the xuanhuan barrier instantly condensed in front of Long Yu's body. It seemed that the dead branch beast suddenly became frightened. There was a piercing hissing sound. It seems that the qi of the netherworld is more restrained against this thing? Long Yu's face changed slightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately seized the opportunity, condensed the aura of 9 seclusion, and punched the drunken yellow spring at the dead branch beast. The aura of the 9 nethernesses condensed into a powerful air current, which suddenly attacked the withered branches and strange beasts. The trunk of the dead branch beast moved, and quickly retreated towards the rear. The speed was even faster than when Long Yu performed the dragon and sparrow dance. The strength of this strange beast is indeed far superior to that of an ordinary true spirit 8th level martial artist. Long Yu thought in his heart, it's just that my strength is also not comparable to that of the ordinary 8th level true spirit martial arts. Not to mention, the qi of the 9 serenities can restrain this strange beast. It seems that defeating this thing is only a matter of time. Drunk and lying down in the underworld with one punch, but it was not able to kill the dead branch beast. With Long Yu's punch, the withered branch beast retreated extremely fast, and even the invisible and invisible spirit of the underworld couldn't restrain it, which shows its speed. However, the withered branch beast felt the aura of 9 seclusion in Long Yu's body, and after the initial fear, it developed an emotion similar to hatred. For Long Yu, it felt more of a desire to kill him. Countless dead branches stretched out, covering Long Yu overwhelmingly. Wake up, palm reincarnation! Long Yu punched out, and the power of reincarnation surrounded all the dead branches, weakening their power by more than half, and then blocked all the attacks of these dead branches with the barrier of the underworld. The attacking angles of the dry branches and strange beasts are extremely tricky, but it is a pity that the defense of the barrier of Long Yu xuanhuan is all round. No matter what angle it is attacked from, it cannot break through its defense. Being able to wrestle with me for so long, you can indeed be said to be the king of the eightfold true spirit. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. After such a long time of fighting, he probably figured out the method of the dead branch beast in front of him, which was nothing more than using those dry branch-like torsos to carry out some extremely tricky assassinations. Due to the restraint of the 9 nether qi, Long Yu had the upper hand in the battle, and the opponent's offensive was completely useless to him. It's time to end. Long Yu finally punched out, and the 9 nether qi exploded, condensed into a column of air and exploded from the center, splitting the dead branched beast into several sections. This scene changed the expressions of everyone, including Xuanji Shanhai. Long Yu actually won, and he won so easily. Xuanji Shanhai, as well as the administrators of the 288-star beast gardens, plus the 4 supervisors of other Tianyu courtyards, were a little inconceivable. Because they know very well how much stronger a high-ranking alien beast is than a martial artist of the same level. It can be said that if there is a high-ranking beast with the same level of martial arts as the master Bei Tianyi, even Bei Tianyi would not be able to deal with him so easily. But now, Long Yu has done something that even the head of the hospital can't do. This kid. Xuanji Shanhai narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that since Long Yu dealt with this high-level 8th level withered branch beast so easily, it meant that Long Yu's real strength had already surpassed the 8th level of the true spirit's secret realm. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the true spirit cannot completely suppress Long Yu. This immediately changed Xuanji Shanhai's view of Long Yu. Originally, he thought that this Long Yu was just an ordinary true spirit 8th level martial artist, but now it seems that this kid is completely different from ordinary people. It's a waste of my painstaking efforts to let Datong Kingdom leave a place for him. Xuanji Shanhai thought in his heart. It was Xuanji Shanhai who ordered Long Yu to participate in the Heaven's Mandate selection, and it was he who wanted to see Long Yu's embarrassment in the Heaven's Mandate selection and find a chance to kill Long Yu. If there is any enmity or grievance between him and Long Yu, there are many. Very. I also give 10. Soon, four supervisors from other courtyards raided Long Yu's battle. They were all seniors of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Academy, so they naturally knew the strength of the high-ranking alien beasts. It is not an exaggeration for Long Yu to give 10 points for defeating a high-ranking alien beast in this way. If it wasn't 10 or 10, they would probably give a higher score, but unfortunately that would be against the rules. Hearing that those 4 people gave 10 points, Xuanji Shanhai had no choice but to give 10 points too. Although he was not very happy to see Long Yu like this, objectively speaking, Long Yu's performance like this was indeed worthy of being given 10 points. If Xuanji Shanhai is partial and does not give 10 points, it is not one person who offends, but 4 seniors from the other 4 courtyards. These 4 guys came to supervise the selection process of Tianyu North Courtyard, originally to prevent unfair situations from happening. If Xuanji Shanhai showed any favoritism, those 4 guys would undoubtedly be caught by them. I'll let you be proud first, anyway, it's impossible for you to win in the end of this Heaven's Mandate Holy Selection. Xuanji Shanhai thought about it, and announced that Long Yu had received the news. Immediately, more than 400 people gathered outside the 88-star Beast Park all became excited. 10 points, this Long Yu actually got 10 points. 10 is so easy to get. It's too easy. That's right, it seems that the high-ranked alien beast is not very good. I will try the upper-ranked alien beast later. Looking at how relaxed Long Yu is, that kid from Shuilan Kingdom must be a waste. He can't even beat the middle-ranked alien beast. That's right, it still makes me think how strong this ugly beast is. Among the more than 400 people, most of them relaxed, discussed and laughed out loud. Listening to these people's words, Tian Yutian, Lu Xiao, Yan Huanma and others who knew Long Yu's strength all smiled casually. Of course they knew that Long Yu's battle looked so easy, not because that ugly dead branch beast was too weak, but definitely because Long Yu was too strong. It's just that Long Yu was too far away from everyone when he was fighting with the withered branch beast, and no one could feel the fluctuation of power. And this caused others to miscalculate the strength of the alien beast. Next. Xuanji Shanhai glanced at the audience, his eyes moving back and forth on dozens of people in the 8th level of True Spirits. I come. A disciple of the 8th layer True Spirit of the 10,000 Arrow sect stood up with an incomparably confident smile in his eyes. I choose to challenge the high-ranking alien beast. Obviously, this kid expressed dissatisfaction with Long Yu's victory over the superior alien beast. Since Long Yu can do it, then he, as a genius disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect, must have no problem. Long Yu came out of the manor, and when he heard that the disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect had made the same choice as him, he couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. This kid seems to have suffered a lot. In the depths of Tianyu North Courtyard, far away from the 88-star Beast Garden, and even in the outer space beyond the 11th layer of Tiangang, there are many small halls suspended. These small halls were not built together with the palace of Tianyu North Courtyard, but they still belong to the sphere of influence of Tianyu North Courtyard. And Bei Tianyi, the principal of the North Court who had just left from the North Court of Tianyu, appeared at the door of one of the small halls at this time. Yu Yao. Bei Tian was dressed in a white robe and stood at the door, calling out faintly. In the suspended palace, there are several courtyards. The scenery is quiet, like a fairyland surrounded by clouds and mist. Even for Wu Xiao, it is very happy to be able to live in it. Logically speaking, in Bei Tianyi's capacity, who would dare not agree to his name? It's a pity that he is now calling his daughter, Bei Yuyao. There was no movement in the hall, which made Bei Tian a little angry. Yuyao, you don't want to see your son anymore? Bei Tian snorted coldly and said directly. As soon as these words came out, there was finally movement in the hall. A purple cloud floated over, and then, a hazy figure, dressed in lavender, appeared in the mist surrounding the palace gate. Although the face could not be seen clearly, it could be seen that this was definitely a beautiful woman who could seduce all living beings. Woman. Master, my son, is he participating in the heavenly election? The woman's voice came out faintly, neither happy nor sad, making it impossible to judge her emotions at all. You still call me the master. Bei Tianyi sighed. Aren't you the master? The woman asked back. Don't mention it today. Bei Tianyi waved his hand, and continued, Your son, you really came to participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection, but it's a pity that you have just stepped into the 8th level of true spirit. Now, you still don't believe what I said at that time? You said at the time that my son's martial arts talent must not be good, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to step into the North Court of Tianyu, right? The woman asked lightly. Yes, that's exactly what I said. Bei Tian said, coldly, now that the facts are in front of you, don't you believe it? The result, hasn't it come out yet? The woman's tone was indifferent, and she was not affected by Bei Tianyi's words at all. Although it hasn't come out yet, Yu Yao, how do you think it's possible for your son to become the top 12 in this Heaven's Mandate sacred selection, based on your son's cultivation at the 8th level of true spirit? Bei Tian said lightly. He keeps saying that he is my son, but don't forget that he is also your grandson. The woman said. You should give up. I, Bei Tianyi, will never recognize him as a grandson. Bei Tian snorted lightly, since you trust him so much, how about we make a bet? Bet, I like it. The woman chuckled lightly. If he can't pass the heavenly election, then you have to forget about that man. Every time Bei Tian thought of that man, the man who took away his daughter's happiness in this life, he couldn't help becoming angry. If he passes, you will let me go, and I will go to Long Zitian. The woman's tone was quite firm. This bet is fair, isn't it? I'm afraid you'll regret it when the time comes. Don't worry, once I, Bei Tian, say something, I will never go back on my word. With a cold snort, Bei Tian turned and left the small floating hall. And the hazy figure of the woman in the hall was once again hidden in the lingering clouds and mist, and disappeared without a trace. No one else knows what happened here, and Bei Yuyao probably won't know either. Someone is already planning to frame Long Yu in this Heaven's Mandate sacred selection. Bei Tianyi would not do such a thing that would cost his value. But Bei Tianyi is not the only one who hates Long Yu in the Tianyu North Courtyard. Tianyu North Campus, 88-star Beast Park. At the door, more than 400 talented martial arts practitioners could not believe it when they saw the disciple of Wan Jianzong being carried out, covered in blood. This 10,000 arrow sect disciple is a genius at the 8th level of true spirit. So he must be quite a powerful existence to be selected by the 10,000 arrow sect to participate in the heavenly mandate sacred selection. However, this 10,000 arrow sect disciple chose to challenge the high-ranking 8th level withered branch beast, but was completely abused by that withered branch beast, and he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. This makes people wonder whether the dead branch beast that was released to Long Yu just now is really a high-ranking beast. If the people from the North Court of Tianyu cheated, it would not be impossible to release a low-level alien beast, and the others would never know about it. It's not fair. Just now, Long Yu was so easy to deal with high-ranking alien beasts. Now, how can this disciple of the 10,000 arrow sect have no power to fight back? That's right, I think there must be a ghost in it. Maybe it's not the high-ranking beast that Long Yu is dealing with? That's right, that Long Yumming has just broken through to the 8th level of the true spirit. How could he deal with a high-ranking alien beast so easily? All of a sudden, everyone realized again that not only the high-ranked alien beasts, but even the middle-ranked alien beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. And Long Yu was so relaxed just now, it must be because he was facing a low-level alien beast. A large group of people discussed and expressed dissatisfaction. It's really stupid. Tian Yutian couldn't help sneering when he heard the noise of the people around him. Brother Tian, don't pay attention to them. Long Yu smiled easily. If you play later, it should be no problem to challenge the middle-ranked alien beasts, but I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for the upper-ranked alien beasts. But since the scoring is based on performance, Brother Tian can definitely try to challenge the upper-ranked alien beast's beast. I think so too. Tian Yutian smiled slightly, nodded, and said. He knew very well that Long Yu was hunted down by people from the 7 Calamity Stars in Bingshang City. If the city lord of Bingshang City hadn't blocked the white-eyed wolf Lei Wenxing's men, Long Yu would have passed away by now. If Long Yu had a background in Tianyu North Court, how could such a situation happen? Tian Yutian would be the first to not believe that the people from Tianyu North Court would open a small stove for Long Yu. Yan Huanma, Chu Huang and the others also knew that Long Yu had a hard journey. If there really was a backstage at Tianyu North Hospital, how could it be so hard before? He even lost his life several times. However, there are always some people in this world who take things for granted. Yu Channing is such a person. This Long Yu, it is said that his mother is the original saint of Tianyu North Courtyard. Yu Channing stared at Long Yu with envy, and thought to herself, this time, her mother must be the one who opened the back door for him to enter the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. No, even if I can't win this Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, and definitely don't let this Long Yu enter. She is now looking forward to the actual combat session. She clearly knew that Long Yu had many enemies among the more than 400 people who participated in the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Selection. Once entering the actual combat stage, there would be a chance to kill Long Yu. Once such an opportunity comes, she must not miss it. Hearing everyone's discussion, Xuanji Shanhai was in a bad mood, but was suddenly ignited by these gossips. Cover up Long Yu? Give Long Yu a lower-level alien beast? To hell with it. Xuanji Shanhai, wishing to take out the strongest beast in the 88-star beast garden to directly deal with Long Yu, how could it be possible to prepare a lower beast for Long Yu to protect him? Let me reiterate that this election of the Heaven's Mandate is hosted by me, Xuanji Shanhai. In addition, there are seniors from the other 4 courtyards to supervise, so the process is absolutely fair. Xuanji Shanhai glanced at the audience, and said in a cold voice, if any one of you thinks it is unfair, then you are doubting the code of conduct of our entire Tianyu Holy Academy. We'll force it. Saying these words, the audience of more than 400 people immediately fell silent. This mystery Shanhai has already talked about this point, how dare they say anything? Even if they still felt that Long Yu was being shielded and walked through the back door, they would not be able to stand up and say more. Otherwise they would be disqualified from being selected by the Heavenly Mandate Sage, and the loss outweighs the gain. All of a sudden, those who were complaining shut their mouths. What a bunch of idiots. Ji Tianqi, a lonely figure in white clothes from Tianyun Sword Country, glanced at those people lightly. He could see that Long Yu's strength was definitely not just the ordinary 8th level true spirit cultivation. Even if this Long Yu could fool them and others, he would definitely not be able to fool the senior supervisors from the other 4 courtyards. Even if Long Yu had a relationship in the Tianyu North Academy, it would be impossible for those 4 seniors to help speak together. You must know that the 5 courtyards of the Tianyu Holy Academy are in a competitive relationship, and it is absolutely impossible to unite unless they are facing foreign enemies. After Xuanji Shanhai finished speaking, the field fell silent. The part of challenging the alien beast will continue. Next, let me go. Yan Huanma took the initiative to stand up after the disciples of the Wanjian sect were carried out. I challenge the middle-ranked alien beast. She chose to challenge the middle-ranked alien beast through deliberation. No one has challenged the lower-ranked alien beast before. If it is too weak, it can be done without exerting too much strength, and the score will definitely not be too high. Yan Huanma felt that the middle-ranked alien beast was more suitable for him. Soon, Yan Huanma fought with an 8th-level dead branch beast. Everyone was very interested in Yan Huanma's battle, because in the first part of comprehending the divine script, Yan Huanma actually comprehended 1,000th of the power of the divine script of the word Do, and gained 10 points. After comprehending the power of divine script, the combat power will obviously become much stronger than ordinary martial arts. Even if it is only 1,000th of the divine power, it is beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. During the battle, Yan Huanma first used the xuanhuan level ink field that he had comprehended, but unfortunately, the xuanhuan level power of the law of heaven and earth really couldn't deal with this dead branch beast. Immediately afterwards, Yan Huanma had no choice but to use 1,000th of the divine power of the word Do, and now, after a lot of hard work, he severely injured the strange beast. Although she didn't kill the alien beast directly like Long Yu did, but in this way, she was considered to have won. In the end, Yan Huanma got a 6-point score. Her performance in the battle was quite good, making her the person with the highest comprehensive score among the current more than 400 people. In addition to the 10 points in the last comprehension of divine language, she now has a total of 16 points. The power of the divine script is so terrifying. If only I could comprehend the divine script. Hee, out of the 400 people, only 4 of them comprehended 1,000th of it. Do you really think this divine text is so easy to comprehend? Hey, I can't comprehend it within 7 days, and it's hard to comprehend it in this life. Could it be that my talent is really not good? Seeing Yan Huanma score 6 points, and the figure who came out after defeating the dead branch beast, everyone couldn't help being a little envious. However, envy is envy, withered branches, and strange beasts, they still have to face one after another. I'll be the next one, the middle alien. The next person to appear on the stage was Man Xian, a major general from the ancient Mongolian country. This young and strong man in animal skin armor chose the middle-ranked alien beast not to be outdone. When Man Xian came on stage, Long Yu continued to pay attention. This trustworthy father, Man Yi, was an old general of the ancient Mongolian kingdom. He once gave his head to Long Yu, and asked Long Yu to bring him back to Tongguan, washing away the grievance of treason. Therefore, Long Yu respected this pretty belief. I can't feel any strong power from Manqin. I'm afraid it will be more difficult to face the middle-ranked alien beast. Long Yu thought in his heart. What happened next was as expected by Long Yu. Although Man Xian did not lose immediately against the alien beast in the upper middle rank, he fought extremely hard and was always at a disadvantage. However, he always protected his vitals to death. There were many wounds all over his body, but these wounds were not fatal, which made him continue to fight proudly. He's working hard. As everyone watching the battle exclaimed, Man Xian actually started to fight with that dead branch beast in the 88-star beast garden. The two sides fought close to each other, and Man Xian covered his whole body with profound energy, especially his fists, which were covered with an extremely thick armor of profound energy, punching and smashing towards the dead branch beast. And that withered branch beast, with countless dead branches dancing all over its body, stabbed Man Xian's whole body continuously, creating wounds one after another on his body. However, again, none of these wounds were fatal. Go to hell! Man Xian shouted angrily, and then, he punched the dead branch beast where several dead branches intersected, smashing the whole dead branch beast into several pieces at once. After a fierce battle, Man Xian won, but his whole body was covered with wounds. The dead branch beast had just been defeated, and Man Xian couldn't hold it any longer, and fell to the ground due to excessive blood loss. Immediately, an alchemist from Tianyu North Academy stepped forward to treat him. 8 points. 9 points. Everyone, including Xuanji Shanhai, scored points one after another. Although Manqin used brute force, almost a life-for-life style of play, the 5 judges all rated it well. Between martial arts, if they meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Sometimes, martial arts fights not only rely on strength, but also rely on courage, especially between opponents with similar strength. In the end, Manqin got a comprehensive score of 8 points, which made many people stand in awe. Everyone saw the fierce battle just now, and this 8 points are well deserved. At least, it is more acceptable than Long Yu's 10 points. It's really unfair. Elder Yan is only rated 6 points, but Manzi is rated 8 points. It's not fair, it's not fair. Tian Yutian looked at the field, shaking his head and talking. Say a few words less. Lu Shou frowned slightly and reminded. Grading is a matter of Tianyu Holy Academy, where is it Tian Yutian's turn to speak? As a good brother, Lu Shou didn't want Tian Yutian to be disqualified from the Heavens Mandate Sacred Selection because of his nonsense. Haha, Brother Lu, you are still so cautious, but you are a little too nervous. Tian Yutian waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. I just complained casually, and I didn't ask them to change the rating. Anyway, be careful. Lu Shou reminded again. Man Xian scored 8 points, but he was seriously injured in the fight with the dead branch beast. If it weren't for the Tianyu Holy Academy having enough healing pills, these injuries would have a bad impact on his future practice. Immediately afterwards, some other martial arts with the 8th level of true spirits began to select alien beasts to fight. Each of these martial artists always thought that they were the favored sons of heaven, and of course they were unwilling to choose to challenge the lower-ranked beasts, but in fact, not many of them had the strength to defeat the middle-ranked beasts. The few people after Manqin all chose to challenge the alien beast in the middle, but none of them could defeat the alien beast. Instead, they were bruised all over by the alien beast. Until then, no one knew that these strange beasts, even the mid-level ones, were not so easy to deal with. Finally, some people began to try to challenge the next beast. Even in the face of low-level alien beasts, most martial arts practitioners may not be able to overwhelm them. Many people are still evenly matched with low-rank alien beasts. When fighting, they can show their full strength. Gradually, most people chose to challenge the lower beasts. And those who challenged the lower-ranked beasts would not have a low final score, and 3 to 5 points was normal. If they failed to challenge the middle-ranked beasts, they would only get 1 point, or even no score. If you can't correctly estimate your own strength, such a martial artist will definitely suffer a lot in the way of martial arts, and it is normal to have a low score. Soon, hundreds of martial artists with 8th levels of true spirits finished their challenge, and more than 300 martial artists with 9th levels of true spirits followed. At this time, the atmosphere of the audience finally became more enthusiastic. Because the vast majority of martial arts are at the level of the 9th level of true spirits, and then they can estimate the real strength of others based on their own battles with strange beasts. If you can observe carefully, there will definitely be a lot of benefits for the next few links. I challenge the median beast. Chu Huang, the royal princess of the Tang dynasty, stood up in a snow-white silk robe and took the lead to challenge. Good. Xuanji Shanhai didn't have any prejudice against the other people who came out of Datong Kingdom. He stretched out his hand and led Chu Huang towards the manor. Soon, a dead branch beast with a middle rank of 9 layers was trapped in the crystal cage and dragged out. After fighting for so long, the strange beasts that appeared were all dead branches like this. Their strange shapes were nothing in the eyes of everyone, because they were almost familiar with them. Long Yu squinted his eyes, carefully observing the battle process between Chu Huang and the withered branch beast. As a member of the Chu family of the royal family, Chu Huang has of course practiced the Spring and Autumn Emperor's classics and comprehended the laws and powers of the Emperor's domain. Compared with Yu Channing, Chu Huang is more proficient in exercising these powers. The Emperor's law is a xuanhu level law, and its power is naturally impressive. It's a pity that the xuanhu level law is still not enough to deal with middle-ranked alien beasts. Long Yu thought in his heart. However, Chu Huang is a member of the royal family of the Great Tang Kingdom. Of course, he is proficient at practicing various martial arts skills of the royal family. A random move can be a super-spirited martial skill with a royal heir. Although this move couldn't defeat the middle-ranked alien beast, at least it prevented her from losing quickly. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Xuanhuan had no choice but to use the Emperor summoning spiritual art, a signature mysterious-level martial art inherited from the Chu family of the royal family of the Tang dynasty. As soon as the golden light Emperor spirit of the Emperor of the Sword appeared, a golden sword light swept across the field, and the dead branches and strange beasts retreated in succession, and were finally completely smashed by the whirlwind of the great sword. In this battle, Xuanhuan proceeded step by step and played extremely steadily, and finally scored 7 points. I'm here to challenge the middle-ranked beast. After Xuanhuan, Yu Qianning also chose to challenge the median beast. The mental techniques and martial arts that she and Xuanhuan cultivated were all inherited from the Chu family of the Tang dynasty royal family. The imperial energy flow and summoning the emperor's spiritual art are the most commonly used martial arts for the two women. It's a pity that compared with Xuanhuan, Yu Qianning's background is still a little bit worse. After all, she just took the water from the holy spring and was promoted to the 9th level of true spirit. She soon discovered that it was a wrong decision to choose to challenge the median beast. Because she didn't have a good grasp of the basic strength of the 9 layers of the true spirit, and she couldn't do as well as Xuanhuan, so after facing the middle-ranked alien beast, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. In the end, even if they used the summoning Emperor Spirit technique to deal with the dead branch beasts with the Emperor of Great Swords and the Emperor of Feathers, they could not get very good results. If it wasn't for Xuanji Shanhai to stop it in time, Yu Qianning, who was extremely unwilling, might even be killed by this dead branch beast. 3 points. When the final score came out, Yu Qianning's face turned green. Also challenging the middle-ranked alien beast, Xuanhuan was able to defeat the opponent, but she, Yu Qianning, was at a disadvantage from beginning to end, which undoubtedly showed the gap in strength between the two sides. Although it is also the realm of martial arts at the 9th level of true spirit, Yu Qianning's strength is only at the lower 9th level, and Xuanhuan's strength is at the middle 9th level. I challenge the high-ranking beast. Tian Yutian stood up, and as soon as the words came out, the surrounding people immediately looked at him with admiration. It's been a long time since anyone has challenged a high-ranking alien beast. A group of disciples of the Wanjian sect looked at Tian Yutian and each sneered. This guy actually chose to challenge the high-ranking alien beast, he is courting death. That's right, I didn't hear Senior Xuanji say that the strange beasts of the upper rank 9 layers, can their combat power compete with the strong ones in the secret realm of heaven and man? This idiot, is it possible that he still thinks that he can be compared with the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man? A group of people laughed out loud. For Tian Yutian, the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect hated Tian Yutian very much. They knew very well that they were very talented and poor senior brothers who had even cultivated to a very high level with the shadow-bound god Arrow, but died at the hands of Tian Yutian. Inside. Moreover, there were other enmities between Tian Yutian and Wang Jianzong, so it is not surprising that such a scene exists. When Tian Yutian appeared on the stage, Xuanji Shanhai and the supervisors looked at each other and nodded each other. They could see that Tian Yutian's strength was indeed very strong. But the strength is very strong, and it depends on the performance on the spot. The level that can be truly displayed must be different from the level they saw and estimated. The alien beasts of the upper 9th level are extremely ferocious. If they can defeat the alien beasts of the upper 9th level, there is no doubt that Tian Yutian is eligible to be selected for the last 12 spots. It's the law of the steel, no wonder this kid is so confident. In the manner, Tian Yutian displayed the law of the purple light steel, and many people outside suddenly realized it. More than 400 talented youths who participated in the Tianyu Holy Selection came from different countries. Of course, most of them did not know Tian Yutian. But from now on, they know each other. Not only did they get to know each other, but they also kept Tian Yutian in their hearts. If they meet Tian Yutian in the next link, they must be careful. In the end, Tian Yutian really tried his best to get injured, and also defeated the superior, dead branch beast. This made Long Yudu and the audience nod secretly. Tian Yutian didn't seem to be in vain during this time, and he was much more proficient in controlling the field of the law of purple light. Very. Tian Yutian was the first one to get 10 points after Long Yu, so many people had an extra thought about Tian Yutian. This person is definitely a strong contender for the final 12 spots in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection. After Tian Yutian, the young genius Wu Xiu came out one by one to challenge the mid-rank or low-rank beasts. Occasionally, only Wu Xiu dared to choose a high-rank beast. Most of those who challenged the high-ranking beasts were confident in their own strength, such as Tian Yutian. Among the more than 400 martial arts practitioners from the surrounding area, there are of course many geniuses similar to Tian Yutian, who can defeat all the high-level alien beasts. Although no one was as relaxed as Long Yu, most of them got a score of 10. These are all strong contenders for the final 12 spots. Long Yu was carefully observing everyone on the field, and he was able to quickly get acquainted with the fighting methods and strength displayed by most of them. However, there are also many people who hide their true strength, and Long Yu can't see through it, so there is no way. These people also have to be careful. Long Yu thought in his heart that he also attached importance to martial arts who concealed their own strength, such as Ling Longyu from the Tang Kingdom. This girl wearing a veil, even Xuanji Shanhai frowned slightly when she came on stage. Obviously she couldn't figure out her true strength. Ling Longyu challenged only the middle-ranked beast, but in a flurry, he killed the middle-ranked beast, and finally got an 8-point evaluation. Few of those who beat the median alien beast could get an 8-point score. Obviously, Xuanji Shanhai and the others knew that Ling Longyu was hiding her strength. Among the people at the 9th level of the True Spirit, many geniuses have indeed emerged, and Chu Huang of the Great Tang Kingdom is not considered a strong one among these geniuses. Among these people, Long Yu paid special attention to Jiani and Hong Yu of the Shangkong tribe. Hong Yu, who apparently stepped into the 9th layer of True Spirit after Long Yu left the Soaring Sky tribe, is now about the same strength as Chu Huang, while Jiani is much more stable, challenging the high-ranking 9th layer alien beast, and winning with difficulty. Jiani unexpectedly has the strength to challenge the high-ranking alien beast. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. That is to say, Jiani's strength is not much different from that of Tian Yutian. If you encounter it in the next link, you must not underestimate the Gigi envoy Jiani, otherwise you may accidentally fall into his hands. More than 400 talented youths chose different beasts to fight one by one, and it took 3 full days to finish fighting one by one. In the end, it was finally the turn of the young geniuses in the secret realm of heaven and man, who chose to challenge the alien beast. 6 young geniuses who have stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, each of them is the pride of heaven, and of course all the challengers are high-ranking alien beasts. The first one to play was Ji Tianqi from Tianyun Sword Country. Not long after Ji Tianqi stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, he was able to break through the 5 layers of celestial winds one after another. People couldn't help but sigh with emotion at his high talent, but no one knew what his combat effectiveness was. Now, Ji Tianqi chose to challenge the high-ranking beast, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ji Tianqi from the Tianyun Sword Country has caught everyone's eyes since the beginning of the Tianyu Holy Selection. This person is extremely talented. He stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man in his early 20s, and he was able to break through the 5 layers of heaven in one fell swoop. Even the envoys of the Tianyu Holy Academy were amazed. At this moment, Ji Tianqi was very confident in himself, and directly chose to challenge the high-ranking alien beast at the initial human level. The heavenly and human secret realm is not divided into 9 levels like the tempered body secret realm and the true spirit secret realm, but is divided into 2 levels, the human realm and the heavenly realm. Among them, the human realm is divided into 3 different realms: the initial stage of human beings, the stage of human glory, and the stage of human robbery. The initial stage of human beings is the realm of martial arts who have just stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. After the power in the body is sublimated, they can step into the realm of human glory, and their basic strength is increased several times. After the human brilliant realm, there is the human tribulation realm. In the human tribulation realm, martial arts practitioners need to overcome the human tribulation realm. Once successful, they can step into the heaven realm and become the heavenly human secret realm, a strong man in the celestial realm. The same as the secret realm of heaven and man, the strength of the human realm and the heaven realm can be said to be very different from each other. Ji Tianqi is a young genius at the initial level. The white-robed envoy who went to the Tang dynasty and brought Long Yu and others to participate in the selection of the heavenly mandate was also at the level of the initial stage of human beings. After the heavenly human secret realm, it is much more difficult to advance to a higher level than the true spirit secret realm. Because of this, most of the heavenly human secret realm experts in the entire Tianyu North campus are only in the initial human realm. As for Ji Tianqi, such a young person with a strong initial stage, if he is properly trained, he is likely to step into the heavenly stage in decades. Superior strange beast in the first realm, you have to be careful. Xuanji Shanhai admired Ji Tianqi very much, and reminded him with a smile, and then led him into the manor. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Ji Tianqi, and Long Yu was no exception. He wanted to see how far behind Ji Tianqi in strength he was. It's almost impossible to defeat Ji Tianqi, unless I release the true spirit of the 9 nether dragon. There is some hope, but in that case, the loss outweighs the gain. Long Yu thought in his heart. Although it is impossible to defeat the opponent, at least you can see how far you are from the opponent. In that case, in the next link, you will have room to advance and retreat when encountering certain situations. Soon, Ji Tianqi displayed extremely powerful swordsmanship methods when facing a dead branch beast in the first stage of a high-ranking person. In Tianyun Sword Country, the vast majority of martial arts practitioners in this country practice swordsmanship, and their understanding of swordsmanship is quite deep, and swords are a very aggressive type of warrior. Ji Tianqi's swordsmanship is like this. When the long sword was swayed, the sword energy opened and closed. Even the withered branch beast in the first stage of the upper class was not his opponent at all. It was cut into dozens of sections and completely destroyed. Very. Undoubtedly, Ji Tianqi got the highest score, and with the 10 points in the first session, he became the martial artist with the highest score in the audience. But to Ji Tianqi, he didn't really care about scoring. After all, with his current strength, it is safe to be selected into the Tianyu North Academy, and there will be no surprises. After Ji Tianqi, the other 5 heavenly human secret realm powerhouses entered the stage one after another. The extremely obese gentleman who cultivated martial arts in the secret realm of heaven and man, and the leader of Longdu Kingdom, who worshipped the eagle, both chose the strange beasts of the first stage of the upper class, and both won. Watching the battle between the two, although they were not as straightforward as Ji Tianqi, there was room for them, obviously not showing their full strength. Very. The 3 heavenly human secret realm powerhouses who challenged the alien beasts in the first stage of the high-ranking people all received a score of 10. There are also 3 powerhouses in the secret realm of heaven and man. One of them is from the Ice Origin Temple, which is a large-scale force as large as Tianyun Sword Country, Beihai Country, and Longdu Country. Although it is not called a country, it is comparable to a country. National power. The heavenly human secret realm powerhouse in the Ice Origin Temple is a woman named Xuanhuan, who is covered with a snow-white veil so that people can't see her face at all. However, this xuanhuan's strength must not be underestimated. Although it seemed a difficult victory to challenge the alien beast in the first stage of the upper class, it also received a score of 10. Most importantly, Long Yu always felt that xuanhuan must have hidden her strength. There are two other geniuses from the two great demon kingdoms. The Shadow Demon royal family of Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, Mo Shang, looks like a dark shadow, but it can transform into a human form. Handsome man. A tiger demon from the 10 Desolate Demon Kingdom, named Brother Human, is also a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. In human form, he is a burly and strong man with an extremely majestic aura. This Brother Human has a younger brother named Brother Human, but he has not stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, and he is still at the 9th level of the true spirit, and he also participated in the election of the heavenly mandate. Soul Valley Demon Kingdom and 10 Desolation Demon Kingdom are the two major demon cultivator kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Tianyu North Courtyard. Whether it's Moshang or Brother Human, it's quite exciting to fight against the withered branch beasts. After all, they are strong in the secret realm of heaven and man, and they can each display their comprehensible laws of heaven and earth. The power of the law is more than 10 times stronger than the power of the field. That's why Long Yu thought that he was no match for Ji Tianqi. After stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man, his strength had improved a lot. I'm afraid that when Long Yu steps into the 9th level of the true spirit, he will still not be able to defeat these young geniuses in the secret realm of heaven and man, the beginning of human realm. He is not discouraged, he has a big advantage over these people, that is, he has the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. It has only been 2 or 3 years since he started to practice, but he is comparable to these people who have practiced for 20 years. It can be seen that as long as Long Yu is given some time, it is inevitable to surpass these people. The second part of the Tianyu Xingxian is now over. When both Moshang and Brother Human walked out of the manor and each received a score of 10, Xuanji Shanhai came to the crowd, glanced at them, and announced, "Next, everyone will rest for 3 days. Let's start the third link of the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Selection. Now, let's not explain what the third link is, but what I can tell you is that in this third link, you will face each other tit for tat." When these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Tit for tat. That said, the next segment is a battle segment of some sort. This is a link that everyone is eager for. After all, it is a test of their true combat effectiveness. The previous 2 links, whether it is comprehending the divine script or challenging the strange beast, are only indirectly showing their talent. Tit for tat can better reflect their current strength. However, the 3 days I gave you are not entirely for you to rest. Xuanji Shanhai continued, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In the next session, you need to form a team, and every 3 people form a team. You can discuss who you want to form a team with. There is no limit. You can form a team with the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man to increase your chances of winning. Of course, if you have enough confidence in your own strength, you can also choose to go alone. When these words came out, the audience was even more uproarious. The third link turned out to be the actual combat link of team formation. Although I don't know how to fight in detail, the rules of this team made everyone's minds active. Long Yu, who are you planning to team up with? Tian Yutian immediately asked. There are too many people staring at me. If you are with me, you may face many difficulties. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. I want to act alone. Long Yu, let me go with you. Yan Huanma said, and walked to Long Yu's side. With me, there must be many enemies. Long Yu said, the rules haven't been announced yet, so we don't need to rush to make a decision. A group of 3, my brother Liu and I will definitely be together. Tian Yutian had some regrets in his eyes. Brother Long, if you want to travel alone or with other people, I will definitely not go with you. What he said was true. Long Yu knew that Tian Yutian and Lu Xiu had a very good relationship, and Lu Xiu was older and wanted stability in everything, so he would definitely not choose to be in the same group as Long Yu. It's okay, you and brother Lu, it's better to act together. Long Yu nodded, not caring about Tian Yutian's choice. I don't care anyway, I'm with you. Yan Huanma was a little stubborn, and said to Long Yu. She didn't care what kind of opponent she would face when teaming up with Long Yu. Anyway, her qualifications for the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Selection were given to her by Long Yu, so even if teaming up with Long Yu resulted in failure, that's fine. At least, she has comprehended 1,000th of the divine power of the word Do during this trip, making more money than most people. Even if she can't win the election from the Heavenly Mandate, she won't lose. It's alright. Long Yu thought for a while, then nodded. It is not the first time he has fought side by side with Yan Huanma, and now that Yan Huanma has comprehended 1,000th of the power of the word Do in the divine script, his own strength is not too weak. Except for Yan Huanma, who took the initiative to be with Long Yu, when Xuanji Shanhai said that he wanted to form a team, everyone else almost automatically stayed away from Long Yu. The princess of the Tang royal family, Chu Huang, looked at Long Yu apologetically, and said, "Before we leave, the elders have ordered that if there is a team formation session, I must form a team with Long Hen and Ling Long Yu." It's okay, the princess can help herself. Long Yu waved his hand, not caring about Chu Huang's choice. Originally, his relationship with Chu Huang was not very close. It was purely normal that Chu Huang did not choose to be with him, and he would not have any thoughts. However, in this way, Long Yu was still separated from the other people from Datong Kingdom. Only Yan Huanma stood by him from beginning to end. The enemy who may face. Long Yu squinted his eyes, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly saw many people smiling maliciously at him, obviously planning to make a cruel move in the next third link. Among these people, there are disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect, Su Changyi from Beihai City, Sword Wing and Rainbow Feather from Soul Valley Monster Country, the Little Prince Meng Duo Kai from Ancient Mongolia, and Dongri Kingdom. Those 7 warriors even included the large group of talented children from Longdu Kingdom. Among them, the strong man of Longdu Kingdom in the secret realm of heaven and man worshipped the eagle, and he also took a look at Long Yu from afar, his eyes full of killing intent. Many people in Longdu Kingdom were deducted 1 point for mocking Long Yu at the beginning, and these people naturally kept it in mind, and they would never let go of any chance to deal with Long Yu in the next link. Xuanji Shanhai brought everyone to the place for entertaining guests in Tianyu North Courtyard, which was similar to an inn, and arranged a room for each of the more than 400 people. The door of the room has the identity plate of each occupant, which is specially used to identify and invite other people to form a team. At the door of the room where Long Yu lives, there are 5 words: Datang Kingdom, Long Yu. These guys are really annoying, they all look down on you. In Long Yu's room, Yan Huanma spoke angrily. It's not a matter of looking down on or looking down on. The key is that I offended too many people. If I am in a group, it will be difficult to get mixed up if other strong people jointly target them. Long Yu smiled, but didn't take it seriously. What he cares about is not whether there is anyone with him, but what benefits he can get in the next session. How can I get a higher rating? That's where he really cared. Even so, I always feel uncomfortable in my heart. Yan Huanma sighed, shook his head and said, Long Yu, I am determined to be with you, you must not say that I hold you back. Then how? Long Yu couldn't help laughing. Elder Yan, don't underestimate yourself. Being able to defeat the middle-ranked alien beast means that your strength is not bad. If you are with me, how can you hold me back? However, I know your true strength, but you have long been able to defeat a person with the 9th level of true spirit. Yan Huanma stared at Long Yu. Now that you have stepped into the 8th level of the true spirit, at the level of the true spirit secret realm, there must be no opponents. Since Xuanji Shanhai asked us to form a team, it must be necessary to form a team. Let's not think too much. Long Yu said casually, let's rest for 3 days, and wait until then to see what the rules are for the next session. Aren't we going to find someone? Xuanhuan was a little unwilling. The others are in groups of 3, she and Long Yu are only 2 people, if something happens to them, will they suffer a lot? It's not easy to find someone. Who would like to be in a group with someone like me who makes enemies on all sides? Long Yu shook his head, let's rest first. Oh well. Xuanhuan nodded. For Long Yu, she is quite convinced now, not to mention other things. Long Yu has solved the crisis of suppressing Tianzong several times under almost hopeless circumstances. This is a man who can create opportunities. Then I'll go back and rest. Xuanhuan got up to say goodbye and was about to leave first. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door of Long Yu's room, and at the same time a young man's arrogant voice came in, the one called Long Yu, is he in? Before Long Yu and Xuanhuan could react, the door of the room was already kicked open by the opponent, and a group of 5 young geniuses in snow-white clothes rushed in. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. This group of people forcibly broke into his room. It seemed that they had some malicious intentions, but in this place, I believe these guys would not dare to behave wildly, otherwise the strong men from the Tianyu North courtyard would definitely intervene. If people were killed here, or even just fought, they might be disqualified from continuing to participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection. You are from the Ice Origin Temple, why come to me? Long Yu asked, calmly. The 5 young men who barged in front of them were all dressed in snow-white clothes, and they were all strong men of the 9th level of true spirits. They could be identified as martial arts from the Ice Origin Temple at a glance. Moreover, in the previous session, Long Yu also had a little understanding of the strength of these 5 people. The person in the lead, named Xiaoyu, was able to draw a tie with the middle-ranked 9-level alien beast. As for the other 4, they could only challenge the lower-ranked alien beast, and it was difficult to win. The 5 of us came to you to invite you to join our team. The young man in the lead, Xiaoyu, looked polite, but spoke with incomparable arrogance, as if it was a great honor for Long Yu to invite Long Yu to join their team. Hee. Long Yu smiled lightly, now that others are afraid to avoid me, you are kind, but you want to come to me to be with you? He has nothing to do with the Ice Origin Temple. He doesn't believe that the other party will come to him so kindly. Because we have a common enemy. Xiaoyu raised his head and said proudly, we know that you offended the people of Longdu Kingdom. Everyone knows that the people of Longdu Kingdom hold grudges the most. If you are with us, we can deal with the people of Longdu Kingdom together. How? What are the conditions? Long Yu asked, without raising his head. In fact, Long Yu would not want to be with the other party just because of his arrogance, but he was still willing to hear what kind of conditions the other party would put on him if he wanted to bring him along. The condition is very simple. In the 3rd link, if the group gains anything, it will all belong to our Ice Origin Temple. If you agree, we will be merciful and bring your group. Xiaoyu said proudly. Ha ha. Long Yu laughed out loud as soon as he heard it, all the gains belong to you, so what good is it for me to be with you? Isn't the benefit obvious? When Xiaoyu heard Long Yu laughing, his face suddenly became a little upset. If you don't join us, you will definitely be targeted by others, but if you join us, you only need to deal with the people of Longdu Kingdom. Yes, for you, it's much easier. What more benefits do you want? Then the comprehensive score I got in the end, should I also take the initiative to give it up to you? Long Yu said something mockingly. If you can, that's natural. However, this score cannot be transferred, so you can keep it for yourself. Xiao stared at Long Yu with an appearance of you have made a lot of money, and asked, how about it, do you agree or not? If I agree, won't I form a team with a group of idiots? Long Yu said lightly. Long Yu, you are really good. Xiao Yu suddenly became angry, and a burst of cold air radiated from his whole body. You reject me now, and still insult our Ice Origin Temple people like this, you will die when the next round comes. As soon as he heard the word idiot from Long Yu's mouth, Xiao Yu knew that Long Yu was playing him. Under such circumstances, even if Long Yu wants to form a team with him, it is impossible for him to be with Long Yu anymore. What Xiao Yu thinks in his heart now is to find an opportunity to completely defeat Long Yu in the next round of Holy Election, and let Long Yu know what will happen to Xiao Yu and Ice Source Temple if he offends him. Let's go. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he turned around and led the people out of the room. These people are really inexplicable. Yan Huanma said bitterly, since I'm here to invite you to form a team, then I should put on a good attitude. Who do you think you are? And everyone will beg them. Elder Yan, don't be angry. Long Yu waved his hand, closed the door of the room again, and then said, these people come from the Ice Origin Temple, and they may have some understanding of the divine selection. Since they mentioned the next round of harvest, that is to say, in the next round this time we may be able to gain a lot to improve our strength. But I offended the people of Ice Origin Temple again. Yan Huanma sighed softly. I've already offended so many people, so what's the point of doing more? Long Yu smiled, and these people came to the door by themselves. I want not to offend them. Is it true that I want to team up with them and give them all the harvest of the next round? This is of course impossible. So when Xiao Yu came here with such an arrogant attitude, Long Yu would offend him no matter what. That being the case, then offend him directly to death. It would be considered polite to say that the people behind Xiao Yuji are idiots. The 3 days that Xuanji Shanhai left for everyone to form a team quickly passed. During these 3 days, many things happened. Among them, the fact that Long Yu refused Xiao Yu's invitation to form a team was spread by Xiao Yu embellishingly, making Long Yu a stupid in the eyes of more than 400 people. Already making enemies on all sides, now, he actually offends the people of the Ice Origin Temple. This Long Yu is simply courting death. Under such circumstances, no one is willing to form a team with Long Yu. Until the end, Long Yu could only form a team with Yan Huanma. Basically, Long Yu already knew the team formation situation of many people. The 7 people who came out of the Great Tang Kingdom, in addition to Long Hen, Chu Huang and Ling Longyu were in a group of 3, Long Yu and Yan Huanma were in a group of 2, and there were also Yu Qianing and Feng Yao. Feng Yao and 2 female cultivators from Shuilan Kingdom formed a team, and Yu Qianing, by some means, hooked up with a genius from Longdu Kingdom and worshipped the eagle. Of course, God-worshipping eagle did not team up with Yu Qianing, but chose to be alone. Yu Qianing hooked up with God Eagle, and then God Eagle arranged her in another team in Longdu Kingdom. The other 2 members of this team are the 2 strongest members of Longdu Kingdom. Apart from worshipping the eagle, they are both geniuses who can challenge the high-ranking 9-fold alien beasts. Yu Qianing's 2 teammates are both strong players who are likely to get one of the final 12 places in the Tianyu Xingxian, and the main thing to see is the performance in the next round. Tian Yutian and Lu Xiu formed a team of 2, and a swordsmanship genius from Tianyun Sword Country was also added. Since Tian Yutian's strength is well known, many people want to team up with him, and the swordsmanship genius of Yunjian Kingdom that day is also good. Although he failed to challenge the high-ranking beast, he is stronger than Lu Xiu. In this way, the comprehensive strength of Tian Yutian's group is no weaker than that of Yu Qianing's. 3 days later, everyone gathered outside the 88-star animal garden again. Long Yu and Yan Huanma walked together, bearing the mocking gazes of the rest of the crowd, but they remained calm and completely ignored them. Suddenly, Long Yu saw a lonely figure, standing in the crowd, looking a little lonely. It was the Major General Man Xian from the ancient Mongolian country. Long Yu thought for a moment, then walked towards Man Xian. If Monqing didn't have a team, Long Yu wouldn't mind bringing this tough guy with him.